A phoenix is reborn from its ashes, yet remains trapped in a cage. This girl, blessed with extraordinary powers, was destined to soar through the skies, but instead, she has become a plaything for the nobility. In the Beast Kingdom's arena, a brutal game is underway. Nobles in luxurious attire sit high in the stands, their gazes sharp as knives, taking in the bloody spectacle below. Several fierce chiming dogs are tearing apart a blood-soaked girl. Her screams have long died in her throat, leaving only heavy, labored breaths. "Come on, my darlings," a noble girl named Bailu shouts excitedly. "Tear her skin off, bite off her limbs." She turns to her companions, saying, "Don't worry, this monster will soon grow new flesh." The girl bites her lip hard, enduring the excruciating pain. Blood blurs her vision, but she stubbornly lifts her head, her gaze sweeping across the faces of her tormentors. She vows in her heart that one day, she will make them pay 1,000-fold. Just then, a clear voice pierces the noisy air. "The princess is here." All eyes turn to the high platform. A girl in a splendid gown walks forward. She is Nian Nian, the princess of the Beast Kingdom. She looks down at the girl in the pool of blood, a barely discernible look of disgust in her eyes, but her face shows false sympathy. "Poor child, stop tormenting her." Bailu and the others quickly agree. The princess is too merciful. They begin to embellish their tale of how the lowly woman had sullied the royal family's honor. The girl on the ground listens to these hypocritical words, her heart filled with cold laughter. She knows that this seemingly kind princess wishes for her suffering more than anyone. But today she might have a chance to escape. Today is her 18th birthday, the day she awakens her beast powers. However, before she can act, several of the Empress's maids appear and drag her away like a dead dog. Her heart sinks. Have they remembered her birthday? Does she still have a chance to escape? In the Empress's secret chamber, the girl is bound to a cold stone slab. Nian Nian's voice rings out again, this time filled with cruelty. "Mother, why not cut off her limbs and pull out her tongue?" Suddenly, a dramatic change occurs. Blood-red flames ignite on the girl's body. "Is this Phoenix power?" a maid exclaims in terror. "Phoenix power?" The Empress's voice is filled with disbelief. "Impossible! A phoenix bone is a Ancient Millennium rarity, how could?" Her words trail off, for the sight before her is undeniable. The girl's entire spine is glowing, a genuine phoenix bone nurturing the most precious phoenix power. The Empress's face twists, but quickly she wears a sinister smile. "Dig out her spine and use our family's secret technique to transfer it to my daughter." As the sharp blade pierces her flesh, the girl uses all her strength to bite off one of the Empress's fingers. "Wretch!" the Empress screams, slapping her away. At that moment, a golden beast egg falls from the girl's body. A phoenix egg! The Empress forgets her bleeding finger. "Quick, get it!" The girl reaches out desperately but can only watch as her egg is taken. Her body is hollowed out, leaving only a bloody shell. "Throw this filthy thing into the abyssal chasm," the Empress commands cruelly. "Let the monsters feast on her body." As she is thrown into the abyss, the girl sees a rolling blood cloud in the eastern sky. A beam of golden light shoots up, accompanied by a deafening phoenix cry. The phoenix power has taken root. The true phoenix girl is born. Two maids kneel in fervent worship. The girl's body crashes heavily into the abyss's great river. She can no longer feel pain, only hearing strange voices around her. The abyss hasn't had a newcomer in a long time. A little girl's meat is the tenderest. Suddenly, a fierce voice interrupts. "Wait, did this little girl lay an egg?" A small black egg appears on the girl's body once again. The monsters hesitate momentarily, then excitedly shout towards the distant forest. "Lady Ian, come quickly. There's a little girl who lays eggs, and you love salted eggs the most." A faint female voice came from deep within the forest, dripping with disdain. "Fool, those are people from the kingdom of beasts. Bring her to me." As soon as the words were spoken, the unconscious girl was roughly grabbed and thrown deep into the forest like a sack of potatoes. A pale, almost translucent hand gently pressed against her back, as if searching for some secret. "Interesting," the woman chuckled softly. "Turns out she has a natural phoenix essence. Those who tried to extract it probably didn't know that it can be reborn through nirvana." She paused, then continued. "But her resentment and hatred are strong, and influenced by our demonic aura. She has become a blend of good and evil. Let's nurture her. She might turn into a little monster." Time flew by, and 3 months later, a sharp scream erupted from the royal palace of the Kingdom of Beasts. Nian Nian, pale and almost deranged, was frantically stomping on a golden beast egg. Why hasn't this egg hatched yet?" she screamed through gritted teeth. "How much more of my heart's blood do I have to use to nourish it?" The Empress rushed in at the sound, her voice stern. "Yener, what are you doing? This is a divine beast." Nian Nian clenched her fists, her voice trembling. "It's been 3 months, and it still won't come out. How much longer must I hide?" If those lowly commoners find out that I, a phoenix maiden, can't hatch a divine beast, they will mock me. She paused for a moment before continuing, and what about the Feng family? Feng Sun from the 5 continents has been waiting here for me for 3 months. He has a natural full spiritual body, and I possess the unparalleled phoenix essence. We are meant to be together. But if this egg never hatches? Her voice grew softer. What will happen to our engagement? Will brother Feng Sun abandon me? A glint of malice flashed in the Empress's eyes as she comforted her. Who would dare? I will never let you suffer such humiliation. Stop this nonsense. That young Master Feng Sun likes you. Haven't you heard? He went to Mount Baitu with Bai Lu to find dragon scale grass for you. Dragon scale grass, really? Su Linyan grabbed the Empress's hand, her eyes lighting up with hope. That's wonderful, mother. Dragon scale grass is the best catalyst for unhatched beast eggs. I must get it. The Empress gently stroked her hand, her tone firm. Don't worry, my child. You will have it. I will make sure you become the most outstanding woman in the entire kingdom of beasts. No, in all the 5 continents. Meanwhile, on Mount Baitu, a team was cautiously making their way to the summit. Each person had a spirit beast with them. Leading the group was a young man and woman, followed by a host of female servants. This mountain is so boring, completely devoid of danger. I don't understand why it's a forbidden zone, the girl remarked disdainfully, glancing around. Feng Sun remained expressionless. Bai Lu, you can go back. Bai Lu immediately fell silent, trailing closely behind him. She whispered, do you really think there will be dragon scale grass here? This place is shrouded in fog all year round. Only you, brother Sun, would dare come here. Feng Sun ignored her and kept walking. Bai Lu's face darkened with displeasure, and she thought to herself, Feng Sun isn't from the kingdom of beasts, he's from the 5 continents. His exact identity is unknown, but the Empress and Emperor treat him with such caution, almost reverence. Suddenly, a clear bell sound echoed through the fog. Who's there? Feng Sun warily placed his hand on his weapon. Soon, a figure emerged before them, a girl about 18 years old, dressed in a long red dress, with a half-silver mask covering her face. Her exposed half-face revealed striking blood-red cat eyes. She was crouched down, reaching for a herb shaped like a coiled dragon. Dragon scale grass. Brother Sun, it's dragon scale grass. Bai Lu's sharp eyes spotted the herb in the girl's hand. She immediately shouted, hey, commoner, give us that dragon scale grass. Bai Lu scrutinized the girl and noticed her weak spiritual energy. In the kingdom of beasts, besides summoning their life-bound spirit beasts, those with good talent could also absorb spiritual energy from the air to enhance themselves. Bai Lu glanced at the girl with disdain, thinking she must be an ordinary person without spiritual power. The girl slowly turned around, and Bai Lu was startled, thinking to herself, this figure, it looks so much like that wretch. No, it can't be. That wretch is already dead. The girl, now glaring at Bai Lu, clenched her fist. The past 3 months had felt like an eternity to her. In the depths of the demonic abyss, she constantly remembered those people and everything they had done to her. Raised by the most vicious creatures in the abyss, she had been given the name Nian Nian. The old witch of the abyss had subjected her to all sorts of strange things to stimulate her body, but she had endured it all. She sought revenge for herself and her mother, and wanted to reclaim her beast egg. However, hidden by the dense fog, no one could see Nian Nian's expression. Give it to you? Nian Nian sneered. Why should I? Bai Lu scoffed. Do you know who we are? And how dare you come to Mount Baitu alone? This is a forbidden area of the kingdom of beasts. Nian Nian gave a slight smile, the laziness in her eyes replaced by a hint of mischief. She glanced at the black bell around her ankle, a magical artifact crafted by the old witch in her family, allowing her to leave the demon abyss for 4 hours. Her initial plan was to find dragon scale grass for the unhatched beast egg, but she unexpectedly ran into Bai Lu. You can venture into the forbidden area, but I can't? Nian Nian challenged. Bai Lu's maidservants immediately started shouting, how dare you talk back to Our Lady? Such insolence. One maidservant suggested, Miss, why not strip her and reward the soldiers? Hundreds of men turned their eyes to Nian Nian at the suggestion. Bai Lu waved her hand, and a fiery hellhound lunged at Nian Nian. Feng Sun frowned, remaining silent, wanting to test Nian Nian's strength. Nian Nian drew out her whip and snapped it to the ground, unleashing a burst of spiritual power. The whip transformed into a black snake, wrapping around the hellhound's neck. How is this possible? Bai Lu's face twisted in shock. She's a 90-year spirit body? Nian Nian smirked coldly. The 3 months of the witch's experiments hadn't been in vain. She commanded the black snake to pull out the hellhound's teeth and skin it. Bai Lu screamed in agony, about to give an order, but Nian Nian grabbed her by the throat. 2 slaps sent her front teeth flying, and her dress was torn apart. You wanted to reward the soldiers, didn't you? Then you do it yourself. Nian Nian sneered. Just as she was about to snap Bai Lu's neck, a flash of a sword came at her. Feng Sun shouted, You are too ruthless. Nian Nian scoffed and used Bai Lu as a shield. Bai Lu was so terrified she wet herself, making Feng Sun hastily withdraw his sword. Nian Nian tossed Bai Lu aside in disgust, saying, the smell of urine. Bai Lu scrambled away, drenched in her own filth, and weakly leaned towards Feng Sun. Su Gij, you must avenge me. Feng Sun's eyes flashed with deep disdain as he pressed the scabbard against Bai Lu's shoulder, forcing her to step back. He silently regretted bringing this woman along. Bai Lu noticed Feng Sun's expression and realized her own faux pas, her face instantly turning red as she stammered. I didn't mean to. Embarrassment and anger intertwined within her, and she wished she could tear Nian Nian apart. Ignoring Bai Lu's embarrassment, Feng Sun turned his attention to Nian Nian. Your weapon is quite unique, he said calmly, though his tone carried a warning. But if you kill Bai Lu's spirit beast, even if I don't act, the soldiers here will be enough to tear you apart. Bai Lu continued to blabber, exactly. You wretch, if you kneel before me now. Feng Sun finally lost his patience and spun around, hissing, shut up. He cursed inwardly at this troublemaker, then refocused on Nian Nian. A young woman with such advanced abilities was certainly backed by a formidable force. What's your name, he asked, his interest piqued. Nian Nian, she responded with a calm smile. Without hesitation, Feng Sun ordered, hand over your dragon scale grass and come with us to the kingdom of beasts. He had no intention of seeking her consent. His only goal was to uncover the true identity of this mysterious woman. Bai Lu muttered incredulously, what? This wretch deserves that. Her teeth were loose, and she had to use her fingers to speak properly. Nian Nian squinted, her smile turning threatening. Say one more word, and I won't hesitate to pull out all your teeth. Feng Sun's face darkened. Though Bai Lu was foolish, she was still someone he had brought along. How dare this woman disregard his authority? To everyone's surprise, Nian Nian suddenly changed her tone. All right, I'll go with you. She raised her arm, and the tortured flame hound was finally released. The black snake transformed into a whip and returned to her hand. A hint of satisfaction appeared on Feng Sun's face as he signaled the soldiers to lower their weapons. Nian Nian walked slowly toward Bai Lu, who looked at her in terror. Brothers soon. Bai Lu pleaded, her voice trembling. Feng Sun watched warily, but Nian Nian reassured him with a smile. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. She placed her hand lightly on Bai Lu's shoulder, her voice a near whisper. We have a long journey ahead. Let's get along. In that seemingly casual pat, a hair-thin black insect quietly burrowed into Bai Lu's body. Bai Lu shook off Nian Nian's hand and continued to rant as she walked. Do you know who I am? Who wants to get along with you? The Queen of the Kingdom of Beasts is my aunt, and the Crown Princess, a Ancient Millennium Genius, is my cousin. Nian Nian's hand paused slightly, her voice low. Ancient Millennium? Bai Lu sneered triumphantly. Scared now? If you kneel now, you might still have a chance. When you come back to the Kingdom of Beasts with us, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Nian Nian looked at her with interest, her eyes hidden by the mist, glinting dangerously. Bai Lu suddenly turned around and hissed, and one more thing. Brother Sun is mine, you little vixen. Don't even think about it. I'll have you ground to dust. As she spoke, she unconsciously scratched her face, unaware of the rash spreading on her neck. Nian Nian's gaze swept over Bai Lu's neck, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Walking ahead, Feng Sun heard their conversation clearly. A hint of smugness crossed his eyes. He was used to women vying for his attention. As a genius who roamed the 5 realms, not just the Kingdom of Beasts, women everywhere were infatuated with him. He took out a compass from his robe. This way. Feng Sun pointed the direction. Since we found the dragon scale grass, let's gather some more herbs from Whitehead Mountain for our master. Bai Lu immediately sidled up to Feng Sun, eyes filled with admiration. Brother Sun, you're amazing. You even have the herb-seeking compass, one of the top 10 artifacts in the 5 realms. Nian Nian glanced at the compass and was momentarily stunned. Was this thing rare outside the demon abyss? It looked just like the piece of junk an old madman used to prop up his table in the demon abyss. Noticing Nian Nian's gaze, Bai Lu put her hands on her hips and scolded. What are you looking at? You've probably never seen something this valuable. You should be grateful to have met Brother Sun today, you lowly creature. Nian Nian's whip transformed into a black snake again, glaring at Bai Lu with intense killing intent. Nian Nian gently petted the snake's head, soothingly whispering patience. Her eyes turned to Bai Lu. Keep her alive. I have plans for her. What is this? The spiritual energy fluctuations are terrifying. Feng Sun's astonished voice came from the front. In a barren clearing, a deep purple lotus-like herb was emitting an intense wave of spiritual energy. At the top of the herb was a snow-white pearl, glowing brilliantly. Greed flashed in Feng Sun's eyes as he reached out to pluck it. Nian Nian's expression changed drastically, and she shouted, "Don't touch it." Her breath was quick and filled with fear as she recalled the old witch's warning from home. There was something on Mount Baitu that must never be touched. Feng Sun, however, smiled confidently. There's nothing in this world that Feng Sun can't touch. Before he finished speaking, he forcefully yanked the herb out. You fool. Nian Nian's face turned pale, and she growled in despair. The moment the herb was uprooted, the endless magma beneath Mount Baitu began to surge. From the lava emerged a white jade coffin. Inside lay a man with his eyes closed in deep slumber, yet the aura emanating from him was powerful enough to shatter the heavens. Suddenly, the man's slender fingers moved slightly. With that tiny motion, the entire mountain range began to quake violently. The ground beneath Feng Sun's feet exploded, and everyone present was enveloped by the terrifying aura. Compared to this overwhelming power, the cultivation level of a 9th-level spiritual body was as insignificant as a firefly before the moon. Anyone touched by this aura was doomed. But at this moment, escape was impossible. In a desperate move, Feng Sun gritted his teeth and crushed a jade token from his waist. Instantly, an equally powerful aura surged upwards, temporarily holding back the terrifying pressure. A protective barrier barely enveloped Feng Sun, Bai Lu, and Nian Nian, while the soldiers behind them were instantly crushed into blood mist. This is a spatial jade token my master gave me. It won't last long, Feng Sun panted. It's a last resort lifesaver, and it can only take 2 people. Take me. Bai Lu cried, clinging desperately to Feng Sun's leg. Take me, brother Sun, I don't want to die. However, Feng Sun's gaze fell on Nian Nian. You come with me, he said coldly, clearly unwilling to waste the chance on Bai Lu. Brother Sun, how can you do this to me? Bai Lu screamed in despair. Feng Sun pushed Bai Lu aside and reached for Nian Nian. You come with me. I'll make you my personal maid. He intended to keep this talented woman for himself, assuming she had no powerful backer. Nian Nian sneered and deftly avoided his hand, grabbing Bai Lu instead. She leaned close to Bai Lu's ear and whispered so only they could hear, You've been poisoned. In less than half a month, your face will rot away. Only I can cure you. Tell no one about this. If you want the antidote, come to Mount Baitu in 3 days. Before she finished speaking, the mask on Nian Nian's face cracked from the force of the aura. Bai Lu recognized her true face, her pupils contracting in shock. You. How is this possible? How can a wretch like you still be alive? Nian Nian ignored her, finishing her words before tossing the terrified Bai Lu into the spatial vortex. You gave her the chance to live? Feng Sun looked at Nian Nian in shock. Aren't you leaving? Nian Nian avoided Feng Sun's gaze, covering her face with her hand. She was secretly planning. As long as she unlocked the artifact bell, she could be summoned back to the demon abyss before being crushed. But Feng Sun knew nothing of this. Feng Sun took one last deep look at Nian Nian before stepping into the vortex. As he left, he said, You must survive. I never expected there to be such a kind-hearted woman like you in this world. In the next moment, Bai Lu and Feng Sun vanished before Nian Nian's eyes. The terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave, on the verge of swallowing Nian Nian whole. At the critical moment, Nian Nian decisively broke the bell on her ankle. Instantly, a black vortex appeared and sucked her in. Mount Baitu shook violently, waves of shock rippling through the air. Far away in the palace of the Beast Kingdom, the Empress's face turned pale as she fixed her gaze on Mount Baitu. She murmured, How is this possible? Could it be that person is still alive? Beside her, Su Linyan was only concerned with herself, anxiously shouting, Mother, what about my dragon scale grass? The Empress's heart sank, thinking of Feng Sun. If something happened to him, how would she explain it to the Feng family? At that moment, a sudden gust of wind swept through the inner chamber. Feng Sun and Bai Lu stumbled out, looking disheveled. Feng Sun? Are you alright? The Empress's face lit up with joy. Thank goodness. Feng Sun indeed has something to protect his life. Seeing their empty hands, Su Linyan immediately rushed forward and grabbed Feng Sun, demanding, Where's my dragon scale grass? Didn't you say you were going to get it? Feng Sun, still lost in thoughts about Nian Nian, looked up, his cold gaze falling on Su Linyan. She froze in fear at his icy stare. The Empress was startled and quickly pulled Su Linyan aside, lowering her voice to warn, You are being too unreasonable. She then turned to Feng Sun, forcing a smile. Feng Sun, you should go rest. Linyan was just frightened by the commotion at Mount Baitu. Feng Sun sneered, for the first time seriously scrutinizing the so-called Ancient Millennium Princess. He thought, if not for her natural phoenix essence, she would have been deposed long ago. Narrowing his eyes, he said pointedly, With such exceptional talent and the phoenix essence, I'm sure the princess can hatch the divine beast egg without the dragon scale grass. Or is there something else you're not telling us? Su Linyan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly composed herself, forcing a smile. Of course not, brother Sun. I was just too anxious earlier, I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Bai Lu lay curled up on the ground, writhing in pain as venomous insects ravaged her body. She glanced around in resentment, realizing that everyone was only concerned with the dragon scale grass and Feng Sun, not caring about her survival. Struggling to her feet, she staggered out, with only one thought in mind. She must find a spiritual healer to detoxify herself. She couldn't die like this. Far away in the demon abyss, a group of demons of various shapes and sizes gathered, their expressions grim as they looked towards Mount Baitu. They anxiously discussed, "What do we do? Our Nian Nian hasn't returned. Where's the demon woman? Isn't Nian Nian her adopted daughter? That which has been tormenting our Nian Nian, and now she doesn't even care about her life?" Suddenly, countless black cold crow beasts soared into the sky, their cries echoing mournfully. The demons fell silent. A bewitching woman in a black robe stepped forward, gazing towards Mount Baitu with a tense expression. "Still no sign of the little troublemaker?" A small demon replied anxiously, "Not yet. And we can't get out either." Damn the demon abyss seal. Mount Baitu trembled again, causing the demons to shudder. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "Is the one waking up?" "Who cares if he wakes up? He has no grudge against our demon clan. I only worry about our Nian Nian." Despite their short time together, the 1,000-year-old demons had come to cherish the 18-year-old Nian Nian. Initially curious about raising a human, they had grown fond of her, now affectionately calling her Nian Nian. Seeing the demon woman's indifferent expression, a demon couldn't help but complain, "Don't you care about Nian Nian? Do you just see her as a test subject for your potions? If I had known, I would have raised her myself." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the demon was flicked away by the demon woman. Her black wings unfurled, and a powerful demonic aura pressed down on everyone. Her eyes turned blood red as she coldly asked, "Do you have a death wish?" The next moment, a dense demonic mist erupted from her, rushing towards the sealed barrier. Envy. An elderly one-legged demon hurried over. "Don't touch the barrier." At that critical moment, a figure descended from the sky, crashing onto the demon woman and stopping her from hitting the barrier. Ouch. Nian Nian rubbed her waist, muttering, "That hurt. Huh. No pain. Nian. Nian Nian." The small demons trembled, pointing at the demon woman beneath Nian Nian. Nian Nian looked down and was shocked to see she was sitting on the demon woman's neck. "Don't get excited." Nian Nian's lips twitched. "I can explain." Before she could finish, Nian Nian was kicked, weapon and all, into a deep pit. "Ah!" The small demons burst into laughter. Nian Nian can't go a day without getting beaten. They quickly surrounded Nian Nian, teasing her while carefully checking for injuries. Despite their playful words, their eyes were full of concern. Nian Nian brushed the dirt off her clothes nonchalantly, her gaze fixed on the direction of Mount Baitu. Despite having just taken a beating, she couldn't resist approaching the old witch to ask what was going on. After all, the old witch always seemed to know the most. Nian Nian's eyes were distant as she stared at Mount Baitu, as if she could see through its thick mass. She spoke slowly. "There's someone beneath Mount Baitu who must never be allowed to emerge." Hearing this, Nian Nian frowned, a trace of unease in her voice. "Does that mean he's about to come out?" The group looked anxiously at the still trembling Mount Baitu, the air thick with tension. Meanwhile, deep beneath Mount Baitu, in the fiery depths of magma, a man's eyelids fluttered within a coffin. His dark eyelashes were like dormant, exquisite butterflies or the sleek feathers of a raven. He possessed a breathtakingly handsome face, almost otherworldly, with a slight upward tilt at the corners of his eyes that added a hint of fierce menace to his beauty. As his eyelashes trembled more intensely, the cracks in Mount Baitu grew wider. The boiling sound of the surrounding magma gradually subsided, as if the whole world was holding its breath. He seemed on the verge of waking, but after half a minute, his fluttering eyelids stilled, and he slipped back into slumber. The mountain's shaking ceased as well. Nian Nian let out a sigh of relief, murmuring to herself, "It seems he hasn't woken up. Thank goodness." Nian Nian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So all that shaking was just him almost waking up?" Nian Nian turned sharply to Nian Nian, her tone displeased. "I haven't asked you yet, did you touch something I told you not to?" Nian Nian shook her head. "It wasn't me. I ran into an old enemy and some fool named Feng Sun." She flashed a mischievous smile. "Things are about to get very interesting." As she glanced sideways, she noticed Nian Nian's usually cold face had turned frighteningly dark. Nian Nian grabbed Nian Nian's hand, her voice icy. "Did you say that fool's last name is Feng?" "Yeah," Nian Nian replied, puzzled. "Why?" Nian Nian's grip tightened around Nian Nian's hand, just as she was about to press further, when someone shouted excitedly, "Nian Nian, come quick. Your beast egg is moving." Nian Nian immediately turned and ran home, her steps urgent and heart pounding like a drum. Nian Nian stood motionless, her eyes dark and brooding. The Feng family, she pondered. Could it be that Feng family? What troubled her more was the sudden eruption of Baekdu Mountain. Could it be that person is waking up? Nian Nian burst through the door, her eyes instantly locking onto her bed. There, a small black egg was trembling, as if something alive was growing inside. Her heart raced. This was the life-bound beast egg she had been eagerly anticipating. And it wasn't just any beast egg. It was a life-bound twin egg, rarer than even the Feng Yuan. Suddenly, a crisp crack shattered the silence in the room. The black eggshell split open, revealing a small, dark tail. Before Nian Nian could approach, the tail deftly grabbed a piece of the shell and retreated. The sound of munching on the eggshell filled the room. Little one. Nian Nian took a tentative step forward. Before she could finish her sentence, a ring of black light enveloped the egg. A powerful aura descended, and if it weren't for the seal in the demon abyss, this force might have shot straight into the sky. Nian Nian. A divine beast is about to be born. The surrounding demons crowded in, eager to witness the rare event. Nian Nian, what kind of beast do you want to come out? One of the demons asked curiously. Nian Nian took a deep breath and calmly replied, anything is fine. I love all my little ones. The pressure continued for a long time, and everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on the glowing egg. Suddenly, the light contracted sharply, and a small, fuzzy creature emerged. It had two soft antennae on its head and seemed uneasy with the sudden attention. The little creature curled into a ball, trying to hide from everyone's gaze. The demons were stunned. A bug? A bug beast. They looked at each other in disbelief. Nian Nian, how did you end up with a little bug? In their world, where strength was revered, bug beasts were considered the least promising. However, this bug beast was exceptionally cute. With a round head and golden gem-like eyes, its furry texture made one want to hold it close. It immediately recognized its owner and seemed hurt by the mocking remarks. It rolled to Nian Nian's feet, nuzzling her ankle with tearful eyes. Don't cry, don't cry. Nian Nian's heart melted as she quickly picked it up. In that instant, the little bug transformed into a 3-year-old boy, delicately carved and sweetly calling master. He rested his head on Nian Nian's shoulder, his soft body exuding a faint milky scent. The demon's smiles froze. Hey, get off our Nian Nian, they protested. You're her life-bound spirit beast and need to protect her. How can you be so weak? The little boy's eyes reddened, but he clenched his tiny fists and said firmly, I will protect master. Nian Nian gently stroked his head, comforting him. It's okay. Even if you're not strong, I will protect you. Master, you're so kind. The little boy snuggled into her arms, and when she wasn't looking, he shot a challenging glance at the demons behind her. The demons were taken aback. This little one had 2 faces? How about I give you a name? Nian Nian suggested with a smile. I have a name, the boy said, clinging to her. I'm called Baibian. As Baibian spoke, he glanced at the black whip coiled around Nian Nian's waist, which was actually a snake beast from the demon abyss. Baibian stared at it, and a flash of killing intent appeared in his gentle golden eyes. In the next moment, the black whip trembled violently and fell from Nian Nian, fleeing as if it had seen a ghost. The snake beast hissed in terror. Goodness. It's not a bug. Humph. Baibian let out a small snort and then looked up at Nian Nian, softly saying, everyone else here seems not to like Baibian. Is it because Baibian is too weak? The demons gritted their teeth in frustration. This little one needed a good lesson. It won't matter, Nian Nian continued to soothe her adorable little one. Even if you're not strong, I will protect you. Baibian nodded obediently, okay? After the joy subsided, Nian Nian remembered the beast egg that Su Lin Yan had stolen. She wondered if her other little one had hatched and if it was being mistreated. The thought tore at her heart, making her feel hollow. Clenching her fists, she held Baibian and resolutely walked out to confront the old witch. Nian Nian was sitting on a talking stone, lost in thought. Mother. Nian Nian approached and called softly. She was a little trinket saved by Nian Nian's words, and she took on Nian Nian's surname. Although they bickered daily, deep down, Nian Nian was her benefactor, master, and second parent. What's wrong, little rascal? Nian Nian's piercing gaze fell on Baibian. She squinted, her sharp eyes seemingly able to pierce through Baibian's disguise. After a moment, a meaningful smile curled at the corner of Nian Nian's mouth. This little bug, quite interesting. Baibian felt an invisible pressure bearing down on it. This woman was truly terrifying. It obediently shut its mouth, understanding full well that Nian Nian had undoubtedly seen through its disguise as a bug. Yes, my little one is called Baibian, Nian Nian asked urgently. But have you managed to concoct that soul-swapping pill you mentioned last time? The soul-swapping pill was a unique potion of the demon race, but it was only effective for humans, not demons. Once a suitable body was found, a soul could be transferred into it. However, the pill was extremely difficult to create, requiring the demons to gather the ingredients over a millennium. Once the potion was ready, she could find a suitable body and leave. The crucial part was that her power wouldn't be diminished whether in a new body, she would retain her 9-fold spiritual and demonic strength. I'm not the one making it, Nian Nian chuckled. The old alchemist is handling that. So, have you found a suitable body? Yes, Nian Nian smiled. That body is absolutely safe. I can't wait any longer. I need to get out and find my other beast egg, and I have scores to settle. She had expected Inu to stop her, as Inu had previously said she couldn't leave until she broke through the ninefold spiritual and demonic barrier. Alright. Unexpectedly, Inu agreed immediately. Nian was stunned. But you must agree to 2 conditions. Inu's eyes flared with murderous intent. First, you must find the treasure that can break the seal of the demon abyss. Second, bring me the head of the Feng family from the 5 continents. The Feng family? Nian recalled the disgusting man beside Bai Lu today. Alright. She agreed without hesitation. But what about the body you've prepared? Inu frowned. A dead body won't work. It must be a living person. Don't worry, Nian smiled. I found a foolish girl. Within 3 days, she'll come crawling to Whitehead Mountain to find me. Plus, using Bai Lu's body will make it easier to cause trouble in the palace. Meanwhile, in the palace, Bai Lu stared at her festering face and the helpless spirit healers, her eyes wide with terror. No, it can't be. I can't die. I don't want to be disfigured. The sores on her face emitted a foul stench, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. I need to find that woman. She decided to seek Nian's help. Bai Lu's heart was filled with anxiety as Nian's threats echoed in her ears. She dared not tell anyone about her encounter with Nian, fearing that a single slip could cost her the chance of a cure. That malicious woman, who knows what she might do? Unable to endure the pain any longer, Bai Lu screamed hysterically at the surrounding healers. This can't go on. You must find a way to save me now. The healers exchanged uneasy glances. If it weren't for the fact that she was the Emperor's cousin, who would want to deal with such a troublesome patient? Just as they were racking their brains for a solution, a maidservant burst in, gasping for breath. Healers, hurry to the princess. The divine beast egg is about to hatch. The news struck like lightning, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The healers abandoned Bai Lu and rushed en masse to the princess's quarters. In the sacred hall, Su Linian and the Empress anxiously watched the golden egg. Su Linian's face was alight with joy. I thought that wretched girl was dead and the egg wouldn't hatch. But it's actually happening. The Empress looked lovingly at her daughter and softly reassured her, silly child, now that you hold the phoenix essence, you are the master of this egg. It has nothing to do with that wretched girl. She felt a surge of joy. Finally, her daughter was about to become the most esteemed woman in all 5 continents. Suddenly, a crisp crack shattered the silence. A golden wing broke through half of the eggshell. Contrary to the usual soft and adorable image of hatchlings, this little creature showed a fiery temperament from the start. With a few swift moves, it kicked the remaining eggshell far away, and its golden wings ignited with blood-red flames. In the blink of an eye, the little phoenix transformed into a girl with twin buns. Flames danced on her forehead, and her sharp eyes gleamed like knives. The little girl scanned the 2 women in front of her with an imperious gaze, snapped off a piece of the eggshell, and crunched it loudly. Humph. She looked down on them with arrogance and asked, "Who are you 2?" The Empress was momentarily taken aback but quickly forced a kindly smile, pushing Su Linian forward. "This is your master." Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the young phoenix, Su Linian couldn't hide her delight. "Let's give you a name. How about?" "Call me Lala," the little girl interrupted. "I'm not a fire phoenix. Who are you insulting?" She cast a disdainful glance at Su Linian. "You're so ugly. You're not my master." Lala proudly declared herself the one and only blood phoenix in the world. How could she acknowledge a woman who looked like a barnyard chicken as her master? She stomped her foot in anger, smashing the eggshell beneath her. Su Linian's smile froze instantly. "What did you say?" She clenched her fists, and the phoenix essence within her flared up. A binding spell appeared beneath Lala, forcing the little phoenix to the ground with immense power. Lala was stunned, unable to comprehend why this hayseed had a master-servant contract with her. Su Linian's face twisted with near madness as she shouted, "I am your master. I was born with the phoenix essence. You were born from it. You are my spirit beast. Disobey me, and I'll kill you." But Lala refused to submit. She struggled and slapped Su Linian hard, showing her through actions that something stolen could never truly be owned. Panting under the spell's suppression, Lala said, "Fine, you're Lala's master. Lala won't cause trouble anymore." Su Linian sneered and lifted the binding spell. But the next moment, Lala leaped up, transformed back into a little phoenix, and spewed flames all around. The entire room was instantly ablaze. "Cause trouble my foot. I'll burn down your chicken coop." Lala roared, hands on her hips. "I'm going to find my real master." She flapped her wings and flew towards the door, but before she could get far, an overwhelming force yanked the newborn blood phoenix back. The Empress's face was cold as she extinguished the flames with a wave of her hand. She looked icily at the struggling Lala and told the sobbing Su Linian, "Don't worry, my child. If the little pet doesn't behave, beat it until it does." Lala glared at the mother and daughter with gritted teeth, a wave of sorrow washing over her. How she longed for her true master's embrace. But in the next moment, the Empress's whip, capable of peeling skin and breaking bones, lashed down on the bound Lala. Lala agilely dodged the attacks, her little face flushed with anger. As she evaded, she shouted furiously, "Just you wait. Once Lala levels up and finds my master, I'll beat you to a pulp. I'll burn every hair off your bodies, you ugly creatures. Ugly creatures." The Emperor and Empress listened to Lala's barrage of insults, their eyebrows twitching in anger, but they didn't dare to actually kill her. They could only watch helplessly as this tiny figure jumped around in front of them, unabashedly hurling insults. At that moment, far away in the demon abyss, Nian Nian suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. It was as if she sensed something wrong with one of her little ones. She didn't even have time to secure the shapeshifter in her arms before she collapsed, her face pale. "Master!" "Nian Nian!" The surrounding demons cried out, rushing to her aid. When Nian Nian opened her eyes again, the strong smell of medicine filled her nose. She saw a 10-year-old boy with green hair standing by her bed. Though he looked like a child, he had an air of ancient wisdom, his hands clasped behind his back as he looked down at her. "Little girl, you're awake?" the boy asked, his voice carrying a tone of great age. In reality, he had lived for a very long time, at least 5,000, if not 6,000 years. "Old poison master?" Nian Nian clutched her chest as she sat up. "What happened to me?" The old poison master shook his head. "Nothing major. Even with my skills, I couldn't pinpoint the exact cause. Maybe your body is just too weak. I'll prescribe some tonics for you." "No." Nian Nian quickly waved her hand. She remembered all too well that the last tonic he gave her was a glob of snot-like substance that nearly made her vomit. Remembering the important matter, Nian Nian urgently asked, "What about the soul-swapping pills?" The old poison master beckoned her over. Come. I haven't even shown them to the old hag yet. You get the first look." He held a small box with 2 crystal-clear white pills inside. Nian Nian knew that she and the target of the soul swap would each take 1 pill. Though the time was limited, it was enough for her to accomplish what she needed to in Bailu's body. Of course, from the beginning, Nian Nian had never intended for Bailu to survive. Looking at the old poison master, Nian Nian suddenly asked, "Old poison master, don't you have any enemies you want me to help you deal with?" "I promised to avenge my mother." She knew that none of the great demons in the demon abyss were there by choice. Each carried deep grudges. She had heard this from the little drunk demons. The old poison master chuckled softly and patted her head on tiptoe. "Little girl, you think you can avenge me? You're not even a match for one of my enemy's fingers." He handed her the soul-swapping pills and, after a moment of silence, said, "I don't have any other requests. Just promise me that once you're out, you won't bring shame to our demon clan. Don't let anyone push you around, don't let anyone take advantage of you, and don't be afraid of anyone." His tone became serious. "Nian Nian, always remember that you were raised with the collective hope of all the great demons. We don't ask you to wage war against those old monsters for us. But when it comes to their descendants, the so-called young geniuses, you must defeat every single one you encounter." "Got it." Nian Nian nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with determination. The old poison master burst into laughter, his beard quivering. Good. As expected from the only child of the devil's abyss. His laughter carried a hint of pride, but he quickly lowered his voice, turning somber. "Those so-called noble families of the 5 continents have imprisoned our demon clan here, all for the sake of—" His words trailed off, making Nian Nian give him a peculiar look. Noticing her gaze, the old poison master raised his hand and gave her a firm tap on the head. "What are you staring at, you brat? Hurry up and go train. You haven't even learned poison making from me yet, and you're already thinking about running outside." He huffed, his beard bristling in annoyance, thinking to himself how the old folks were all eager to pass down their skills to Nian Nian, only to be outpaced by this girl. Nian Nian took the soul-swapping pill and returned to her room. Her room was filled with bizarre objects. Baibian dragged out a strangely shaped disc from under the bed, curiously asking, "Master, what is this?" The golden disc was engraved with intricate formations, and even without meditating, the demonic energy in the air continuously flowed toward it. Nian Nian frowned in thought for a moment before explaining, "This is a magic gathering plate given to me by the great demon from Dongshan. It's said to be comparable to top-tier spiritual treasures. He told me to use it however I want, as a cushion when cultivating or as a table when not." "And this bracelet?" Baibian continued to ask. "That's a magical artifact," Nian Nian replied briefly. "This hairpin? That's also a magical artifact." Baibian looked around the room in amazement. "Wow, you're pretty impressive, huh? How did you know this room is also a magical artifact?" Nian Nian smiled, picking up Baibian and explaining, "This is actually a spatial artifact. The great demons originally used it as a warehouse, but they gave it to me as a house when I came." Baibian was wide-eyed, hugging Nian Nian's neck with his little hands, and asked with a smile, "So when we leave, are we taking all these with us?" "Yeah, this house can shrink. These were all given to me," Nian Nian said, kicking the numerous artifacts scattered on the floor. But some of these artifacts I can't use yet. I'm not strong enough. Just then, there were 3 knocks on the door. The old poison master poked his head in, looking serious. Girl, no matter how I think about it, it's not enough. You have too few artifacts. The world outside Devil's Abyss is dangerous. He dragged in a large chest filled with bottles and jars. Here, take these. These are the new poisons I recently concocted, and I've prepared antidotes for you too. Remember to tell me the effects after you use them. I haven't tested them yet. With that, the old poison master swaggered out. Bai Bian curiously touched the bottles, counting up to 135 when there was another knock on the door. A demon poked his head in. Nian Nian, here. This is a new set of clothes I made for you. Don't worry. It can withstand an attack from a human spirit realm expert. Use it for protection. Soon, more demons flooded into the room, each bringing various artifacts and treasures. This is the sword I used in my early days. You can use it. It's just right for your level. Take this poison dart, take it. Nian Nian's hands were full, and she repeatedly said, enough, enough. The demons stomped their feet in unison, saying, enough? You don't understand, child. You have no idea how dangerous the outside world is. If you can't win, use the self-destructing artifacts to take them down with you, got it? If it's not enough, come back to Devil's Abyss. Even though we're sealed, we can still find a way to send you more artifacts. Nian Nian nodded vigorously but helplessly said, I can't carry all of this. The demons were stunned for a moment, then suddenly ran outside, shouting, hey, get Nian Nian another spatial artifact for storage. Nian Nian could only watch them leave, speechless. Meanwhile, in the palace, Su Lin looked at the Empress with excitement. Mother, is this frost sword really for me? The Empress smiled and nodded. You must use this frost sword well. I used it when I was still in the spirit stage. It's a rare mid-tier artifact that can be used below the human spirit realm. I definitely will. Su Linyan's face was full of joy, but she quickly changed her expression. Mother, what about Lala? The Empress raised an eyebrow, confidently saying, she's being disciplined in the dungeon. Don't worry, in 3 days, I'll give you an obedient spirit beast. Don't bother with such trivial matters. Focus on capturing Feng Sun. The last incident made him quite unhappy. Su Linyan nodded. I understand, Mother. The Empress's eyes burned with intensity as she looked at Su Linyan. And the upcoming annual beast battle, you must win first place. My Yenner is destined to be a phoenix among women. This competition is your first step to making your name known across the 5 continents, understood? Su Linyan nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with determination. Days flew by. Bai Lu remained huddled in her room, her ears filled with praises for Su Linyan, while no one cared about her situation. Even the Emperor and Empress only gave her a fleeting glance before hastily preparing for Su Linyan's beast fighting competition. Lying on her bed, Bai Lu scratched her cheeks with her nails, gritting her teeth. Once I'm healed, I'll join that beast fighting competition too. That wretch, I must kill her. She secretly planned to lead an army to annihilate the wretch but worried it might cut off her supply of medicine. As long as I keep my distance from her, I'll be fine, Bai Lu reassured herself. If she dares to attack, I'll escape on my chiming dog. It's incredibly fast, so what if she's a 9th level spirit body? With these thoughts in mind, Bai Lu sneaked to Baitu Mountain that night. She walked cautiously along the mountain path, cursing under her breath, that woman better not have died under that pressure. But if she did, what about my antidote? She looked around warily, while her fully recovered chiming dog carried her carefully. Suddenly, the chiming dog growled menacingly in a certain direction. Bai Lu turned to look and heard a voice, filled with amusement. You're here? Right on time. Bai Lu kept her distance and was about to curse, you wretched, but stopped when she saw a black snake coiled around Nian Nian's hand, bearing its fangs at her. Bai Lu immediately fell silent, pursing her lips. Give me the antidote now, she demanded. Nian Nian leaned against a large tree, while Bai Bian sat on a nearby branch, swinging his short legs and smiling at Bai Lu. His golden eyes flashed briefly, and the chiming dog beneath Bai Lu let out a sorrowful whine, tucking its tail and trembling on the ground. Bai Lu was thrown off her mount and landed heavily on the ground. Nian Nian's voice dripped with sarcasm. You want the antidote from me? She looked down at Bai Lu, just as Bai Lu had once looked down on her. Sure, Nian Nian sneered. Beg me on your knees. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the oppressive force of her 9-fold spirit body bore down on Bai Lu like a mountain, nearly suffocating her. Bai Lu bit down hard, veins bulging on her forehead. She screamed internally. This wretch dares. Yet, the poison that even the best spirit doctors of the Kingdom of Beasts couldn't cure was ravaging her body. Bai Lu didn't want to die, and she certainly didn't want to be disfigured. She lowered her head, the face beneath her veil already rotting and nauseating. Swallowing her humiliation, Bai Lu slowly knelt before Nian Nian, her voice trembling and choked with sobs. I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Nian Nian looked at Bailu coldly, recalling how she herself was the one kneeling at Bailu's feet not long ago. She had been kneeling to these people for 18 long years. Nian Nian let out a cold laugh, pulling a medicine box from her chest and tossing it to Bailu. Inside was a soul-swapping pill. "Take it," she commanded. Bailu hesitated, unable to believe Nian Nian would be so kind. Seeing this, Nian Nian's face broke into a smile again. "Your death is of no use to me. I still need you to get me an identity in the kingdom of beasts." Bailu's eyes lit up, thinking, of course. This woman could have killed me but chose to let me live. She must need something from me. Seeing Bailu still hesitate, Nian Nian sneered and took out another identical pill, swallowing it in front of Bailu. "Relax, it won't kill you." Seeing Nian Nian personally take the pill, Bailu felt reassured and swallowed the soul-swapping pill. But the next moment, her entire body convulsed violently, and excruciating pain swept over her. "No." She glared at Nian Nian, screaming, "You're killing me. You're going to kill me." Nian Nian also felt the agony of her soul being torn apart, but she gritted her teeth and endured it. She walked over to Bailu, grabbed her and said coldly, "What made you think I would really let you go? You're too foolish." As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Nian collapsed weakly. Baibian quickly stepped forward to support her body, carefully laying it on the grass. Bailu's body twitched, then opened its eyes, a smile forming at the corners of her lips. "Master?" Baibian tentatively called out. Nian Nian touched the unfamiliar face, confirming, "It's me." Compared to some unknown identity, isn't Bailu's identity better? No one would suspect her, and it allows immediate access to the palace. At that moment, the chiming dog nearby suddenly convulsed and quickly turned into a pool of blood. Nian Nian frowned, pondering, getting another chiming dog is going to be a problem. "Master, don't worry," Baibian suddenly said, "I can transform." Before the words were fully out, it had turned into a chiming dog, affectionately licking Nian Nian's fingertips. Nian Nian asked in surprise, "This is your ability? Can you replicate its attributes and skills too?" "Of course, as long as the spirit beast isn't much stronger than me. I can transform into any I've seen, and I'm even stronger than those lower-tier spirit beasts," Baibian proudly declared, quickly adding, "Of course, my power is no match for Master." Nian Nian patted its head, comforting, "That's okay. From now on, Master will protect you. The most important thing now is to find Master's other cub, understood?" "Yes," Baibian responded. Nian Nian took the real antidote, completely eradicating the poison within her body. She turned and patted the ground, and soon 2 shadow beasts emerged, circling her ingratiatingly. Nian Nian said to the shadow beasts, "Please help me take my body back to the magic abyss. Once I find a way to break the seal, I will return for it." The 2 shadow beasts replied crisply, "Got it, Nian Nian. Be careful out there. If you run into trouble, come back to the magic abyss immediately, okay?" Nian Nian nodded in agreement, then mounted Baibian, now transformed into a chiming dog, and headed unhesitatingly toward the kingdom of beasts. By the time Nian Nian returned to the palace, dawn had broken. She stood outside the grand palace gates, feeling none of her former fear. The guards greeted her warmly, "Miss Bai, have you been out?" They opened the gates for her, completely unaware of the formidable force they were letting in. Just as Nian Nian stepped inside, she heard a mocking voice, "Sister, where have you been? How dare you go out with that face?" She turned to see a girl of about 15 standing there. This was Bai Lu's younger sister, Bai Qianqian. Though born of the same mother, the 2 sisters were like fire and water, tearing each other apart for the family's limited resources from a young age. Nian Nian still remembered how Bai Qianqian's favorite pastime was to loop a thorny rope around her neck, forcing her to crawl like a dog, circling the gates of the imperial city over and over. Now, Bai Qianqian stood before her, her eyes gleaming with barely concealed malice. "Sister, why don't you take it off and get some air? Let me see if there's any hope left," Bai Qianqian said coquettishly, reaching out to yank the veil off Nian Nian's face. She thought to herself, once her sister was dead, all the resources of their family branch would be hers. Just as Bai Qianqian's hand was about to touch the veil, Nian Nian swiftly drew out a long whip and lashed it hard across Bai Qianqian's body. With a sharp crack, Bai Qianqian was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Spiritual energy surged around Nian Nian like waves, leaving Bai Qianqian wide-eyed in shock. "Impossible!" Bai Qianqian shrieked. "You were born without the talent to cultivate spiritual energy. How can you wield it now?" Nian Nian let out a cold laugh, putting away the whip. "Yes, it seems that the strange poison I was afflicted with turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I suddenly discovered I could cultivate spiritual energy. You should be happy for me, little sister." While Nian Nian was teaching her old enemy a lesson, the shadow beasts were diligently carrying Nian Nian's body. As they passed the peak of Baitu Mountain, the eyelashes of a man in a coffin below began to tremble again. This time, he opened his eyes with almost no struggle. The man seemed a bit dazed from sleep, his glassy eyes slowly moving from left to right. The magma beneath him suddenly began to boil. Supporting himself on the stiff wooden boards of the coffin, he sat up, his sleepy face breathtakingly beautiful. Hiss. He frowned. Slept so hard. I need a pillow. He looked up, his gaze easily penetrating the layers of restraints to see two small shadow demons carrying a woman at the top. Blinking in confusion, he slowly snapped his fingers. In an instant, Baitu Mountain split open entirely, and the shadow demons, along with Nian Nian's body, fell straight into his coffin. The coffin was large enough to accommodate all three of them simultaneously. The man casually tossed the two shadow demons aside and pulled Nian Nian's body closer. He pressed a hand on her chest, muttering to himself, softness is just right. Should be comfortable. No breath, she must be dead. Yawning lazily, he gathered an immense amount of spiritual energy, enveloping her body to prevent it from decaying. Overcome by drowsiness once more, he rested his head on Nian Nian's body and drifted back into a deep sleep. Two shadow beasts trembled, clinging tightly to each other. The area was surrounded by formations, and one wrong move could turn them to ashes. The fear of death loomed over them, tears streaming uncontrollably. Suddenly, they noticed the man seemed to have fallen asleep again. Cautiously peering out, they found the man indeed motionless. The shadow beasts, bodies shaking, quietly sneaked towards the demon abyss, with only one thought in mind. It's over, Nian Nian has been taken. Nian Nian was unaware she had become an impromptu pillow and was currently scolding Bai Qian. You dare hit me? I'll tell the Bai family elders. Bai Qian's eyes reddened with anger, but inside, she was filled with panic. Bai Lu had not only acquired a high-quality spirit beast, but had also awakened her cultivation talent, making Bai Qian feel an unprecedented threat. What are you two arguing about? A gentle voice cut through the tension, freezing Nian Nian in place. Slowly turning around, she saw Su Linian standing behind her. Nian Nian suppressed her hatred, lowering her head to hide the murderous intent in her eyes, her fists clenched tightly. Cousin! Bai Qian immediately rushed to Su Linian, showing the scratches on her hands. Look at how she hurt me. However, Su Linian's gaze went past Bai Qian, staring in shock at Nian Nian. Bai Lu, what's with the spiritual energy fluctuations around you? Nian Nian tried to remain calm. I'm not sure. It might be an unexpected benefit from that strange toxin. Su Linian smiled gently on the surface, but her face darkened as she turned away. She couldn't accept another person with dual spirit and beast cultivation in her midst, but to maintain her dignified and noble image, she forced a smile. Let's have a spirit healer check you out. Nian Nian understood Su Linian's intentions but remained unafraid. Sure, let's see. She believed the spirit healers of the Beast Kingdom's palace wouldn't be able to detect the tricks of the old poison master. Bai Qian, unwilling to give up, asked, What about me? Cousin, she hit me. Nian Nian interrupted her with a sarcastic tone. Qian, why involve cousin in our sisterly matters? She emphasized the word cousin with a sweet smile. Su Linian frowned, sensing something unusual about Bai Lu but couldn't pinpoint what. She gathered all the spirit healers, causing quite a stir. Even the Empress learned of the situation. What did you say? Bai Lu has awakened a spiritual body. The Empress asked the reporting maid in surprise. Sitting beside her was a man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, Feng Sun. He put down his wine cup, intrigued. I'll go take a look at her. The Empress gestured for him to go, her mood sinking. If Bai Lu had truly become stronger, wouldn't that threaten her daughter Yenner's position? A sense of unease spread in her heart. Nian Nian sat in the room, allowing the spirit healers to examine her. She suppressed her cultivation to the first level of the spiritual body to avoid suspicion. As expected, the spirit healers found nothing. A spirit healer from the Bai family exclaimed excitedly, Wonderful. Our Bai family has produced a dual spirit and beast cultivator. I'll notify the elders right away. Su Linian forced a smile despite her discomfort. Congratulations, cousin. Nian Nian replied with a faint smile, Thank you, cousin. I could never compare to you, a natural-born phoenix. By the way, when will we get to see the princess's divine beast? Su Linian coldly replied, What's the rush? You'll see at tomorrow's beast banquet. That little phoenix is unruly and needs proper training before it can be shown. Nian Nian lowered her head, hiding the killing intent in her eyes. Very well, I'll look forward to it. Bian lay lazily at Nian Nian's feet, casting a disdainful glance at Su Lin. It thought to itself, Ugh, how does this person look like such a scruffy chicken? So ugly. Bai Bian licked its lips, a glint of greed flashing in its eyes. Sooner or later, I'll extract her Fengyan. It rightfully belongs to her master, it thought, ready to pounce. At that moment, Su Linian turned to leave, only to see Feng Sun stride into the room. Her heart sank, and she frowned slightly. As her fiancé, how could Feng Sun enter another woman's private chambers so casually? Feng Sun's gaze swept over Nian Nian's scabbed face, a hint of undisguised disgust in his eyes. I heard you've awakened your spirit body, he asked, his tone laced with arrogance. Nian Nian nodded indifferently. Yes. Feng Sun frowned, displeased. Your face looks like that. Why don't you cover it up? Nian Nian sneered, retorting without hesitation. You're not that good looking yourself. What makes you so confident? Su Linian's voice rose sharply at this. What did you say? But remembering Feng Sun's presence, she quickly adjusted her expression and softened her voice. Cousin, just because your face is hurt doesn't mean you can stand others being well. You know that's wrong. Before she could finish, Baibian suddenly lunged, its sharp claws aimed straight at Su Lin. This woman is so annoying, it roared inwardly. Caught off guard, Su Linian fell to the ground in a sorry state. Feng Sun was furious and was about to teach Baibian a lesson when Nian Nian sternly stopped him. Don't you dare. If you lay a hand on me now, do you think the Bai family will let you off? Su Linian quickly grabbed Feng Sun's sleeve, suppressing the venom in her eyes, and gently urged, Brother Sun, let it go. I'm fine. Feng Sun looked at Su Linian disapprovingly, his voice full of pity. Yenner, you're too kind, which is why people like this bully you. He turned to Nian Nian, coldly stating, the Bai family is Yenner's maternal family, so I'll let you off for their sake. With that, he left with Su Linian. Nian Nian remained expressionless, as if the conflict had nothing to do with her. Bai Qianqian watched in astonishment. Her sister seemed truly different from before. Suddenly, Nian Nian turned and asked, that Feng Sun, is he from the Feng family of the 5 continents? Bai Qianqian glanced at her disdainfully. Of course. You follow him around every day and don't even know that. She sneered, but don't get any ideas. He's the emperor's consort. You're not worthy. Unexpectedly, Nian Nian's lips curled into a meaningful smile. The Feng family of the 5 continents, huh? The one that makes the old witch gnash her teeth in hatred. Her eyes gleamed with cunning. That's perfect. She dreads finding trouble, and it turns out the Feng family member she's worried about is right in front of her. After everyone had left, Nian Nian finally turned her gaze to Baibian. She suddenly asked Baibian, can you transform into Bailu? Nian Nian knew Baibian could change into various spirit beasts, but wasn't sure if it could take on a human form. Without hesitation, Baibian transformed into a little boy and answered in a childish voice, I can maintain the form for 3 hours, but I'll need a drop of blood essence. Overjoyed, Nian Nian hugged Baibian tightly and kissed its cheek. You're amazing, sweetheart. The sudden affection left Baibian in a daze. Once Baibian regained its senses, it excitedly asked, Master, are you sneaking out tonight? Are you going to fight? I want to go too. Nian Nian gently patted Baibian's head and said softly, you stay here and pretend to be Bailu. Don't get caught. Once I find our little one, we'll go out together. Baibian reluctantly agreed but clung to Nian Nian's hand, tears welling up in its eyes. Master, will you like the little one more than me? Am I still your favorite? Nian Nian's heart softened. She kissed Baibian's forehead gently. Of course not. You both are my precious ones. But every time she saw Baibian, her heart ached, wondering how the other little one was doing. Late at night, Baibian lay on the bed, transformed into Bailu. Nian Nian took out an artifact that could conceal her presence and spiritual energy tool given by the old witch for legitimate purposes. She dressed in black and wore a mask that covered her entire face, depicting a woman with narrow eyes and seductive red lips. Nian Nian was exceedingly familiar with the palace. She skillfully avoided the patrolling soldiers and searched the entire royal city, but found no trace of her child. The only places left were the emperor and empress's chambers and the dungeon. Biting her lip, she crouched on a dark rooftop. Those places were off-limits. The empress would surely catch her. Frustrated, she decided to wait for the beast banquet the next day. Just as she was about to leave, Nian Nian saw Feng Sun walking alone without any attendants. She stopped in her tracks, the words, 5 continents Feng family, and genius, flashing through her mind. A smile curled on her lips. After being raised by demons for so long, her temperament had become quite demonic. Going back empty-handed seemed like a waste. Old witch, let's collect some interest today, she thought. Feng Sun couldn't sleep, thinking about the woman he encountered at Baitu Mountain. Seeing Bailu today reminded him of her. He muttered to himself, I wonder if that woman is still alive. Looking up at the bright moon, he sighed. Being too kind is just foolish. What a pity. Regret showed on his face. That woman looked like a flower. Such a woman should be mine. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword energy struck him hidden. A full-force attack from a 90-year spirit body. Caught off guard, Feng Sun managed to dodge the first strike, only to be hit squarely in the face by a sweeping kick. Nian Nian, having just arrived, heard him muttering about taking her in and calling her kind. She was instantly furious. Who does this idiot think he's insulting? She unleashed her full power, aiming all her attacks at Feng Sun's vital points. Spiritual energy surged into her body, her movements swift as lightning. She knew time was short. If she didn't hurry, the soldiers would surround her. Who are you? Feng Sun, forced to defend himself, was shocked to find his assailant even stronger than him, their spiritual energy on the verge of breaking through to the human spirit body. Nian Nian sneered, relentlessly targeting Feng Sun's weakest spots. Sweat poured down his face as he summoned a protective artifact. You want to die, he roared, his pride wounded, veins popping. Do you think you're the only one with artifacts? Nian Nian laughed inwardly. She threw 3 lower-grade artifacts, snapped her fingers, and yelled, explode. 3 loud blasts engulfed Feng Sun. He quickly activated a defensive artifact but was still left battered and bruised. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Feng Sun, seeing his artifact in pieces, trembled with rage, hiding like a rat in the gutter. Nian Nian didn't stop, hurling 3 more lower-grade artifacts. Feng Sun's face began to crack. More? Nian Nian sneered. We gutter rats don't follow rules in a fight. Feng Sun was both alarmed and furious. Who had so many artifacts to spare like this? Feng Sun. The palace soldiers arrived quickly, and Nian Nian was about to be surrounded. She smirked. I'll let you off today. We'll meet again. In the next moment, 5 medium-grade artifacts appeared in her hands. Feng Sun's face turned pale, and he shouted to the soldiers, get back. His voice was drowned out by the explosive blasts. The shockwave shot skyward. Nian Nian retreated swiftly, continuously throwing artifacts. One after another, they exploded. The soldiers scrambled to avoid them, while Nian Nian targeted newly built parts of the palace, setting them ablaze. She was having a blast, but suddenly, several powerful auras surged within the palace. Dozens of powerful auras from Heavenly Realm experts surged towards her. Nian Nian let out a light scoff, a slight curve forming on her lips beneath the mask. Troublesome, time to run, she murmured. Her gaze swept over the chaos-ridden imperial city, and the long-suppressed frustration in her chest eased slightly. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed in her ears, the Emperor's furious roar reverberating throughout the palace. Insolent wretch! How dare you trespass into my imperial city? Before the words fully settled, an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy crashed down like a tidal wave, swiftly closing in on Nian Nian's hiding spot. Nian Nian sneered, her hand conjuring 5 artifacts. This time, they were top-tier demonic artifacts. As soon as they appeared, the demonic energy in the air eagerly surged towards her. Since the demonic tribe's sealing, no one in the world had been able to control such an abundance of demonic energy. Let's use this to announce the return of the demonic tribe. Go. Nian Nian whispered. The demonic energy instantly gathered into a storm, clashing fiercely with the Emperor's spiritual power. In the Imperial Chamber, the Emperor abruptly opened her eyes, filled with terror. Demonic energy? No one in this world should be able to wield demonic energy anymore. After fending off the wave of demonic energy, she found no trace of demonic presence in the entire city. How is this possible? The seal in the abyss of demons hasn't been broken, those demons shouldn't have escaped. At this moment, deep within the abyss of demons, all the demonic creatures appeared listless after Nian Nian's departure. Trapped for 1,000 years, they had finally experienced some excitement, only for Nian Nian to leave. The abyss fell silent until the keenest of the great demons sensed the disturbance from the direction of the palace. Nian Nian. The demons unfurled their wings, ascending into the sky, and saw a corner of the palace explode from afar. That's the artifact I gave Nian Nian. One great demon pressed against the seal, brimming with pride. Why is it a lower-tier artifact? Nian Nian needs top-tier. Other demons protested loudly. Damn it, has someone been bullying our Nian Nian, forcing her to use artifacts? I told you 2 warehouses weren't enough. An old demon rushed out from the mountaintop, his clothes disheveled, his baby face flushed red. As the demonic energy soared to the sky, the demons froze. The demonic energy outside the abyss had been dormant for 1,000 years, and this explosion seemed to awaken their deadened hearts. Damn it. A small demon pressed against the seal and suddenly started crying. It's been so long since I saw the demonic energy outside move. Stop crying, have some dignity. Another demon's eyes reddened. Why shouldn't we cry? Those outside locked us up to drain our blood, and we did nothing wrong. Nian Nian stood proudly in midair, calmly observing the direction of the palace. A few seconds later, a rare faint smile appeared on her usually stern face. However, the next moment, all the demons heard a panicked shout from below. Bad news, lords. Nian Nian's body has been taken by that person from Whitehead Mountain. The once lively demon gorge, akin to a festive New Year celebration, suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Nian Nian plummeted from midair, and with a wave of her hand, Shadow Demon appeared instantly before her. Her face was icy cold as she sternly demanded, "What did you say?" Trembling, Shadow Demon answered, "It's true. The last bloodline of the Xian tribe under Mount Baitus took Nian Nian away." Before he could finish, Shadow Demon broke down in tears, crying, "What do we do? That place is filled with lava. What if Nian Nian's body is destroyed?" "Stop your crow's mouth." The old poison master interrupted Shadow Demon's wailing with a stern shout. The demons were anxious, talking over each other. "What should we do?" We can't get out either. Should we fight the seal? We tried that hundreds of years ago. What good did it do? The old poison master retorted. Do you expect me to just watch as Nian Nian's body gets trapped in that wretched place? The seal on Mount Baitu can only be opened by that child. No one else can get in. The old poison master added. The soul exchange pill has a time limit. If Nian Nian doesn't return to her body in time, she'll die. The demons argued loudly, but Inu remained silent, her face cold and her eyes dark as if they were two ancient, bottomless wells. Old poison master, Inu suddenly spoke, her tone calmer than any other demon present, but her next words made everyone think she had gone mad. Bring out the 1,000-mile sound mirror. The old poison master stiffened. Are you sure? Using that will waste nearly a century of your cultivation. The 1,000-mile sound mirror, a treasured artifact of the demon clan, could transmit the user's voice across great distances, ignoring all seals and barriers. However, it required a significant sacrifice of demonic cultivation. It had been unused for ages, as the demon clan bore only hatred for the outside world, and who would burn their cultivation just to send a curse? I've lived long enough. What's a mere 100 years to me? Inu's voice was chilling. Bring it. The demons fell silent. Inu was known to be the harshest towards Nian in Demon Gorge, and they thought she didn't care about Nian. But now, it seemed she cared more than anyone else for the little troublemaker. The 1,000-mile sound mirror was only palm-sized, and Inu unhesitatingly poured her cultivation into it. Under Mount Baitu, a man was still asleep when a voice pierced through the barrier. Wake up! It was a woman's voice, laced with anger and arrogance, echoing in his ears. The man frowned. Open your eyes. Inu took a deep breath and shouted the man's name. Open them. Yuan Xian Sui. In the next moment, the man's eyes snapped open. The lava roiled, and Mount Baitu quaked faintly. Who? He spoke, his tone lazy, trailing off suggestively. You didn't take a corpse. You took a child from our Demon Gorge. Return her to us, Inu demanded angrily. Demon Gorge. Yuan Xian Sui sat up, taking a moment to recall that it was his neighbor. He glanced at the soft, warm figure he had grabbed in his daze. He hadn't paid much attention at the time, just thought it was a lump of flesh, and in his fatigue, he had tossed her into his coffin and gone back to sleep. He reached out and touched Nian's inky black hair, smooth as silk, and her face was quite pleasing to the eye. More importantly, she was comfortable to hold. It was rare to have a living being on Mount Baitu, and even rarer for him to be awake when they appeared. Yuan Xian Sui, send Nian Nian out. You can't leave yourself, but you can send her out. Inu was urgent, knowing the 1,000-mile sound mirror had limited time. Why should I? Yuan Xian Sui, leaning against Nian, casually smirked. No. I took her so she's mine. She's mine. In Demon Gorge, Inu shattered a mountain in her fury. She took deep breaths. Nian Nian couldn't stay with Yuan Xian Sui, or who knows what might happen. Yuan Xian Sui, let's make a deal. Inu spoke quickly. You've been trapped under Mount Baitu since you were young. Don't you want to get out? While I can't break the seal on Demon Gorge, I can break the seal of your Xian tribe. The demons were shocked. Inu had never mentioned this before. But if the last remnant of the Xian tribe were to get out, just the thought made them shudder. Inu closed her eyes tightly as if making a monumental decision. Return Nian Nian to us, and I'll teach you how to escape. Yuan Xian Sui was momentarily stunned, his previously nonchalant eyes turning serious. The palace was in chaos, with soldiers staying up all night, desperate to turn the entire royal city upside down to find the demon child that had everyone on edge. The citizens of the Beast Kingdom had already heard the tales of the demon that wreaked havoc in the palace last night. The streets buzzed with speculation. So much demonic energy. Is the seal on Demon Gorge weakening? If the demons get out, will they kill us all? The demons should be exterminated. How did one get out? Look, they're posting a notice. Someone spotted the soldiers putting up a notice. A poster depicting a seductive woman was plastered on the wall. Passers-by stopped to take a closer look and gasped in shock. The woman in the painting looked eerily enchanting, with blood-red lips that were identical to the mask Nian wore the previous night. It seemed the Imperial City had nothing else to post, so they resorted to using the likeness of the mask. These demons are just like demons, looking no different from witches, someone muttered under their breath. Spit. Demon descendants, they should all be eradicated, another spat. Despite their outward indignation, everyone felt a deep sense of unease. The previous day's surge of demonic energy felt like the calm before a storm, a prelude to a catastrophe, leaving them deeply worried. While the outside world was in turmoil, Nian sat calmly in her room. She listened to the whispers around her, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Bai Bian, leaning excitedly beside her, said, Master, next time you have to take me with you. It sounds too fun to miss. Just as Nian was about to respond, there was a knock on the door. Miss Bailu, the Bai family has sent you new female slaves, came a voice from outside, unusually ingratiating. Everyone knew that ever since Bailu awakened her spiritual power, her status in the Bai family had risen considerably. Nian Nian opened the door to see rows of female slaves kneeling outside. They were not from the palace but had been hurriedly sent by the Bai family overnight. She quickly counted around 200, comparable to the treatment given to Su Linyan. This was an imperial princess-level treatment. The head steward respectfully handed her a pristine white token and said, "The beast fighting banquet is about to start, and the elders have requested that Miss Bailu represent the Bai family in the competition." Nian Nian's lips curved slightly as she calmly accepted the token. "Don't worry," she said, a hint of mischief in her eyes, "I won't let the Bai family down." Meanwhile, in the palace, Su Linyan, who was waiting for the Bai family messenger, was furious when she heard the news. She slapped her personal maid across the face. "What did you say? The Bai family chose Bailu to compete? Then what about me?" Her face darkened with rage. Su Linyan, seething with rage, hurled the jade cup in her hand, shattering it into pieces. The shards flew in all directions, and the maidservant stood frozen with fear, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, the Empress entered the hall, only to find Su Linyan's face twisted in fury, looking almost possessed. "What is going on?" the Empress asked, her brows furrowed. "The beast duel banquet is about to begin. How can you, in this state, uphold the title of a princess of our empire?" Su Linyan sobbed in grievance. "Mother, why can't I represent the Bai family in the battle?" Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the Empress's eyes. "Those old fools of the Bai family have been dissatisfied with me ever since I took control of the Beast Kingdom. They think I no longer care about the Bai family. Previously, because they had no one capable, they had no choice but to choose you. But you bear the surname Su, not Bai, so those stubborn old fools are naturally displeased." Clenching her fists, Su Linyan gritted her teeth and said, "But outsiders believe I represent both the Bai family and the Beast Kingdom. How can I face them now? They must be waiting to mock me." Having been pampered since childhood, Su Linyan could not tolerate being ridiculed. The Empress gently stroked Su Linyan's hair, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. "Don't worry, Yener. The Bai family is short-sighted. Do they really think they can replace you with just any girl? Your little spirit beast has been trained to perfection by me. When the time comes, your spirit beast will surely be the most stunning. The Bai family will regret not choosing you. Just wait and see." Meanwhile, Nian Nian was about to head to the banquet alone, holding her token, when she was stopped by several high-ranking maidservants from the Bai family. "How can the eldest miss go alone? Wouldn't that disgrace the Bai family?" The maidservants, with expressions as cold as puppets, said, "The Bai family's beast carriage is ready. Please, eldest miss, get on the carriage." The maidservants stepped aside, revealing several pure white, four-winged Pegasi. They trotted with crystal blue hooves, neighing at Nian Nian. Their voices were not like ordinary horses but resembled the tinkling of spring water, soothing to the ears. Bai Qianqian arrived upon hearing the commotion and was stunned at the sight of the Pegasi. "Aren't these the Pegasi guarded by the Grand Elder?" she exclaimed. "Pegasi are hard to raise, and our Bai family has only 8. They are swift as the wind, gentle in nature, and their blood is a holy medicine for internal injuries. And they're letting you use them? How dare you?" The two maidservants reprimanded sharply. "If the elders want the eldest miss to use them, then she will use them. Who are you to question it, Miss Qianqian?" Bai Qianqian, frightened and teary-eyed, mumbled, But I want." The eldest miss represents the Bai family in the battle, which concerns the family's honor. The maidservants, though servants, held higher status than some talentless young ladies due to their direct service to the Grand Elders. Naturally, they were not afraid of Bai Qianqian, who had yet to awaken her beast bone. After scolding Bai Qianqian, the maidservants turned to Nian Nian, their tone much gentler. "Eldest miss, please get on the carriage." Bai Qianqian's eyes turned red with jealousy. She couldn't understand why, in such a short time, Bai Lu had become so valued by the family, while her parents' expectations of her had diminished. Nian Nian smiled slightly and walked towards the beast carriage. Just as she was about to board, the Pegasi suddenly widened their eyes, filled with excitement. They broke free from the handlers and rushed towards her. "Be careful, eldest miss." The handlers turned pale, shouting loudly. Bai Qianqian clenched her fists, her eyes full of envy. Trample her to death," she prayed silently. However, instead of trampling Nian Nian, the Pegasi gently nudged her hands with their heads. They lowered their noble heads, nuzzling her hands with the soft fur on their necks. Nian Nian was also taken aback. She remembered that there were no spirit beasts in the demon abyss, only demonic beasts that loved her. Everyone in the demon abyss had pampered her, so she never realized her appeal to spirit beasts. She suddenly realized she had never tested this, as there were no devices to measure spirit beast affinity in the demon abyss. What is happening? The two maidservants exchanged shocked glances. The eldest Mrs. Spirit Beast affinity was only level 4. With a maximum of 10 levels, this score is quite average. Nian remained calm, surrounded by the Pegasi, and said, "After awakening my spirit body, I did feel an increase in affinity, but I haven't tested it yet." The maidservants were overjoyed. A blessing in disguise. Congratulations, eldest Mississippi. There's no need for a test. It's clearly above level 8. The Empress's affinity was level 7, which was already exceptional. Let's go, or we'll be late. The maidservant smiled. In recent years, the Bai family had declined, relying heavily on the Empress Bai Ling. But there was a time when the Bai family was more illustrious than the royal family, even surpassing them. In recent years, the Empress had focused on the royal family's interests, making it seem like the Bai family depended on the Beast Kingdom, which was quite laughable. With Bai Lu rising, the Bai family's return to glory was just around the corner. "Eldest Miss, please get on the carriage." The maidservants lifted the curtain for Nian. Nian nodded and was about to board when the Pegasi protested. They stomped their hooves and nudged her, flapping their wings. One larger Pegasus even gave her a flirtatious look. Nian was stunned. A horse giving her a flirtatious look was a first. The handlers were dumbfounded, never having seen the proud Pegasi compete so eagerly for the chance to be ridden. The Pegasi pranced and preened, silently expressing, "Why take a carriage? Ride on me." Baibian trailed behind Nian, impatiently scratching at the ground with its claws. It glanced at the Pegasi vying for their master's attention, feeling a surge of annoyance. Finally, it couldn't hold back and let out a soft snort. Instantly, the previously prancing Pegasi fell silent. Nian glanced at the time and frowned. "You," she pointed to one of the Pegasi, "I'm already late. Riding you will be faster than dragging the beast cart." The maidservants nodded silently, thoroughly impressed by their mistress's display of power. With a swift motion, Nian mounted the largest Pegasus. The chosen one quivered with excitement, turning a rosy hue, while the others, though disappointed, still tried to inch closer to her. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Pegasus soared into the sky, carrying the sound of the wind with it. Meanwhile, the banquet hall of the Beast Kingdom was already filling with guests, including many distinguished figures from the 5 continents' prominent families. The Feng family from the 5 continents was the first to arrive, making a grand entrance, with even their maidservants' attire being worth a fortune. The crowd buzzed with whispered conversations. Feng's son is getting engaged to the imperial princess. Of course, they had to be the first to show up. Look, that's the Zhou and Wu families, who are on par with the Feng family. Zhou Xiaoyu, the young prodigy of the Zhou family, is here, along with Wu Shui, the Wu family's jewel. 3 of the 5 great families of the 5 continents have shown up. The Beast Kingdom, a second-rate nation, is going to gain fame today, all because of the Phoenix Maiden, who appears once in a millennium. Otherwise, the Beast Kingdom wouldn't get this kind of attention. Zhou Xiaoyu lounged lazily on a reclining chair, his black robe with red patterns highlighting his youthful vigor. He casually tossed a spirit-infused fruit into his mouth and asked impatiently, "When is the imperial princess going to show up? Making me wait this long. She must think highly of herself." The Zhou family's elder explained calmly, "The Beast Kingdom wants to give the imperial princess a grand entrance. She'll be the last to appear." TCH. Zhou Xiaoyu straightened up, his spear thudding heavily against the ground. Millennium or not, a fight will show if she truly deserves her reputation. "You brute who only thinks about fighting," a crisp female voice chimed in. Wu Shui approached gracefully, each step leaving a frosty imprint on the ground. "Every time the Phoenix Maiden appears, the Beast Kingdom rises to stand equal with our 5 great families. Whether you can beat her is still up for debate." Though Wu Shui was beautiful, her tone carried the arrogance of someone spoiled. "The Phoenix Maiden may be real, but I heard she can't hatch that mythical beast egg. Maybe we'll see some drama today." Just then, another wave of commotion erupted. "Oh my, look, the people from Shengshan sect are here. Isn't that someone from Lingtian Academy? Black robes with red threads, that's from Chigue Valley. All 3 major powers are here?" If the 5 great families represented the pinnacle of family influence, these 3 institutions were the epitome of talent cultivation across the 5 continents. They boasted the best teachers and endless resources, making them the dream destinations for all young prodigies. As soon as the 3 factions arrived, they exchanged meaningful glances, clearly all there for the imperial princess. On a high platform, the Empress surveyed the arrival of these influential figures, her heart filled with excitement. Su Linya stood beside her, both nervous and proud. She thought to herself, "Look, Su Linya should be in the spotlight, the brightest star among them all." "Linya, are you ready?" the Empress asked. At this moment, the prominent families of the Beast Kingdom also began to enter, showcasing their spirit beasts. However, the major powers representatives looked unimpressed. To them, beast tamers were nothing new. After all, the Beast Kingdom's bloodline had spread across the 5 continents, and those with this ability were collectively known as beast tamers. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned, about to speak when he was interrupted. "That imperial princess." Suddenly, The sky echoed with the cries of beasts. Countless Qingluan birds soared from the palace. These were the spirit beasts nurtured by the royal house of beasts, heralding the imminent arrival of the imperial princess. The crowd buzzed with excitement, all eyes turning skyward. In the next moment, a young woman dressed in light gold finery appeared before them. She descended gracefully on a Qingluan bird. This was Su Linyan, adorned with priceless jewelry, exuding royal elegance with every movement. The Qingluan landed smoothly, and Su Linyan stood gracefully in the center of the arena, bowing slightly to the crowd. "Welcome to my kingdom of beasts," she said, her voice clear and melodious like a mountain spring. Her long hair, reaching her waist, swayed gently in the breeze, glinting faintly in the sunlight. Many men gazed at her in admiration, their eyes filled with infatuation. Su Linyan felt a sense of pride and subtly released her phoenix aura. Though humans couldn't perceive it, the spirit beasts present reacted noticeably, bowing their heads in submission. The representatives of the major powers exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They were secretly pleased, feeling that their journey had been worthwhile. However, amidst the crowd, one family seemed out of place: the Bai family. Once a prominent family in the Kingdom of Beasts, the Bai family had since relocated to the 5 continents. Though no longer a major clan, they still held a certain reputation. At this moment, the elders of the Bai family were visibly anxious. "Where is Bai Lu? The ceremony has already started. Why isn't she here?" The elders were sweating with worry. Just then, a series of piercing cries echoed from the horizon, each louder than the last. It was the call of a Pegasus, but it sounded unusually exuberant. Su Linyan frowned and looked up, spotting the figure of a Pegasus in the sky. "Look, is there someone on the Pegasus?" someone exclaimed. "Impossible. It's common knowledge that no one rides a Pegasus." "I'm not mistaken, there's definitely someone there." The crowd rubbed their eyes, their attention instantly captured. At that moment, Nian Nian felt the surge of Phoenix aura, a power that belonged to her. Almost involuntarily, the Nirvana Phoenix aura behind her erupted, spreading outwards. Nian Nian was startled, worried about revealing her identity. But the concealment artifact at her waist quickly activated, masking the aura. Despite this, the influence on the spirit beasts couldn't be entirely suppressed. Suddenly, the spirit beasts that had been submissive to Su Linyan raised their heads, their eyes turning towards Nian Nian. No longer fearful, they wagged their tails excitedly like happy puppies. This scene left everyone present in stunned silence. "Who's that?" The crowd stared in astonishment at the mysterious figure atop the Pegasus. The proud steed, a symbol of the Bai family's pride, was now being ridden by a stranger. Onlookers whispered among themselves, puzzled by the unexpected sight. Everyone knew that the person representing the Bai family should be the imperial princess. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. Even the owners of the spirit beasts were thrown into a panic, quickly pulling their precious creatures closer. They silently cursed their luck, feeling squeezed between the imperial princess's dominance and this mysterious newcomer's allure. Their beasts seemed to be ignoring their masters entirely. The crowd was infuriated but too afraid to speak up. Unable to hold back, someone rushed to the Bai family's elders and demanded, "Is this person from your family?" The elders were momentarily stunned, but the head elder quickly recovered and laughed heartily. "Yes, she is one of ours, Bai Lu. Throw down the token." Upon hearing this, Nian Nian unhesitatingly tossed the token in her hand. It shot like an arrow and embedded itself in the Bai family's altar. In an instant, a loud boom resounded, and flames erupted, forming a massive character, Bai in the sky. The spectacle left everyone in shock. "Is she really from the Bai family? When did they have such a standout figure?" someone exclaimed in disbelief. "Did you see the reaction of that spirit beast? Their compatibility must be off the charts," another person chimed in. The Pegasi proudly landed on the ground, shaking their bodies as if to flaunt their majesty. Nian Nian gracefully dismounted, landing right in front of Su Linyan. Compared to Su Linyan's elaborate attire, Nian Nian's outfit was remarkably simple. "Cousin, you really stole the show today." Su Linyan forced a gentle smile, suppressing her anger. However, her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, nails digging into her palms. "Not as much as you, Imperial Princess," Nian Nian replied coolly, then turned to scan the beast arena, quickly locating the Bai family's position. Without hesitation, she strode over. The Bai family elders greeted her with warm smiles, but only Nian Nian knew the truth. These were the same people who had tormented her since childhood. Her mother's death, her weak father's submission to the Bai family's pressure, watching helplessly as they tortured her mother to death. And for herself, the Bai elders had wished her dead, yet refused to let her die easily, using her suffering to show loyalty to the Empress. Nian Nian sneered inwardly but maintained a friendly smile, respectfully saying, "Elders, I apologize for being late." The Pegasus was initially uncooperative. The Bai family exchanged glances, observing the obedient Pegasus following Nian Nian like a puppy. They couldn't help but think, uncooperative? This Pegasus never treated us like this. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the head elder's eyes as he asked, "Have you not remeasured your compatibility?" Nian Nian nodded, lowering her eyes. "My aunt never cared for me, and the imperial princess isn't pleased to see me. I didn't dare bring it up." The elders' faces darkened. "You've shown such remarkable talent, yet the empress neglects you?" One elder fumed. "Bai Ling may be the nominal head of the Bai family, but she's been less and less attentive each year. She only thinks the Bai family is weakening and can no longer aid her." Humph. Seeing the elders' gloomy expressions, Nian Nian turned away, a smirk playing on her lips. To overthrow the empress and avenge her mother, she first needed to deal with the Bai family. A powerful family couldn't be uprooted easily, but sowing discord was feasible. Rifts start small and eventually become irreparable chasms. Meanwhile, the empress's side was also in turmoil. Su Linian was complaining, "Mother, look at her. If the Bai family cared for me at all, they wouldn't have let Bai Lu appear. Even if they favored her, couldn't they wait until after the national banquet? This is my first competition in front of these major powers since I gained the Phoenix essence." The empress glared at Nian Nian for a moment before calming down and reassuring, "Don't worry, Len. The Bai family and the royal beast kingdom will only have one focus, and that's you. I will remove any obstacles for you." "But she's already stolen the spotlight, Su Linian began, but the empress interrupted her sharply. "Patience." The empress flashed a mysterious smile. "Look at the sky. What do you see?" Startled, Su Linian looked up to see a massive fireball emerging from deep within the palace. The sight of the blood-red flames made Nian Nian's heart race with unease. "What is that?" Nian Nian's voice trembled as a piercing phoenix cry echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up, squinting against the bright flames. "The phoenix beast has emerged." Zhou Xiaoyu straightened up, squinting at the sky. Though it was just a young beast, its powerful aura captivated everyone present. Spirit beasts, like humans, varied in potential, and a phoenix beast was a top-tier existence, capable of rivaling great spirit gods if properly nurtured. Initially lazy, Bian suddenly became alert, its gaze sharp. Unlike others, it seemed to see through the flames, perceiving the truth within. In the next moment, Bian stood upright, eyes filled with a killing intent. "Bian, what's wrong?" Nian Nian was about to soothe it when she heard the crowd's exclamations. "What's that? What's falling?" Blood-red beads were descending from the sky, landing in everyone's hands. The beads emitted a rich vitality and spiritual energy, thrilling those who held them. Nian Nian caught one, and upon realizing what it was, her heart wrenched in pain. "This is phoenix blood. So much of it." She felt a chill as she watched the crowd eagerly snatch up the beads. At that moment, the empress's voice rang out, "Honored guests, these phoenix condensates are a small token of our beast kingdom's hospitality." Appearing above the beast arena, she announced, "I now declare the Beast Kingdom banquet officially open." The crowd erupted in applause. Even the major powers smiled, for phoenix blood was a rare treasure, valuable whether consumed directly or used in medicine. After circling the sky, the phoenix returned to the palace. As soon as it arrived, Lala collapsed from midair, curling up in a corner in pain. A blood hole gaped in her abdomen, and she shivered. A silver chain was wrapped around her ankle, appearing decorative, but actually a cruel instrument embedded deep in her flesh. The chain burrowed into her bones, ready to inflict unbearable pain at its owner's whim. Lala's abdominal wound was slowly healing. Su Linian stood coldly by, scolding, "Get up quickly, don't delay the upcoming battle. If you lose, see how I'll deal with you." Normally, such words would have made Lala furious. But now, she remained unusually quiet. She had just felt her master's presence. Tears welled up in Lala's eyes. It had to be true. Her master had come to rescue her. Lala struggled to sit up, recovering at an astonishing speed. Su Linian watched her with a flicker of disgust in her eyes. This monster was exactly like Nian Nian. She raised her foot to kick but remembered she still needed Lala to fight, so she reluctantly held back. "Get up now," Su Linian commanded sharply. "You're leading the preliminary match today. If you embarrass me, I'll break every bone in your body with chains tonight. You can recover by tomorrow anyway, can't you?" She flashed a sinister smile. Lala huddled in the corner, breathing cautiously. She resolved to heal quickly, to get back at those who mistreated her, and more importantly, to protect her master. But now, she couldn't act rashly, lest she expose her master's identity. These people were too powerful. They would definitely kill her master. Nian Nian sat in her seat, her fingers trembling slightly. The clan elder smiled and handed her a phoenix blood pill. "Lure, this is for you. Feed it to your spirit beast and aim for a good ranking for the Bai family this time." Nian Nian accepted it silently and asked, "Head Lord, Elder, I remember today's preliminary round is by drawing lots, and tomorrow's match is where we choose our opponents, right?" The Elder nodded in confirmation. Nian Nian lifted her head, her cold gaze locking onto Su Linian on the stage. She vowed in her heart that if she couldn't draw Su Linyan today, she would ensure Su Linyan bled like her Zai Zai tomorrow. As Yin Nian struggled to suppress her emotions, she was lightly tapped on the back. She turned to see Zhou Xiaoyu's cheerful face. He flipped over the barriers on both sides and sat next to Yin Nian, causing a stir among the Bai family members. Little girl, how do you get all those spirit beasts to listen to you? Zhou Xiaoyu asked curiously, playing with a short jade flute in his hand. Yin Nian glanced at him and replied indifferently, it's natural. Natural? Like Feng Yuan. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. I've been sitting here with my bones itching. Bring your spirit beast and fight me. Let's see how powerful this natural of yours really is. Before Yin Nian could respond, an invisible force pulled Zhou Xiaoyu back, pinning him firmly to his seat. Xiaoyu, stop causing trouble. The voice of the Zhou family's grand elder sounded in Zhou Xiaoyu's ear. Can't you see the people from Shengshan sect are watching with envy? Zhou Xiaoyu laughed nonchalantly. The Shengshan sect always eyes talented people like that. Haven't you noticed many are also eyeing that one from the Bai family? I think the one from Bai family looks even more dangerous. The Grand Elder gave Zhou Xiaoyu a surprised look, thinking to himself how terrifyingly accurate the boy's instincts could be. Just then, Princess Su Linyan led a barefoot girl in a red bib onto the stage. The girl looked pale and glanced around nervously, following Su Linyan closely. Yin Nian straightened her back abruptly, her eyes fixed on the girl that was her Zai Zai. Lala. Lala looked around, her heart racing. She could feel that her master was definitely here. The judge announced, first match, Princess of the Beast Kingdom versus. He reached into the box and pulled out a slip of paper. The entire audience held their breath. Yin Nian silently prayed, it has to be me. She desperately wanted to rush up and tear Su Linyan apart. More importantly, only by fighting could she have the chance to slip the dragon scale grass into Zai Zai's mouth. Zai Zai had lost so much blood, her internal injuries must be severe. The judge finally announced, Princess against Li Ku of the Li family from the Beast Kingdom. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group, as if a massive weight had been lifted from their shoulders. However, Yin Nian's reaction was the opposite, her fists clenched involuntarily. Never mind, it's okay, she muttered to herself, gently stroking Bian Bian's head. Though luck hadn't favored her, she resolved silently that as long as she won the upcoming competition, she could control her own destiny. Su Linyan stood confidently on stage, her gaze sweeping arrogantly across the crowd. After a while, Li Ku finally arrived, leading a disheveled and visibly panicked wolf beast onto the stage. Whoa, is that a frost wolf? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, sparking a wave of murmurs. It's a carnivorous spirit beast, and a strong offensive type at that. The Li family must be really lucky. Someone sneered. Did they step in something on the way here? Huh. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Inside the arena, someone began explaining the classifications of spirit beasts. They could be divided into carnivorous and herbivorous types based on instinct. Among the carnivores, tigers, lions, and bears were considered strong offensive types, while the herbivores had their own strong offensive types like elephants and rhinos. The frost wolf was undoubtedly a formidable carnivorous offensive type. The Li family likely aimed to make a name for themselves with it, but they didn't count on running into the formidable Su Linyan. The head of the Li family looked utterly defeated, as if he hadn't slept for 10 nights. Spectators speculated about the outcome of the match. Poor thing, but it should be able to last 3 moves, right? Maybe 2, others chimed in. The frost wolf, showing the unease typical of a cub, had just stepped onto the stage. All the participating spirit beasts had only recently awakened and couldn't fully control their bloodline powers yet. Meanwhile, Lala appeared composed, scanning the surroundings before locking her gaze in one direction, ready to walk towards Yin Nian. At that moment, the frost wolf, urged by its master, blocked Lala's path, baring its teeth and growling menacingly. Lala frowned, hands on her hips, and scoffed, "You little thing, you're blocking my view." Before she finished speaking, a powerful aura surged forth, instantly crushing the frost wolf. Yelp! The frost wolf cried out, trembling and losing all will to fight. Its owner stood there, dumbfounded, clearly not expecting such a vast difference in strength between the spirit beasts. This is too strong. No wonder she's called the Imperial Princess. This time, everyone else is just here to make up the numbers, right? A smug smile spread across Su Linyan's face as she provocatively glanced at Yin Nian, as if to say, now you know who the real star of this competition is, don't you? To everyone's surprise, Yin Nian started clapping. She was genuinely happy for her little one, instinctively cheering for Lala's performance. Even more surprisingly, Bian Bian followed suit, clapping its furry hooves. In the silent arena, Yin Nian and Bian Bian's actions stood out starkly. Everyone turned stiffly to look at the peculiar duo, thinking, this girl from the Bai family, is she provoking the Imperial Princess? And with her pet, no less double the provocation. Just then, a deafening boom shattered the eerie silence. What was that sound? People asked, looking up towards the source. Someone recognized the direction and exclaimed, "That seems to be coming from Mount Baekdu. What's going on?" The emperor and empress frowned, and the members of the major factions grew tense. The disturbance on Baekdu Mountain made everyone's hearts tighten as they held their breath, waiting. However, the anticipated commotion didn't happen. A representative from Lingtian Academy twitched his ears and gently reassured, "It's probably just some fierce beast breaking in again. Come on, don't scare yourselves. Let's continue." His words brought a slight sense of relief to everyone present. At that moment, the elder of the Bai family suddenly grabbed Nian Nian's wrist and admonished in a low voice, "What are you doing? Clapping? That's provocative. If you want to provoke, now is not the time. You need to show some respect to the emperor and empress." The elder thought to himself, how could Nian Nian possibly defeat Su Linian? This would only embarrass herself. Nian Nian shrugged indifferently, "Got it. I'll provoke her later." Although Su Linian maintained a smile on the surface, she was trembling with anger inside. Meanwhile, Lala seemed unconcerned and noticed Nian Nian immediately. At that moment, Lala felt a strange sensation. Her inner beast core felt warm, as if soaked in warm water. She instinctively waved at Nian Nian. Everyone was stunned. Was the Emperor's spirit beast showing favor to Bai Lu? Was she really that powerful? Seeing Lala's action, Nian Nian felt a pang of bitterness. That was her life-bound spirit beast, and even though it was taken from her, it still recognized her. However, Lala was soon forcibly taken away, leaving the arena empty once again. A teacher from Lingtian Academy glanced at Nian Nian and whispered to the person next to him, "Keep an eye on that girl. Don't let the Shengshan sect or those old ghosts get to her first." The person hesitated, but she belongs to a family. So what if she has a family? We need to recruit talent. Our academy is more inclusive compared to the sections. Once they succeed, they will remember the academy's kindness. If you ask me, talent from the royal family isn't ideal since they eventually return to the royal family. As for sex, they have many disciples. Who knows, she might prefer to stay in the academy. The competitions continued one after another. Except for the people of the Beast Kingdom who were cheering, the members of the major factions remained expressionless. Wu Shui snapped open her fragrant fan and scoffed, "These matches are so low-level. They're putting me to sleep." She stretched, revealing a glimpse of her soft, jade-like waist, but no one dared to take an extra look. "Aren't we leaving?" Wu Shui grew impatient and looked at her family elder. The elder shook his head and pointed at Nian Nian. "Let's watch this girl from the Bai family first." "Her." Wu Shui pouted. "She can't compare to someone with innate phoenix essence. Besides, did you see? She has a crimson nether dog by her side, which is mediocre in terms of aggressive carnivores. It's not even as good as that Cold Plains wolf that got scared earlier." Wu Shui's gaze swept over Nian Nian's face. "She isn't particularly attractive either. Quite average looking." As if to validate Wu Shui's words, the announcer suddenly called out Nian Nian's name. Next match, Bai Lu from the Bai family versus Zhuang Xian from the 100 Herbs Manor of the Beast Kingdom. Is the 100 Herbs Manor participating? I didn't see them earlier. Haven't they given up on the competition for 2 years? The 100 Herbs Manor has been in decline for the past 2 years. It used to be on par with the Bai family, but now it's been forgotten. Nian Nian stepped onto the stage first, with Bai Bian lazily following behind, even yawning. This languid demeanor made the Bai family elder's heart skip a beat. Damn. The elder's eyes widened as he muttered. I forgot that when the Crimson Nether Dog appeared, she still had mid to low talent. Even if her talent has improved, the Crimson Nether Dog remains the same. The elder's vision darkened, nearly fainting. It's over, it's over. He regretted deeply. I forgot about this. The Crimson Nether Dog's potential can't be raised. I should have let the Emperor's spirit beast come. I acted impulsively. The elder clenched his fist tightly. Someone nearby tried to comfort him, Elder. It might not be that bad. Although the Crimson Nether Dog isn't great, the 100 Herbs Manor, they awaken plant-type spirit beasts, and they've been in decline for years. Our young lady won't be afraid of him, will she? The elder found a bit of confidence. Right, the opponent is from the 100 Herbs Manor, so it's not that scary. Nian Nian watched as a frail-looking young man, coughing with every step, walked onto the stage. His skin had a sickly pallor, but his eyes were gentle. Despite his thin frame, he was tall and smiled warmly at Nian Nian in the sunlight. Bai Bian, Nian Nian called out, and Bai Bian lazily walked to her side. Where's your spirit beast? Nian Nian asked. It's a bit shy and doesn't usually stay by my side. I'll summon it now, Zhuang Xian said, and the crowd burst into laughter. Haha, too embarrassed to bring out his spirit beast? He looks like a walking medicine jar. How can a man like this compete? Nian Nian frowned at these comments. She occasionally practiced her moves with the demons in the demon abyss. Despite being the weakest, no one dared to underestimate her when it came to actual combat. The elder demons often said, on the dueling stage, even the weakest can be dangerous if you let your guard down. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. Zhuangxian paid no attention to this person. With a single swipe of his hand, a summoning array instantly formed. In a flash, an overwhelming aura of a spirit beast accompanied by an earth-shattering roar surged from the array, enveloping the entire arena in dazzling white light. A majestic spirit beast with gleaming scales emerged slowly from the formation, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Am I seeing things? Is that a Qilin? Oh my god, this sickly person has awakened a holy Qilin. Though not the main force, the holy Qilin is second only to divine beasts and can rival them with proper cultivation. The elder of the Bai family felt a ringing in his head. It's over. The Bai family is doomed. If it were the real Bai Lu here, the Bai family would indeed be in trouble. However, it was Nian Nian standing here. Not only was she unafraid, but her eyes also sparkled with excitement. Bai Bian, her companion, shed its lazy demeanor and assumed a battle stance. Didn't expect to encounter a dark horse in this tournament. Nian Nian chuckled. A holy Qilin? Baichao Manor has a bright future ahead. Zhuangxian glanced at Nian Nian in surprise. She had never underestimated her opponent from the start, and now, while everyone else was shocked, she remained calm, even a bit excited. He found this opponent intriguing and nodded. Please, show me what you've got. The next moment, a brilliant holy light erupted from the Qilin, and searing flames surged towards Bai Bian. The audience could only think of one word: doomed. The overwhelming pressure whipped up a fierce wind, making Nian Nian's dress flutter. She glanced at Bai Bian and asked, "Can you handle this?" Bai Bian's response was a powerful leap. In an instant, its fur turned pitch black, and countless fire serpents emerged from its body. It shook its head arrogantly, transforming into a blazing hellhound. Did these people really think it was just an ordinary dog? Roar. Bai Bian let out a furious roar, releasing a torrent of immense power. Instantly, the spiritual energy in the air began to boil, and Bai Bian's body rapidly expanded and transformed. Someone looked up in awe, noticing the once clear sky had suddenly turned ominously dark. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Baekdu, magma churned violently. Yuan Xian Sui watched as the 9 layers of spiritual energy separated from his body. As Inu had said, the sealing chains no longer bound him but firmly held the 9 layers of spiritual energy. He chuckled softly, his stunning eyes gazing beyond the mountain, peeked towards the world he longed for but could never reach, the place that bore the flesh and souls of his entire clan. He gently picked up Nian Nian's body, his voice chillingly calm. Let's go. Yuan Xian Sui stepped out of the sealed land, sunlight spilling at his feet. A hint of sarcasm flickered in his eyes as his red lips curved into a slight smile. Opposite Baitu Mountain lay the demonic abyss. Carrying Nian Nian's body, he walked a short distance before seeing countless demonic creatures crowded in front of the seal. As soon as the demons saw him, they eagerly shouted, "It's Nian Nian. Bring her over quickly." They chattered. Our Nian Nian must have suffered. Her soul being detached from her body must have had an effect. Look at her little face. She hasn't lost weight. The demons widened their eyes. Not only did Nian Nian's body appear to be in excellent condition, but they could also sense that her physical strength was even greater than before. They glanced at Yuan Xian Sui with suspicion, quietly wondering if he had been nurturing her body with spiritual energy daily. All right, hurry and toss Nian Nian in here. The demons extended their hands. We'll catch her securely. As they spoke, they subtly scrutinized Yuan Xian Sui's face. This guy, he's ridiculously beautiful, they thought crudely. However, they soon noticed Yuan Xian Sui glancing down at Nian Nian, observing the trace of the demonic abyss's seal on her. A faint, mocking smile played on his lips as he slowly said, "No, if I give her to you, she'll be confined inside." Yuan Xian Sui's dark eyes curved, yet they held a cold indifference to everything. Compared to the stunned demons before him, he seemed more like a true demon. As the last member of the Xian tribe, Yuan Xian Sui had been trapped within the restrictions of Baitu Mountain on the day his people were exterminated. For countless years, he lived in that enclosed space, where the endless monotony drove him to sleep more and more. Occasionally, he would capture a stray spirit beast passing by Baitu Mountain to inquire about the outside world. Whenever he heard news of people's prosperity and the flourishing of great families, he could only respond with a silence filled with rage and numbness. He recalled his childhood, when his mother made him a little wooden puppet. It was his most cherished toy, one he hugged to sleep almost every night. But after his tribe was massacred, the puppet was submerged in a pool of blood, never to be found again. Yuan Xian Sui gazed down at Nian Nian in his arms. She was more beautiful than his wooden puppet, like a vibrant flower from the outside world. Resolutely he said, "I'm just letting you see her. She's mine." The demons were furious. Nian Nian belongs to us. Inu taught you the way out. You need to keep your promise. At that moment, Inu appeared. She had seen Yuan Xian Sui when he was young and was surprised at how much he had grown. Considering he was only 10 years old when he was imprisoned and had grown up alone, she suspected he might still retain a child's mindset. Softening her tone, Inu said, "Good child, you must keep your promises. Hand her over. Otherwise, you won't be a good child." The demons looked at her in horror, not understanding what she was doing. Yuan Xansui let his long black hair fall freely, exuding an enchanting charm. He turned to Inu with a smile. "I'm not a good child. So, no, I never agreed to your terms in the first place." He took a step back. "I want her to sleep with me." Inu was furious. Even through the seal, her overwhelming anger was palpable. Yuan Xansui. Unfazed, Yuan Xansui's eyes were a mix of deep indifference and childlike innocence. "Don't call my name," he said with a tight-lipped smile. "Thanks for teaching me the way out. Once I'm free, I'll find a way to break your seal and repay you." "Where are you going?" "You can't go outside," Inu said in terror. "Have you forgotten why your people died? If they discover your identity, and Nian's body isn't safe with you." Yuan Xansui suddenly looked up, his eyes icy cold. "How could I forget how my people died?" In the next moment, layers of formation circles appeared beneath his feet, causing the ground to tremble and crack. His voice turned cold. "I don't need your reminders." Inu's face darkened, shocked to realize that even after shedding 90% of his power, Yuan Xansui remained this strong. This was at least the power of a heavenly spirit practitioner, yet no one had taught him to cultivate. What had he been doing in that sealed land? As Yuan Xansui prepared to leave, he noticed a strand of Nian's hair caught on his button. He stared intently at the strand, his gaze making Inu shiver. She hurriedly said, "It'll be inconvenient for you to take her with you, so you should return her." Who could have predicted that in the next moment, the formation beneath Yuan Xansui's feet would suddenly close in? He gently supported Nian against himself, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surrounding demons, as if the anger from a moment ago had never existed. With his head slightly lowered, strands of his hair partially obscured his stunning face, and his nimble fingers carefully combed through Nian's long hair. Unexpectedly, Yuan Xinsui began to braid Nian's hair. Although he had only seen his mother doing this when he was a child and his technique was quite unrefined, resulting in a loose braid, he managed to gather her long hair into a bundle. Once finished, Yuan Xinsui looked at his handiwork with satisfaction. The demons watching this scene felt a mix of emotions. To them, Yuan Xinsui seemed like a child with a new toy, playing with it lovingly. What pained them even more was that this toy was their beloved Nian Nian. A wave of frustration surged in their hearts, as if they were witnessing their cherished daughter being teased by a troublesome boy right in front of them. They were itching to break the seal and take Nian back. However, Yuan Xinsui soon lost interest in the motionless body, his brow gradually furrowing again. He decisively picked up Nian, formed a hand seal with one hand, and cast a divination array. The array pointed directly to the kingdom of beasts, and a look of determination flashed in Yuan Xansui's eyes. Didn't want this lifeless shell. He wanted to find Nian's soul, to have a living, breathing Nian. At that moment, Nian was completely unaware of the impending crisis. She stood facing the wind, her gaze fixed intently on Bibian before her. Bibian's body was visibly expanding, the hair on its back standing on end like thunder piercing the sky. "Mutation?" someone asked in a trembling voice. The elder of the Bai family felt his emotions surging up and down throughout the day, nearly overwhelming his heart. But soon, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Of course it's a good mutation. Haha, that's a child of the Bai family." Zhou Xiaoyu's expression was serious as he murmured, "I knew this person was not simple." Wu Shui's fingers were white from gripping her fan so tightly, nearly breaking it. Even the usually composed Zhuangxian found it difficult to stay steady under such pressure. Yet, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Nian stood firmly. A slight smile curved at her lips as she looked resolutely at everyone present. "Well then, shall we begin?" Zhuangxian stood against the wind, staring at her, a flash of shock in his eyes. "A mutated beast, the sacred Qilin," he shouted. The sacred Qilin responded with a cry and charged fiercely towards the shapeshifter. In an instant, white holy light and black flames collided on the battlefield, erupting in a dazzling spectacle. Thick smoke quickly enveloped the area, swallowing Nian and Zhuangxian. The leader of Red Ghost Valley watched in astonishment. A young spirit beast can cause such an effect? Its power rivals that of a human spirit realm expert. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh no. Those two are still near the stage, they might get caught in the crossfire." Only then did everyone realize that while the beast tamers of Beast Nation were adept at controlling spirit beasts, they themselves couldn't cultivate spirit energy. "Quick, save them." Red Ghost Valley and Ling Tian Academy reacted first, instinctively rushing forward. Sheng Shan Sek saw this and cursed under their breath, thinking the other two were trying to score points by rescuing people. However, just as they reached the stage, they suddenly stopped. Everyone felt a momentary breathlessness as the two figures appeared in front of the beast arena. A teacher from Ling Tian Academy waved his hand, and the rolling smoke on the stage dispersed instantly. The crowd held their breath, anticipating the outcome. The sacred Qilin must have one, right? After all, it's a sacred beast. Before the words could fully form, everyone's eyes widened in shock, as if their throats were being squeezed. The massive sacred Qilin had collapsed, unconscious. Zhuang Xian, affected by the aftermath, spat out a mouthful of blood, his already frail body looking even more unsteady. Meanwhile, the shapeshifter, wreathed in black flames, looked up at the dark clouds in the sky, somewhat speechless. According to its inherited memories, it should have been able to trigger a world-altering phenomenon capable of destroying Beast Nation, but this tiny cloud seemed almost mocking. The young shapeshifter flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, and the dark clouds dissipated instantly. However, all eyes were on Nian Nian. Her body was covered in a faint, milky white glow, forming a semi-transparent armor that shielded her from the shockwaves. A spirit body, someone exclaimed. Is that spirit energy? Spirit body armor wasn't rare in the 5 continents, but here in Beast Nation, it was unprecedented. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui stood up simultaneously. Beast tamers already had a natural talent for controlling beasts. If they could also cultivate spirit energy, they'd be the envy of many. Lala pressed her face against the window, eyes wide as she watched the scene unfold. She felt proud of her owner's strength but frowned in displeasure when she saw the shapeshifter. Who was that spirit beast? Why did her owner have another bonded spirit beast? Su Linyan was furious. Outrageous. Do the Bai family still see me as their princess? How dare they let that wretch steal the spotlight? The elder of the Bai family, however, burst into hearty laughter. Lord, come down quickly. His emotions fluctuated wildly, bordering on madness. The family head, though outwardly displeased, was inwardly consumed with envy. The major powers from the 5 continents had long since forgotten about Su Linyan, their heated gazes fixed on Nian Nian. If they could recruit such a genius, what glory would that bring? The Empress remained silent this time, not comforting Su Linyan. She stared at Nian Nian from afar through the window, slowly removing a finger guard to reveal a fingertip that was missing a segment bitten off when Nian Nian's bones were being extracted years ago. That Bai Lu, why does she increasingly resemble that detestable nuisance? The Empress murmured softly, her eyes gleaming with a deadly intent. But no matter, anything that stands in the way of my Yener, I will eliminate by any means necessary. Nian Nian stepped down from the beast arena and glanced in the direction of the high platform. She racked her brain, searching for a way to rescue Zai Zai. The palace was filled with experts. Even if she couldn't eliminate Su Linyan immediately, she had to find a way to sever her connection with Lala otherwise. If Su Linyan were to die, Lala wouldn't escape her fate either. As she was deep in thought, the beast battle judge appeared once again. With a wave of his hand, countless streams of spiritual energy formed a list of those who had passed the preliminary round, suspended in midair. The judge announced emotionlessly, tomorrow's competition will be divided into attackers and defenders. The attackers will be chosen by drawing lots, and they will select their opponents for tomorrow. A hint of glee flickered in the judge's eyes. Little ones, pray you don't get matched with someone too strong. The audience below buzzed with discussion. Someone complained, it's the same routine every year. If you're unlucky, you're done for. If you end up against the Imperial Princess or someone from the Bai family, you're in trouble, another person said worriedly. Congratulations, buddy. That means you'll go in on 2 legs and crawl out on 4, someone joked nearby. Why are there so many strong female contestants this year? Don't we have any capable male contestants? Someone asked, dissatisfied. We do. Isn't the sacred Kirin one of them? He already got knocked down. Face it, the male contestants aren't cutting it this year. Everyone swallowed nervously as the judge began calling out names one by one. The elder of the Bai family was in high spirits, leisurely sipping his tea. He proudly said to those around him, Lure, just watch. No one will dare to choose you. Of course, the Bai family members echoed. Unless they have a death wish. Even the Imperial Princess wouldn't dare choose our eldest daughter. Someone laughed and said, I think our eldest daughter might even be better than the Imperial Princess. After defeating the sacred Kirin, everyone's confidence soared. Nian Nian indeed had the strength to make them proud. The next attacker, Bai Lu from the Bai family, the judge's voice rang out. Everyone's hearts tightened, and the weaker contestants looked ashen. They thought, it's over. Everyone likes to pick the easy targets, and Bai Lu would be no exception. After all, this was the Beast Battle Tournament, and victory was the primary goal. Nian Nian ascended the stage calmly. The previously drowsy members of the major factions instantly perked up. Which of these will you choose? The judge asked, pointing to the names floating in the air. Nian Nian was the third to choose, leaving many options available. Nian Nian quickly locked onto her target but remained silent. She raised her hand, and spiritual energy gathered in her palm, instantly forming a long spear. Spiritual weapon formation. A teacher from Ling Tian Academy straightened his back abruptly. Didn't she just recently awaken her spiritual energy? The people from Qigui Valley even lifted the hoods of their black robes, exclaiming, not everyone can form a spiritual weapon right after awakening. It's extraordinary talent. However, what stunned everyone even more was yet to come. A hint of killing intent flashed in Nian Nian's eyes as she hurled the spear. To everyone's disbelief, it struck a name with deadly precision. The Imperial Princess, Su Linyan. KHT. The elder of the Bai family spewed out the tea he had just sipped. Elder Bai was stunned, his face full of confusion. Panting heavily, he said, "No, I said she wouldn't choose you, not that you should choose her." This immediately revived Xiao Yuzhou's spirits. His eyes lit up as he stared intently at Nian Nian on the stage. When he saw her sharp tiger teeth, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. I can't stand those who just pick easy targets." Next to him, Shuewu shot Xiao Yuzhou a cold glance before turning her grim gaze toward Nian Nian. At the same time, Lin Yansu sneered inwardly, thinking, "Does this girl, who stumbled upon some fortune, dare to compete with me? Perfect." Confident in her abilities, she vowed to disgrace the Bai family. Seeing the situation, Elder Bai had no choice but to accept reality. After some thought, he said to Bai Lu, "Come on, La, from today you should move back to the main family house. Don't stay in the palace anymore." Nian Nian hesitated for a moment. Staying in the palace meant she could see Lala, but it also risked exposing her identity due to different habits. Moreover, she was certainly under the watchful eyes of the Emperor and Empress now. Weighing her options, Nian Nian smiled and replied, "All right, Elder, I would like to move back too." Elder Bai nodded repeatedly, a look of relief on his face. The Emperor and Empress's people, hearing this, immediately looked displeased, thinking, "What does Elder Bai mean? Is he worried Bai Lu isn't safe in the palace?" Just then, Xiao Yuzhou came over again, brimming with excitement. "Hey, wanna have a sparring match?" Nian Nian glanced at her exhausted spirit beast and politely declined, "Maybe next time. My spirit beast is tired." A teacher from Lingtian Academy approached with a kind smile, praising, "Are you Bai Lu? Your spirit beast is impressive." People from Shengshan's sect also joined in, not just the spirit beast, the girl herself is quite remarkable. The thickness of that spiritual armor just now is noteworthy. Have you tested the compatibility and potential of your spirit beast? Elder Bai found himself pushed aside. Nian Nian knew these people were here to recruit talent, but she had no intention of staying. She politely declined, "Sorry everyone, I'm not feeling well. I need to go home and rest." This caused the representatives of the major powers to frown, thinking she was ungrateful. Worried that his family member might be poached, Elder Bai quickly escorted Nian Nian to the beast carriage with a forced smile. On the way, the elder asked anxiously, Are you confident about tomorrow?" He seemed to have made up his mind tonight. "Come to the family shrine. I will convince the other elders to boost your strength." Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted. "Oh, such a good opportunity. Thank you, elder." She wore a sweet smile, but her eyes were inscrutable. The elder muttered, "But why didn't Feng Sun from the Feng family show up today?" Nian Nian sneered inwardly, thinking, with a bruised face, he'd be scared to show up. He's probably lying in his room nursing his wounds. The beast carriage entered the center of the beast kingdom and stopped in front of a grand gate. The plaque above bore the prominent character Bai, flanked by two fire armor turtles covered in golden armor and engulfed in flames. Nian Nian estimated that the strength of these turtles was comparable to Earth Spirit Realm experts, showcasing the Bai family's profound foundation. The Bai family's servants were already waiting outside. Upon seeing her disembark, they immediately knelt and greeted her with a mix of flattery and reverence. "Welcome back, Mississippi." Just as they were about to enter, a commotion came from across the street. The elder asked, "What's going on over there?" A maid who had just come from that direction explained, "It's the mistress of the Hongyan house. She took a liking to a man." She went on to describe the mistress's evil deeds. She liked to abduct good-looking but backgroundless men and women, forcing them into labor. Those who disobeyed were killed in public. Despite her cruelty, no one could restrain her because she was an 8-star Earth Spirit Realm expert, and her master was a minor deity in the Shangshan sect, whose power surpassed the Heaven Spirit Realm. Elder Bai frowned, "Ignore her. We don't need trouble at our doorstep." But from the fuss, it must be quite a beauty. Although Bai family's elder was advanced in age, he still wore a lecherous smile, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. Her gaze swept across the surroundings, seemingly searching for the next prey. Nian Nian squinted warily, quickly assessing the situation before striding into the Bai family's gates with determination. Across the street, a tense standoff was unfolding. A woman in a striking red dress held a gleaming, bone-chilling whip, leading a group of followers from the Hongyan house to encircle a couple. The man clung tightly to the woman in his arms, his expression fraught with panic. A crowd of onlookers had gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. Yuan Xinsui stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze not on the fierce woman before him. He scanned the area with a furrowed brow, muttering to himself, "The formation diagram indicates this is the place." The woman in the red dress, noticing Yuan Xinsui's distraction, felt a surge of anger. She shouted fiercely, "What are you looking at?" However, The moment her eyes fell on Yuan Shinsue's extraordinarily handsome face, her fury dissipated instantly. This woman, known as Hongyan, was the leader of the Hongyan house. Despite her melodious name and graceful figure, her face was marred by unsightly black scars and clusters of dark bumps, making her difficult to look at. Suppressing the flutter in her heart, Hongyan demanded again, "I'll ask you one more time, who are you with?" She then swung her whip forcefully, striking the ground and leaving a deep crack in the stone pavement. The newly arrived onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Someone murmured, "Is the Hongyan house leader trying to abduct someone again?" "Yes," a well-informed person replied in a hushed tone. "Let me tell you, this one's not ordinary. She rarely comes out to snatch people herself these days." "Who?" That man being surrounded. A curious woman leaned forward, eager to see more clearly. At that moment, Yuan Shinsue turned around slowly. The woman froze mid-lean, as if under a spell. She stared wide-eyed, her breath nearly stopping. The man's appearance was nothing short of divine every feature, from his frosty snow-like eyes to his straight nose and slightly indifferent lips, was perfect. The so-called young heroes, whether it was Feng Sun from the Feng family or Zhou Xiaoyu from the Zhou family, paled in comparison to this man. The woman murmured, as though she had lost her soul, "I understand why the Hongyan house leader wants him so badly. If you get too close, Yuan Shinsu won't be able to find the specific person or the soul of the pillow he's holding." He looked around and realized it had been a long time since he'd seen so many people. Surrounded by numerous women, Yuan Shinsu found it rather amusing, except for the woman named Hongyan in the middle, who was quite noisy. "Hey, which family are you from?" Hongyan questioned sharply. She felt no spiritual energy from him. "Are you mute?" Yuan Shinsu finally looked up at her, his voice indifferent. "I'm not from any family. I'm alone." Being stared at by those eyes, Hongyan felt a suffocating sense of amazement. Seeing her own ugly reflection in his eyes, an overwhelming sense of inferiority surged within her. She particularly despised those who were naturally beautiful. She had a twisted desire to torment them, as if only by making those favored by the heavens suffer for their beauty could she find some solace. However, when she saw Yuan Shinsu's face, a possessive desire, like a poisonous vine, coiled around her heart. She wanted him. Alone. Hongyan's already unattractive face twisted with greed, making her look even more hideous to the onlookers. "Well, you're in luck today. Come to my Red Beauty house, and you'll be one of my people." A sigh came from the crowd. Someone whispered, "This man is in trouble. How much do you think it would cost to buy a night with a man like him?" With such stunning looks, Hongyan will definitely keep him for herself. He might become her exclusive possession. If I had someone like him, I wouldn't let him serve others either. Hongyan doesn't lack spirit crystals. But why is he holding a woman? Is she sick? Could she be his wife? Hongyan also noticed the woman in Yuan Shinsu's arms. While she didn't want to harm the handsome man, she had no such reservations about the woman he was holding. "Is that your woman?" Hongyan squinted her eyes, growing bolder upon confirming he was alone, reaching out to grab Nian Nian. "Throw her away." Just as her hand was about to touch Nian Nian, a formation suddenly enveloped her entire hand. In an instant, countless blood-colored threads emerged, binding Hongyan's hand tightly. "Ah!" Hongyan screamed in agony as her hand disintegrated into a pool of blood within a mere breath. Several nearby women couldn't help but scream. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "A formation master? It's a formation master. Sky spirit realm? No, a minor deity." "A minor deity formation master?" Hongyan's face turned ashen as she fell to her knees, all previous arrogance gone. She trembled as she begged for mercy. "Master, please spare me. I didn't recognize your greatness." The onlookers all knelt, fear gripping everyone. They feared this powerful person might kill them all in a fit of rage. Yuan Shinsu looked down at the kneeling Hongyan, his lips curling slightly. "It's fine." Hongyan's face lit up with joy, but he continued, "I won't blame you if you're dead." A formation suddenly appeared above Hongyan's head. She trembled all over. "No, no, master, I can do anything for you, anything you want." The formation that had begun to gather power abruptly stopped. "Is that so?" Yuan Shinsu showed a contemplative expression. "Then help me find someone. That person should be nearby. I want you to find a way to gather everyone around here." Hongyan nodded frantically. "I'll find a way. Master, please keep me. I can be useful." Oh. That afternoon, Nian Nian walked out of her room after finishing her cultivation and found the elders still arguing, with constant bickering coming from inside. "Master, they're arguing about whether to let you into the ancestral hall," Bai Bian, who had turned into a child, said. "Let them argue." Nian Nian smiled. "I'm quite interested in the Bai family's ancestral hall and the Bai family's bone replacement secret technique." Her eyes darkened, remembering Lala, the pain in her heart still fresh. Seeing her like this, Bai Bian immediately comforted her. "Master, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the dragon scale grass into her mouth during tomorrow's competition. That way, her wounds will heal quickly. Nian Nian nodded, but then she overheard a few female slaves whispering outside. Something big happened at Red Beauty House. I know. I heard the owner tried to snatch someone in broad daylight again, but that man turned out to be a minor deity and a formation master at that. So scary. What's so scary? I heard that master is incredibly handsome, probably the most good-looking man you'll ever see, but it seems that master has a woman. He was holding her the whole way here. Hearing this, Nian Nian couldn't help but frown in disdain. Is there really a woman in this world who refuses to walk and needs a man to carry her? Nian Nian shook her head and sighed inwardly at how these people seemed so idle. She had just heard the maid excitedly recount the latest gossip from the Hongyan Tower. The tower master, who was supposed to be dead for sure, had been pardoned. Moreover, he had sacrificed one of his hands to free the most popular courtesan and male companion there. Clearly, this was a ploy to attract onlookers and curry favor with the influential figure who had suddenly changed his mind. Nian Nian had no interest in such gossip and decided to take this opportunity to go out for a walk. In her 18 years of life, she had never truly experienced the scenery of the Kingdom of Beasts. However, just as she stepped out the door, a familiar voice called out to her. Hey, by family girl. Zhou Xiaoyu leaned lazily against the wall, a playful smile on his lips. I was just about to come in, and here you are coming out. Seeing this troublemaker, Nian Nian immediately felt a headache coming on. What are you doing here? Kidnapping someone, of course, Zhou Xiaoyu grinned. Your attitude today really pissed off those old folks. They all went to the palace to see the princess. But not me. I came to find you. Aren't you touched? Nian Nian was speechless. I'm from the Bai family. Do you think I can just leave with you? Zhou Xiaoyu glanced around, his tone flippant. Your family's gate is pretty big. Plenty of room for a fight right here. Nian Nian sighed and tried to walk past him. Her familiar Bian shrank to the size of a palm and lazily perched on her shoulder, rolling its eyes at Zhou Xiaoyu. Your spirit beast is quite rude, Zhou Xiaoyu frowned. Nian Nian instinctively looked at Bian, which was adorably rubbing its round eyes against her neck and let out a soft Zhou Xiaoyu was stunned by its sudden change in demeanor. Nian Nian gently patted Bian's head and shot Zhou Xiaoyu a glance. Don't talk nonsense. There's no one more polite than my Bian. Zhou Xiaoyu was at a loss for words, thinking she must be blind. Seeing Nian Nian about to leave, he quickly followed. Where are you going? The two walked one behind the other, and behind the gate, the great elder of the Bai family emerged with 3 other elders. The great elder was furious. See what I mean? The Bai family is too small. We should be worried about whether we can keep such a talent. And you short-sighted fools are still hesitating about opening the family shrine for Lure. The second elder frowned. But our family shrine? No buts, the great elder interrupted. Lure will eventually become the head of the Bai family. She will learn about the shrine sooner or later. His eyes were deep with thought. She is a child of the Bai family, with our blood running through her veins. She won't fear what's in the shrine. On the street, Nian Nian was getting increasingly annoyed by the persistent tail following her. Zhou Xiaoyu was bombarding her with questions. Does the Kingdom of Beasts have any good food? Any specialties? Seeing Nian Nian not responding, he continued, Hey, are you coming to the Zhou family with me or not? Their odd pairing drew the attention of many passers-by. Finally, Nian Nian couldn't take it anymore. Will you ever stop? If you keep following me, I swear I'll… What? You want to fight me? Zhou Xiaoyu excitedly pulled out a magical artifact. Come on. I'm ready. Let's fight. Nian Nian was about to lose her mind. Just then, another voice from ahead interrupted the impending conflict. Oh, Zhou Xiaoyu, pestering the girls again? Nian Nian was just about to sneak away when Zhou Xiaoyu's sharp eyes caught her. She reluctantly stopped and turned to face the person who always gave her a headache. Just then, Nian Nian noticed Wu Shui, Su Linyan, and Feng Sun approaching from a distance. Zhou Xiaoyu followed her gaze and burst into laughter when he saw Feng Sun, clutching his stomach and almost bending over. Ha ha ha. Feng Sun, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Zhou Xiaoyu laughed and asked, Who gave you such a brilliant makeover? Tell me, I must meet this master. A flash of shame and anger crossed Feng Sun's face. He hadn't wanted to come out but had been dragged along by Su Linyan and Wu Shui. With a cold sneer, he replied, A master, you say? It was a remnant of the demon clan. Zhou Xiaoyu, if you want to meet a demon spawn, be my guest. Zhou Xiaoyu's smile froze in an instant. Demon clan? Wu Shui raised an eyebrow and explained, You haven't heard? There are remnants of the demon clan resurfacing, hiding among the people. Who knows, one might come for you someday. Well, that's perfect, let's have a fight then, Zhou Xiaoyu scoffed, as if I've ever been afraid of anyone. At that moment, he noticed Nian Nian attempting to slip away again. Hey, you from the Bai family, wait up. He called out hurriedly. Seeing this, Su Linyan put on a hurt expression. Cousin, are you avoiding me? Do you dislike me so much that you chose to fight me today? She didn't bring Lala, but Yin Yan's disdain was still evident in her eyes. Su Linyan continued, grabbing Feng Sun's hand. Or is it because of brother Sun? I know you like him too, cousin. She shyly glanced at Feng Sun but was startled by his swollen face. Without changing her expression, she went on. Our brother Sun is known as the most talented and handsome man across the 5 continents. Yin Yan had no intention of responding, but Su Linyan's incessant chatter made her think she needed to be taught a lesson. Coldly, she interrupted, not necessarily. Don't assume everyone likes your brother Sun. When it comes to talent, I don't think I'm inferior to him. If you choose to be beneath others, don't drag me into it. Thinking of the maid's words, Yin Yan curved her lips into a cold smile, and who declared him the most handsome man across the 5 continents? Self-proclaimed? Go to the Hongyan Pavilion. The most handsome ones are there. How dare you compare me to those filthy things? Feng Sun's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he glared at Bai Lu. Do you have a death wish? Zhou Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with sarcasm. She was only talking about appearance. Are the people in Hongyan House not human? Sensing the argument was about to escalate, Wu Shui, who had remained neutral, let out a light laugh and cleverly changed the subject. Why don't we go to Hongyan House and see for ourselves? It's just ahead, quite close to the Bai family residence. Yin Yan had no intention of going initially, but, noticing the defiant look on Su Linyan's face, suddenly became interested in Hongyan House. Meanwhile, inside Hongyan House, Yuan Xinsui was carefully placing Yin Yan's body on the bed. Nearby, Fen, her hand already bandaged, said eagerly, Master, this is the most beautiful girl in Hongyan House. Who would you like to serve you today? The selected girls blushed deeply, their beauty undeniable, yet none dared to look directly at Yuan Xinsui, fearing they would pale in comparison. Yuan Xinsui slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the girls. Hongyan felt a surge of pride, confident that no man could resist such presented beauties. Unexpectedly, Yuan Xinsui's eyes settled on a girl in a blue dress. He beckoned her, come here. The girl's heart pounded as she trembled and walked towards him. The other girls shot her envious glances, wondering if she might escape her plight. However, Yuan Xinsui simply reached out and removed the most beautiful hairpin from her head, placing it in Yin Yan's hair. This purple hairpin suits her well, Yuan Xinsui said with satisfaction. Beautiful. The girl in the blue dress collapsed to the floor, looking up at Yin Yan in disbelief. From this angle, she could see a stunningly beautiful face. Compared to her, even the top courtesan of Hongyan House seemed like a firefly next to the moon. Shame washed over her as she finally understood how insignificant she was in Yuan Xinsui's eyes. Seeing this, Hongyan quickly flattered him. Master, would you like more hairpins? I can bring many for this distinguished guest. No need. Yuan Xinsui stared at the hairpin for a moment, then suddenly pulled it out and threw it on the ground. What's wrong, master? Hongyan was startled by his abrupt action. Not beautiful enough. Yuan Xinsui's tone carried a hint of disappointment, like a child dissatisfied with dressing up their favorite doll. Hongyan was about to turn and find a better hairpin when Yuan Xinsui spoke again. Forget it. Is everyone here? I have to find someone. His cold gaze fell on Hongyan, making her shiver. Meanwhile, on the upper floor of Hongyan House, the courtesan and the male companion sat like puppets, on display for all to see. They had once tried to resist, but with mediocre talents and no strong background, they had become Hongyan's pawns. The people below either pitied or coveted them, whispering amongst themselves. At that moment, Yin Yan and her group arrived outside Hongyan House. They stood on the outskirts and looked up to see a man and a woman on the upper floor. Su Linyan, who had been worried earlier, immediately mocked upon seeing the man's appearance. Is this it? Cousin, your taste is really unexpected. You like this kind of man? Dirty as he may be, his face isn't even a tenth as good as our brother Feng Sun's. She was eager to please Feng Sun, as he had been noticeably colder towards her since their return from Mount Baitu. Wu Shui also commented disinterestedly, what a male companion. Good-looking, sure, but there are plenty more attractive ones across the 5 continents. In the backyards of those high-ranking women, even a randomly picked male pet would be better. It seems people from second-rate countries like the Beast Kingdom really lack discernment. Feng Sun sneered, striding over to Yin Yan and grabbing her by the collar, threatening, how dare you compare me to someone like that? Do you think just because you have the Bai family backing you, you can act high and mighty? Do you believe I can't stop you from entering tomorrow's Beast Arena? Just as he finished speaking, Feng Sun noticed an eerie silence around him. He paused, turning to see everyone staring up at the upper floor, captivated by some astonishing sight. The changes in the attic came suddenly and dramatically. The courtesan and the gentleman had been removed at some point, replaced by a majestic 9 dragons chair and a seemingly comfortable small chair. The usually arrogant owner of the Red Beauty Pavilion was now groveling like a dog, personally moving the chairs with a subservient demeanor. A man gracefully took his seat on the 9 dragons chair, his presence instantly dominating the entire attic. His long black hair was tied high, and just a sweep of his eyes was enough to make anyone's heart race and avoid direct eye contact. Beside him, on the small chair, a woman seemed to be asleep, leaning against him with her face obscured by her dark hair. Su Linyan and Wu Shui, both women, were left speechless by the sudden scene. Su Linyan stared blankly at the man Yuan Shinzui. Compared to him, Feng Sun, whom she had admired just moments ago, now seemed utterly ordinary and unremarkable. Is he looking at us? Wu Shui's throat tightened, her voice trembling. Indeed, Yuan Shinzui's gaze was scanning the crowd, but it quickly locked onto Nian Nian. His eyes, enhanced by a special ritual from the Xian clan, could see through all disguises and perceive the essence of everything. He immediately saw that Nian Nian's body was merely a shell, and her soul was identical to that of his puppet. Puppets were special dolls given by elders of the Xian clan to their descendants, usually handcrafted by the clan elders themselves. Combined with the unique rituals of the Xian clan, these puppets could unleash incredible combat power. Each person would have only one puppet in their lifetime. Yuan Shinzui had initially used her casually as a pillow, but now, a bold idea formed in his mind. Perhaps she could become his puppet. Yuan Shinzui gave Nian Nian a meaningful smile, a smile that left everyone present momentarily dazed and unable to recover. However, the next moment, he noticed Feng Sun holding Nian Nian's hand, and his smile vanished instantly. He suddenly extended a finger and pressed it remotely. In an instant, a massive formation appeared out of thin air. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, forcing everyone to their knees, including Feng Sun and Wu Shui, without exception. He's indeed a formation master of the minor god realm. Wu Shui's face turned pale as she urgently shouted, "Lower your heads. Do not make eye contact with him." Everyone quickly lowered their heads, filled with fear. Their elders were not around, and if faced with an unreasonable and powerful madman, they would be utterly defenseless if he decided to kill them on a whim. The Red Beauty Pavilion owner's legs trembled, silently cursing his misfortune. However, amidst this terrifying scene, only Nian Nian remained unaffected, as if the pressure had nothing to do with her. "Master, this man is very dangerous," 100 Changes warned, his expression tense. Nian Nian made a quick decision to kneel with the others to avoid attracting attention. But just as she was about to bend her knees, an invisible force straightened her legs, preventing her from kneeling. Nian Nian kept her head down, cold sweat pouring down her face, filled with uncertainty. Had this man already seen through her identity and realized she was from the demon clan? Otherwise, why was he singling her out? At that moment, Feng Sun beside her let out a miserable cry. Not only was he forced to kneel, but he was also pressed into the dirt. Worse, his face was right next to a pile of foul dog excrement, the stench filling his mouth. His entire body felt like it was about to break, racked with excruciating pain. Yuan Shinzui noticed that Nian Nian kept her head down and frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. He snapped his fingers and instantly, Nian Nian felt an invisible force compelling her to lift her head. At the same time, everyone else was forced to lower their heads, leaving her the only one looking up, directly meeting Yuan Shinzui's smile. Nian Nian was as stiff as a statue, unable to move, her heart churning like a stormy sea. The creature on her shoulder bristled in alarm but was pressed down into a fluffy ball, clinging tightly to her. Yuan Shinzui chuckled softly and whispered, "Found you, my little doll." Before his words even faded, Nian Nian felt a sudden lightness, instantly pulled up to the attic. Yuan Shinzui's face drew closer, but appreciating his looks was the last thing on her mind. Her thoughts raced. Explosives? How many high-grade artifacts do I have left? Then she realized, no, high-grade artifacts can't kill a minor god-level expert. A suffocating feeling overwhelmed her, especially when Yuan Shinzui reached out to touch her. Despair filled her heart. It's over. Old devils, your Nian Nian is about to perish here. Unexpectedly, she felt her head being gently cradled, and warm lips pressed against her forehead. Nian Nian froze in disbelief. Is he kissing me? As a child, Yuan Shinzui cherished his dolls deeply, always pressing his face against theirs before sleep. He saw nothing wrong with this. A thought stirred in Nian Nian's mind. He doesn't seem to want to kill me, so he hasn't discovered my identity. Ignoring the fact that she'd been taken advantage of, she forced herself to calm down and asked, "Do you know me?" Yuan Shinzui brushed aside the hair of the body next to him, revealing its face. Nian Nian gasped, "That's me." She almost lost her soul in shock. It was unmistakably her own body. Seeing everyone around kneeling, Nian Nian swallowed the rest of her words. Ignoring the danger, she grabbed Yuan Shinzui's hand and led him to a secluded spot. "Damn it! Let go of my body," she cursed under her breath, turning to retrieve her body. But Yuan Shinzui was quicker, lifting the body and looking at her disapprovingly. "Don't use foul language." Nian Nian was speechless. As they left the attic, the oppressive aura dissipated. The crowd sighed in relief, realizing their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Where did the Bai family go? Zhou Xiaoyu immediately noticed the empty spot beside him. Wu Shui, her lips pale, replied, taken by that master. Their fate looks grim. This master is too unpredictable. Su Linyan gritted her teeth. I must tell mother. How can such a cruel person remain in the kingdom of beasts? Making an imperial princess bow down. This is outrageous. Wu Shui sneered. The master of the Hongyan pavilion was worse. Yet you never asked your mother to intervene. Now you can't tolerate just bowing your head once. She was fed up with this princess who constantly sought her mother's help and couldn't help but mock her. You. Brother Sun, look at her. Brother Sun. Su Linyan turned, only to find Feng Sun still lying on the ground, unable to get up. Zhou Xiaoyu pointed at Feng Sun's back, laughing. There's a small formation on Feng Sun. What did you do to offend him, looking like a turtle eating dirt? Mouthful of soil. Feng Sun couldn't speak, trembling with rage. Zhou Xiaoyu turned to the stunned Su Linyan. What are you standing there for? We can't break this formation. Go find an elder to save your turtle brother. Excuse me, Brother Sun. He walked away quickly. You find someone to save Feng Sun, I'll find someone to save the Bai family. Despite the smile on his face, Zhou Xiaoyu moved with urgency. He feared Nian Nian might be killed by that ruthless formation master. Meanwhile, that ruthless formation master was taking out a bunch of spirit-filled fruits from a small drawer, offering them to Nian Nian. Want some? Nian Nian sighed. Do I look like I'm in the mood to eat? Yuan Shinsui looked at her, puzzled. Then what do you want? I want my body back. Nian Nian probed. No. Yuan Shinsui's face darkened. I found you. Nian Nian was at a loss for words. She changed the subject. When can you come out? Yuan Shinsui stared at her. The body you're using won't last long. And it's ugly. Seeing no killing intent, Nian Nian relaxed slightly and sat down across from him. Where did you find my body? Baitu Mountain. Yuan Shinsui thought for a moment. I live there. Nian Nian's eyes widened. You're the one the old witch said was trapped there? She could already imagine the scene. What bad luck. Why did the demon shadow beasts have to pass through Baitu Mountain? Annoyed, she scratched her head. What will it take for you to give me my body back? You're my doll. Why should I give it back? What even is a doll? Nian Nian was exasperated. She wanted to be tough, but she knew she lacked the strength. Glancing at her body, she wondered if she could steal it back. Stop looking, Yuan Shinsui smiled at her with a stern face. Are you thinking of sneaking away? Though new to the world outside, Yuan Shinsui had an exceptionally sharp sense. You can't leave, Yuan Xian's voice was as cold as ice. The smile in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a chilling indifference. He stared directly at Nian Nian and said, enunciating each word, if you don't want to be my doll, then I'll kill you. Nian Nian was stunned by the sudden change in his gaze, a shiver running down her spine. Only then did she realize the terrifying brutality hidden beneath the seemingly innocent exterior of this formation master. Yuan Xian's personality was like that of a capricious child, acting on whims but with a deep-seated bloodthirstiness. In fact, her guess wasn't far off. Yuan Xian had been trapped under a mountain since childhood, growing up without guidance and living day after day with the hatred of his clan's destruction. This experience molded him into who he was now, outwardly innocent, yet inwardly filled with ruthless indifference. Trying to change the subject, Nian Nian forced herself to stay calm and asked, what do you plan to do after leaving Baitu Mountain? Despite speaking, her eyes remained fixed on her body, her mind racing with thoughts of escaping. Yuan Xian pondered for a moment, his eyes darkening. He replied lightly, kill people. Nian Nian turned sharply to face him, meeting his serious expression. She couldn't help but ask who. Everyone I see, Yuan Xian said calmly. I want to kill them all. As he spoke, he gave Nian Nian a charming smile that sent chills down her spine. Nian Nian discreetly clenched her hand at her side. The innocence in Yuan Xian was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Don't be afraid. Yuan Xian reached out and gently stroked Nian Nian's earlobe. His voice was soft and pleasant, yet it made Nian Nian shudder. I won't kill my doll. I quite like you. Suddenly, Yuan Xian's gaze fell on Nian Nian's neck. He pulled aside her collar, revealing a black mark near her chest. I see you have a seal from the demon abyss, he said thoughtfully. If your body were thrown into the demon abyss, you'd still be sealed, right? This was one reason he was reluctant to send Nian Nian back to the demon abyss. The main reason, of course, was that he couldn't bear to part with her. I can erase that for you, Yuan Xian added nonchalantly. Nian Nian suddenly lifted her head, her eyes flashing with disbelief. Are you serious? You can remove the seal? Yuan Shinsui gently rubbed the mark, causing Nian Nian to gasp and furrow her brows. Where are you touching? She complained. Yuan Shinsui seemed unfazed and continued to explain. The seal from the demon abyss is primarily intended for the demon clan. I've read about it in our clan's ancient texts. Since you don't have demon blood, its power on you is only a tenth. With some effort, I can erase it. Nian Nian was secretly amazed by Yuan Zinsui's knowledge. He could talk about killing everyone without batting an eye, yet he was so serious when analyzing this matter. She couldn't help but think of him as a person of many faces. So, when are you coming back? Yuan Shinsu asked. You don't have to worry about being pulled back into the demon abyss. Do you want to return now? Nian Nian longed to return to her body but shook her head. I want to, but not now. She looked directly into Yuan Xinsu's eyes. You said you wanted to kill everyone, right? Yes. I'd advise against it, Nian Nian hastily said as she heard movement outside. There are many people here stronger than you. You'd be killed before you could exact your revenge. Besides, vengeance should be directed at the right people. It's unwise to lash out indiscriminately. Luo. The voice of the Bai family elder sounded from outside. Nian Nian quickly told Yuan Shinsu, hide my body first. When they come in, let me do the talking. Just nod, understood. Yuan Shinsu looked a bit displeased but complied. He stored Nian Nian's body in his spatial artifact. Elder, I'm here. Nian Nian opened the door to find a group from the Bai family. The Grand Elder, an 8-star Sky Spirit Realm expert, had brought all the Sky Spirit Realm experts they could gather. Are you alright? The Bai family elder sighed in relief upon seeing her safe. I'm fine. Nian Nian smiled and indicated for everyone to look at Yuan Shinsu. This gentleman is a small deity realm formation master. He sees potential in me and wishes to take me as his disciple, right, sir? She turned to Yuan Shinsu, blinking rapidly. Yuan Shinsu indulgently looked at her and nodded. Yes. Seeing his cooperation, Nian Nian felt relieved. She needed to stay close to this dangerous person, even if it felt like dancing on a knife's edge, to ensure her boat's safety. Is this true? The elder's voice was filled with excitement. Our Luo really has talent in formations? Yuan Xinsu's attitude towards the elder was noticeably colder. He lazily glanced at the Bai family elder with a hint of disdain. Sensing the tension, Nian Nian quickly intervened. Of course, it's true. The gentleman is very tired today. Let's take him to the Bai family to rest. Yes, of course. The elders were overjoyed. Having a small deity realm expert in the Bai family was a great honor, even if he didn't assist them. Nian Nian breathed a sigh of relief and led Yuan Shinsu out. He followed her obediently, his deep eyes revealing unknown thoughts. Lower. We will open the ancestral shrine tonight, the Bai family elder said excitedly. The elders will work together to enhance your strength. Nian Nian suppressed her excitement. Although she didn't know the exact method, this could potentially help her break through her limitations and become a human spirit realm expert. She'd be a fool not to take advantage of it. The Bai family elder frowned and cautioned. Lower. Keep your apprenticeship with this gentleman a secret for now to avoid unnecessary trouble. We'll discuss it after the beast fighting tournament. Nian Nian understood. They were worried about attracting the emperor's and empress's attention. She nodded in agreement. As they quietly slipped out the back door, Nian Nian heard the angry voices of the Feng family outside. Sooner. Quickly. Remove this formation. Who here is proficient in formations? Yuan Shinsu heard it too and smirked, drawing a symbol with his finger inside his sleeve. Feng Sun, who was just being helped up, fell heavily back into the mud with a bone-cracking sound. Nian Nian heard Feng Sun scream and turned sharply to look at Yuan Shinsu. Yuan Shinsu innocently spread his hands. I didn't do anything, wasn't me. Nian Nian muttered to herself. Yeah, right? But she still whispered, thank you. I know you did it to teach him a lesson for me. You're my doll, Yuan Shinsu said softly. What does that even mean? Why me? Nian Nian couldn't help but ask. You were originally a pillow, but then I thought you'd make a good doll. I needed one, and you were right there. I reached out, and you fell into my hands. Yuan Xinsu's eyes reddened slightly. You'll understand what being my doll means in time. Nian Nian rolled her eyes inwardly, planning to find a way to reclaim her body, break the seal and escape. Who wants to be a doll? Yuan Shinsu suddenly leaned his head on Nian Nian's shoulder. I'm tired, I want to sleep. Nian Nian looked at the bright daylight, feeling helpless. It's not even time to sleep. I don't even know your name yet. She reluctantly supported Yuan Shinsu and asked, what's your name? Yuan Shinsu, he mumbled, sleepily. What? Yuan sleep. Nian Nian muttered, that suits you. Finally managing to settle him in a room at the Bai family, Nian Nian barely had a moment to catch her breath before the Bai family elder urged, now come with us to the ancestral shrine. Nian Nian's eyes lit up. All right, elder. The spirit on her shoulder perked up as well. The elders led Nian Nian to the entrance of the ancestral shrine. As she approached, she heard a faint, eerie sound from inside. It wasn't crying or shouting, but the soft breathing and creepy humming of a young woman, weaving a haunting melody that slowly drifted into her ears. Come in, the elder patriarch pushed the door open. Nian Nian immediately scanned the room with heightened alertness. The strange sound still lingered, but all she saw were countless Buddha statues. Nian Nian was amazed by the size of the ancestral hall. This place could easily hold thousands of people, she blurted out. The elders stroked their beards with pride and explained, this place is enhanced with spatial treasures. It may look small, but it can actually hold tens of thousands of people. One of the elders suddenly asked, "By the way, we couldn't ask earlier because of the crowd. Did that esteemed figure really want to take you as a disciple?" Everyone looked at Nian Nian expectantly. After all, that person was a formation master of the Shaoshan realm. Nian Nian nodded to confirm. She had studied demon formations in the demon abyss, and formations were generally universal, so she wasn't worried about being exposed. "That's great." The elder patriarch's eyes crinkled in a smile before he turned serious. "Sit cross-legged." Nian Nian immediately complied. The elders extended their hands and shouted, "Rise." In an instant, the Buddha statues began to tremble, and milky white beads were drawn out from them. The strange tune seemed to grow louder. Before Nian Nian could think further, the elder patriarch combined the beads into one, and a flame erupted in his palm, refining them into a single bead that emanated a powerful spiritual pressure. Bai Bian sniffed excitedly and whispered, "Master, this is something good. Loa, apply it to your forehead." Bai elder urged. Nian Nian did as instructed, and a surge of pure spiritual power exploded within her, causing her meridians and organs to ache. Large beads of sweat formed on her forehead as the spiritual power intertwined with her demonic energy, making the demonic element stir restlessly. Nian Nian quickly suppressed the demonic element within her. The surrounding spiritual power surged, but just as the demonic element was about to erupt, the connection was abruptly severed, forcing it back into dormancy. "I'm about to break through." Nian Nian was overjoyed, relieved that the breakthrough to the human spirit realm wasn't visibly noticeable, otherwise, she couldn't have hidden it from the elders. Her skin became even fairer, and while she appeared calm on the surface, her meridians were convulsing violently. Focusing inward, Nian Nian discovered a snow-white bead with a sharp point in her lower abdominonester human spirit realm. She was secretly delighted and decided to wait until she returned to her room to break through to the human demon realm to avoid exposing her identity here. Nian Nian opened her eyes, her face full of excitement. The elders eagerly asked about the effects and mentioned the significant improvement seen in the Empress and the Palace Princess after using it. "I now have a ninefold spiritual body," Nian Nian replied with a smile. The elders laughed heartily, thinking she was joking. Without another word, Nian Nian raised a knife and stabbed her palm, but the blade couldn't penetrate. The elders were stunned, then erupted in joy, already imagining the Bai family's dominance over the 5 continents. Nian Nian took the opportunity to ask, "But what did you give me earlier? Are these Buddha statues magical artifacts?" The elder patriarch's expression changed as he stared meaningfully at the statues. "Of course, they are magical artifacts, treasures refined by a master during our family's zenith. Luor, you will eventually take over the Bai family." The elder patriarch's eyes gleamed. "Today was not only to enhance your strength but also to reveal the greatest secret of our family's enduring prosperity." A sense of unease suddenly welled up within Nian Nian. The eerie tune became clearer, resembling a haunting melody that sent chills down her spine. "Watch closely, Luor." The elder patriarch took out a token, suspended it in the air, and commanded, "Open." The front half of the golden Buddha statue opened like a door. In an instant, the sound of wailing and the stench of blood filled the room. It felt as if needles were piercing Nian Nian's ears, and her eyes turned blood red. The inside of the Buddha statue was hollow, filled with live humans nailed within. These young men and women had their limbs severed, and periodically, long spikes pierced through their bodies. Blood continuously flowed down, feeding a formation that extracted pure spiritual power. If someone was near death, a healing formation would prolong their suffering. These young people, about Nian Nian's age, stared out with hollow, despairing eyes, as if trying to devour her whole. Nausea, terror, and an overwhelming fury surged within her. The Bai family, outwardly respectable, was hiding such a hellish scene. This family was rotten to the core. Where did these people come from? Nian Nian heard her own voice, frighteningly calm. The elder, with a hint of pride, said, "We have people from the Beast Kingdom and the 5 continents. They are all recently awakened talents who have been neglected. Rest assured, using these people poses no risk." Nian Nian's gaze fell on the nearest Buddha statue, where a girl silently mouthed, "Help me, kill me." Everyone looked at her with pleading eyes, longing for an end to the long and painful torment. Nian Nian unconsciously clenched her fists, and even Bai Bian tensed up. "Has no one ever escaped?" Nian Nian asked, her voice trembling slightly. The elder of the Bai family raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "No one can escape. Those formation masters weren't hired for nothing. The space, the formations within the statues, and the 1,000 hooks that bind them are all integrated. If the physical body leaves the statue, the formation activates. Even if they escape the statue, they can't leave this room. Once outside, their bodies will instantly explode." The chief elder wore a smug expression, "And these are death formations, impossible to break. Without the formations, the entire room would disappear. This is the legacy of our ancestors. We must be grateful." Nian Nian forced a stiff smile. "I understand." The elders patted her shoulder. Alright, child, go to sleep. You need to prepare for tomorrow's competition. The chief elder raised his hand, and the Buddha statues closed, the cries and screams turning into melodious songs. He closed his eyes in delight. This was also designed by a master at our ancestors' request, to prevent the noise from disturbing us. Nice, isn't it? Nian Nian didn't respond, only stared gloomily at the statues. The compassionate faces of the Buddhas wore mocking smiles. Back in the room, Bai Bian immediately transformed into human form, master. Sure. Nian Nian interrupted, her face pale but eyes burning with anger. Bai Bian, do you think those people want to live like that or would rather die? Bai Bian replied angrily, if it were me, I'd rather die. Death formations. Nian Nian suddenly looked up, right, we should find. Find who? Yuan Xinsui's voice suddenly sounded, startling Nian Nian. She turned to see him lying on the bed, clothes disheveled, his dark hair tangled with the brocade quilt. Yuan Xinsui, looking sleepy, said, come to bed. Nian Nian's eyes lit up. Sleep? Can you break the death formations? Yuan Xinsui lazily replied, no, death formations can destroy, living formations can resolve. Nian Nian deflated. So those people are just going to wait to die? Small formations appeared in Yuan Xinsui's eyes. Your body is about to overflow with demonic energy. You're about to advance. You can see that? Nian Nian asked in surprise. Yuan Xinsui explained, little doll, you need to advance. Suppressing it for too long is bad for your body. I sometimes advance in my sleep, and it's very uncomfortable when I wake up without guiding the spiritual energy. You can advance in your sleep? Are you heaven's favorite? Nian Nian exclaimed. Yuan Xinsui looked puzzled. Isn't everyone like this? Everyone works hard to cultivate, okay? Nian Nian burst out. Don't you cultivate? Where does your spiritual energy come from? Doesn't spiritual energy just flow into the body on its own? Yuan Xinsui frowned. Nian Nian thought back to the days of being whipped by the old witch and felt a deep sadness. Yuan Xinsui set up a formation. I've set a barrier. The outside won't sense the demonic energy. Don't worry. Nian Nian sat cross-legged, and the demonic energy surged in, eager to enter. Is this? Have the demonic elements outside the demon abyss not seen a demon for thousands of years? They're so enthusiastic, Nian Nian remarked in surprise. She had been in the demon abyss for 3 months. Her body had become a blend of spirit and demon, making her the sole darling of the demonic elements. Yuan Xinsui smiled. See, it moves on its own. Nian Nian easily broke through to the 1-star human demon realm, excitedly looking at her hands. But her joy quickly faded as she remembered it was those people in the Buddha statues who enabled her breakthrough. She looked at Yuan Xinsui seriously and asked, can you teach me how to break the death formations? You're too weak. You can't break them, Yuan Xinsui bluntly rejected. Can you? Of course I can, and I can take you in and out of many places freely, Yuan Xinsui raised an eyebrow. Really? Nian Nian asked eagerly, then can you take me into the palace unnoticed now? If you can, why wait until tomorrow to deal with Su Linyan? We can do it now, and the death formations can be resolved too. You're thinking about entering the palace? Yuan Xinsu asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of interest in his tone. To bleed someone dry, Nian Nian replied coldly, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. Yuan Xinsui's previously tired expression vanished instantly. He sat up straight, his tongue running over his crimson lips as he flashed a dangerous smile. I like the sound of that. Nian Nian gave him a strange look, thinking she had intended to ask for his help, but his eagerness at the mention of bloodletting caught her off guard. She shook her head, deciding not to overthink it. Let's go. We'll handle this first. Before turning away, Nian Nian instructed Bai Bian, transform into my form and stay here, just in case. Bai Bian's face fell, full of reluctance. He silently vowed to strengthen his abilities quickly, so his master wouldn't need to rely on others for help. Following Yuan Xinsui, Nian Nian experienced the power of a high-level spirit formation for the first time. With a simple gesture, Yuan Xinsui formed a complex array in an instant. One moment they were at the Bai family's gate, and the next, they were on the palace rooftop. The array to conceal our presence will only last the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yuan Xinsui whispered. As soon as he finished speaking, Nian Nian heard a voice bellow it was Su Linyan. With a solemn expression, she carefully lifted a roof tile. The scene before her made Nian Nian's heart tremble. Lala was being choked by Su Linyan. Her head violently slammed against the sharp corner of a table, blood splattering everywhere. Though immobilized, Lala still spat venomously. You're just a fake phoenix. My master will come back and repay everything you're doing to me. Su Linyan, looking deranged, held a dagger to Lala's mouth. Dream on. Your master is long dead. Her bones rotted away. Let's see how you talk without a tongue. Witnessing this, Nian Nian could no longer contain her fury. Dark magic flared around her as she leaped from the roof, dagger aimed at Su Linyan. Seeing Nian Nian, Lala burst into tears, unable to utter the word master. Wearing her demon mask, Yin Yan's aura as a star demon realm cultivator pinned Su Linian to the ground. She grabbed Su Linian's hair and smashed her head against the table corner repeatedly, each blow heavier than the last. Didn't you enjoy slamming heads just now? Yin Yan hissed, plunging her dagger into Su Linian's stomach. Su Linian let out a silent scream, convulsing on the ground. Yin Yan's cold smile widened as she stabbed again, blinding one of Su Linian's eyes. Don't rush to wail. This won't be the first time I beat you. Today, I'll start with one of your eyes. At that moment, Yuan Shinsui softly reminded from the rooftop, hurry, they've noticed you. Yin Yan scooped up Lala and jumped back onto the roof. Yuan Shinsui was still admiring the blood-soaked scene below. Let's go. Yin Yan urged. The next moment, they vanished. Meanwhile, the Empress lifted the roof, seeing Su Linian lying in a pool of blood, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. You demon scum, I will never forgive you. Yuan Shinsui brought Yin Yan to a nearby forest. Yin Yan held the feverish Lala tightly, tears streaming down her face. She desperately hacked at the magical device, but to no avail. Yuan Shinsui effortlessly pushed her aside, channeling his spiritual energy to break the device. Though Lala convulsed in pain, she quickly felt much better. Master, Lala doesn't hurt anymore, Lala weakly reassured. Yin Yan felt deeply guilty. I should have found a way to save you sooner. She turned to Yuan Shinsui, sincerely thanking him. I couldn't have done it without you. Lala obediently added, thank you, brother. Yuan Shinsui seemed indifferent to everyone except Yin Yan. Heading back. Yes, back. Yin Yan took out some dragon scale grass, coaxing Lala here, eat this and you'll heal faster. Lala swallowed it without hesitation. Yin Yan continued, stay close to me and heal. Can you shrink? You have a brother named Bai Bian, and if you shrink, I can hide you. Yin Yan glanced coldly towards the imperial city. The entire palace must be in chaos now. But I still have one more important thing to do. The Bai clan elder was jolted awake by the dreadful news. The princess had been attacked, and the blood phoenix stolen. He was stunned and asked, was it the remnants of the demon clan? A female servant, panic-stricken, replied, yes, sir. The Empress is almost losing her mind, and soldiers are searching every house in the palace. The clan elder immediately jumped out of bed, putting on his shoes as he asked, how is the princess? Despite the feud with the Bai family, Su Linian had Bai blood, and the royal family and the Bai family's interests were intertwined. Quick, we must go to the palace. He swiftly gathered a few other elders and added, and bring Luer as well. He feared their only promising youth might fall into the hands of the demon clan. Someone hesitantly asked, what about that lord? Should we call him? Would a strong practitioner of the divine realm even acknowledge us? The clan elder sternly rebuked, just bring Luer. Bai Bian was feeling quite bored when he heard the elder calling for him to go to the palace as well. He was surprised and said, what? You want me to go to the palace too? His eyes darted around, and he agreed on the surface. All right. But inwardly, he worried, Master, you must come back before my transformation time runs out. Not long after the Bai family left, Yuan Shinsui returned to the Bai residence with Yin Yan. Finding the elders absent, Yin Yan quickly pulled Yuan Shinsui into the ancestral hall. Is this the death formation you mentioned? Yuan Shinsui asked as he stared at the Buddha statues, smelling a strong scent of blood. Yes, can you open these statues? Yin Yan wanted to steal the token that controlled the statues, but it was always with the clan elder, making it impossible to get. The statues are simple, but the death formation covering this entire space is unsolvable. Yuan Shinsui raised his hand, and light arrays appeared at his fingertips. Yin Yan watched in astonishment as countless spiritual particles jumped into Yuan Shinshui's formation, a stark contrast to her usual struggles in absorbing spiritual energy. That's enough, Yuan Shinshui frowned, dispersing the excess particles. The golden points of light reluctantly gathered into a cluster. Then, the golden array split into thousands of pieces, flying towards the statues. With a soft click, the statues silently opened. Yin Yan quickly put a mask on Yuan Shinshui just in case. The people inside the statues looked up in surprise when they saw Yin Yan. One of them, with cloudy eyes, asked, are you here to save us? But soon a woman screamed, save us? Look at her clothes. She's a Bai clan disciple. Bai clan scum. You all deserve to die. She spat at Yin Yan. You Bai clan people are demons who feast on human flesh. You will face retribution. Everyone glared at Yin Yan with hatred, like vengeful spirits from hell. Yin Yan was all too familiar with these looks, as she had once been cast into the demon abyss with the same gaze. Silence. Yuan Shinshui frowned, and with a wave of his hand, he tore the people from the statues and threw them heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the curses stopped. They looked around in disbelief. I am out. Despite their battered bodies, some unable to stand, they were all shocked, staring up at the statues that had trapped them. The woman who had cursed the loudest trembled as she asked Yin Yan, You saved us? Aren't you from the Bai clan? Why did you do it? Yin Yan calmly replied, I am not from the Bai clan, and I cannot save you. This is a death formation unsolvable, but I can give you a choice. You can choose to die now or return to the statues and wait a bit longer. Nian Nian pulled Yuan Xinshui behind her, trying to keep his attention off the people and focus on herself. She had already prepared for any possible reaction, including being cursed or betrayed by these people. Unexpectedly, a man missing a leg suddenly knelt. Gradually, more people followed, some so severely injured they had to break their already twisted limbs again. Nian Nian stepped back in shock, but Yuan Xinshui steadied her by the shoulder. Miss. The woman who had cursed the most looked up. Half of her face was still delicate, with a red birthmark on her forehead that seemed familiar to Nian Nian. You are our savior, the woman said, tears of blood streaming from her remaining eye. I am truly sorry for insulting you earlier. The woman smiled, her wounds splitting open. Don't worry, we will never reveal seeing you two here today. We no longer wish to be tormented by the Bai clan. She bowed her head slowly, kowtowing to Nian Nian. Please help us find peace. We no longer want those vile wolves to drain us of our last bit of spiritual energy. The woman choked up, destroy this cursed place. Don't kneel before me, Nian Nian said coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the pitiful group before her. She was already calculating her next move. Despite their unfortunate circumstances, their plight only strengthened her resolve for revenge. The woman who had just been rescued looked at them with tear-filled eyes and said, trembling, I have no way to repay your immense kindness. I only wish for both of you to have long-lasting blessings and success in all your endeavors. Nian Nian let out a cold snort, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. No need for formalities. Your suffering is what drives me to become stronger. As she spoke, the crowd exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that this mysterious person was the same stunning woman who had taken everyone by surprise at the Bai family event today. Benefactor, the girl urgently grabbed Nian Nian's sleeve. Can you completely destroy this cursed formation? As long as it exists, more innocents will fall victim to the Bai family's schemes. Nian Nian's eyes flickered as she turned to Yuan Xinshui. The lazy, yet powerful deity casually draped an arm over her shoulder, lightly flicking her earlobe with a hint of impatience. Breaking formations is hard work. How do you plan to repay me? I will offer a substantial reward. Nian Nian declared firmly, already devising ways to leverage this powerful ally. Yuan Xinshui pondered for a moment before breaking into a meaningful smile. Forget it. I'll consider it a favor owed. Before his words had even settled, he struck the formation's core with a single palm. Instantly, the entire deadly array collapsed like a house of cards. At that moment, the woman pulled out a token from her bosom and urgently handed it to Nian Nian. Benefactor, please do me one last favor. I am not an orphan. I fell into the Bai family's hands due to a quarrel with my family. This is my family's token. Please deliver it to the master of Baichao Manor. Nian Nian took the token without hesitation and asked simply, anything else? Tell my brother and father, the woman said, relief evident in her voice, not to seek revenge for me, to avoid implicating the manor. Nian Nian suddenly realized something. Your brother, could he be Zhuangxian? The woman's eyes lit up with joy, tears streaming down her face. You know my brother? Is he well? Rest assured, Nian Nian replied with a slight smile, your brother has awakened the sacred Qilin, and Baichao Manor has a bright future ahead. That's wonderful. The woman cried with joy, I can die without regret. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire formation collapsed with a thunderous crash. The crowd vanished like smoke and mist, and as they departed, Nian Nian heard their final words. Benefactor, may our spiritual power help you achieve great things. Nian Nian closed her eyes in contemplation, her mind already made up. In an instant, the statue shattered, the space crumbled, revealing the true nature of the ancestral Shrinia damp, dilapidated hut. Master, a sharp voice came from her small pouch. Don't be too sad. No matter, Nian Nian's eyes flashed with determination. I will repay their suffering 100-fold. She turned to Yuan Xinshui and said solemnly, I have a brilliant plan that won't involve you in danger. Yuan Xinshui raised an eyebrow with a smile. Why not just wipe out the Bai family in one go? Wouldn't that be satisfying? Nian Nian analyzed calmly. The Bai family has many capable individuals, and their empress is a deity-level expert. This concerns my grand plan for revenge. I can't let you take such a risk. With that, she began to manipulate the dark energy within her, forming words in the air. If you want to keep something secret, don't do it. First, kill the empress. Then, destroy the Bai family. The demon clan will rise. Settle the blood debt. A cold smile played on Nian Nian's lips as she imagined the expressions of the Bai family elders when they saw the scene. Go to the Hongyan Pavilion to rest, Nian Nian instructed. I will head to the Imperial City to meet Bai Bian. Yuan Xinshui frowned. You're not going to sleep with me? What kind of puppet doesn't accompany its master? Nian Nian was taken aback. What do you mean by sleep? Do you really mean just sleeping? Yuan Xinshui's expression darkened. You're mine. If you don't sleep with me, who else will you sleep with? Yin Yan's face turned pale. Wait, how exactly do you sleep? It can't be that. Sleeping is just closing your eyes, isn't it? Yuan Xinshui looked at her puzzled. Yin Yan let out a sigh of relief. I see. Let's do as you said. You go to Hongyan Pavilion first and then take me to the palace. Arriving at the palace, Yin Yan had just removed her mask when Baibian came running to her like an excited puppy. Master. Baibian transformed into a small dog and leaped into her arms. I've missed you so much. Holding Baibian, Yin Yan's emptiness was filled. Her eyes flashed with determination. Let's go meet the high and mighty empress. After taking a few steps, Yin Yan saw Zhuang Xian rushing over with a bundle of spiritual herbs. She recalled the woman's request. Miss Bai, Zhuang Xian greeted with a smile. Yin Yan eyed the bundle of herbs and asked coldly, what are you doing here? Are those herbs for Su Linyan? Yin Yan and Zhuang Xian traveled together to the palace where the princess resided. Zhuang Xian's face was still pale, but the palace maidservants showed him noticeably more respect. Yin Yan was contemplating how to hand the letter to Zhuang Xian while also debating whether she should trust him. They had barely walked a few steps when they encountered Feng Sun being carried by others. Although the wounds on his face had healed, his bones had not fully recovered. Feng Sun put on an air of arrogance, trying to mask his physical discomfort. He scrutinized the two in front of him, paying particular attention to the change in Bai Lu's demeanor. Feng Sun waited for Yin Yan to greet him, but the two walked right past him. In disbelief, he called out to Yin Yan, only to receive an impatient, what do you want? In response, Yin Yan pulled Zhuang Xian away, muttering about Feng Sun's odd behavior. This infuriated Feng Sun, but he was powerless to do anything. An attendant reminded Feng Sun about his engagement to the princess, but Feng Sun coldly stated that he would not marry someone who had lost her divine beast. He disdainfully commented on Su Linian's situation and appearance, while pondering how to break off the engagement gracefully. Yin Yan and Zhuang Xian entered the heavily guarded palace and immediately saw the empress in a fit of rage. She was furious over a poorly prepared medicinal decoction and struck the maidservant carrying it, leaving her bloodied and battered. Although Zhuang Xian was disgusted by the scene, he concealed his emotions well to avoid angering the empress. The empress noticed their arrival and shot Yin Yan a hostile glare. Yin Yan feigned sadness, claiming she would take good care of the Bai family, subtly provoking the empress. This completely enraged the empress, who struck Yin Yan with a powerful blow. Yin Yan had anticipated this and used a magical artifact to deflect part of the attack, but she was still sent flying out the door. She immediately cried out for help, accusing the empress of trying to kill her. The empress chased after her, angrily denouncing Yin Yan's lies, while Yin Yan continued to loudly call for the clan elders. At that moment, several clan elders arrived in response to the commotion. Seeing them, Yin Yan pretended to be gravely injured and spat blood. This carefully orchestrated series of events further pushed the empress into a disadvantageous position. Lua, are you alright? The clan elder, eyes red with urgency, rushed to Yin Yan's side and quickly forced a life-saving elixir into her mouth. Before the empress could react, the eyes of several other elders turned toward her, filled with disappointment and anger. They rebuked her. Empress, your actions today are truly disheartening. How can you blame Lua for what happened to the princess? Why take out your anger on her? Just because your daughter is in trouble, does that mean you want others to suffer as well? You've all been deceived by this girl. The empress trembled with rage and defended herself. She provoked me first. Hearing this, Yin Yan immediately put on a look of deep sorrow and said in a mournful voice, I don't know what I said to offend you. Is it wrong to comfort you and tell you not to be sad? Is it wrong to say that you don't need to worry about the Bai family? The expression of grief on her face even shocked Lala, who was hidden in her pocket. Yin Yan continued, should I have said that my cousin would never wake up so you would be happy? Shut up, you wretch. The empress's eyes flashed with a fierce red light as she prepared to strike again. Seeing this, the elders shouted angrily, Empress, you are out of line. Do you have any respect for us, the elders, or for the Bai family? The clan elders' eyes were as sharp as knives, seemingly piercing through the empress. For the past few days, the Bai family and the empress had been secretly testing each other's limits, wary of one another. The Bai family wanted to support Yin Yan, while the empress hoped to elevate her own daughter, aiming to control both the Bai family and the royal court. Both sides understood this tacitly, but Yin Yan's provocation, coupled with her dramatic display of coughing up blood, finally tore away the thin veil of pretense. Supported by a few people, Yin Yan's downcast face briefly revealed a satisfied smile. She thought to herself that today was just a trigger, and the real drama was yet to come. Soon, she would make the conflict between the Bai family and the empress explode completely. Lure, let's go. The clan elder said with a cold snort, clearly unwilling to engage further with the empress and not wanting to completely sever ties. Yin Yan, still feigning weakness, whimpered softly for a while before suddenly grabbing the clan elder's hand and weakly asking, "Am I going to die? Elder, if I die, can you help me break the contract with the chiming dog? At least let it continue to serve the Bai family." The clan elder was moved by her words, managing a strained smile. "Good child, don't talk nonsense. You're just injured. You'll be fine." But Nian Nian persisted. "If that day really comes, can the contract be broken?" Her heart pounded as she anxiously awaited the elder's reply. Clearly touched by her sincerity, the clan elder sighed and said, "Of course, it can be done." Nian Nian felt a wave of relief and allowed a barely noticeable smile to cross her face. She rejoiced internally. Perfect. It can be broken. She was already plotting how to sever the contract between Lala and Su Linyan. "What should I do?" Nian Nian asked urgently, her eyes shining with desperation. She stared intently at the clan elder, pressing, "Please tell me. If I ever face danger in the future, I want to ensure that the Qiming dog survives." The elders exchanged meaningful glances, surprise evident in their eyes. They were both astonished and pleased by Luo's loyalty to the Bai family. Previously, they had worried she might be lured away by other powerful factions, but now those fears seemed unfounded. "Very well," the elders nodded after a moment of contemplation. They recalled the recent events involving the Emperor and Empress. Although they didn't wish ill upon this promising child, the mutated Qiming dog had indeed become their last growing asset. The chief elder spoke slowly. "It's actually not that difficult, but it requires a very rare treasure." He looked at Nian Nian and asked, "Loa, aside from our life-bound spirit beasts, what do we need to form a contract with other wild spirit beasts?" Without hesitation, Nian Nian replied, "We need the beast god fruit unique to our Wanshou kingdom. Both I and the spirit beast eat one each, and then the spirit beast merges a drop of its heart's blood into our beast essence, forming the contract." This was common knowledge even for a 3-year-old in the Wanshou kingdom. She continued, "Life-bound spirit beasts share a death pact with us, living and dying together. Ordinary contract beasts are dominated by the stronger party. Beast tamers who can't awaken their spirit forms usually avoid accepting beasts other than their life-bound ones, because as ordinary people, the contract can be broken at the spirit beast's whim. They'd essentially be serving a master. Of course, if their life-bound spirit beast is willing to manage other smaller spirit beasts, it doesn't matter." "That's right, the beast god fruit," the elder nodded, his expression turning serious. "But while people know about the fruit, they don't realize that there's a 9 in a million chance the beast god tree won't bear fruit but will instead produce a black flower shaped like a spike. Do we eat the black flower?" Nian Nian asked eagerly. "No," the elder replied with a mysterious smile. "The black flower rarely survives past 100 days, but among thousands, one might live. It will produce a single drop of dew, and that's what we need." Upon hearing this, Nian Nian's heart sank. Such stringent requirements meant it could take forever to find. But no matter how difficult, as long as there was a way, she wouldn't give up. "Does the Bai family have any?" she asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. The chief elder laughed. "Silly child, such a precious item isn't just lying around. This method was discovered by one of our ancestors by accident. He drank the dew without knowing what it was and ended up severing his bond with his life-bound spirit beast, regretting it deeply." As they spoke, the group arrived at the Bai family estate. The maidservants were alarmed by Nian Nian's injured and weak appearance. "Take good care of the young lady," the chief elder sternly instructed the maids. "If you don't, be prepared to lose your heads." His disregard for human life was reminiscent of the Empress. "Chief elder, why don't we get some pure dew to help Luo recover?" suggested the second elder. "What's pure dew?" Nian Nian asked curiously. "It's one of the treasures from our ancestral hall," the chief elder replied with a smile. "Yes, I had overlooked that. Come, Luo, follow me." Nian Nian's face lit up with genuine joy. She thought to herself, let them witness their foundation crumble. As they opened the door to the ancestral hall, the chief elder expected to see the usual opulent statues. Instead, he was stunned to find it empty, with only a row of words formed by dark magic writhing in front of him. Oh my god," the chief elder, overcome with rage, his eyes bloodshot, screamed in anguish. "Those damn demons. My Bai family. Our foundation is gone." His spiritual power went out of control, blasting the room apart. The other elders were equally furious and speechless, pointing at the words left by Nian Nian, unable to utter a word as if their throats were clenched. Nian Nian saw the chief elder's tear-streaked face, looking as if he had aged 50 years in an instant. She closed her eyes slowly, thinking, "These scoundrels deserve to suffer. This is the best atonement for the innocent people they've tormented." Feigning shock, Nian Nian raised her hand, pointing at the words she had left, and cried out tearfully, "The demons have gone too far. How could they commit such a vile act? My Bai family, my Bai family." She infused her spiritual power, coughed up blood, and fainted dramatically. The scene descended into chaos. Pretending to be unconscious, Nian Nian felt herself being carried to a bed. Once the room was clear, she quickly opened her eyes. "Master, Lala, stifling discomfort, emerged from the space. It was covered in wounds, still healing slowly from the magical injuries. Despite her severe injuries, Lala remained spirited. Snuggling in Nian Nian's arms, she looked around contentedly and asked innocently, "Is this the master's home?" Nian Nian glanced disdainfully at the shabby room and replied softly, "Of course not. Our home is in the demon abyss, where there are many uncles and elders who will surely adore Lala." As she spoke, she looked down at the injured Lala, her eyes lingering on the distressing wounds, feeling a pang of sorrow. At that moment, Baibian emerged, transforming into the form of a little boy, and shouted indignantly at Lala, "The master now has 2 beast companions. I'm not happy, humph." Lala's big eyes darted around, and she snorted coldly at Baibian's pouty face. Their gazes met in the air, almost sparking with tension. Just as Nian Nian was about to say something, she heard the murmurs of the female slaves outside. She perked up her ears to catch fragments of their conversation. The young lady had fainted, the elders were bedridden with rage. Apparently, demons had invaded the ancestral hall. Demons? How terrifying, one slave exclaimed. Didn't she also assassinate the princess and steal the blood phoenix? And what about that lord? Another slave asked. That lord went to the red pavilion long ago, the first slave sighed. If he were here, the demons wouldn't have succeeded. Alas, Nian Nian felt a surge of relief. If it weren't for her dual nature as both spirit and demon, her identity might have been exposed by now. With everyone convinced that the demons had attacked the ancestral hall, no one would suspect Yuan Xinshui. They would only think he had gone to the red pavilion, giving the demons an opportunity. Even if suspicions arose, it wouldn't be difficult for a low-level formation master to escape. Sighing lightly, Nian Nian murmured to herself, "I owe him so much. I wonder what Yuan Xinshui is up to now." At that moment, in the red pavilion, Yuan Xinshui sat elegantly in a luxurious room, holding Nian Nian's body. He looked impassively at the trembling pavilion master kneeling before him, casually picking up delicate hairpins and placing them in Nian Nian's hair. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Yuan Xinshui turned to the pavilion master and asked coldly, "Do you sleep with your clothes on?" The pavilion master was stunned and stammered, "What? If I'm sleeping alone, the outer clothes should be removed, right?" Frowning slightly, Yuan Xinshui asked again, "And if you're sleeping with someone else?" The pavilion master was startled, thinking he was referring to intimate matters. She instinctively replied, "If it's here in my pavilion, and both parties are willing, naturally, everything comes off." Thinking of undressing? Yuan Xinshui's gaze was as sharp as a knife, scanning Nian Nian from head to toe, as if stripping her bare with his eyes. This scene sent the host into a frenzy, heart pounding wildly. Just as the tension reached its peak, a servant from the Bai family burst in urgently, "Sir, our young lady has fainted. Please come quickly." The servant trembled, terrified that this powerful figure might take his anger out on him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xinshui's face turned dark as ink. He swiftly gathered Nian Nian and strode towards the Bai household. The Bai family was in chaos. Servants huddled together, whispering about their uncertain future if the Bai family fell. Several elders were so enraged they collapsed. Yuan Xinshui moved through the commotion as if it were nothing, heading straight for Nian Nian's room. He expected to find her lying weakly on the bed, but instead, he was greeted by the mouth-watering aroma of food as he opened the door. "Quick, close the door," Nian Nian hurriedly called out. "I've sent the maidservants away. Come, try this, it's something special." On the table was a large copper pot, with Lala plucking one of her feathers and placing it at the bottom, causing it to blaze intensely. Despite its small size, the feather produced an unusually fierce flame. The table was laden with various meats and vegetables brimming with spiritual energy. Nian Nian introduced proudly, "These are all specialties I brought back from the Demon Gorge. I guarantee you've never tasted anything like them." She tossed a skewer of green balls and meat into the pot, releasing an enticing fragrance. The 2 little ones were still learning to use chopsticks. Baibian had managed to grasp the basics after a few days, while Lala was still struggling, grappling with a piece of meat. "You're so clumsy. You can't even use chopsticks," Baibian couldn't help but tease. No sooner had he spoken than the green ball he was holding slipped away. Lala quickly retorted, "You're no better." "That's because these are hard to pick up." Baibian shot back defiantly. The 2 little ones bickered, soon escalating into a tussle, their chopsticks stirring the pot chaotically. Nian Nian rubbed her temples, muttering helplessly, "Why do these 2 always fight? Raising kids is exhausting, and they never listen." Yuan Xinshui picked up his chopsticks and lightly tapped the edge of the pot. Instantly, an invisible wave of energy swept over the 2 little ones. Lala and Baibian froze, their bodies, which were about to clash, suddenly still. What was that feeling? Baibian and Lala swallowed hard, as if a knife had been held to their throats. They exchanged glances and obediently resumed eating. Yuan Xinshui picked up a green ball and looked at Nian Nian, saying, "Not at all, they're quite easy to manage." Nian Nian. Yuan Shinsui took a bite of the green ball, its crispy exterior giving way to a burst of sweet, juicy filling, refreshing and not greasy. It's called an appetizer ball. Never had it before, right? Nian Nian asked with a smile. Yuan Shinsui nodded. What did you eat under Mount Baitu? Nian Nian asked curiously. Yuan Shinsui pondered for a moment and replied indifferently. Spiritual energy. Nian Nian's chopsticks paused abruptly and she asked in surprise, You don't eat food? Yuan Shinsui's expression remained calm, as if discussing something entirely ordinary. There was no food there. Only books, cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts left by the tribe, none of which were edible. Seeing Nian Nian's complex expression, Yuan Shinsui added, It wasn't too bad. With spiritual energy, not eating is manageable. But it can be a bit uncomfortable. Nian Nian felt a pang of sorrow. She knew that for strong cultivators, going without food or drink for decades while in seclusion was common, but it was still uncomfortable. So I had to sleep, Yuan Shinsui continued. Sleeping made it much better, less uncomfortable. He went on, That's probably why. With no one to talk to, I mastered all the array formations of the Xian tribe, growing increasingly bored. When I got bored, I slept. When I woke up, I cultivated. Eventually, I grew stronger, but with no comparison, I didn't know how strong. Over time, I spent most of the year sleeping, and eventually, 9 out of 10 years. How old are you? Nian Nian asked curiously. I forgot. Yuan Shinsui's eyes grew distant. I used to mark the days on the wall to keep track. Then you got too lazy to keep marking? Not exactly. Yuan Shinsui put down his chopsticks and untied his hair, letting it cascade down like a waterfall, looking extraordinarily ethereal. In a calm voice he said, The wall ran out of space, so I stopped. Nian Nian cleared her throat and changed the subject. How did you get out? Didn't you say there was a seal? Realizing she might have asked too much, she quickly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. If it's inconvenient to talk about, just forget I asked. Yuan Shinsui leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly, revealing a perfect jawline. I drew out 90% of my power. The seal thought that was my main body and abandoned me to capture that 90%. Then I got out. Nian Nian's chopstick slipped from her hand. What did it mean to split off 90% of his power? Did that mean his remaining 10% was already at the peak of the current 5 continents combat power, a minor god realm? Major god realm experts hadn't appeared in ages. Alright, Nian Nian sighed, we've both had it tough. Yuan Shinsui gazed at Nian Nian, suddenly speaking softly, Next time you have questions, feel free to ask me. What? Nian Nian was momentarily taken aback. Yuan Shinsui propped his chin on his hand, his smile gentle, a far cry from his earlier ruthless demeanor. The Xian people share everything with their bonded partners. Nian Nian, you and I should be close. Nian Nian's chopsticks clattered onto the table, and she asked in shock, How do you know my name? Those ugly creatures in your house called you that in front of me. Yuan Shinsui's voice was melodious, especially when he pronounced her name. Isn't it Nian Nian? Lala and Baibian looked up at her simultaneously, their big eyes blinking. Isn't it? Nian Nian's expression grew serious. It's fine if you call me that, but about that bonded partner. I'm not your plaything. I have my own thoughts and things I want to do. Do you understand? I don't think it's appropriate. I understand. What do you want to do? Yuan Shinsui sat up straight. Whatever you want, I'll help you. I don't see anything inappropriate about it. Nian Nian looked up and met Yuan Shinsui's gaze. She coughed lightly, inwardly questioning whether she had been taking advantage of him all along. After a brief hesitation, she finally asked, Who harmed your Xian clan? If I can help in the future, I will. It's a debt that needs repaying. Yuan Shinsui's smile faded, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he replied, In the Beast Kingdom? Or in the 5 continents? Nian Nian was planning to head to the 5 continents to improve her strength after resolving matters here, but Yuan Shinsui only stared at her, smiling silently, clearly unwilling to let her interfere with Xian clan's affairs. Alright then, let me know if you need my help, Nian Nian said, putting down her chopsticks and starting to put on her nightwear. Yuan Shinsui frowned and asked, Where are you going? To Baichao Manor to deliver a message. But not as Bailu, rather as a remnant of the demon clan. Yuan Shinsui was about to offer to accompany her when his expression froze, and his face changed drastically. He suddenly stood up straight, looking towards the east, a strange sense of unease washing over him. To the east, thousands of miles away. Yuan Shinsui said in a low voice, I won't be going with you to Baichao Manor. There's somewhere I need to be. Nian Nian noticed a peculiar glimmer in Yuan Shinsui's eyes, as if embers were reigniting, threatening to blaze anew. She nodded and said, It's fine, I can go alone. Both left simultaneously. Nian Nian left a doppelganger in her place, while Yuan Shinsui walked out the main gate unchallenged. Nian Nian stood on the rooftop, silently vowing to become just as strong. Lala followed its master excitedly but was also worried, pondering why its master had 2 children. Nian Nian brought it to Baichao Manor, only to find the place in a state of disrepair. 2 guards, not even at the human spiritual realm, were dozing off. Although the manor's plaque had been cleaned, only 2 dim lanterns hung, exuding a sense of desolation. Nian Nian easily vaulted into the manor, but to her surprise, found the internal spiritual energy concentration much higher than outside. Lala whispered that even the grass here was edible. Just as Nian Nian was about to explain that these were spiritual herbs, she heard footsteps and arguing voices approaching. Zhuang Xian and a middle-aged man, his father, Zhuang Tianwen, were walking in her direction. Nian Nian quickly hid in the shadows, carefully observing the father and son. Zhuang Tianwen's spiritual energy seemed unstable, as if he had suffered a severe injury. They were fiercely debating whether Zhuang Xian should join Shengshan sect. Zhuang Xian was firmly opposed, believing that Shengshan sect only wanted to seize the manor's spiritual herbs. Zhuang Tianwen, on the other hand, was worried about his inability to protect the manor and his son's safety. Their argument revealed the dire situation Baichao Manor was currently in. At that moment, Nian Nian heard Zhuang Xian mention his missing sister. She glanced at the letter in her hand and sighed inwardly. Lala sympathetically asked if they should slowly reveal the truth, but Nian Nian believed that knowing their family had been brutally killed would fuel their desire for revenge. Without hesitation, Nian Nian decisively threw the token and letter towards Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian caught the letter, his pupils suddenly contracting as he asked in disbelief, "Sister?" Nian Nian had just fulfilled someone else's dying wish and was about to make a hasty retreat when Zhuang Tianwen called out, "Wait." Zhuang Tianwen had already sensed Nian Nian's presence and said urgently but restrained, "We won't move, we won't come over. We just want to ask a few questions, please stay." Zhuang Xian excitedly asked, "Is my sister okay? Why hasn't she come home? We've searched everywhere for her." Nian Nian paused, then after a moment of silence, she lowered her voice and said, "Just read the letter." She should have explained everything. All right, please don't leave," Zhuang Tianwen said hurriedly. "We can talk like this. We haven't even thanked you yet." Zhuang Xian eagerly opened the letter, but his face froze as he read its contents. His hands began to tremble slightly, the words within cutting through the hearts of the father and son like knives. "The Bai family, how dare they?" Zhuang Tianwen clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood from the shock and fury before collapsing to the ground. "Father!" Zhuang Xian quickly supported his father, his face pale as he asked, "Miss, is what my sister wrote true? Did the Bai family really commit such heinous acts?" "You should recognize your sister's handwriting," Nian Nian replied calmly. "Bai family? Zhuang Xian will never forgive you." Zhuang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, gripping his sister's keepsake tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. "I won't let a single Bai family member go." Overwhelmed by grief, Zhuang Tianwen fainted. Zhuang Xian arranged for someone to take his father to rest, then turned to Nian Nian, saying, "Miss, rest assured. My sister said you are a benefactor she can never repay in this lifetime." He was about to kneel, but felt a force stopping him. Shocked, Zhuang Xian realized the young person before him was already a powerful spiritual master. "No need to kneel," Nian Nian said. "I was just fulfilling a task entrusted to me." Zhuang Xian sincerely responded, "Please let our Baichao Manor repay you. Whatever we have, you can take. If you need a place to stay, you are welcome here." Nian Nian's mind stirred, and she asked, "Do you have the dew formed from the flower of the beast god fruit?" Surprised, Zhuang Xian asked, "How did you know we have that?" Nian Nian stepped forward urgently, "Is that true?" "Yes," Zhuang Xian replied straightforwardly, "I'll bring it to you." "Wait," Nian Nian called out, "I'll go with you." Amidst the worried murmurs, Nian Nian donned a black veil and followed Zhuang Xian to the storeroom. The guards, upon Zhuang Xian's explanation, opened the storeroom doors. Zhuang Xian took out a small box and handed it to Nian Nian with both hands. "This was left from our family's prosperous days. No one dared to use it due to its unknown properties. Now it's yours." Nian Nian accepted the dew, her heart racing with excitement. She had been prepared for a long search, but unexpectedly found it so quickly. Zhuang Xian then handed over his waist token. "With this token, you can freely enter and exit our manor, although our doors are already open to all." "Thank you, I need this," Nian Nian said, taking the token and thinking it could serve as an identity marker. After Nian Nian left, Zhuang Xian carefully reread the letter before approaching his father. "Father, I refuse to go to Shengshan sect, a place that knows no justice. Isn't the princess also of Bai family blood? The empress is cruel and the head of the Bai family. My sister died at their hands. I could never study under such vile people." Zhuang Tianwen seemed to age 10 years overnight. Taking a deep breath, he made a significant decision. "You don't have to go to Shengshan sect. From today on, our Baichao Manor and the Bai family are mortal enemies. Go fetch the token I keep in the secret room." Zhuang Xian was shocked. "Father, that item must not be touched. Just go when I tell you to." Zhuang Tianwen shouted anxiously, his voice filled with urgency and determination. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Your sister's body isn't even cold yet, and you expect me, your father, to rely on that life-saving token for the rest of my life? Go get it. Zhuang Tianwen's words carried the weight of the past. In his youth, he had been a prized disciple of a formidable master. Unfortunately, an injury had caused him to lose his foundation. To avoid tarnishing his master's reputation, he chose to live in seclusion in the kingdom of beasts. The token, a life-saving charm, had been a gift from his master. Now, Zhuang Tianwen finally needed to use it, and a resolute glint shone in his eyes. Meanwhile, Nian Nian arrived at a secluded valley with Lala. She took out a small vial from her robe and whispered, "Lala, come here." Carefully, she poured the dew into Lala's mouth. "How do you feel?" Nian Nian asked nervously, her eyes fixed on Lala's reaction. Lala smacked her lips, her small face tense. "I don't feel anything," she started, but before she could finish, her beast energy began to tremble violently. Lala's body convulsed as if something were being forcibly extracted from her. "It hurts. Master, it hurts so much," she cried out in pain. "Lala." Nian Nian immediately held her, but the next moment, her own phoenix energy began to heat up. A massive array suddenly appeared beneath them. Nian Nian could feel the joy emanating from her phoenix energy, and her heart seemed to fill up as though a missing piece was finally being restored. At that moment, Su Linyan, who had been unconscious in the palace, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She let out a blood-curdling scream and rolled off the bed onto the floor. "Yener." The Empress rushed into the room at the sound, only to see Su Linyan clawing frantically at her back, her body convulsing as her wounds reopened. "Mother, my back hurts. It's like someone is digging out my bones. It hurts so much." Su Linyan screamed in agony, as if her spine was being forcibly removed. The pain, though only a fraction of what Nian Nian had endured, was enough to push Su Linyan to the brink of collapse. Nearby, Feng Sun, who was meditating, heard the commotion and quietly approached the door. He didn't enter, not wanting to see Su Linyan's disfigured face. "I was already blind, and the bloody socket was nauseating." Suddenly, Su Linyan's frantic voice echoed out, "Mother, my divine beast is gone." She spat out blood, her voice hoarse. "I can feel it, my bond with the beast is broken. The contract is broken." "What?" Feng Sun was shocked. "Can the bond be broken unilaterally? Doesn't that mean Su Linyan is now useless?" "Impossible." The Empress was horrified. "No one can break a contract unless—" She suddenly remembered the dew, but that was a secret known only to the Bai family. Could it be a great deity-level expert? But even the 5 continents haven't seen a great deity-level expert in years, let alone the small kingdom of beasts. "Mother, it's that wretch. She's back." Su Linyan was nearly hysterical. "She's back to take everything from Meth Phoenix Bone, the Phoenix Energy, the Beast Egg. She's here for revenge. She's back, Su Linyan clutched her head and screamed. "No, her bones have already rotted away. Don't be afraid, Mother is here." The Empress held her daughter tightly, a murderous glint in her eyes. "Mother will find you even better spirit beasts. That disobedient phoenix is gone, so what? There are others. Don't you trust the Bai family's bone replacement secret? Even if you still have the phoenix bone and energy, if you want someone else's beast bones, Mother will get them for you. The sacred Kirin? Do you like Zhuangxian's bones? If not, how about Bai Lu's mutated spirit beast? Whatever my child wants, Mother will get it for you." Standing outside, Feng Sun was stunned by what he heard. Killing and stealing bones? Such a secret technique exists? He looked at Su Linyan with disgust, thinking that the Kingdom of Beasts had some nerve to deceive him with such a counterfeit woman. However, a calculating glint appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain that secret technique, wouldn't that mean someone like him, who couldn't control beasts, could awaken a life-bound spirit beast? He plotted silently, determined to get the secret technique, even if he wouldn't accept Su Linyan as his woman. Meanwhile, in the deep forest, Lala no longer felt any pain. "Master," she said excitedly, twirling on her toes. "Master, my wounds are all gone." After severing the contract with Su Linyan, Lala felt reborn. Lala, standing beside Nian Nian, felt her soul intertwining with her master Feng Yuan's. She called out softly twice but received no response. Looking up, she saw Nian Nian with eyes tightly shut, surrounded by a tumultuous blend of spiritual and demonic energies, forming a massive swirling vortex. Lala suddenly understood. Her master was about to advance. She straightened up abruptly and witnessed the return of the 2 life-bound spirit beasts, finally completing Feng Yuan's rebirth. Pure spiritual energy surged from Feng Yuan like a tidal wave. Nian Nian clearly saw the 2 black and white beads in her lower abdomen, slowly extending a second thorn. The second star human spirit realm. The second star human demon realm. Both breaking through at the same time. Wild spirit beasts in the vicinity began to stir restlessly. Lala no longer worried about their aura being exposed and detected by the Empress. The contract was severed, and no one could break the wings of the Blood Phoenix anymore. Suddenly, a blood-red fire phoenix appeared out of thin air. It spread its wings and merged with the true Feng Yuan, making the spirit beast's soul even more powerful. Enormous flaming wings enveloped Nian Nian, who was in the midst of advancing, burning fiercely. The blood phoenix's pressure swept across the entire mountain range, intimidating the restless wild beasts. It opened its mouth, and from its youthful voice, one could already sense the future power to devour the heavens and scorch the sun. Lowly beasts, begone. Meanwhile, in the dense forest to the east, Yuan Xinshui stood with his long robe trailing on the ground, coldly staring at the massive black-robed figures before him. "I'm very familiar with the aura you carry," he said, his gaze filled with a desolate indifference. The black-robed figures trembled with excitement and suddenly knelt before Yuan, shouting, "Greetings, young master." Yuan Xinshui raised an eyebrow and said, "I had thought the people of the Xian tribe were all dead. I didn't expect there to be any of you left. Back in the day, our Xian tribe was so glorious." The man in the black robe trembled as he sorrowfully recounted the Xian tribe's past splendor and tragic fate. He described the tribe's contributions to the 5 continents and how their extinction was caused by the greed of others. In his despair, the chieftain set up a grand formation to protect the only pure blood left, the young master, Yuan Xinshui. The man in the black robe continued to explain that they, the survivors, were trapped while on a mission and narrowly escaped, only to find that the young master was the sole survivor. Unable to enter Mount Baitu, they waited outside for many years. Upon sensing the presence of the young master, they rushed to reunite with him. These elderly men in black robes, whose strength was no match for Yuan Xinshui, were nearing the end of their lives but still harbored a deep-seated hatred for their enemies. Yuan Xinshui quietly remarked, "Just kill them all then?" The men expressed their desire for vengeance but admitted that their current power was insufficient. They revealed that over the years, they had developed their forces in secret and founded the Red Ghost Valley of the 5 continents, reserving the position of Valley Master for the young master. Now, they were finally able to hand over the Red Ghost Valley to Yuan Xinshui. If the Shengshan sect and the Lingtian Academy found out, they would be utterly shocked. It turned out that the Red Ghost Valley's pursuit of the imperial consort Su Linyan, who was born with the Phoenix Yuan, was actually a cover for finding Yuan Xinshui. The great elder removed his hood, revealing an aged face, and earnestly requested the young master to accompany them to the 5 continents. He mentioned that there might be a way to lift the seal on Mount Baitu there, and within the seal were the Xian tribe's accumulated resources and foundational techniques, which needed to be reclaimed. Yuan Xinshui sneered at the mention of the 5 continents. The tribe members eagerly suggested setting off immediately, but Yuan Xinshui suddenly stated that he wanted to bring his puppet along. The elders exchanged puzzled looks, relieved that the young master had a companion, but unsure of the puppet's whereabouts. Yuan Xinshui explained that the puppet was off handling something and added that she could move on her own and was very beautiful. The great elder was shocked, realizing it was not a puppet at all. Ignoring their reactions, Yuan Xinshui glanced at the sky and prepared to leave to find the puppet. The great elder insisted on accompanying him, and Yuan Xinshui casually agreed before disappearing, leaving the tribe members to realize they had forgotten to ask where the young master was staying. Yuan Xinshui instantly reappeared at the Bai family's entrance, just in time to meet Nian Nian. She affectionately called him Yuan Shui, and although Yuan Xinshui corrected her, he quickly let it go. After severing the contract with Lala, Nian Nian looked radiant. Bai Bian immediately reverted to her original form upon hearing the voices, demanding a hug and secretly feeling jealous that her master had another spirit beast. Nian Nian picked up Bai Bian and inquired about the elder's condition. Upon learning they were still bedridden, she inwardly smirked, considering it retribution for the Bai family. At that moment, a messenger from the palace arrived, stating that the emperor and empress wanted to question her. Nian Nian decided to go personally and informed Yuan Xinshui that she needed to do one last thing with this body. Yuan Xinshui confirmed that he had lifted the seal on Nian Nian. She mentioned that she would return to her own body within 3 hours. Bai Bian and Lala suddenly expressed their desire to follow Yuan Xinshui, and Nian Nian agreed, as Yuan Xinshui was safeguarding her body. Finally, Nian Nian looked at Yuan Xinshui in surprise and remarked, "Who would have thought you were so good with kids?" Yuan Xinshui stood in silence, his cold and stern gaze fixed on the 2 tiny figures before him, barely reaching his knees. Nian Nian whispered, "I'll be leaving now." She stepped outside and boarded the beast-drawn carriage, which sped off impatiently, disappearing from sight in an instant. With Nian Nian's departure, an eerie tension filled the air. Lala and Bai Bian instinctively took a step back, raising their small hands defensively to maintain their distance from Yuan Xinshui. Trying to appear brave, Lala tightened her little face and declared, "I will protect my master's body. I'm warning you, if you try anything when I grow up, I won't let you get away with it." Bai Bian chimed in, "Yeah, I'm watching you," pointing to her large, black, grape-like eyes. Yuan Xinshui's indifferent gaze swept over the 2 little ones, a flicker of irritation crossing his eyes. His emotionless look felt like that of a giant beast ready to crush them at any moment, sending shivers down their spines. Despite their fear, they stood their ground, determined to protect their master's body. Yuan Shinsui twitched his fingers in annoyance, but quickly restrained himself. He reminded himself that harming these annoying little creatures would anger Nian Nian. In the end, he suppressed his murderous intent and turned to leave. The two little ones immediately followed, wobbling like tiny tails behind a fierce beast. Yin Yan's carriage raced to the palace gates, only to collide with another beast-drawn carriage. She peeked out and saw that it was Zhuang Xian stepping out of the other carriage. His face was grim, but he forced a smile. What a coincidence, Miss Yin. You're here at the palace too? We seem to keep running into each other. Sensing something was off, Yin Yan bombarded him with questions. At this hour? Zhuang Xian, why are you at the palace? Did the emperor and empress summon you? Is it about the spiritual medicine? Did they ask you to fetch it? Just you? Not your father? They specifically called for you. Zhuang Xian shook his head, explaining that he was merely summoned for questioning, but Yin Yan's suspicions grew. She quickly deduced that the empress might be planning to take Zhuang Xian's beast essence and sacred qilin to compensate for Su Lin Yan's lost spirit beast. As Zhuang Xian prepared to enter the palace with her, Yin Yan suddenly changed her demeanor, shoving him away harshly. Get lost. How dare you try to cozy up to me? You've dirted my dress. She demanded compensation for her dress, and even threatened that if he didn't bring an identical one within 2 hours, he shouldn't expect to return to the manor alive. Fuming with anger, Zhuang Xian gritted his teeth. Is that so? The Bai family sure is something. Fine, your Bai family is really something. Forced by Yin Yan's threats, he turned to leave. However, when he glanced back after walking some distance, he saw Yin Yan still standing there, her arrogance replaced by a deep, calm composure. Sensing something amiss, Zhuang Xian hesitated to turn back, but Yin Yan silently mouthed, "Don't come back." Alarmed, he watched as the palace gates slowly closed. Meanwhile, in Su Lin Yan's chamber, the empress gently stroked her daughter's hair, comforting her. "Don't cry, Inner. Today, your mother will help you obtain the sacred Qilin's beast essence." "Really? Mother, I want the sacred Qilin, and I also want that mutated inferno hound." Su Lin Yan shouted desperately, clutching her face as if she were drowning, and this was her lifeline. Her voice was filled with despair and longing. "And my eyes, mother, my face is ruined. Will Brotherson still want me? Am I going to be rejected? I'll become the laughingstock of all 5 continents." A ruthless glint flashed in the empress's eyes as she grasped her daughter's hand firmly. "No, that won't happen. I won't let it." She spun around and barked at the maid standing outside the door. "Where is Zhuang Xian?" The maid, clearly aware of something, hesitated before answering. He arrived. But he dirted the young lady's dress at the palace gate and was sent away to buy a new one. Outrageous. The empress was furious. Who gave Bai Lu the audacity? How dare she dismiss someone I need to see? Suddenly, something dawned on her. "Wait, did you say Bai Lu came?" The maid, trembling, quickly replied yes. She dared not say more, knowing the empress had been venting her rage on the servants due to the recent issues with the princess. The empress, filled with frustration, said, "I wanted to see the clan elder, not her." Su Lin Yan suddenly became agitated. "Mother, I want her beast core. It's even more powerful than Zhuang Xian's." The empress soothed her. "We can't touch her yet, Yanan. We still need the Bai family to serve you. Once I've placated the clan elders, I'll deal with her for you." She explained the limits of the bone replacement technique in a low voice. This secret technique is a cruel, forbidden art. If revealed, it would cause an uproar across the 5 continents and bring great trouble. Only the top echelons of the Bai family know of its existence. The others are unaware. Just as the empress was about to continue, Yin Nian walked in silently. She said coldly, "Empress, if you have something to ask me directly. The clan elders are bedridden and can't heed your summons." Yin Nian's gaze fell on Su Lin Yan, and a barely concealed look of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, nearly driving Su Lin Yan mad. Not wanting her daughter to deplete her energy further, the empress pressed a point on her neck, causing Su Lin Yan to fall unconscious. The empress glared at Yin Yan. "Bai Lu, do you think you can act arrogantly before me because you believe you'll gain control of the Bai family?" She stood up slowly, releasing her intimidating aura. Yin Yan was immediately overwhelmed, blood streaming from her nose and mouth, her knee joints cracking under the pressure. The empress looked down at her with a cold smile. "You refuse to kneel? How stubborn. Do you think, like last time, infuriating me and getting injured will make the clan elders help you? Don't be delusional, you wretched girl. As long as I remain the Bai family's only divine realm expert, they are bound to me, under my command." The empress pressed down forcefully. "Kneel." With a loud crack, Yin Yan felt excruciating pain throughout her body. Yet she suddenly lifted her bloodied face and smiled. "What are you laughing at?" The empress felt a strange sense of familiarity and unease looking at her face. Yin Yan spoke slowly, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Empress, no, venomous woman. You and your daughter, both rotten to the core. Do you know why the clan elders are bedridden? You only care about your daughter and have no idea what has befallen the Bai family, do you? Feeling manipulated by this insignificant ant, the Empress grabbed Nian Nian's throat. Stop playing games and speak. Struggling to breathe, Nian Nian's smile grew wider. She softly uttered 4 words. Bai family shrine. These words threw the Empress into turmoil. She instinctively loosened her grip, causing Nian Nian to fall, coughing, to the ground. Raising her head, Nian Nian sneered. Do you really not know what's in the shrine, you venomous woman? The Empress's eyes turned red with anger. Speak. What happened to the Bai family shrine? It's gone, Nian Nian said calmly. These simple words sent shockwaves through the Empress's heart. She staggered back a few steps, then turned to stare at Nian Nian, recalling how this niece used to affectionately call her aunt, a stark contrast to now. Taking a step closer to Nian Nian, the Empress asked in disbelief, the Bai family's foundation is destroyed, and you're laughing? As soon as this absurd thought appeared in the Empress's mind, it grew wildly like an uncontrollable vine. Her eyes were fixed on the girl in front of her, filled with growing suspicion and fear. Meanwhile, several elders from the Bai family were rushing to the palace as fast as they could. They had woken up to find that Nian Nian was missing and had heard that she had entered the palace, causing them to be terrified. First elder. Faster. The second elder panted as he ran. Why do I feel so uneasy? The first elder let out a cold laugh. The Empress doesn't know yet that something has happened to the Bai family, does she? Her mind is only on her injured daughter. She wouldn't care if the Bai family lives or dies. From the moment they discovered the Bai family's foundation had been destroyed to now accepting the reality, the first elder's chest was filled with unvented anger, which naturally turned towards the Empress who had ignored the Bai family. All these years, the Empress hasn't done anything for the Bai family, yet she took the most pure essence liquid. If all that liquid had been used to nurture our descendants. The third elder's words were abruptly cut off. Enough, third elder, the first elder said through gritted teeth. There's no use crying over spilled milk. So we lost some essence liquid? Our Bai family is big and strong. This loss won't be a fatal blow. He could only comfort himself this way. As long as we nurture Luer well, the Bai family can still reach its former glory. The first elder thought of Bai Lu and felt a bit reassured. Heaven hasn't abandoned our Bai family. Even without the essence liquid, we have an unparalleled genius. The other elders nodded in agreement, believing that as long as Bai Lu was around, the Bai family could rise to the top again. But why did Luer go to the palace alone? What if the Empress goes mad again? The second elder said angrily. If anything happens to Luer, we can't let the Empress go unchecked. The first elder shook his head. It won't come to that. After all, she is still the head of the Bai family. But he felt a bit uneasy. I'm just afraid the Empress has her eyes on Luer's beast core and the mutated Qiming dog, and might take them for Su Linyan. The other elders' faces changed at his words. They had almost forgotten about that. The Bai family's secret arts, combined with the Empress's love for her daughter, might indeed lead her to do something as reckless as killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Originally, the beast core in Bai Lu could be fully effective, but transferring it to Su Linyan would only yield 80% of its power. Hurry! Faster! The elders were extremely anxious, sweating profusely. In the room, Nian Nian was numb with pain, but her heart felt unprecedentedly free. Who exactly are you? The Empress stared at Nian Nian, feeling a chill down her spine. Despite being a powerful deity-level warrior, the person in front of her appeared to be Bai Lu based on aura and bloodline. How could such a bizarre thing happen? Who am I? You're curious, aren't you? Nian Nian's gaze fell on the Empress's severed finger, the one she had bitten off that day. She slowly revealed a smile and whispered, I'm here to take your life. She decided not to reveal her identity to this poisonous woman, wanting her to live every day in fear, with the memory of today hanging over her like a sword. I will take away everything you care about, one piece at a time, Nian Nian said, her eyes flashing with danger. You. The Empress trembled with rage. You, a mere ant, dare to scheme against me? If I tell the elders that you are not Bai Lu, you are finished. I will make you wish for death over life, and you'll beg to reveal who you really are. Nian Nian wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and calmly said, You once said that the same trick can't be used twice, right? Let me tell you that's wrong. The same trick, if executed more ruthlessly each time, will always work. She grabbed the Empress's arm with a reverse grip, her once delicate face now showing a hint of malevolence. Today, I will take the Bai family from your hands. Before the Empress could mock her, Nian Nian had already grabbed a dagger and plunged it into her own left shoulder, where the real Bai Lu's beast core was located. What are you doing? The Empress was shocked. Nian Nian ignored her, seemingly immune to the pain. She pulled out the dagger and without hesitation, aimed it at her own heart. The Empress was dumbfounded. Nian Nian slowly fell backward, her eyes never leaving the Empress. This time, I will take the Bai family from your hands. She managed a weak smile. Looking forward to our next meeting. With that, Nian Nian's vision went black, and her soul left her body instantly. But the Empress had no idea. To her, this woman had just uttered a bunch of nonsensical words before committing suicide. Was she mad? Who would gamble their life? And she even said they would meet again? At that moment, a desperate cry pierced her ears. The heavy door was kicked open by the elder with a thunderous crash that echoed through the silent palace. His eyes widened with rage as he stormed into the room, only to find a cold, lifeless body lying on the floor. His heart sank, and the last glimmer of hope vanished like smoke. Unable to contain his grief and fury, a surge of power erupted from within him like a volcanic explosion. Boom! The entire room shattered under the force of his terrifying power, sending debris flying in all directions. Though the elder was only a master of the sky spirit realm, not yet a deity, his strength was still formidable and fearsome. Have you lost your mind? The Empress cried out, quickly shielding Su Linyan beside her. Her voice was filled with fear and disbelief. Other elders rushed in upon hearing the commotion and carefully lifted Bai Lu's body. They were horrified to discover that not only did it have fatal wounds, but its bones and knees were shattered. Blood oozed from its orifices, and its blood flow was reversed. It was clear she had endured unimaginable torture before her death. To make matters worse, the spot where her beast essence was located had been gouged out, though it seemed the culprit hadn't managed to take it. The elder's eyes turned red with fury. You were going to dig out your own niece's beast essence just to give it to your daughter? Their voices trembled with anger. She was also a child of the Bai family, and the most talented one at that. Balan, what have you done? They shouted the Empress's name through gritted teeth, their eyes filled with disappointment and heartbreak. The elder glared at the Empress and said coldly, Balan, you are no longer fit to be the head of the Bai family. Our family does not need a venomous woman who only thinks of her own daughter and not the family. The Empress shuddered, finally understanding the true meaning of Nian Nian's last words. I take the Bai family with me. She realized that everything had been meticulously orchestrated by Nian Nian, including deliberately enduring the pressure of the deity realm to make her body appear tortured. At that moment, Zhuangxian arrived in a hurry and witnessed the scene. Before he could enter the palace, he saw the panicked maidservants fleeing. What's happening in the palace? He urgently asked one of them. Miss Bai Lu is dead. The maid's face was pale, her voice trembling. They say the Empress killed her. Upon hearing this, the pristine-dressed Zhuangxian had carefully prepared slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in a beast carriage miles away, the lifeless body leaning against Yuan Xian's shoulder suddenly opened its eyes. She was back. Master. The two little ones shouted excitedly, leaping into Nian Nian's arms. Lawless sniffed and exclaimed, Master's scent is still the best. Nian Nian, who hadn't used her body for a long time, expected to feel stiff upon her return. To her surprise, her body felt exceptionally good. She moved her shoulders and found her muscles more flexible and stronger than before. She turned to Yuan Xinsui, who was sitting beside her, and asked in bewilderment, What did you do to me? Yuan Xinsui blinked and replied calmly, I just kept your body from decaying and used spiritual power to nourish it daily. Nian Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. No one can directly channel spiritual power to nourish someone else's body. Seeing her disbelief, Yuan Xinsui didn't bother to explain further. He pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Nian Nian was enveloped by a faint, exotic fragrance from Yuan Xinsui, which made her feel a bit dizzy. Before she could react, a cold hand rested on her neck. Countless streams of spiritual power surged into Nian Nian's body, causing her muscles and bones to ache. No, that's enough, she yelled, but she could feel that the spiritual power was indeed beneficial to her. Is this a power of your Xian clan? Nian Nian asked in astonishment. Yuan Xinsui didn't answer. Instead, he simply yawned wearily and then naturally pressed on Nian Nian's thigh. Nian Nian shuddered and was about to question him when Yuan Xinsui had already fallen asleep on her lap. His lips had lost their usual crimson hue, indicating he wasn't in good shape. Bai Bian, who was sitting opposite, cradled his chubby face and said, Master, Grandpa outside said he did this to remove the seal for you too. Only then did Nian Nian realize they were in a beast carriage. She immediately lifted the curtain and saw dozens of men in black robes turning their heads in unison. The great elder turned around and asked, Miss Nian Nian, how are you feeling? Do you need anything? Startled, Nian Nian looked at the strangers in confusion. The great elder explained, We serve the young master. We are from the 5 continents Chi Gue Valley. Have you heard of us? Nian Nian, still wary, held the sleeping Yuan Xinsui tighter. The great elder, seeing her reaction, said gently, Miss, there's no need to worry. We know the young master is from the Xian clan. Our entire Chi Gue Valley has been waiting for the young master to appear for generations. Nian Nian relaxed a bit and asked, Where are we going? I can't leave the Beast Kingdom right now. The great elder reassured her, Don't worry, Mississippi. The young master instructed us to wait until you say it's time to leave. For now, we're just heading to a temporary resting place in Chigue Valley. As one of the top forces in the 5 continents, Chigue Valley's resting place was naturally in the best part of the Beast Kingdom. Coincidentally, people from the Zhou family, Wu family, Shengshan sect, and Lingtian Academy were also staying in the same area. Before getting off the carriage, Nian Nian noticed many palace guards patrolling outside and worried about being recognized. The Great Elder thoughtfully handed her a bottle of disguise pills, explaining it was on the young master's orders. Nian Nian was about to get off the carriage when she realized Yuan Shinsui was still lying on her lap. She patted his face and called, "Wake up." Chigue Valley's carriage lingering at the intersection drew the attention of other forces. Zhou Xiaoyu frowned and asked, "What's Chigue Valley up to? Is that their Great Elder?" Wu Shui, watching in shock, said, "The Chigue Valley's leader has never appeared in public. The Great Elder has always been in charge. But why is the Great Elder bowing and scraping like a loyal dog?" They all looked towards the carriage. A corner of a red dress emerged, and a slender hand lifted the curtain. The red dress was like fire, and under the sunlight, it seemed to have a delicate layer of red flames burning on it. Zhou Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. "A woman." Wu Shui suddenly stood up, dropping his lotus pastry to the ground, and exclaimed, "That woman is wearing qisha, a fabric that disappeared 1,000 years ago. Crimson silk." Zhou Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. His eyes widened. Wasn't that treasure lost 1,000 years ago? Yet, the woman before him was clearly wearing it. Wu Shui stared intently at Nian Nian's clothes, jealousy flickering in her eyes. She thought to herself, just a small piece of crimson silk can enhance one's fire spirit compatibility and improve cultivation efficiency. And this woman is using an entire piece to make a dress? How arrogant. If Nian Nian could hear Wu Shui's thoughts, she would scoff. To her, it was just an old rag given by an ancient witch, one she had initially despised. Is she a fire spirit user? Zhou Xiaoyu remarked. She looks so young. She must have great talent. I want to spar with her. After taking the medication, Nian Nian's features subtly changed. Though not as stunning as before, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Wu Shui, the fight fanatic, had no other thoughts. However, a more shocking scene soon unfolded. Nian Nian turned to speak with the Grand Elder, who shook his head vehemently, refusing her request. She sighed, then climbed into a beast-drawn carriage and emerged carrying a man. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui were dumbfounded. She was literally carrying him, cradled in her arms. A male concubine? Zhou Xiaoyu stammered. He had seen many things, but a powerful woman doting on a male concubine so openly was rare. They took a few steps closer and suddenly recognized the man's face. Wu Shui almost dropped her enchanted fan. Isn't that the formation master? They remembered Tianyuan Xia Sui's overwhelming presence, which had made even the most talented youths bow their heads. And now, this powerful figure was being held like a lamb by a woman? Zhou Xiaoyu was even more astonished. Who would dare to treat a minor deity-level expert as a male concubine? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought it was a joke. Strange things happen every year, but this year is exceptional, Zhou Xiaoyu sighed. Just as the Bai family's issue arose, now this woman appears. Who is she? The people from the Red Ghost Valley ignored the commotion and went straight to their quarters. The courtyard was vast, heavily guarded, and more strictly regulated than the Bai families. Even as Nian Nian carried Yuan Xia Sui inside, no one gave them a second glance. After setting Yuan Xia Sui down, Nian Nian stretched her body. The Grand Elder dared not touch the young master, so she had to do the heavy lifting. Master. Bai Bian poked its round head out of her sleeve excitedly. Are we going out to watch the show now? Nian Nian noticed 2 small bumps growing on Bai Bian's head, feeling soft and springy. Bai Bian, are you about to advance? She explained. Spirit beasts have levels too. From Yuan Beast to Ling Yuan Beast, and finally Xin Yuan Beast. But bloodline suppression is more important than levels. Lala shook its feathers. I'm about to advance too. And definitely faster than this bug. Seeing the 2 little ones about to argue again, Nian Nian quickly interjected. Don't fight. I'll take you both out to watch the excitement. The Empress's drama, the Bai family's drama. I can't wait to see it all. Nian Nian walked out with the 2 little ones. Just as she turned a corner, she bumped into someone. Sorry, the person said, looking pale. Recognizing the person, Nian Nian blurted out, Zhuangxian? Zhuangxian slowly lifted his head, meeting an unfamiliar face. Miss, do you know me? He asked, puzzled. Nian Nian then remembered she wasn't in Bai Lu's body anymore. Calmly, she replied, young Master Zhuangxian became famous at the beast fighting banquet. Who wouldn't know you? Mentioning the beast fighting banquet, Zhuangxian recalled the late Bai Lu. He had thought she was deliberately making things difficult for him by asking him to buy a dress, but her final glance in the deep palace had made him question that. It was not the look of someone who would intentionally humiliate others. But she was dead now, killed by the Empress. Thinking about this, Zhuangxian felt a chill run through his body. The Emperor and Empress's late-night summons left Zhuangxian feeling increasingly uneasy. A terrifying thought crossed his mind. If he really went to the palace, he might already be dead. This realization hit him like a bucket of cold water, making him shiver. He urgently exclaimed, "No. I need to get back to the manor right away." Nian Nian watched Zhuangxian's face change colors quietly. At that moment, Bibian impatiently urged in a low voice, "Master, let's hurry to the palace." It had never experienced such an exciting event with Nian Nian before, and its excitement was palpable. Nian Nian was about to bypass Zhuangxian and leave when she suddenly sensed the presence of several peak Earth spirit realm experts around them. Bibian and Lala immediately leapt out from her sleeve. Lala's tiny face was full of vigilance as she shouted, "Master, be careful. Enemies." Bibian quickly expanded, enveloping Nian Nian protectively. Zhuangxian's perception wasn't as sharp as Nian Nian's. Just as he was stunned by Bibian's imposing aura and before he could inquire about the situation, a dozen black-clad figures had already surrounded them. His pupils constricted as he blurted out, "Earth Spirit Realm experts? Are you sent by the Emperor and Empress?" The black-clad figures narrowed their eyes, and one of them sneered, "Smart kid. But even a genius like you is just a stepping stone for our Empress. Since you already know, better come with us to the palace. Save yourself the pain." His tone was full of menace. "You should know the Empress is going mad in the palace. If we fail this mission, we won't survive either." As he finished, his gaze shifted to Nian Nian. Zhuangxian's heart tightened, and he hurriedly said, "I'll go with you. Just don't harm the innocent." The black-clad man sneered as he drew a long blade, the pressure from his peak Earth Spirit Realm power making it hard for Nian Nian to breathe. She instinctively released her spiritual power to protect her muscles and bones, preventing further injuries. Two-star human spirit realm? The black-clad man was taken aback, scrutinizing the seemingly 18-year-old Nian Nian. Which faction is she from? Will there be consequences if we harm her? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden itch on his neck. The next moment, blood spurted from his slashed throat. His eyes widened as he fell, lifeless in an instant. "Boss!" The others exclaimed in shock. Who? Nian Nian was also startled by the sudden turn of events. She heard a smacking sound behind her. Turning around, she saw an old beggar with missing front teeth, disheveled hair, one foot wearing a shoe and the other bare. The old beggar looked frail, like he could be knocked over with a single push, but his eyes shone unusually bright. The old beggar hiccuped and muttered, "Zhuang Tianwen, really? His own son surrounded by enemies, and he doesn't come to help. Instead, he uses his one favor to get this old man here." As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Nian Nian. Recognizing the man's attire, Zhuangxian immediately realized this was the person his father had summoned with the communication token. He cautiously asked, "Are you Master Grandfather?" The old beggar waved him off dismissively. "You stay aside for a moment." Turning his head, he ignored the glaring black-clad men and looked at Nian Nian with a serene smile, asking, "Little girl, do you have a master?" Nian Nian warily stared at the old man in front of her, while Lala stood protectively in front, her face full of caution. The old beggar's gaze lingered on Lala for a moment, then suddenly changed, revealing a look of shock. Nian Nian immediately pulled Lala behind her, blocking the old beggar's view. The old beggar's eyes turned towards Nian Nian, becoming intense and bright. He clicked his tongue in amazement. "They say the Empire of Beasts has a princess with extraordinary talent. I caught a glimpse of her from afar, but she doesn't hold a candle to you, little girl." The men in black, seeing the old beggar's focus on Nian Nian, exchanged glances and turned to flee. Just as Nian Nian was about to shout to stop them, their upper bodies suddenly separated from their lower halves, and their heads hit the ground, splattering blood. The old beggar held all the strings in his hands, yet not a drop of blood stained him. The strong smell of blood made Nian Nian's eyes sting, but the old beggar still wore a cheerful expression as he asked, "So, little one, how about becoming my apprentice?" Nian Nian was about to refuse when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck and collapsed to the ground. The old beggar waved his hand, pulling her over, and laughed. "I'll take that as a yes." Lala and Bibian roared in anger and lunged at the old beggar, but he easily knocked them out. Zhuangxian, witnessing the scene, realized that this master was a powerful deity-level figure and felt a chill run down his spine. He tried to intervene but was also knocked out with a wave of the old beggar's hand. The old beggar tucked Zhuangxian under his right arm, slung Nian Nian over his left shoulder, and took Lala and Bibian along, muttering to himself, "Buy one, get two free. Not a bad deal." With each step, he covered 10 miles, swiftly reaching Baichao Manor. Zhuang Tianwen was waiting outside and didn't even have time to greet them before the old beggar dropped the group onto him. After giving a brief explanation, the old beggar hurriedly left. Zhuang Tianwen, with red-rimmed eyes, carefully carried Nian Nian inside. Meanwhile, in the palace hall, the Empress was furiously questioning the whereabouts of the dead warriors. She swept the items off the table in frustration, causing the maids to tremble in fear. Just as she was about to send someone to search for Zhuang Xian again, the entire palace suddenly shook violently, accompanied by a roar. "You old hag dared to plot against my apprentices. Come out and face your doom." Powerful beings in the minor god realm? The Empress had just stepped out of the palace gates when she saw a colossal humanoid figure towering before her, so tall it seemed to scrape the sky. The giant held a wine jug in one hand, guzzling down its contents with loud, gulping sounds. The Empress's pupils contracted sharply, her heart filled with doubt and suspicion. Giants. Hadn't they vanished 200 years ago? She dared not underestimate the threat, taking a deep breath as a massive light array unfurled beneath her feet. Roar. A thunderous roar erupted from the array, and a divine beast comparable to a minor god realm powerhouse known as the war god squeezed out. It had long spines along its back, limbs as thick as towering pillars, and blood-red eyes that stared fearlessly at the drunken old beggar. At the same time, powerful auras from the celestial spirit realm surged skyward from deep within the palace. Numerous powerful figures, accompanied by their spirit beasts, floated in the air and quickly gathered around the Empress. "Your Majesty, what's happening? Didn't the giants disappear long ago?" someone asked in a low voice. The Empress kept her eyes fixed on the old man who was still drinking and said gravely, "They didn't disappear. Some races with special bloodlines may dwindle, but that doesn't mean none of them exist anymore. Giants are a naturally gifted, warlike race." An elderly woman with a hunched back stepped forward and spoke, "Honored giant, how has our royal beast family offended you to warrant such an open attack? Do the giants hold our royal family in such contempt?" Before her words had fully left her mouth, the old beggar suddenly swung his giant foot, toppling the nearest palace building. "Hold you in contempt," he huffed, still drunk. "I don't even feel satisfied trampling you underfoot. You old hag, why did you harm my disciples?" The Empress's heart skipped a beat as she thought of Zhuang Xian. But she had only captured Zhuang Xian today. Where did the disciples come from? She forced herself to remain calm and said, "I haven't harmed your disciples. What are their names, and where do they live?" "Humph." The old beggar tried to take another swig, but in his haste, the strong liquor flowed back through his nose, making him choke and tear up. Cough, cough, cough." Furious, he kicked over another palace building and cursed. "What kind of wine is this? So unruly. What does you choking on your drink have to do with our royal family? This is too much." The Empress's eyes burned with anger. "War god, kill him." At her command, the war god sprang into action, the massive four-legged beast charging at the old beggar. "Bring it on," the old beggar roared, meeting the charge head-on. Though the war god was known for its strength, when its enormous head collided with the beggar's much smaller fist, it let out a pitiful wail. With a thunderous crash, it was sent flying. "So strong. Your Majesty, be careful," the onlookers gasped. They had known the giants were formidable, but they hadn't expected even a powerful spirit beast to be no match. The celestial spirit realm experts quickly called out, "Honored elder, this might be a misunderstanding. We advise you to stop now. If our entire royal family takes action, you'll make a mortal enemy of us." "Misunderstanding? Do you think I could be mistaken?" the old beggar roared. "Listen up, my disciple's name is—" He suddenly paused, mumbling drunkenly, what was that girl's name again? And what about Zhuang Tianwen's son?" Seeing everyone still staring at him, the old beggar felt embarrassed. He waved his hand and shouted angrily, "What? I said fight, so we're fighting. Who gave you the right to question me?" The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The Empress could no longer bear it. She waved her hand and shouted, "War god, kill him." The war god, seemingly rejuvenated, charged at the old beggar once more, with its master following closely behind. The ensuing clash was like a collision of stars, neither side willing to yield. This battle between minor god realm powerhouses was on a completely different scale from previous skirmishes. Hovering in the sky, the strong figures from Shangshan Sect and Lington Academy watched in shock. "What's going on?" "The palace again." Someone from Shangshan Sect frowned. "Elder, should we go take a look?" Someone hesitated. "After all, the princess has already decided to join our sect for cultivation." The elder pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Let's go." They valued the princess's talent highly. Though the divine beast had been stolen, Shangshan Sect believed it was only temporary. The master pet contract wasn't easily broken, and powerful spirit beasts were rare but not impossible to find. A person who could lead a powerful spirit beast team had limitless potential. The people from Lingtian Academy also frowned. "Let's go and see." Zhou Xiaoyu led his group, excitedly heading toward the palace. Wu Shui, having put the mysterious woman out of her mind, also led her people swiftly toward the palace. The clash of the lesser deity realm experts was a spectacle that even just watching could benefit the younger generation immensely. The old beggar and the Empress consort exchanged hundreds of blows in an instant, their figures flickering above the palace. The Empress consort's sleeve was slightly torn, and her face had paled, showing she had sustained minor injuries. The old beggar wasn't much better off. His gray robe was covered in dust, making him look rather disheveled. However, the real victim was the palace itself, with half of its magnificent buildings reduced to ruins. "How dare you!" the Empress consort roared in anger. Other powerful figures in the palace appeared one after another, summoning their majestic spirit beasts to surround the old beggar. Faced with this formidable lineup, the old beggar began to show signs of strain. After all, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. "Finish him today," the Empress consort ordered coldly. The old beggar sneered. "Just you lot." With a loud shout, he proclaimed, "Behold my ultimate invincible chain kicks." Everyone braced themselves with utmost caution, ready for anything. However, to their utter surprise, with a swift whoosh, the old beggar slicked his heels and made a run for it. Not playing with you anymore. This old man has dinner to catch." His laughter echoed in the air. The Empress consort was livid, her face turning ashen with rage, almost spitting blood. Too shameless. That old fool is too shameless. In a flash, the old beggar returned to the villa. Before Zhuang Tianwen could say anything, he grabbed the 2 still unconscious people. "I'm leaving, and I'll take good care of these kids." With that, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Yuan Shinsui was awakened by the powerful aura from the clash of the lesser deity realm experts. He opened his eyes, full of irritation. "Young master." The Grand Elder immediately approached. "Young master, you're awake?" Yuan Shinsui didn't respond. Instead, he habitually reached to the side of the bed, only to grasp at air. He instantly became alert, sitting up abruptly with a dark expression. "Where's Nian Nian?" Miss went out to watch the commotion. The Grand Elder realized that Nian had been gone for quite a while. "Find her," Yuan Shinsui ordered, pressing his throbbing head. The Grand Elder didn't dare delay and immediately dispatched people to search everywhere. However, after 2 hours, they had scoured the entire Beast Kingdom without finding any trace of Nian. "We can't find her." The Grand Elder was on the verge of tears. "Where did she say she was going?" Yuan Shinsui's face was terrifyingly calm. To the palace to watch the commotion," the Grand Elder answered tremblingly. Yuan Shinsa exhaled slowly, lifting his eyes that were cold as ice. "She has a grudge with the Empress consort." He stood up and walked out. "We'll ask the Empress consort then." "Will the Empress consort tell the truth?" the Grand Elder asked cautiously. Yuan Shinsui's lips curled into a cold smile, devoid of any warmth in his eyes. "No matter. Beat her half to death, and she'll spill the truth." In the palace, the Emperor and Empress trembled as they surveyed the wreckage. Broken tiles littered the ground, and the palace's crumbling walls looked especially desolate under the sunlight. The nation's generals gathered with grave expressions, and one couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesties, why did that giant say you hurt his apprentice? How did we offend such a powerful recluse?" At that moment, other members of the royal family hurried over. Seeing the scene before them, their anger intensified. For years, the Empress had suppressed their power, and now the palace's destruction brought further disgrace to their kingdom. The Empress's face was dark as she coldly replied, "How should I know? He's just a drunk causing trouble." But internally she wondered, could it be Zhuang Xian? She had only targeted Zhuang Xian, yet the drunkard's words hinted at another injured party. The war god, covered in blood, was restless. The Empress, struggling to maintain control, quickly summoned it back to the spirit beast space. At that moment, representatives from major factions finally arrived. Leading the group was an elder from Shangshan sect, who immediately asked, "How is the princess?" Seeing Shangshan sect's concern for her daughter, the Empress's expression softened slightly. She replied, "Yenner is not in the palace. I sent her to another residence to recuperate, so she's safe. Thank you all for coming." Though she originally favored Chiguave Valley, their cold attitude towards her daughter was unacceptable to her pride. As Zhou Xiaoyu and others arrived, the Empress's expression eased further. She noticed that while the branch family members were displeased, they couldn't hide their envy during her conversations with the major families. This slightly calmed her inner turmoil. Members of Lingtian Academy, observing the ruined palace, couldn't help but ask, "What did you do to provoke such an attack?" The Zhou family sighed. Who would have thought the giants were just in hiding rather than extinct? Offending such a reclusive family is dangerous. Although you're a minor deity, you're probably only at the 1st-star level. That giant is at least a 5-star deity. The Empress's face changed, but she dared not retort to these powerful factions. She asserted firmly, "Our royal family will not let this go. He wouldn't dare come again. If he does, I'll kill him today." Before she finished speaking, a massive black array suddenly enveloped them, exuding a terrifying pressure. Countless flaming boulders descended from the array, crashing into the remaining palace structures. "Dodge. Get out of the way," shouted the Shengshan sect members, and everyone retreated. Who is it? Who is it this time? The Empress screamed, her voice tinged with desperation. Zhou Xiaoyu and Wu Shui were whisked away by their elders like helpless chicks. Wu Shui felt both humiliated and terrified. She had always considered herself superior, but now, in the presence of these minor deities, she felt like a common fowl facing a phoenix, completely insignificant. Trembling, Wu Shui looked up and soon saw a man in black with gold patterns standing atop the array. He wore no crown, and his commanding presence was intimidating. Is that the Master Array Mage? Wu Shui exclaimed. Everyone looked up and indeed saw Yuan Xinsui standing on the array. A Master Array Mage comparable to a minor deity was not to be underestimated. The branch family members lost control and roared at the Empress. Bai Ling, what have you done? Why are all these people coming after you? The Zhou and Wu families exchanged glances and quietly stepped back. A Zhou family member whispered, "This woman must have offended someone she shouldn't have, and now they're all here for revenge." The Wu family nodded silently, thinking to themselves, the princess has nothing to do with us anymore. Why should we get involved in this mess? It wasn't just them. Even the students and teachers of Lingtian Academy quietly stepped back. Rushing forward to defend this woman at such a time would be sheer folly. They had no intention of doing something so foolish. Instead, the people from Lingtian Academy watched the drama unfold with great interest, teasing Xingshan sect. Come on, it's just a mere array master in the divine realm. You guys from Xingshan sect should be able to handle it easily, right? Shut up, an elder from Xingshan sect snapped irritably, grumbling internally. Why does this empress always attract trouble? With us, the royal family, and the Feng family here, we shouldn't fear a lone array master. After a moment's hesitation, he finally gritted his teeth and commanded, attack. Upon hearing the order, the members of Xingshan sect charged towards the Empress. However, the Feng family members remained silent, their faces dark. Feng Sun waved his hand and sternly commanded, retreat, in front of the Empress' shocked gaze. Before the words even faded, Feng Sun was slammed into the ground like an ancient turtle. He smiled bitterly to himself, this familiar feeling. It seems this array master is using me as a punching bag again. Yuan Xan looked coldly at Feng Sun, clearly remembering the time he had grabbed Nian Nian by the collar. Raising his hand to strike Feng Sun dead, Yuan Xan was suddenly blocked by the combined efforts of the Feng family elders. Their faces were livid as they shouted angrily, "This is too much. Do you think our Feng family can be bullied like some stray cats and dogs?" At that moment, someone with sharp eyes shouted, "Look, the people from Chigue Valley are here. They are experts in formations and can break arrays with ease. This man is doomed." Sure enough, a group of people from Chigue Valley, draped in black robes and exuding a menacing aura, approached slowly. The Empress' eyes sparkled with intense joy. Her patience had been worn thin by constant provocation. Today, she was determined to kill this arrogant array master right here. The people of Chigue Valley, capture this person for me, and I will reward you handsomely afterwards, the Empress declared confidently to the people of Chigue Valley. However, no sooner had she spoken than she saw the great elder of Chigue Valley draw a gleaming longsword. This unmatched frost sword was a treasured artifact that the great elder hadn't used in centuries. The moment its sword energy was released, it rippled through the air, forcing the Empress to retreat repeatedly. In a voice filled with anger and gloom, the great elder spoke, "Bai Ling, hand over our Miss Nian before my master gets serious, or we'll turn this palace upside down." The sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock. Wu Shui stared in disbelief at Yuan Xinsui, thinking to herself, is that man really the elusive master of Chigue Valley? Does Chigue Valley really have a master? She had always thought that few men in the world were worthy of her, either too old or not powerful enough. Yet, someone like Yuan Xinsui stirred her admiration. However, she was puzzled and thought, who is this Miss Nian? With the sword pointed at her, the Empress's confidence seemed to peel away with the sword's aura. She forced herself to stay calm and said, I have never seen this Miss Nian you speak of. And you call this not getting serious? She looked around at the destroyed palace, feeling a surge of anger that nearly made her faint on the spot. Yuan Xinsui waved his hand, and countless boulders suspended in the formation began to fall towards the Empress. He was even more decisive than the old beggar, ready to strike without asking questions. The cold darkness in Yuan Xinsui's eyes made the Empress realize he was truly intent on attacking. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be afraid. But having just gone through a fierce battle, she really didn't want to antagonize Chigue Valley. Great Elder, there must be some misunderstanding, the Empress said, lowering her stance despite her pride. I haven't touched any Miss Nian, I swear on my life. Great Elder, aren't you the only one in the 5 continents who can set up a truth formation? In that formation, anyone standing within it cannot speak a lie. Gritting her teeth, the Empress added, you can test me. The Great Elder's eyes narrowed as he looked at Yuan Xinzui. He whispered to Yuan Tinza, young master, I fear she truly hasn't seen the girl. Moreover, we didn't bring enough people this time. If we continue to entangle, Miss Nian might really be in danger. Yuan Shinsu stared at the Empress until she felt a chill run down her spine, then coldly waved his hand. Let's go find Nian Nian. After the people of Chigue Valley left, the Empress breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize she was drenched in sweat. Sooner, are you alright? She asked. Feng Sun was finally pulled out of the ground. Though protected by family elders, he wasn't hurt but had lost face. Ha 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 ha, Feng Sun, you might as well change your name to Feng Turtle. Why do you keep burying yourself in the ground? Someone mocked. Watching from the side, Wu Shuai had once thought Feng Sun and Zhou Xiaoyu were outstanding among the younger generation. But compared to the elegant figure from earlier, they paled in comparison. The Empress regained her composure and looked darkly at Feng Sun. Feng Sun, you ordered the Feng family to retreat just now? How impressive. Have you forgotten your family's engagement with my Yener? Feng Sun had long been disgusted with Su Linyan, that one-eyed ugly woman. He sneered. Engagement? It's not like we're married yet. So why are you so worked up? An engagement can be made and it can be broken, don't you agree? Besides, you and Su Linyan, do you really have nothing to hide from me? The Empress's heart skipped a beat as she stared at Feng Sun, feeling uneasy. Could Feng Sun have found out something? She forced herself to stay calm and said, the engagement is a private matter. Let's discuss it inside. Alright, Feng Sun agreed, leading the Feng family towards the palace. But after a few steps, he stopped short. The palace had been reduced to rubble, leaving no inside to speak of. Meanwhile, the unconscious Nian Nian finally started to wake up. As she opened her eyes, she saw a wrinkled old face right in front of her, causing her to leap up in fright. Ouch. She stepped on Bianbian's tail beside her. Bianbian woke up in pain and bumped his head on Lala's chin. Lala grabbed Nian Nian's ankle, and the three of them rolled into a heap. A hearty laugh echoed nearby. The old beggar clutched his belly and laughed heartily, his eyes squinting into slits. My dear disciple, what are you doing? Are you trying to amuse your master? Nian Nian warily grabbed each of the kids and pulled them close. She fixed her gaze on the old beggar and demanded sharply, who are you? The old beggar didn't mind and laughed even more. Me? From today on, I am your master. He cupped his face in his hands, staring intently at Nian Nian. What's your name? Nian Nian frowned, her tone resolute. I already have a master who teaches me skills and the way of life. The image of the old witch, still trapped in the devil's abyss, flashed in her mind. Although the old witch often scowled at her, Nian Nian knew deep down that she was like a reborn parent to her master. She remembered vowing to the old witch that she would never acknowledge another master, despite the old witch's indifference and the kick she received after making the vow. Humph. The old beggar waved dismissively. I never care whether my disciples agree or not. I bet you'll love my place so much that you won't leave, even if I try to chase you away. Nian Nian's face turned red with anger. Who wants to go to your place? Stop making assumptions. She worried silently, wondering if Yuan Shinsue had noticed her disappearance. The old beggar gave a mysterious smile and stepped aside. You're already at my place. Only then did Nian Nian notice her surroundings. Before her was a vast basin surrounded by mountains, each peak shrouded in thick mist. Even without meditating, she could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the air. She saw Zhuang Xian still lying nearby, unconscious, and gave him a kick. Zhuang Xian groggily sat up and froze at the sight. Where are we? The old beggar, hands on his hips, couldn't be bothered to answer. He took a deep breath, and his voice thundered through the valley. Brats, come meet your little junior sister. As soon as he spoke, Nian Nian heard a chorus of master, master's master, and great-grandmaster echoing from all around. Countless figures came running down the mountains, filling the entire hillside in no time. Nian Nian was dumbfounded, her mind blank. The old beggar's disciples holding hands could cover the entire hillside? Before Nian Nian could react, she was already surrounded by a large crowd. They were all talking at once. So this is the little junior sister? Huh, she's really pretty. Master, you made a great choice this time. Much better than that ergo you brought back last time. Who are you calling ergo? A burly man with a full beard yelled indignantly. My name is Wang Erk. Yeah, ergo. A ragged girl teased. Her eyes were bright like black grapes, and she had two adorable dimples. She glanced at Zhuang Xian before quickly turning her gaze back to Nian Nian. Little junior sister, my name is Meng Xiaoqi, she introduced enthusiastically. Master is the old beggar, and my senior brother is the little beggar. I'm the only female disciple on this entire mountain, so having you here is wonderful. All these smelly men were making me dizzy. Finally, I have a pretty little junior sister to keep me company. No more sleeping alone. Meanwhile, Zhuang Xian was grabbed by Wang Erku. The muscular man wasn't too pleased as he patted Zhuang Xian's thin frame. Little junior brother, you're way too scrawny. Look at me. He flexed his muscles, jealous. Zhuang Xian, who had been frail since childhood and followed the Yugongzi style, quietly freed himself from Wang Erka's grip and turned to bow to the old beggar master. Before he could finish, the old beggar smacked him on the head. What nonsense are you spouting? Who's your master? I'm your teacher, the old beggar grumbled. Your father and I cut ties long ago. Don't think you being my disciple means you can plead for your father. No way. At the mention of Zhuang Tianwen, Wang Erka's smile faltered for a moment but quickly returned. He grabbed Zhuang Xian and started dragging him away. Since Master brought you to Giant Mountain, you better stay put. Your father must have agreed. Come on, let's build those muscles. No need. Zhuang Xian's protest was drowned out by the laughter of the muscular men. Nian Nian, holding Lala with one hand and Bibian with the other, coldly said to the old beggar, I want to leave. No way, the old beggar replied stubbornly. Once you catch my eye, you become my disciple. I don't. Before Nian Nian could refuse, something round was stuffed into her mouth. It melted instantly, turning into a cool mist that slid down her throat before she could spit it out. Don't worry, little junior sister, Meng Xiaoqi explained. It's a special fruit called Fian fruit, unique to Giant Mountain. It's filled with pure spiritual energy. Can you feel it? Nian Nian quickly checked her body and found that the white spiritual orb inside her was bouncing happily. The black demonic orb, however, sulked in a corner, clearly upset that it couldn't absorb the energy. We have lots of great stuff here, and it won't stunt your growth, Meng Xiaoqi said, linking arms with Nian Nian. Master may have a quirky temper, but he's top-notch with his disciples. Many people wanted to leave at first but ended up staying because they were so impressed with him. I have important things to do, Nian Nian said, eyeing the fruit in Meng Xiaoqi's hand with some hesitation before pushing the thought aside. I can't stay on this mountain forever. Haha, you're so cute, little junior sister. Meng Xiaoqi laughed. Who said we'd be stuck here forever? We go out all the time. We just don't reveal our identities. She started leading Nian Nian down the mountain. Master said you're from the Beast Kingdom and unfamiliar with Wuzhou. You should stay here for now. Wait, did you say this is Wuzhou? Nian Nian asked in surprise. How long was I unconscious? I actually made it to Wuzhou. Master is fast. It didn't take long at all, Meng Xiaoqi said, bringing her to a dark cave entrance. You can stay here. I live in the cave next to yours. A cave? Nian Nian was dumbfounded. Even in the Demon Gorge, she had never lived in a cave. The demons had given her a proper house. This isn't just any cave. Look. Meng Xiaoqi reached out and scratched a purple vine among some green ones. Vine, open the door. Hee 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 hee. The purple vine let out a strange laugh, startling Nian Nian. In the next moment, the vines uncurled, revealing a large space inside. Several short trees shook, lighting up the cave with the glow from their fruits. Meng Xiaoqi led Nian Nian inside, explaining, that purple vine is the guardian vine. Drop a bit of your blood on it later, and it will recognize you and only open for you. Anyone else will have to deal with it first. Don't let its looks fool you. It's as strong as a 5-star human spirit. Meng Xiaoqi, is that guardian vine a type of demon grass beast? Nian Nian asked. Can demon grass beasts be tamed? And there are more than one type in this cave. That's the power of our giant tribe, Meng Xiaoqi explained. As long as you're on Giant Mountain and recognized as our friend, the demon grass beasts allied with us won't harm you. Oh right. Meng Xiaoqi suddenly smacked her forehead. I just remembered something really important. Nian Nian followed her into the deepest part of the cave. After navigating through a maze of winding passages, they arrived at a point where 5 different paths suddenly appeared before them. Each path led to a massive cavern, each corresponding to one of the 5 elements: water, fire, wood, lightning, and earth. These caverns were specially designed for different spiritual entities to train. Don't you have spirit beasts? Meng Xiaoqi asked excitedly. What are the attributes of your 2 spirit beasts? They can also go in for training. Come on, Lala. I'll take you to the fire attribute cavern. She enthusiastically pulled Lala into the fire attribute passage. The scene inside was breathtaking. A vast lake of lava spread out, emitting powerful waves of energy. Lala's eyes widened in excitement. Wow, this place is perfect for my training, she exclaimed, and before the words were out of her mouth, she eagerly jumped into the lava lake. Moments later, Lala emerged from the lake, with 2 small flames flickering on her hair like shy little spirits, waving at Nian Nian. Master, look, I caught a fish, she shouted joyfully, tossing a half-human-sized black-scaled fish with sharp teeth onto the shore. The black fish tried to bite Nian Nian's foot but was quickly killed with a punch by Bibian. Meng Xiaoqi explained that this was a low-level wild spirit beast, not very intelligent but containing a small amount of spiritual power, making it a favorite ingredient for cultivators. Let's roast it, Meng Xiaoqi suggested and then curiously asked, by the way, what attribute is Bibian? Bibian remained silent. Nian Nian remembered Bibian's unique background and smiled. Bibian is well-rounded and can adapt to any attribute. Really? Then you can go to any cavern, Meng Xiaoqi said, understanding dawning on her face. Bibian winked at Nian Nian and nodded quietly. Meng Xiaoqi reminded Yin Nian, little sister, the outside world can be dangerous and chaotic. Although you have good talent, your strength isn't enough yet. Don't go out on your own, understand? Yin Nian understood and nodded. She was always cautious and wouldn't act recklessly. The people here seemed friendly, so at least she didn't have to worry about safety for now. She decided to get a better understanding of her surroundings first. The old beggar, drunk, had gone back to the cave to sleep. Meng Xiaoqi, worried that the new junior sister wouldn't know how to take care of herself, enthusiastically helped start a fire and clean the blackfish. We have plenty of spiritual herbs here, but we're short on daily necessities. You don't even have a pot? A pot? I have one, Yin Nian said, pulling out a black, uneven iron pot from her spatial artifact. Sorry, it's a bit ugly. Meng Xiaoqi took a closer look and was stunned. This is a top-grade magical tool. Those uneven patterns are carvings of the 10,000 Beasts diagram, a top-tier defensive artifact. Really? Yin Nian looked at the ugly pot in confusion. It was given to me by my elders for making soup. I didn't know its specific use. Meng Xiaoqi was in disbelief. She had thought the master had picked up a pitiful stray, but it turned out they were the ones who were truly poor in comparison. The blackfish meat was incredibly delicious. Yin Nian, having hardly eaten anything on her journey, almost finished the entire pot of fish. Lala and Baibian, the diligent little creatures, dove into the training cavern and stayed there for a long time. Let's go out and get some supplies. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't bear to see Yin Nian wasting a top-grade artifact. She took Yin Nian to another spot at the foot of the mountain and pointed to a concealed entrance. Look carefully, this is the only passage in and out of Giant Mountain. You need a token to pass through. But little sister, since you haven't officially joined us yet, we can't give you a token for now. Lala, with her hands on her hips and full of confidence, declared, I don't need your token. I can carry my master out of here by flying. Meng Xiaoqi raised an eyebrow and gave a smug smile. Oh? Then go ahead and try. Not to be outdone, Lala shot up into the sky, but suddenly, with a loud bang, it was as if she had hit an invisible barrier. The impact felt like it shattered every bone in her body, and several soft feathers fell off. That makes me so mad. Lala tumbled to the ground, rolling in frustration. Just as she was about to launch herself upward again in a fit of rage, Yin Nian quickly grabbed her. All right, well, try next time. Let's get out of here first. Meng Xiaoqi took out a token and gently pressed it against the water-like barrier ahead, shouting, Grandpa Mountain, open the door. Yin Nian watched in amazement as the entire mountain began to move. Two massive rocky hands slowly extended from the mountainside, digging into its own belly. The terrifying aura made it almost impossible for Yin Nian to breathe. Haha, impressive, right? Meng Xiaoqi explained proudly, Grandpa Mountain, like my master, is a guardian deity of Giant Mountain. Grandpa Mountain is a demon beast comparable to a one-star minor deity. Only then did Yin Nian notice the surrounding mountains and couldn't help but ask, then, what about the other 4 mountains? Yes, they are all Grandpa Mountain. Meng Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with pride. Big Grandpa Mountain, Second Grandpa Mountain, Third Grandpa Mountain, and Fourth Grandpa Mountain. Little junior sister, even though we are a hidden power, we are very strong. Meanwhile, far away in the Bai family of the Beast Kingdom, the atmosphere was somber. Bailu's death had left everyone dispirited, compounded by the family split with the Empress Dowager. However, these troubles seemed irrelevant to the celestial horses, who were treated like ancestors by the Bai family. The celestial horses lay on their comfortable beds, yet they too seemed a bit listless. The leader of the celestial horses suddenly remembered the girl with the perfect compatibility score, pacing irritably. With a determined look, he snorted and pawed the ground. How about we go find her? Let her be our master, the leader suggested to the younger celestial horses. Brothers, are you up for it? The celestial horses snorted at each other, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. Together, they trotted to the entrance, their hooves barely touching the ground as they cautiously slipped outside. Suddenly, their wings unfurled with a powerful sweep, and they soared into the sky. At the same time, the tension between the Bai family and the Empress had reached a boiling point, leaving no one to notice the celestial horses' escape. When the maidservants arrived with trays of food, they found the stables empty. The trays clattered to the ground as their screams pierced the silence. Elder, the celestial horses are gone. Meanwhile, the Empress's situation was equally dire. Feng Sun sat opposite her with the Feng family elders, a look of impatient disdain on his face. Why would I want a disfigured woman as my wife? If her divine beast were still with her, I might tolerate it. But now, I won't even touch her. The Feng family elders frowned, trying to reason with him. Son, a woman's appearance is not her most important quality. As for the divine beast, it can be retrieved. The bond is unbreakable. Feng Sun, seeing through their intentions, cut them off sharply. I heard it from her own mouth, the bond is severed. The blood phoenix will never return. The elders stood up abruptly, their faces darkening as they demanded from the Empress. Bai Ling. Is this true? A wave of panic washed over the Empress, but Feng Sun approached her with a cold smile, lowering his voice. Shall I reveal more secrets? Like the Bai family's forbidden techniques? Or perhaps how your daughter's phoenix essence was forcibly taken from someone else? The Empress's face turned pale as she snapped. You're lying. Seeing the situation escalate, the Feng family elders quickly pulled Feng Sun back and sternly commanded, terminate the engagement immediately. A half-crippled beast tamer is unworthy of our son and would only bring disgrace to our family. The Empress clenched her fists, but Feng Sun proposed a deal. If you give me something satisfactory, I'll delay the cancellation for 3 months. And I won't inform Shengshan's sect that Su Linian's divine beast is gone. Otherwise, she won't even be able to enter their gates. The Empress trembled, and Feng Sun added with a knowing look. You're clever, Empress. You know exactly what I want, don't you? Reluctantly, the Empress agreed. Fine, 3 months. Feng Sun left with a triumphant smile, and the Empress could no longer hold back, coughing up blood. She summoned Su Linian, determined to help her daughter reclaim her powers. Furious, Su Linian vowed to tear Feng Sun apart, but the Empress interrupted her. Linian, lie down. Besides that scoundrel's phoenix essence, you can still awaken your own beast essence once more. The Empress took a deep breath, a flicker of determination in her eyes. She began to speak slowly, her voice filled with the warmth and resolve of a mother's love. Yenner, the beast essence in you is not in good condition. It is located in your foot bone and is of very poor quality. I originally planned to seal it and wait for your phoenix essence to devour it as nourishment. But now, the divine beast has disappeared, and your phoenix essence has been greatly weakened. That beast bone is now nothing but trash and cannot nurture a high-quality beast essence. Su Linian's delicate face showed a mix of frustration and reluctance upon hearing this. She bit her lip, thinking to herself, how can such inferior beast bones befit my noble status as an imperial princess? The Empress seemed to read her daughter's thoughts and continued, however, I have a way. I can use my essence blood to nurture it and transfer your beast essence to your skull. You understand the importance of the skull, don't you? It is the most critical part of the human body. Her tone grew serious. Of course, doing this comes at a great cost. I will never make any progress in my cultivation again, remaining forever at the one-star deity realm, or even regressing to the heavenly spirit realm. But for you, it is all worth it. Determination shone in the Empress's eyes. Yenner, I must ensure that you ascend to the 5 continents, enter Shengshan sect, and become a peerless talent. With that, the Empress gently placed her hand on Su Linian's head. Let's begin now. Meanwhile, in another place, Nian stood before a massive mountain. The mountain's interior had been hollowed out, forming a gigantic tunnel. Meng Xiaoqi pulled Nian's hand, urging, let's go quickly. Nian looked back at the tunnel, feeling hesitant. Meng Xiaoqi explained, don't worry, Grandpa Mountain will fill the tunnel back up. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian saw 2 enormous rock hands starting to fill the tunnel with soil. Nian was deeply moved. She realized profoundly that the 5 continents were vastly different from the small kingdom of beasts. Here, experts were everywhere, opportunities and dangers coexisted, and even one-star deity realm cultivators were not uncommon. She whispered to herself, it seems I must be cautious and keep a low profile in the 5 continents. Meng Xiaoqi overheard this and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She thought, little junior sister is so adorable, talking about keeping a low profile. The 2 of them walked along the tunnel for a while, and gradually, Nian began to hear voices. Suddenly, Meng Xiaoqi frowned, grabbing Nian's arm in surprise. Huh? That's strange, it sounds like there's a fight up ahead. The 2 of them had just passed through a dense forest, with Lala and Baibian trailing closely behind. As they walked, the 2 little ones were secretly competing with each other. Lala threw a punch at Baibian, angrily shouting, you're too close to the master. Back off. We need to keep the same distance. Baibian was not to be outdone and kicked back, scoffing, you talk about me? Who was the one trying to tug at the master's sleeve just now? Despite their bickering, they instantly changed their expressions when Nian turned to look at them, sticking together with grins. Lala quickly said, Master, we weren't fighting. Nian gave the 2 rascals a stern look but had no time to deal with them further. As they emerged from the small woods, a shocking scene greeted them. A group of burly men were tied up with hemp ropes, wriggling on the ground like dead fish, making muffled sounds. A petite girl, wielding a large knife and only reaching Nian's shoulder, was fiercely kicking these strong men on the shoulders, scolding, what are you moaning for? Need more of a lesson. The stark contrast made Nian involuntarily tug at the corner of her mouth. Opposite them stood a group of women dressed in blue robes, clearly from the same faction. Meng Xiaoqi leaned in close to Nian's ear and whispered, those in blue are from Shinshan sect. See the woman in different attire standing at the front? That's Shengzi Yangxian, the top new disciple of Shinshan sect, also the daughter of the sect master. She's 18, just like you, and already has a ninefold spiritual body. Meng Xiaoqi stole a glance at Yin Nian, thinking her junior sister must be using an artifact to block others from sensing her level, as she couldn't gauge it at all. Suddenly, the petite woman pointed sharply at Yin Nian, shouting, "Hey, what are you two whispering about? Are you from Shang Xiangxian's side too? Here to steal people?" Meng Xiaoqi was about to retort when Yin Nian, expressionless, said, "We're not from that faction. But if you keep pointing at me, you'll lose that hand." Meng Xiaoqi was taken aback. This wasn't low-key at all. She had worried her junior sister was too soft, thinking the Giants clan never shied away from trouble. Who knew her junior sister was even fiercer? Unexpectedly, the petite woman laughed instead of getting angry. "Oh, big words. I love a good challenge. Once I'm done with Shang Xiangxian, I'll take you on." Yin Yan suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. At that moment, a disciple beside Shang Xiangxian with a dark expression said, "Zhou Shiru, do you think it's fun to bully those who have no support just because you're from the Zhou family? Let them go. If we hadn't happened to pass by, these men would have been silently killed by you." Zhou Shiru? The name immediately brought to Yin Yan's mind the image of the combative Zhou Xiaoyu. The tied-up burly men squirmed desperately, making muffled pleas for help, their eyes filled with hope as they looked at Shang Xiangxian. The Xingshan sect disciples surrounded Zhou Shiru, and someone shouted, "Hey, you two over there, come help. Why are you just standing there?" Shang Xiangxian drew a blue folding fan, glanced at Yin Yan, and said to the disciple who had spoken, "No need to force them. Not everyone has a conscience." "That's right, who could have a heart as kind as our Shang Xiangxian?" someone immediately praised. "Throughout the 5 continents, who doesn't commend our Shang Xiangxian for being unparalleled and righteous?" Meng Xiaoqi frowned, thinking, "We haven't said anything. What are these two rambling about?" The disciple, seeing this, sneered at Meng Xiaoqi. "The Xingshan sect is always putting on airs. What nonsense are you spouting? People from small sects like yours are just jealous of Xingshan sect disciples. You don't even have the qualification to enter our sect. Seeing someone in need and not helping such a cruel heart." Shang Xiangxian looked down at Zhou Shiru from above, as if Yin Yan didn't exist at all. "Not only are you not my match, but we also outnumber you today. You can't escape. I advise you to apologize to these bullied people, or I'll send you back to the Zhou family in disgrace." Spit. Zhou Shiru sneered. "These men deserve to die. Stop meddling in my affairs." Although there were many people over there, Zhou Shiru wasn't afraid. She swung her large machete and charged in. Her figure weaved through the crowd, with the blade flashing. Meng Xiaoqi watched this scene, shook her head and whispered, "This girl has an 8-fold spiritual body. Teske, she's going to suffer." Just then, Lala tugged on Yin Yan's sleeve and whispered in her ear, "Master, that man tied up over there smells awful, like really bad." Yin Yan frowned and asked in confusion, "Really? I don't smell anything." As a pure-blooded spirit beast, and specifically a true pure-blood phoenix, Lala had an exceptionally keen sense of smell. She couldn't help but show a look of disgust towards those men and instinctively said, "It's just a really disgusting smell." Meng Xiaoqi, seeing this, didn't want to get involved in the conflict between these two powerful factions. She turned to Yin Yan and said, "Junior sister, let's go." However, a few disciples from Xingshan sect quickly surrounded them and sternly shouted, "You can't leave. Who knows if you're in cahoots with the Zhou family?" Going back to inform them. "Stay right here." Meng Xiaoqi was thoroughly enraged. She took a big step forward, ready to fight, and coldly said, "You must have a death wish." In that critical moment, a massive sword light suddenly slashed towards Yin Yan. It turned out to be a stray strike from Shang Xiangxian. Seeing this, Zhou Shiru shouted in fury, "Shang Xiangxian, are you crazy? Why are you attacking her? If you want to fight, come at me." Shang Xiangxian's face darkened, and she shouted in anger and shame, "Is that woman blind? Why is she standing there? She deserves it if she gets killed. Why is she standing so close?" As the sword light got closer, Yin Yan remained motionless. Meng Xiaoqi was terrified and screamed, "Junior sister." But it was too late for her to rush over. At the last moment, a flash of red appeared, and Lala instantly stood in front of Yin Yan. Puffing out her little belly, she said disdainfully, "What's the fuss about? My master doesn't need to lift a finger for this. Watch me." The sword light struck Lala's belly but astonishingly couldn't cut through her tender skin. Lala suddenly puffed up, and the sword light was reflected back even faster. With a whoosh, the light shot straight towards Shang Xianxian's head. Shang Xianxian dodged quickly but still got grazed. She furiously shouted, "How dare you attack me?" Before she could realize what had happened, Lala was already clutching her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. She pointed at a palm-sized patch of snow-white scalp on Shang Xianxian's head, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. Oh my god, her hair got cut off. She's bald. Shang Xianxian, after hearing Lala's words, suddenly reached for the top of her head. Her fingertips touched warm scalp but felt no familiar strands of hair. A cold wave of fear washed over her. Ugh. Shang Xianxian let out a piercing scream, her high mighty demeanor collapsing instantly. How dare you touch my hair? I'll kill you. She futilely tried to cover her bald head with her hands, overcome with shame and fury. The disciples of Shang Shanzong around her were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? They covered their mouths in shock. Shang Xianxian was just a step away from reaching the Renling realm. Who is that person? And this kid, how can they be so powerful? The disciples exchanged glances, both astonished and fearful. Shang Xianxian screamed in rage. What are you standing around for? Grab that woman for me. At that moment, Meng Xiaoqi grabbed Nian Nian's hand and coldly surveyed the disciples of Shang Shanzong. With a wave of her hand, a massive meteor hammer appeared out of thin air. Meng Xiaoqi slammed the hammer into the ground, creating a deep crater with a thunderous crash. The aura of a 5-star Dilling Realm expert swept across the scene. Let's see who dares to touch my junior sister. Meng Xiaoqi shouted angrily. Don't think I'll fear you just because you're from Shang Shanzong. If anyone lays a finger on my junior sister today, my clan will flatten your pathetic little mountain tomorrow. This was no idle threat. Under the guidance of the old beggar, the giant clan held 2 unshakable beliefs. They would cheer for their kin's victories and fight to the end if one of them was harmed. They were especially protective of their younger members. Nian Nian was stunned by Meng Xiaoqi's power. Reaching the 5-star Dilling Realm at around 25 years old, no wonder the old beggar's chosen disciples were extraordinary. The disciples of Shang Shanzong were instantly silenced, most of them being new recruits, weaker than Shang Xianxian. Even if they broke through to the Renling realm, they would be no match for a Dilling Realm expert. Someone couldn't help but softly advise, Xianxian, this might be too much for us. Maybe we should let it go. Let it go. Shang Xianxian trembled with rage. Crush the distressed jade. The man's face turned pale. Xianxian, that's only for emergencies. Shouldn't we? Before he could finish, Shang Xianxian slapped him hard. Useless. Shang Xianxian took out the distressed jade and crushed it forcefully. A beam of green light shot into the sky, exploding with a bang. This was Shang Shanzong's unique distress signal, and nearby disciples would soon arrive. Just you wait. Shang Xianxian glared at Nian Nian, gritting her teeth. Shang Shanzong will not let you get away with this. Nian Nian was unafraid. At worst, she could flee with Meng Xiaoqi on Lala. Meng Xiaoqi wasn't one to back down either. She smirked. You attacked my junior sister first. We haven't even settled that score yet. Let your Shang Shanzong people come. Meng Xiaoqi bent down to comfort Nian Nian. Don't worry, junior sister. We're still within Grandpa Mountain's protection range. Even if someone from the Shaoshan realm comes, we have nothing to fear. Grandpa Mountain's roots are right beneath us. Nian Nian looked down and saw the soil at her feet slightly bulge. A root as thick as a finger emerged, waving at her in a friendly manner. The root gently stroked her ankle, as if saying, don't be afraid. Then, it pointed at the disciples of Shang Shanzong and made a bold, throat-slitting gesture. Nian Nian couldn't help but laugh, thinking how adorable the giant clan was, regardless of age. You're laughing. Shang Xianxian trembled with anger. How dare you mock me? Who else should we laugh at if not you, Baldy? Haha. Lala shouted, adding fuel to the fire. Baldy! Baldy! Shang Xianxian was about to charge at the little rascal, but was held back by her companions. Calm down, Xianxian, you can't beat it. This only added fuel to the fire, and Shang Xianxian was furious. Just then, Zhou Shiru couldn't help but interject. Hey Shang Xianxian, what do you mean? Weren't you fighting me? Are we still fighting or not? Despite being beaten to the point of coughing up blood, Zhou Shiru remained full of fighting spirit. Nian Nian couldn't help but admire the Zhou family's combativeness. The men who had been forgotten for a while suddenly started to whimper, help, help. Annoyed, Shang Xianxian wrapped her bald head in a light scarf, ignoring the men. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, she pointed to a disciple and said, you, go untie them. Don't. Zhou Shiru immediately raised her big knife to block the way. I said these men deserve to die. Don't go playing the hero. Just as another fight was about to break out, the sound of wind and hurried footsteps approached. Great, Xianxian, our sect members are here. Soon, a group of people in green robes arrived. Leading them was a handsome young man. Xianxian, what happened? The man asked with concern. Third senior brother. Upon seeing him, Shang Xianxian immediately recounted the events with exaggeration, putting all the blame on Nian Nian. The third senior brother, named Yuan Shang, was also a 5-star Dilling Realm expert. He had always liked Shang Xianxian, and after hearing her story, he looked at Nian Nian in anger. You. Halfway through his sentence, Yuan Shang's eyes suddenly flashed with amazement. Senior brother? Shang Xianxian followed Yuan Shang's gaze to find that Nian Nian looked completely different. The previously plain-looking girl now appeared breathtakingly beautiful. Feeling the suspicious gazes, Nian Nian touched her face and suddenly realized something. Darn! I forgot to take my appearance-changing pill. It didn't take long for her to remember that this wasn't the Beast Kingdom anymore, so there was no need for her to hide or be cautious. She quickly relaxed. Seeing that Lala hadn't returned to her original form, Nian Nian casually took out a translucent transformation pill from her pocket and gently placed it into Lala's small mouth. Lala obediently opened her mouth, her chubby cheeks looking particularly adorable. Zhou Sheru's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "A transformation pill?" She scrutinized Nian Nian's face, her gaze gradually becoming infatuated. But she quickly snapped out of it, shaking her head and asking, "You're not a criminal on the 5 continents most wanted list, so why do you need to disguise yourself?" Zhou Sheru had always had a soft spot for beautiful people, and her tone became gentle and tender. Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, looking at her playfully, and said, "I'm too beautiful. I'm afraid of being surrounded by people on the street." Zhou Sheru nodded seriously in agreement. "You're right." Then she curiously asked, "So why did you give this kid a transformation pill?" Nian Nian glanced at her indifferently and said, "The transformation pill tastes good. I like giving it to my little one. Is there a problem with that?" Zhou Sheru stared intently at Nian Nian's face, smiling and saying, "No problem at all. You're so beautiful. You can say whatever you want." Shang Xianxian, who had been listening on the side, couldn't take it anymore and angrily shouted to Yuanshang, senior brother, "Transformation pills are so precious, and this woman just gives them away so casually." Yuanshang, unlike before, wasn't aggressive but instead carefully examined Nian Nian, seemingly assessing her background. He calmly said, "You injured my junior sister, so you owe Sheng Mountain Sect an explanation. But first, let me deal with these people." With that, he took out his long sword to untie the people who were bound. Seeing Zhou Sheru about to rush out again, Nian Nian held her back and said to Yuanshang, "Your two families are really interesting. One does what they think is right, and the other acts without a second thought. Whether these people are innocent or not, you should listen to Zhou Sheru's explanation before making a decision." She turned to Zhou Sheru. "Explain the situation. If these people have indeed committed numerous crimes, then they are the ones at fault." Meng Xiaoqi, standing nearby, was playing with her heavy hammer, her eyes fixed on Yuanshang. She thought to herself, "This guy's also at the 5-star Earth Spirit level. Where should I hammer him later? He dares to demand an explanation from my junior sister. I'll hammer his head in." Zhou Sheru, who hated Xing Xianxian and had a fiery temper, was reluctant to speak. But since the beauty had asked, she decided to give her face. "When I passed by the Shi family village in the east, I smelled a strong scent of blood. Everyone in that village was dead." Zhou Sheru glared at the people in front of her with disgust and said, "When I arrived, these people were killing and taking blood, and there was a strange formation on the ground." Upon hearing this, not only Yuanshang but also Sheng Xianxian looked shocked. Yuanshang couldn't help but ask, "These people are evil cultivators?" Zhou Sheru rolled her eyes. "Why do you think I tied them up? These people are new to the evil path and still weak, which is why I could ambush them. I was planning to take them back to the Zhou family to find out where these rats' nest is. You can cut their blood and smell it to see if they are evil cultivators. The blood of evil cultivators stinks, but you can't smell it unless you cut them open." Lala, being a top-tier divine beast, sensed the smell immediately but didn't know where it came from. Shang Xianxian shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhou Sheru retorted, "Did you let me? Didn't you start yelling at me the moment you arrived?" The two groups were about to argue again, and the evil cultivators had already lowered their heads in despair. Seeing this, Nian Nian lost interest in watching and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Shang Xianxian wouldn't let it go and shouted, "Wait, you can't leave. You messed up my hair, and you think you can just go? Senior brother, hold her down." Seeing Yuanshang hesitate, Shang Xianxian got anxious. "Hurry up, or you'll be in trouble when my father finds out." Before Yuanshang could make a move, the mountain roots beneath Nian Nian's feet, which had been restless, couldn't hold back any longer. It cursed under its breath, "Damn it." Yuanshang hesitated, but Grandpa Mountain wouldn't. It was going to teach these shameless people a lesson on behalf of its young one. With a loud boom, the root, which had been as thin as Nian Nian's finger, instantly expanded to the thickness of a person. It bypassed Nian Nian and slapped Xing Xianxian heavily. The roots slowly wriggled, releasing a pressure that made all the disciples with only spiritual body strength fall to the ground, unable to move. Monster Grass Beast. "It's a monster grass beast from the Little God realm," Yuanshang exclaimed, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. He watched helplessly as the thick root lifted Xing Xianxian into the air, powerless to intervene. Yuanshang pleaded desperately, Elder, we know we were wrong. Please spare my junior sister. She is young and didn't mean to offend this lady. I am willing to take her plus emph." Before he could finish speaking, another root wrapped around his mouth, forcibly silencing him. "Grandpa Mountain is very angry," Meng Xiaoqi said softly. "All that chattering is so annoying." Sheng Xianxian, terrified, screamed, Brother, save me." The root showed no mercy as it yanked off her veil and entangled her remaining hair. Shang Xianxian burst into tears, choking on her sobs. No, what are you going to do? Don't. If you dare harm me, my father won't let you. With a piercing scream, strands of her black hair were plucked out like feathers from a dead chicken. Shang Xianxian's screams grew louder and more frantic. Meng Xiaoqi watched the scene, covering her own hair, and said, Grandpa Mountain's anger is terrifying. Yet a smile flickered on her face. It looks so painful. How pitiful. See, if you had just quietly let us go, none of this would have happened. She snorted and continued. Does she really think she's the only golden egg born in a golden nest, untouchable and beyond reproach? If it weren't for my junior sister's powerful spirit beast, someone less capable than Shang Xianxian would have died on the spot. And it was Shang Shan's sect that wouldn't let them leave in the first place. She always has to be in the right, the purest, most innocent one. Soon, Shang Xianxian's hair was completely gone, her bald head resembling a comical egg. Just as Nian Nian was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly rang in her ear. You little rascal. Can you hear me? Nian Nian was startled, thinking to herself, is that the voice of the old witch knew? Could it be that the old witch used the 1,000-mile sound mirror that consumes her cultivation? Old witch. Nian Nian blurted out, then realized she had just called Inu by her nickname. She quickly switched to telepathic communication. Why are you using the 1,000-mile sound mirror? That thing wastes so much cultivation energy. Inu was stunned at first, then her voice thundered with anger. You little brat called me an old witch. Are you looking for trouble? Nian Nian chuckled, taking advantage of Grandpa Dashan's distraction and Meng Xiaoqi's intense focus. She quietly stepped back and whispered, Old witch, I'm fine. Don't worry. I've rescued the kid, but I haven't dealt with that mother and daughter yet. I'll handle them later. In the demon abyss, countless demons sat in circles, holding their breath as they listened to the sounds from the 1,000-mile sound mirror. Hearing Nian Nian's words, they cheered. I knew our Nian Nian is the best. Nian Nian, do you have enough magical artifacts? Nian Nian, have you lost weight? However, Nian Nian's next words left all the demons stunned. But right now, I've been captured by an old man from the giant tribe who insists I become his disciple. But don't worry, I'd rather die than submit. The demons exchanged glances and then erupted in a thunderous roar. Submit. Silly child, just submit. Nian Nian was taken aback. What? Silence. Inu glared fiercely at the excited demons. Once silence resumed, she calmly said to Nian Nian, Are you stupid? He's offering to teach you his skills. Why wouldn't you learn? Is this how I taught you? Nian Nian frowned. But a master can only be one. Inu impatiently replied, Who said a master can only be one? And how many times do I have to tell you, I'm not your master, you're just something I picked up. Go learn. The giant tribe was very powerful before being sealed away by the demon tribe. The demons all chimed in, yes, Nian Nian. Not taking advantage of this goes against our demon ways. Go, 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 and squeeze out all the giant tribe's skills. Nian Nian broke into a smile. You should have said so earlier. I thought you'd be angry. Don't worry. I'll learn well and won't embarrass you. But now that I'm in the 5 continents, I'm looking for a way to break the seal on the demon abyss. Where can I find such methods? The demon's smiles faded. Though they had lost hope of escaping, they didn't want to disappoint the child. After some thought, they said, there used to be a sect called Shangshan sect in the 5 continents. It has a library pavilion filled with strange cultivation methods, various formations, and ways to break formations and seals. Shangshan sect. Yes, Inu sighed in relief but still appeared impatient. If you can find a way to sneak in, then do so and look around. That's it for now. I'm wasting my cultivation energy. You take care of your training. With that, she waved her hand and cut off the communication. Nian Nian silently looked at the trembling Shangshan sect disciples before her. They were shaking like frightened mice, with the 3rd senior brother looking particularly humiliated. The most pitiful was Shang Xianxian, who was being dangled by her ankle, wailing constantly. After a moment of thought, Nian Nian said to Grandpa Dashan, let her down. I have questions for them. The root stopped punishing Shang Xianxian and let her down. As soon as she touched the ground, she felt her bald head and fainted from the shock. Zhou Sheru couldn't help but sympathetically touch her own hair. Yuan Shang quickly cradled Shang Xianxian, warily eyeing Nian Nian. Nian Nian smiled and asked, 3rd senior brother? Do you think I could take a stroll around your Shangshan sect? The Shangshan sect disciples were stunned. Yuan Shang forced a smile, miss. Please don't joke with me. You're not a sect disciple. How could you enter? Inside, he was panicking, fearing she might storm the sect with that strange demon beast. Never mind, I was just asking. You can go. Nian Nian waved her hand. The Shangshan sect disciples hurriedly fled, terrified that staying a minute longer would result in their hair being pulled out. Zhou Shiru awkwardly dragged Xiexue away, saying, Well, I'll be going too. Once everyone had left, Meng Xiaoqi beamed and said, Let's go, junior sister. The central town of Tianyi State is just ahead, and it's full of interesting things. At the city gate, Meng Xiaoqi said, "Show your identification card." Yin Yan took out the identification card Zhuangxian had given her, feeling relieved. Just after entering the city, Yin Yan suddenly thought of Yuan Xian's Sui and turned to ask, "Senior sister, which state is the Red Ghost Valley in? If it's not too far, we could look for it." Red Ghost Valley? It's in the 5 continents. Wait, what? Meng Xiaoqi suddenly grasped the key point, excitedly asking, "Junior sister. You called me senior sister. Are you willing to stay with the giant tribe and learn from the master?" Yin Yan nodded in agreement, though a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. "Yes, if master still wants me," she said, secretly calculating in her mind, fearing that the old man might suddenly decide to kick her out. "Want you? Of course I do." A booming voice suddenly erupted beside her, startling both Yin Yan and Meng Xiaoqi. They turned to see the old beggar grinning from ear to ear. He clapped Yin Yan on the shoulder with glee. "Good, good, it's great that you've come around." Haha. Meng Xiaoqi puffed up her cheeks in indignation. "Master, have you been following us all this time? Why didn't you show yourself earlier?" The old beggar looked displeased. "You have the nerve to ask. In such a situation, you should have taken your hammer and charged forward. Instead, you let Dashin handle it. A perfect opportunity for a fight, wasted. What have I always told you? The more you fight, the more you improve. We can't spar among ourselves, so why didn't you seize the chance with those who came knocking?" He turned to Yin Yan, his expression serious. "Next time, my little disciple, don't waste words with them. If they're around your level, just fight. If you can't win, run and come back to find me. Got it?" Yin Yan nodded. "Got it. Good, getting it." The old beggar's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a knowing smile with Yin Yan. "Unlike other new disciples who whine about fighting being bad, my little disciple, you're truly thoughtful, just like me." He suddenly squinted his eyes. "Why were you asking about Chigue Valley? Got a little love interest there?" Yin Yan sighed and explained, "No, just someone I know." "Alright then, when I have some free time, I'll take you on a tour around the 5 continents, and you can visit your friend there," the old beggar said eagerly. "I told you, it's not a love interest," Yin Yan emphasized again, trying to change the subject. "By the way, master, I want to get into the Shengshan Sect's library to check something. Is there a way to get in?" She asked casually. To her surprise, the old beggar frowned in thought for a moment before saying, "It's not impossible." Yin Yan was astonished. "Really? Even after we just beat up some of their disciples?" "Doesn't matter, as long as you didn't beat up the sect leader," the old beggar said nonchalantly, picking his nose. "I'll go have a chat with the Shengshan sect's leader." "You know the leader of Shengshan sect? And you still beat up their disciples?" Yin Yan asked, puzzled. "I don't know him," the old beggar said shamelessly, flicking away a piece of snot, "but I'll get to know him after a chat. Just wait here, disciple, I'll be back." "Wait, master?" Yin Yan began, but the old beggar had already vanished. Meng Xiaoqi comforted her, "Don't worry, little sister. Our master always acts on impulse. You can't keep up with him. Let's go buy what we need first." After they finished shopping, Meng Xiaoqi took Yin Yan to a famous restaurant known for its dishes made from wild spirit beasts. The food was both nourishing and delicious. Meng Xiaoqi looked at Yin Yan with growing fondness. Her little sister's personality suited their giant clan, and she was talented and beautiful. "Master, I want fish," Bibian said, pouting her chubby cheeks. "Lola wants it spicy," Lola chimed in, not to be outdone. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but marvel at the 2 little creatures. Who would have thought? These 2 kids were actually spirit beasts. Just transforming into human form was something only divine beasts could do. "Little sister, our giant clan has never had a beast tamer before." "You're the first," Meng Xiaoqi said with a smile. "But I've heard that beast tamers are usually quite fragile. Be careful during battles, okay?" Yin Yan nodded but insisted, "I'm not that weak. I'll be fine." "Haha, little sister, don't try to act tough. Everyone knows beast tamers can't take a hit." "Don't worry, I won't look down on you for it," Meng Xiaoqi laughed. Yin Yan smiled. "You'll see in time." Suddenly, Yin Yan overheard a conversation at the next table. "Hey, did you hear? The princess with the phoenix bone is joining Shengshan sect. Didn't her divine beast get stolen?" Yin Yan's interest was piqued. Were they talking about Su Linyan? So, Su Linyan was heading to Shengshan sect? She swirled her drink, a cold glint in her eyes. Well, that made Shengshan sect even more appealing. As the fish was served, Yin Yan continued to eavesdrop. "Yes, it was stolen." One person animatedly waved their chopsticks. "But you won't believe it, that princess. Besides having the phoenix bone, she also has a twin bone." "What?" The surrounding diners erupted in shock, joining the discussion. 2 bones? Is that even possible in this world? In a bustling tavern, a group of patrons was fervently discussing the latest news. The speaker's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly holding some insider information. "Hold on, I'll tell you. It's incredible, he said, lowering his voice and speaking mysteriously. The remaining bone is something extraordinary. Guess what? It's a skull. A skull? Someone nearby exclaimed. Could it be like that famous beast tamer from the 5 continents? I heard his divine beast is as powerful as an 8-star deity. Exactly, that impressive, the man nodded proudly. And the double-boned beast egg has emerged again. Just think, could a beast egg nurtured by a skull be anything less than exceptional? No wonder they got into Shengshan sect, someone sighed. By the way, when is the Imperial Princess coming to the 5 continents? I've been dying to catch a glimpse of this prodigy. In the corner, Nian Nian gripped her chopsticks tightly, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, how could Su Linyan have such good fortune? The Empress must be pulling strings behind the scenes again. The informant continued to chatter incessantly. I heard the Imperial Princess has already set off and should arrive within the next couple of days. Shengshan sect is going to be bustling. With Sheng Xianxian, who has the innate ninefold spirit body, and now the Imperial Princess, this new batch of disciples is sure to see some fierce competition. Not necessarily, someone quietly countered. There might be a dark horse that surprises everyone. Impossible, the informant raised his voice. Who could possibly have better talent than those two? Nian Nian had lost interest in listening any further. Her senior sister, Meng Xiaoqi, placed some food on her plate and comforted her, junior sister, don't worry about Shengshan sect. Our master may seem unreliable, but his word is gold. If he says he can get you in, there's no doubt about it. Yes, I understand, senior sister. Nian Nian forced a smile, but her heart was already filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the ancestral home of Qigui Valley in the 5 continents, Yuan Xinsui sat grimly on a high chair. His voice was low and icy. Find her. Within 3 days, you must locate her. The Grand Elder knows her disguised appearance. Draw it out and notify all of the 5 continents. Master. The Great Elder saw Yuan Xinsui's darkened expression inside, attempting to comfort him. We will definitely find Miss Nian. Yuan Xinsui's eyes were half closed, his breaths almost inaudible, exuding a chilling aura. His hands, hidden under his wide sleeves, were clenched into fists as if he was struggling to hold something back. The people of Qigui Valley, seeing Yuan Xinsui for the first time, were so intimidated by his presence that they didn't dare to lift their heads. As those with some sacrificial bloodline, they could feel the powerful bloodline suppression emanating from Yuan Xinsui, making it difficult to breathe just by standing in his presence. Seeing this, the Great Elder softly said, let's leave. The young master prefers quiet. With that, he led everyone out. Only then did Yuan Xinsui slowly open his eyes, his gaze fixed on the void. After a moment, he pressed his lips together and suddenly spoke, wait. The Great Elder immediately turned back. What are your orders, young master? Posted in every corner of the 5 realms, Yuan Xinsui said in a low voice, and make the reward for any information substantial. I must see my Nian Nian within 3 days, understood? Understood. The Great Elder responded and retreated, inwardly sighing at how the young master, who had been alone for so long, now seemed driven to madness at the absence of Miss Nian Nian. Unaware that her disguised face would soon be plastered on countless notices across the 5 realms, Nian Nian was busy storing her purchases for the day into a spatial artifact. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Senior sister, Shengshan sect is in Tianyi state, right? Yes, Meng Xiaoqi replied, noticing Nian Nian's interest in Shengshan sect and suggested, let's go. I'll take you to see the excitement. Even though we can't enter, it's good to recognize the place. She then warned seriously, but junior sister, don't forget about our giant tribe if you get into Shengshan sect. If you dare to turn your back on us, I'll hammer you myself. Nian Nian chuckled, don't worry, senior sister. I have no ties with Shengshan sect. She thought to herself, not to mention Xing Xianxian, just Su Linyan's presence in Shengshan sect was enough to make her despise it. Raising an eyebrow she said, but senior sister, give me some more time to train, and we'll see who hammers whom. Exactly. Lala said, clenching her small fists, I'll work hard to advance. Baibian snorted, with you? Our master will have to wait forever. It'll definitely be me first. Laughing and chatting, the group soon arrived at the gates of Shengshan sect. Nian Nian marveled. No wonder it's one of the major forces in the 5 realms, even the gate is so grand. Her comment was not an exaggeration. Even Lala and Baibian were stunned. Lala stretched out her chubby arm and compared, how does this gate stretch from one side of that giant mountain to the other? It's so wide. I wonder if I can be that big when I transform into a Lingyuan beast. Baibian scoffed, you definitely can't, but I can. Even if you spread your wings, they wouldn't be wide enough. Baibian worm, are you asking for a beating? Lala retorted, waving her fists in anger. Meng Xiaoqi looked at the 2 little ones in surprise, as if she had just heard something incredible. Ha, junior sister, your little ones are so cute, she laughed, but Lingyuan beasts don't grow that big. You should tell them, so they don't get disappointed. Yin Nian smiled confidently. Senior sister, my spirit beasts are not lying. Once they reach the level of initial Yuan beasts, their true forms will be larger than this gate. Meng Xiaoqi's smile gradually faded. Do you know how big this Datian gate is? She said disapprovingly. For an initial Yuan beast to be this big, it would have to be a divine beast. Wait. She suddenly realized. Are your spirit beasts divine beasts? And two of them? Meng Xiaoqi felt a bit dizzy. Her emotions conflicted. If that were true, then what junior sister said might indeed be true. With two divine beasts growing, it was hard to say who would hammer whom. Just then, a boy of about 3 years old ran over from a nearby stall, curiously staring at the grand gates of Shengshan sect. The gatekeepers, who were disciples at the Ling realm, shouted impatiently, "Get lost, kid." One of the disciples disdainfully poked the boy's shoulder with his sword hilt, pushing and scolding him, "Hurry up and leave. Do you think you can enter the gates of Shengshan sect?" The bewildered child, not understanding, was pushed and fell backward, scraping his face on a sharp stone. Holding back tears, he slowly got up and bowed. "I'm sorry, big brother." The disciple, even more irritated, poked him harder. The boy's round body rolled a few times, about to tumble down the high steps. Meng Xiaoqi's heart tightened, and she was about to catch him when a figure beside her flashed. In the next moment, the falling child was securely caught in an embrace. The disciple was startled, but, seeing the child safe, became arrogant again. Feeling uneasy under Yin Nian's calm gaze, he snapped, "What are you looking at? Don't you know that the Datian Gate of Shengshan sect is actually a high-grade magical artifact? If you're not a disciple of Shengshan sect, or at least at the human Ling realm, you'll be torn apart by the artifact. This kid was courting death by coming here. I saved him, so why are you glaring at me?" Upon hearing this, Yin Nian couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh. So these are the disciples of Shengshan sect? Truly eye-opening. She cast a cold glance at the people before her, thinking to herself, junior brother Bai did nothing wrong. If he hadn't acted in time, that child would have been dead by now. Yet, these people are utterly oblivious, forgetting that if it weren't for me catching the child, he would have been severely injured from such a fall. What's more ridiculous is that the child had already apologized, but they continued to push and prod. If the child hadn't been unscathed, would they still dare to claim credit? Yin Nian sneered. Is there really such absurd logic in this world? Besides, a mere child wandering into this place is practically seeking death. Do you think you can just waltz into Datian Gate as you please? Before she could finish, a childish voice suddenly rang out. Lala strutted over to the gatepost, hands on her hips, and kicked it with her little foot, pouting. "Oh, so this is Datian Gate? It's ugly and feels rough." With that, Lala raised her little eyebrows, took a big step inside, then quickly ran back out, proudly declaring, "I went in. And now I'm out." The junior brother Bai's face turned ashen, trembling as he pointed at Lala, stammering, "How can you? Such a young child, and already at the Renling realm." Lala glanced at him nonchalantly and said loudly, "Your gate is quite interesting. It's not to keep out bandits or enemies, but only blocks ordinary people below the Renling realm. Are you afraid that those weaklings will come and tear down your Shengshan sect?" She patted her chest with an innocent look and asked, "So, how cowardly is your Shengshan sect? Even the rotten vegetables from the peddler next door are tougher." Her words caused an uproar of laughter among the onlookers. They had witnessed junior brother by injuring the child and felt indignant but didn't dare offend Shengshan sect. Now that someone had spoken up for them, they laughed heartily. Infuriated by the laughter, junior brother Bai drew his weapon and charged at Lala. The other disciples were shocked and quickly shouted, "Junior brother Bai, stop." They knew that killing a child in front of everyone would ruin Shengshan sect's reputation. But junior brother Bai, blinded by rage, paid no heed. Just as everyone thought Lala would be struck down, she coldly snorted, her small fist darting past the incoming sword and landing heavily on Bai's abdomen. Bai screamed, flying through the air like a broken kite and crashing into the gate he so prided himself on. With a thud, he spat out blood, his Renling realm strength proving futile against Lala. Lala wiped her nose proudly and, seeing the injured child clinging to Yin Nian's neck, felt a pang of jealousy. She ran to Yin Nian, arms outstretched, and pouted, "Master, praise me. Didn't I do well? Hug me, master." Yin Nian smiled gently, set the child down, and patted his head, "Go find your parents." The child left reluctantly, looking back with every step. Bai Bian, noticing this, frowned, sensing something off about the child. However, when their eyes met, the child quickly ran off. Bai Bian thought to himself, "Never mind, as long as you don't trouble my master." Yin Nian had already picked up Lala, softly praising, "Well done, you protected yourself." At that moment, junior brother Bai began shouting again, "Do you know who I am? I'm from the Bai family of the 5 continents." Yin Nian was taken aback, thinking, Bai family of the 5 continents? Relatives of the emperor and empress. Seeing Yin Nian's reaction, Bai broke free from those supporting him and strutted forward arrogantly, sneering, "I'm a Bai family member and a personal disciple of a Shengshan sect elder. My master is a Tianling realm expert. When my master arrives, even if you kneel, it will be too late." Before he could finish, he was sent flying again. Nian Nian, with lightning speed, kicked him hard in the chest. The force of this kick far surpassed Lala's punch, leaving Bai reeling. Nian Nian coldly laughed. "A Bai family member? Then you deserve this even more." Meanwhile, an unexpected encounter was unfolding within Shengshan sect. In the study of sect leader Sheng Hong, an uninvited guest, a shabby old beggar, had suddenly appeared, causing the present disciples to break out in a cold sweat. They couldn't help but wonder, when did this person sneak into the sect? Sheng Hong furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with deep apprehension. He scrutinized the seemingly ordinary old man before him, his heart filled with vigilance. The old beggar seemed unfazed by the reactions around him. Leisurely picking his teeth with a fingernail, he spoke. "Ah, so you're the sect leader of Shengshan, huh?" He grinned, revealing a set of uneven, yellow teeth. "I've got no other business here. I just have a little disciple who thinks your Shengshan sect is quite interesting. Could you let her stay here for a couple of months? Of course, I'll pay her tuition fees." Sheng Hong coldly refused. Only disciples of Shengshan sect are allowed entry. "Elder, please leave." The old beggar, however, was relentless. His eyes darted around before he continued. "That won't do. I've already promised my disciple. What would it take for you to agree to let her in?" He paused, his face breaking into a smile. "My little disciple is well-behaved, smart, and obedient. Polite and clean. You don't need to worry. She won't cause any trouble for your esteemed sect." Sheng Hong's patience was wearing thin. He clenched his fists, his inner energy surging through his body, exerting pressure on the old beggar. "This isn't about whether your disciple is well-behaved or not," he said through gritted teeth. "I called you elder out of respect for your age. But if you keep pushing, don't blame me for being rude." The old beggar quickly waved his hands. "Hey, let's talk this out. No need for violence." He patted his thigh and suddenly suggested, "How about this? We exchange students. You send a couple of your disciples to our mountain to study. Our place isn't open to just anyone, you know?" He squinted his eyes, adding mysteriously, "You'd be getting a good deal, young man." Hearing this, Sheng Hong suddenly calmed down. "Mountain?" He pondered. What mountain? He wondered if this old man came from a hidden clan in one of the 5 continents. Just as the old beggar was about to explain, a flurry of hurried footsteps came from outside. A disciple burst in, his face flushed, gasping for breath as he shouted, "Senior brothers and sisters, something terrible has happened. Brother Bai is bleeding all over after being beaten by a woman and a child." A sudden commotion erupted outside the Shengshan sect gates. Disciples rushed to the entrance, their faces filled with anger and disbelief. "What's going on? Someone causing trouble at our Shengshan sect. And they injured junior brother Bai? Wait, you're saying it's a kid?" Junior brother Bai couldn't even handle a child. Amidst the discussions, a figure emerged from the crowd. Yuan Shang, the 3rd senior brother of Shengshan sect, who had previously encountered Nian Nian and his companions. Having just recovered from the trauma of witnessing his junior sister's public humiliation, his appearance immediately rallied the disciples around him. "3rd senior brother, please go check it out. Our sect's reputation is at stake. That kid is really something." Even junior brother Bai couldn't defeat him. With the 1st and 2nd senior disciples in seclusion, Yuan Shang was currently the strongest among the disciples. Seeing him step forward, the crowd began to shout, "Teach that brat a lesson about the power of Shengshan sect." Yuan Shang nodded, his expression stern. "Don't worry, no one causes trouble at Shengshan sect and leaves unscathed." With that, he led a group of disciples towards the gate with an imposing presence. Sect leader Sheng Hong watched his disciples leave, then turned to the old beggar with a smile. "Our sect's disciples always stand united against external threats. I hope you're not offended." The old beggar replied earnestly, "It's indeed quite amusing." Sheng Hong's face darkened immediately. The old beggar decided to get straight to the point. "Enough beating around the bush. You want to know who I am, what power I have behind me, and whether it's worth letting your disciples learn from us, right?" He clenched his fist and said, "Watch closely, boy." In the next moment, Sheng Hong watched in shock as the old beggar's fist swelled rapidly as if filled with water. "You're from the giant tribe?" Sheng Hong stammered. "But didn't the giant tribe disappear long ago?" The old beggar dismissed it casually. "We giants are not that easy to get rid of. So are you in or not? I'll send 4 of my disciples, 2 at the spirit realm and 2 at the earth spirit realm. No special teaching needed. Just let them observe and learn what they can. How about it?" Sheng Hong was deeply tempted. The giant tribe was renowned for their combat prowess a century ago, and their unique skills were invaluable. "Deal. It's settled." Sheng Hong agreed eagerly, already planning to send his daughter to learn from them. "Haha, it's a deal." The old beggar rubbed his nose vigorously. I'll bring my disciples over tomorrow. You get ready. Now let's go see the excitement. Sheng Hong frowned. It's just a matter for the younger generation. I won't go. Ignoring him, the old beggar headed straight for the gate, thinking, who dares to cause trouble at the gates of Xingshan sect? At this moment, Nian Nian and Meng Xiaoqi were about to leave when junior brother Bai, furious, shouted, Stop. You think you can just leave after injuring me? Several Xingshan sect disciples quickly surrounded them. Meng Xiaoqi, impatient, swung her heavy hammer, sending several disciples flying. A 5-star Earth Spirit Realm expert, the surrounding disciples exclaimed. Senior brother Yuan Shang is here, someone shouted, and the crowd parted to make way. Meng Xiaoqi, carrying her hammer, whispered to Nian Nian. Why does the name Yuan Shang sound familiar? Nian Nian smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, he's an old acquaintance. Surrounded by the disciples, Yuan Shang arrogantly raised his chin. Standing on the steps, his gaze swept over the scene. Just as he was about to speak, he recognized Nian Nian's face. He cried out, his pride shattering instantly, his eyebrows knitting together in shock. You. Yuan Shang pointed at Nian Nian, his voice turning shrill. How did you? Oh, it's you. Meng Xiaoqi shifted her hammer to her other shoulder, accidentally knocking down a nearby disciple. Isn't he the third senior brother of that bald girl? Lala laughed as she leaned against Nian Nian, teasing Yuan Shang. Nian Nian, holding Lala and with Bian Bian beside him, raised an eyebrow at Yuan Shang. We meet again? Yuan Shang's mind was flooded with memories of Xing Xianxian being publicly humiliated, her hair yanked out. His eyes glazed over, as if he could still see the flying strands of hair and his junior sister's bald head swaying before him. At that moment, the old beggar rushed out, intending to enjoy the spectacle, only to find his 2 precious disciples causing the ruckus. Hey, the old beggar roared angrily. What are these brats doing surrounding our only 2 female disciples on the mountain? Looking for a fight. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to help, but Yuan Shang suddenly trembled as if recalling something, and he frantically shouted, Retreat. Everyone retreat. He screamed hoarsely, Watch your feet. The disciples, bewildered, retreated under his urging. Senior brother, have you lost your mind? Someone couldn't help but ask. It's just 2 women. Why are you so scared? You don't understand. Yuan Shang's body was tense. There are roots underground. Do you want your hair pulled out? The disciples' faces were filled with fear and confusion, tears nearly welling up in their eyes. Trembling, they looked at Yuan Shang and asked with a quiver in their voices, Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Have you been cursed? Why are you saying such strange things? Yuan Shang's expression grew even more sorrowful as he sighed inwardly at their inability to grasp his intentions. He cautiously scanned the surroundings and whispered, that demon grass beast might still be following those 2 women. A demon grass beast at the minor god realm could kill us all in an instant. At that moment, Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but let out a chuckle. She leaned over to whisper in Nian Nian's ear, Does this fool really think Grandpa Mountain's roots can follow us this far? Nian Nian merely smiled faintly without responding. Yuan Shang led the disciples to retreat, their eyes fixed on Nian Nian and Meng Xiaoqi with tense expressions. His voice was filled with pain. Why have you 2 come again? Wasn't what you did before enough? Nian Nian sneered, her gaze sharp as it swept over the crowd. Stop pretending to be the victim. You should ask your good junior brother what he just did. Of course, since you're from the same sect, it's not surprising the others are covering for him and won't speak the truth. Her eyes landed on Bai Shidi with a look of disgust. There were plenty of witnesses today, including many outside. Ask anyone, and you'll find out why your dear junior brother was beaten like a dog. The disciples of Xingshan sect were instantly incensed, glaring at Nian Nian. Bai Shidi cursed loudly, You wretch, how dare you act so arrogantly? Lala, enraged by his words, was about to make a move when a shadow flashed by. Everyone saw a blur, and a black mist suddenly appeared before Bai Shidi. 2 pale hands emerged from the mist and slapped him hard across the face. What is this thing? Yuan Shang was shocked, sending a burst of spiritual energy straight at the mist. The hands quickly retracted, and although the energy dispersed the mist, it did not harm the entity at all. The disciples exchanged bewildered glances, having never seen such a strange technique before. Only Nian Nian narrowed her eyes thoughtfully, sensing the fluctuating spiritual energy. Could it be that the black mist was 100 changes innate ability? And those hands too? Nian Nian pondered, fully aware of Lala's potential and combat prowess, but 100 changes myriad abilities, and its elusive true form made her wonder if it was merely a beast. What have you witches done? Someone shouted in terror, their scalp tingling. Before Nian Nian could respond, 100 changes, holding her hand, spoke leisurely. She didn't do anything. She didn't even move. 100 changes smiled softly. He just had a dirty mouth and got what he deserved. The disciples of Xingshan sect turned livid with rage, shouting, You expect us to believe a 3-year-old's lies? Bai Shidi had already fainted from the slaps. Just then, an old beggar, disappointed that the two sides hadn't fought, stepped forward. He called out to Nian Nian and Meng Xiaoqi. Nian Nian? Xiaoqi? What are you doing here? Come home with master. A Shengshan sect disciple was about to hurl insults, but swallowed his words abruptly. 100 changes, clutching Nian Nian's sleeve, had turned to glance at him with a chilling gaze, like being stared down by a ferocious beast. His throat tightened and he stammered, "You can't leave." 100 Change's gaze remained icy, sending shivers down the disciple's spine. The old beggar couldn't care less about these cowards. He proudly announced to Nian Nian, "Little disciple, master has taken care of everything for you." "Really?" Nian Nian asked in surprise. He agreed. "Yes." The old beggar's eyes twinkled mischievously. He hadn't mentioned that the person agreed without knowing his daughter and disciple had been beaten. But since the agreement was made, if he dared to go back on it, well, that would be an excuse to let his disciples stretch their muscles. Nian Nian beamed with joy and turned to face the still wary Yuanshang and the furious Shengshan sect disciples, saying meaningfully, "Well then, everyone, see you tomorrow." The disciples were stunned. Before they could react and start cursing, the old beggar had already whisked Nian Nian away. Third senior brother. The disciples looked at Yuanshang in dissatisfaction. "What happened to you? Why are you so afraid of that woman? Even the one with the big hammer is just a 5-star Earth spirit realm. Our Shengshan sect's dignity is in tatters. You don't understand." Yuanshang scolded. "Those two women have a demon grass beast at the minor god realm protecting them. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd all be dead by now. You have no idea how hard I'm trying to protect you." "The minor god realm?" The disciples were too shocked to speak. Yuanshang's expression grew even more serious as he added, "And that old beggar, he's not a simple man either." Hearing this, the disciples' spirits deflated, and they could no longer muster any harsh words. "This would be a huge embarrassment for us. The princess is arriving tomorrow." Yuanshang frowned, his voice tinged with anxiety. His companion echoed, "Exactly. If she hears that so many of our disciples couldn't handle just 2 troublemakers, what will she think of us?" Yuanshang raised an eyebrow and asked, "The princess is arriving tomorrow?" "Yes, the elder sent word," his companion confirmed. For some reason, when Yuanshang heard the word tomorrow, a sudden chill ran down his spine as he recalled Nian Nian's words, "See you tomorrow." Despite the warm weather, he shivered involuntarily, goosebumps rising on his skin. Seeing that the commotion was over, the onlookers began to disperse in small groups. One passerby smiled at the father of the stabbed child and remarked, "You can't just focus on your business and neglect your child, you know?" The man, with a simple and honest smile, nodded. I know. I cared deeply for my kid. Let's go, son," he said, taking the hand of the boy who was munching on a candied hawthorn skewer nearby. "Alas, it's tough being born into a poor family," someone sighed. "Even seeking justice for a child requires the help of kind-hearted people. Otherwise, if this kid died at the gate of Shengshan sect, it would have just been brushed off." The father and son walked hand in hand into a secluded alley. Once they were alone, the little boy let go of the man's hand. "What's wrong, son?" The man still wore that simple, honest smile. The boy casually discarded the candied hawthorn skewer. Turning around, he flashed a cunning smile at the man. "I'm tired of this father-son game. I originally planned to fake my death to teach those unreasonable people at Shengshan sect a lesson, but it didn't work out. No matter, thanks to this, I found someone really interesting." With a mischievous grin, he lightly placed his palm on the man's body. A flash of purple light flickered in the boy's eyes. "Wake up. I don't need you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, the man shuddered. In the next moment, his previously dull eyes suddenly cleared. "Huh." The man looked at the little boy in front of him, puzzled. "Whose child are you? Why are you here alone? Where are your parents?" "No parents," the boy replied, pulling out a bulging pouch from his pocket and handing it to the man. "Uncle, I had a lot of fun with our game over the past few days. Here's your payment. Now, I'm off to find someone even more interesting." The boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "She has such a wonderful scent." The man instinctively opened the pouch and was stunned to find it filled with spirit crystals. "No, I can't accept this." He looked up to refuse, but the boy had already disappeared. Meanwhile, high above the center of Tianyi State's capital, a group of Pegasi from the Kingdom of Beasts eagerly snorted in excitement. They had arrived, ready to find their new masters. The winged horses flapped their wings and sniffed the air with their large noses. They were searching for a particular scent. Where was that delightful fragrance coming from? The lead horse beat its massive wings and snorted at its companions behind, as if saying, "Spread out and sniff around. We'll find it eventually." The other horses nodded in agreement. At this moment, Nian Nian had no idea that the Bai family's grandpa horses were secretly looking for her. She had already returned to Giant Mountain with her master and Meng Xiaoqi. As Nian Nian walked into the passage inside Grandpa Mountain's belly, she touched the hard stone wall and sincerely said, "Grandpa Mountain, thank you for your help earlier." Grandpa Mountain joyfully waved his rock-like hands. Numerous roots emerged from the ground at Nian Nian's feet, gently patting her hand and caressing her head, showing their affection. The old beggar couldn't help but pull Nian Nian away from the roots, grumbling. All right, old buddy. I know you like Nian Nian as much as I do. But don't get too excited. Last time you wrapped your roots around a little apprentice's child and wouldn't let go, making the kid cry from hunger. Grandpa Mountain seemed annoyed by these words and lashed out at the old beggar with his roots like whips. The old beggar eagerly stepped forward, shouting, "Oh, a fight? Bring it on. If I'm scared of you, I'm a dog." Seeing this, Meng Xiaoqi quickly grabbed Nian Nian's hand and shouted, "Oh no, Master's at it again. Little sister, let's run. They're fighting again." Before Nian Nian could react, Meng Xiaoqi was already dragging her away at full speed. As soon as they leaped out of the cave entrance, a loud rumbling noise echoed from Grandpa Mountain's belly, as if an explosion had occurred. Panting heavily, Meng Xiaoqi complained, "That was close. Good thing I was quick, or would have been caught in the blast." Master always does T-scan to be mindful of others around when he fights. However, Nian Nian remained calm and even had the energy to look back at the scene of her master and Grandpa Mountain fighting. She asked curiously, "Isn't this normal?" Meng Xiaoqi looked at her in surprise. "Little sister, what did you say?" This habit of fighting at the drop of a hat would seem odd to anyone seeing it for the first time. "Isn't this your first time?" Nian Nian explained naturally, "At my home, the adults are the same. The demons could be all buddy-buddy one moment, and then start fighting over a single word the next. It's perfectly normal." As they spoke, Nian Nian was startled by the scene before her. All the senior brothers, uncles, and elders of the giant clan had put aside their training and gathered to watch the old beggar fight. One senior brother enthusiastically called out, "Hey, little sister, come on over. Watching how the Divine Realm experts fight is good for us." Lala excitedly squatted next to that senior brother, shouting, "Lala wants to watch. Lala wants to learn." Nian Nian smiled helplessly and noticed Bai Bian also quietly squatting next to the giant clan. She said, "You two can stay here and watch." Scanning the crowd, Nian Nian finally spotted Zhuang Xian, who was slender as the wind and stood out among the muscular men. She approached and asked, "Got a moment? Can we chat?" Zhuang Xian, who was reluctantly tied with 2 pieces of heavy Tianqian iron for muscle training, stood bitterly beside senior brother Erku. Hearing Nian Nian, he eagerly replied, Sure, let's talk on the side, little sister." He finally had an excuse to rid himself of the heavy burden. Zhuang Xian quietly complained to Nian Nian, "You have no idea, little sister. This thing is so heavy. I can barely move my legs." Erku shook his head, "You don't understand, kid. This Tianqian iron is a mid-level magical artifact. Wearing it while practicing our giant clan's unique divine step technique yields the best results. Our clan focuses on physical training. Your body is your greatest weapon and protection." Zhuang Xian shook his head helplessly. He was a beast tamer, and although his spiritual body had awakened, his spiritual power was weak. He had no intention of pursuing physical training. As they argued, Erku noticed out of the corner of his eye that Nian Nian had fastened the Tianqian iron's foot buckle on her own foot with a click. She tried walking a few steps and indeed found it heavy. Nian Nian immediately channeled some spiritual power to her feet and resumed her normal walking speed. Erku was stunned. He thought, the first time someone wears this Tianqian iron, they shouldn't be able to move without at least a human spirit realm strength. But she looks only about 18. 18 and already has human spirit realm strength? Even a 1-star human spirit realm. Was the top disciple of Shengshan sect this strong at her age? What shocked Erku even more was that Nian Nian not only could walk but started running. She even began high-stepping, kicking, and jumping. After a few moments of this, Nian Nian flashed a bright smile at the dumbfounded Erku and asked, "Second dog senior brother, do you have more Tianqian iron? I'd like to wear 2 more on my hands." Erku was momentarily stunned before replying, "Oh yes, we do." Wang Erku turned around in a daze to fetch something for the junior sister, so shocked that he didn't even notice her teasingly calling him Ergu. Once he left, Nian Nian immediately walked over to the dumbstruck Zhuang Xian and asked directly, "Can we talk in private?" Zhuang Xian nodded woodenly, his eyes filled with wariness as if he were looking at a monster. He thought to himself, no wonder the master pays extra attention to the junior sister. Even though I have the holy Qilin, I must admit, the junior sister is indeed more powerful. Once they reached a secluded spot, Zhuang Xian finally spoke, "Junior sister, what do you need from me?" Nian Nian smiled and asked in return, "Zhuang Xian of Baichao Manor, do you know who I am?" This question made Zhuang Xian's heart skip a beat. He narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously, "Have we met before?" Nian Nian didn't answer but instead pulled out an identification token from her pocket. The moment Zhuang Xian saw the token, he was stunned, his mouth agape. After a long pause, he tentatively asked, "Are you the mysterious person who saved my sister?" Nian Nian nodded slightly, admitting yes. "So it was you?" Zhuang Xian let out a deep sigh after the initial shock, then solemnly said, "Since it's you, just tell me what you need help with. I will do everything I can." Nian Nian got straight to the point. "I need an identification token that won't arouse any suspicion." She explained that the one she had now could only pass superficial checks. For a thorough investigation, she needed an official token with her name engraved on it. She elaborated on the importance of the identification token. Every child receives one at birth, and after the age of 10, it's impossible to obtain one. Without an identification token, it's hard to move around freely. Nian Nian continued to explain her situation. Su Linyan is arriving soon. She could face her with her current appearance, but given that she had taken Su Linyan's Feng Yuan, Su Linyan wouldn't dare make a fuss if she had any sense. However, she couldn't show up as someone without status. If Su Linyan had her checked for lacking an identification token, it might expose the secrets of the Demon Ravine. Additionally, the Xingqianzong would scrutinize everyone's identification tokens closely. A token merely representing a faction wouldn't suffice. She needed a personal identification token. Finally, Nian Nian asked pointedly, "Your sister hasn't been officially reported as deceased yet, has she?" Zhuang Xian didn't ask Nian Nian why she had no identity. Across the 5 continents, countless abandoned children were without identity cards, leading difficult lives and being barred from many places. "Do you need one?" Zhuang Xian quickly pulled a green jade card from his pocket, its large gold embossed numbers particularly striking. The number was engraved in a special way, making it impossible to counterfeit. "This identity card was intentionally left by me as a keepsake of her existence." Zhuang Xian's voice was low. "But if you need it, I'm sure my sister would agree." He continued. "In the letter she sent back, aside from expressing guilt towards our father and brothers, she conveyed deep gratitude to you for saving her. My sister was a kind-hearted girl but suffered a tragic fate." Nian Nian solemnly took the identity card and said earnestly, "I swear I will never use this identity to do anything harmful or against the heavens. I will never bring shame to your sister." "No need to swear." Zhuang Xian's eyes were filled with sorrow. "How could I not trust someone my family praised so highly in their final moments?" His sorrow quickly turned into hatred and a thirst for vengeance. "I will not let the Bai family get away with this. One day we will settle the score." "I also have a deep-seated grudge against the Bai family," Nian Nian said, letting her blood drip onto the identity card. According to the rules, identity cards should be destroyed upon death. But since the Zhuang family hadn't reported her death, the card could be reassigned. "Our goals align." Zhuang Xian nodded. "I'll send word back home. My father will make sure our story is consistent. From now on, you are the second young lady of the Zhuang family. Don't worry, my sister was often ill and had few friends. Our family is dwindling. As long as my father and I stand firm, no one will uncover the truth." "Thank you," Nian Nian said, just as a fiery red glow lit up the distant sky. Flames surged upward, exploding in a bright, blood-red light. "What is that?" Nian Nian asked with a frown. Despite the distance, the height and brightness of the flames made them clearly visible. Senior brother Erko happened to walk by and explained, "Oh, that? It's the Shungshan sect. They love to show off. Every year during their disciple recruitment ceremony, they set off fireworks like these so the entire Tianyi state can see." "Why are they doing it now?" Meng Xiaoqi asked, puzzled. "Is Shungshan sect crazy? Why set off fireworks for no reason?" "They're not crazy," Nian Nian said, her eyes filled with both battle readiness and cold determination as she stared at the crimson clouds. "They're announcing that Shungshan sect has recruited an extraordinary disciple." She chuckled coldly. "It's well known that Shungshan sect only recruits once a year, but there are exceptions to every rule. This new disciple is their biggest exception. They're telling everyone they've secured a top-tier genius worth breaking the rules for." The old beggar, having just finished talking with Grandpa Dashan, walked over to Nian Nian and scoffed. "It's all for show. Useless theatrics. Given the distance, it'll take them until tomorrow morning to arrive at their speed, yet they're already boasting." The old beggar glanced at Nian Nian and suddenly said, "Little disciple, tomorrow you'll be going to Shungshan sect, as you requested. I'll have Zhuang Xian, Xiaoqi, and Ergu accompany you. I'll first teach you one of the essential techniques of the giant clan, our unique divine form step." Ergu and Meng Xiaoqi nodded, thinking their master indeed valued their little junior sister. They hadn't been taught this technique on their first day. However, the old beggar continued, "You've already offended all the disciples of Shungshan sect. Since you're an exchange disciple, I can't always be there to fight for you. You only have these 2 senior siblings, and they can't withstand so many attacks. They're probably all lining up to beat you. If you learn this, at least you can run when you're outnumbered, right?" Meng Xiaoqi said helplessly, "Master, can't you wish us some good luck?" "Thank you, Master," Nian Nian said sincerely. The old beggar's willingness to teach her such a profound skill showed he genuinely regarded her as his disciple. "Of course, don't expect any guidance," the old beggar added. "I only take on disciples. I don't provide instruction. Don't come to me unless you're at a bottleneck. Just practice the technique on your own." With that, he tapped Nian Nian's forehead. This technique originates from the legacy of the giant tribe, shrouded in mystery and impossible to replicate. Nian Nian realized it was an unparalleled skill that could only be self-taught and not passed on to others. Suddenly, a severe headache struck her, causing her to instinctively clutch her head and squat down, feeling as if thousands of needles were piercing her brain. The old beggar, quick as lightning, tapped Zhuang Xian's head again. Almost forgot you. Here, have a taste too. In an instant, both of them were crouched on the ground, clutching their heads in agony. After a long while, Nian Nian gradually regained her clarity. Eager to examine the mysterious technique, she found it wasn't written words, but a mass of gray gas. The mist seeped directly into her body, threading through every inch of her meridians and eventually converging at her feet. Meng Xiaoqi seized the moment and burst into laughter. Haha, little junior sister, you got tricked. There's no written technique. It's only passed down physically. She went on to explain, you just need to continuously nurture this gas with your spiritual power to drive your feet, and that's our divine footwork. Erko joined in the laughter. So, even if the people from Shengshan sect come, they can't learn our divine footwork. But we can still spar with them. He turned to the other senior brothers and shouted, when the Shengshan sect people arrive tomorrow, make sure to give them a good workout. Of course. The senior brothers thumped their chests in assurance. Don't worry, our tribe is known for its hospitality. Hearing this, Nian Nian couldn't help but smile. The old beggar took a swig of wine, gave her a meaningful look and suddenly spoke. Little apprentice, I have just one request. He pointed to a cloud in the sky. See that? I can't stand those who put on airs. I don't care about any imperial princesses or whatever. You must outperform those new disciples from Shengshan sect, understand? Otherwise, I'll have no face left. Feeling the divine qi circulating through her meridians, Nian Nian smiled confidently. Master, rest assured I won't let her off the hook. Meanwhile, the peculiar child who had once crossed paths with Nian Nian finally found the giant tribe's location. Tilting his head, he stared at the towering mountain for a while, a creepy smile spreading across his face. Wow, there are so many strong auras inside. I'll just wait for her to come out. With that, he leisurely leaned against a large tree. That night, as Nian Nian anticipated and the child waited, time crawled by slowly. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced the sky. Lying in bed, Nian Nian abruptly opened her eyes, a cold smile forming at the corner of her mouth. Su Linian, I look forward to meeting you again. Nian Nian, we're leaving. The shouts of Erko and Meng Xiaoqi echoed from outside the cave. Nian Nian glanced around. Aside from the two little ones, she had nothing else to take. As Nian Nian prepared to leave with Lala and Baibian, the two little ones showed clear reluctance. Lala's face was scrunched up, eyes glistening with unshed tears. My training cave. My little magma pool. I don't want to leave it. Baibian, though less dramatic, also showed a fond attachment to his training room with a lingering gaze. Nian Nian gently touched her wooden bed, recalling how her senior brothers had worked through the night, cutting wood from Grandfather Mountain to make it for her. She mused, a place that brings comfort, even if only for a day or two, can be hard to leave. On the contrary, an unpleasant place never feels like home, no matter how long you stay. Just as she stepped out of the cave, Nian Nian was handed a pair of gloves. Her muscular senior brother, Erko, explained with a smile, this is a magical tool every new disciple in the human spirit realm uses. It's passed down from one to another. He turned to Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian, this time Nian Nian will be the target, and you haven't reached the human spirit realm yet. You can't use this, so it's only fair she takes it. You don't mind, right? Zhuang Xian shook his head in understanding. Although Nian Nian already had many magical tools, most were for demons and required demonic energy to activate. With the demons yet to emerge, her identity had to remain hidden. Meng Xiaoqi added with a smile, these gloves are called Summon Fire, one of the best mid-tier magical tools. They were made by our master himself, who is also an artifact forger. Take good care of them and make sure Summon Fire shows its true power at Shengshan sect. Nian Nian felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you, master. Thank you, everyone. She had endured so much hardship over the past 18 years, and now everyone she met was so kind. The old beggar waved goodbye with a smile. Go on, master will visit you when he has time. Nian Nian nodded in agreement. As she walked through the mountain passage, she suddenly felt something wrap around her foot. Looking down, she saw it was a root from Grandfather Mountain. Before she could ask, the root placed something in her arms and made a shush gesture, like an elder secretly giving candy to a beloved child. Nian Nian nodded gratefully. Thank you, Grandfather Mountain. The root wiggled happily 3 times before retracting. Nian Nian felt the bulge in her chest, curious about what it was, but decided to check later. As the 4 of them exited the mountain, a little boy who had been squatting under a tree stood up. He wanted to approach Nian Nian but hesitated when he saw Baibian and Lala holding her hands. Baibian, sensing something, quickly glanced over, his eyes flashing gold. The boy's face changed, realizing that this beast had noticed him and had purer blood than his own. Baibian snorted, releasing Nian Nian's hand and whispering to Lala, "Look, it's a young beast cub." Lala's eyes widened. "Oh, I knew our master's charm would attract other scheming beasts." She made a threatening gesture towards the boy, silently warning, "Stay away. Having Baibian share our master's love is already hard enough." The boy's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but as he watched Nian Nian and her group walk away, a sly smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "You think I won't follow just because you told me not to? I'll find a chance to stick to Nian Nian when she's alone." He quietly followed them. When Nian Nian and her group arrived at Tiani continent, they found the streets unusually empty. Meng Xiaoqi asked in confusion, "What's going on? It's not even nighttime. Why is no one around?" A passing plump lady turned back and explained warmly, "Young ones, aren't you going to join the excitement?" "What's happening?" Meng Xiaoqi asked. "Is it because a disciple from Shengshan sect has returned?" "Oh no, it's not about any disciple," the lady explained enthusiastically. "There's a new bounty notice on the reward wall in Tiani continent. They're offering a huge reward for finding someone. I heard that if you find the person, you'll get lots of cultivation techniques, spirit crystals, and magical tools. If you find them, you'll be set for life." "A bounty? Who are they looking for?" Meng Xiaoqi asked in surprise. "Who knows? Let's go check it out and see for ourselves." Aunt Peng barely finished her sentence before she dashed off, afraid she might miss the chance to squeeze in. Meng Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, ready to follow, but was stopped by a stern look from Urku. "Let's handle our business at Shengshan sect first," Urku whispered. Reluctantly, Meng Xiaoqi pouted and gave up the idea. As the group neared Shengshan sect, Nian Nian heard the distant cries and roars of spirit beasts. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, a familiar golden-red light erupted from the sect's entrance, shooting skyward. This light exploded in the horizon, forming a massive cloud that spread across the sky, as if it intended to dye the entire visible sky with its hue. Looks like the princess of Wanshou Kingdom has arrived," Meng Xiaoqi commented, arms crossed and eyes fixed on the gradually emerging figure ahead, a faint smile playing on her lips. Indeed, the princess of Wanshou Kingdom arrived with great pomp, escorted by an entire army of spirit beasts sent by the empress. Although they were only elementary beasts, the sight of such a well-ordered spirit beast troop was enough to capture everyone's attention, given the scarcity of beast tamers across the 5 continents. Su Linya sat gracefully atop the largest unicorn beast, her blind side hidden behind a mask, revealing her flawless other half. Perched on her hand and shoulder was a golden creature, resembling a snake but with 4 claws and 2 small horns on its foredada baby dragon. A dragon! She actually hatched a dragon! Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. No wonder Shengshan sect is making such a big deal out of this. Another divine beast. What incredible luck. She truly deserves such a grand entrance. The baby dragon's aura was so overwhelming that the elementary beasts didn't dare lift their heads. Su Linya glanced at the red cloud in the sky, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Just then, a rumbling sound of footsteps grew louder. Aunt Peng led a crowd rushing towards them. Su Linya, unfazed, assumed they were just more commoners eager to admire her divine beast. She lifted her head proudly, ready to bask in their praise. To her surprise, the crowd ignored her and her beast army completely. Under Su Linya's stunned gaze, Aunt Peng pointed at Nian Nian ahead and shouted, "Look, it's her. She looks at least 50% like the person in the portrait. She might be the one the Red Ghost Valley is looking for." The portrait posted in Chigue Valley depicted Nian Nian's appearance after taking a disguise pill. The Grand Elder had assumed Nian Nian would continue using the pill, not knowing she had reverted to her original appearance after her first exposure. Now that she had found a suitable identity, Nian Nian no longer needed to hide. Even with the disguise, her appearance still bore a 50% resemblance to her true self. When the artist finished the initial drawing, Yuan Xinsui flew into a rage, tearing up the original and shouting, "How dare you make my Nian Nian look so ugly? Are you courting death?" Terrified, the artist enhanced the portrait based on the Grand Elder's description, making it 60% similar to Nian Nian. "Hey, you there, young lady. Don't move. We have some questions for you." The crowd, just coming from the notice board, shouted excitedly. Auntie Peng clapped her hands. "Come here, young girl, Auntie has something to ask you." For these common folk, things like imperial princesses, Shengshan sect, peerless geniuses, and divine beasts were irrelevant. They only cared about finding the beautiful girl from the notice and claiming the reward offered by Chigue Valley. Su Linyan watched helplessly as this group of foolish mortals bypassed her without even a glance, instead surrounding another woman. The crowd was so dense she couldn't see the woman's face. The disciples of Shengshan sect were displeased. They had followed Su Linyan all this way, making such a grand entrance to showcase the Shengshan sect. Suddenly being ignored felt like a damp squib. An elder from Shengshan sect, sitting on a spirit beast next to Su Linyan, frowned and said with displeasure, Who are those people up ahead blocking the road? Such lack of manners. He was referring to Nian Nian, unaware that his group had been hogging the road, flaunting the Shengshan sect and their spirit beasts. Let's go take a look, Su Linian said, suppressing her irritation with a light smile. It must be someone seeking attention. This is the entrance to our Shengshan sect. The elder must teach her a lesson for such disrespect. Surrounded by the crowd, Nian Nian caught the key point from the chaotic conversations. Did you say Qigui Valley and Tianwu Continent posted a notice looking for someone? Everyone nodded in unison. Nian Nian was taken aback. She had expected it, but not that Yuan Shui would spend so much to find her. I heard they're searching in every continent. Is it you? The crowd eagerly awaited Nian Nian's confirmation, eager to claim the reward. Nian Nian frowned, about to speak, when a sharp, haughty voice interrupted. Why are you all blocking the entrance to Shengshan sect? Have you no shame or manners? The crowd parted, turning to look at the Shengshan sect female disciple who had spoken, clearly acting as Su Linian's minion. Nian Nian's expression turned cold as she looked up. This simple action allowed Su Linian, now close, to clearly see her face. In that instant, Su Linian felt her blood run cold. Nian Nian stared at the half-mask on Su Linian's face, finding it deeply ironic. Just a few months ago, she had been the pitiable one who couldn't lift her head in front of Su Linian. Now it was Su Linian who wore a mask, unable to show her true face. Under the blood-red sky, Nian Nian smiled at Su Linian. That smile was like a ghost crawling out of hell, radiating intense hatred and murderous intent. Su Linian finally lost it, screaming like she had seen a ghost. A ghost. It's a ghost. The elder from Shengshan sect was about to speak, but Su Linian's sudden scream startled him. He turned to see Su Linian as if possessed, frantically waving her hands at the front. Are you here to claim my soul? Ghost. You wretch, are you here to take my life? Her exposed eye was wide open, bloodshot veins quickly covering her entire pupil. Get away. Get away. Lala suddenly grabbed Nian Nian's hand. She had also taken a disguise pill, as her original appearance had been seen at the Beast Kingdom's banquet. Nian Nian's anger flared up once again when she saw Su Linian's detestable face. She couldn't help but glance at the so-called divine beast, mocking it inwardly. How could this creature ever stand on par with her? Suddenly, Su Linian began to tremble violently, her eyes losing focus. The Grand Elder, noticing this, immediately grabbed her wildly flailing hand and exclaimed urgently, Yenner, what's wrong? Snap out of it. Su Linian was abruptly yanked off the beast's back, the pain in her feet bringing her back to her senses somewhat. She gasped for breath, her face pale. The dragon-like divine beast gently nuzzled its owner's cheek, trying to comfort her, while it glared at Nian Nian with a menacing aura. Su Linian's eyes slowly regained focus, and she finally comprehended the situation before her. Pointing at Nian Nian, she stammered, You're not dead? You were thrown into the demon abyss. You escaped from the demon abyss. Her lips quivered uncontrollably. It was you. You did all of this. You're not dead, and you stole my divine beast. You've become a demon. You're from the demon clan. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The people who had been surrounding Nian Nian immediately backed away, their faces filled with fear. Demon clan? That witch who wreaked havoc in the Beast Kingdom? An elder from Shengshan sect instinctively drew his weapon and demanded, Is this true? It's true. It's true. Su Linian screamed hysterically, Elder, you must execute her immediately. Meng Xiaoqi and Air Ko quickly stepped in front of Nian Nian, shouting, You dare. If you harm our junior sister today, our clan will declare war on Shengshan sect. Their fierce protection left Nian Nian stunned. She had expected them to at least hesitate. At that moment, Zhuang Xian, who had been silently brooding, suddenly stepped forward. His piercing gaze locked onto Su Linian as he shouted, Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Zhuang Xian scanned the crowd, raising his voice. It was these family members who caused the death of her sister. And now they want to frame her sister's savior. He turned to Su Linian, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You, the esteemed princess of the Beast Kingdom, think you can slander people without any evidence just because of your status? My sister and I grew up together, inseparable for over a decade. We were even born in the same year, same month, as twins. And now you, in your madness, dare to tarnish her reputation. Zhuang Xian stepped forward, each word cutting like a blade. I think you're just heartbroken over losing your divine beast and have gone insane. Haha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Su Linian's face turned crimson with anger as she shouted, How dare you fools! Zhuang Xian sneered and retorted mercilessly, Stop throwing your princess tantrums here. This isn't the kingdom of beasts. Who do you think you are, looking down on everyone? Drop that arrogance of yours. Even the children of the 5 great families of Wuzhou aren't as conceited as you. Each word was like a heavy blow, landing squarely on Su Linian's face. Meng Xiaoqi and Air Ko were stunned, realizing for the first time that the usually bookish Zhuang Xian had such a sharp side. Scholars really do have a way with words. The onlookers murmured in agreement. Yeah, fools. We don't tolerate that in Tiani continent. There's no princess here. The elder of Shengshan's sect looked grim, angry at the disrespect, but also displeased with Su Linian's behavior. He turned to Nian Nian and coldly demanded, "You claim you're not a demon clan remnant. Do you have an identity token to prove it?" Su Linian immediately cut in, "Lowborn, if you have it, show it." Nian Nian slowly reached into her pocket, and everyone held their breath. However, she suddenly stopped and sneered. "If I hand it over just because you demand it, where would my dignity be? Does Shengshan sect think it can bully others just because it's powerful? What proof do you have that you're telling the truth?" Su Linian smirked triumphantly. "See, she can't produce it. If you can't show your identity token today, it proves you're a demon clan remnant and everyone has the right to kill you. You're spouting nonsense." Erko couldn't hold back any longer. His face flushed with anger. "Just because you say so? Demons have been gone for years. Have you seen one? How do you know if they're good or bad? There are good and bad people too. Are bad humans more noble than bad demons?" Nian Nian's heart trembled, realizing her brothers not only believed in her but were defending her, even if she might be from the demon clan. She took a deep breath and stared directly at Su Lin and watched closely. With that, she revealed her identity token. Su Linian screamed in disbelief. "That token is fake. She has demon elements on her. Check her heart's blood to be sure." Before she could finish, Erko roared and transformed into a giant 5 times his normal size. He stomped hard, causing the ground to crack. "Do you think Shengshan sect can bully the giant clan because we have no one?" Auntie Peng squinted, observing closely and calculating silently. This talent isn't much different from Shengshan sect's top disciple. She glanced around, her heart filled with glee. Judging by her reaction, this girl must be the one Red Ghost Valley is looking for. Why not keep the reward for myself? Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, she quietly made her way toward the notice board. Her goal was clear: to inform the people of Chigue Valley that Nian Nian was here. Everyone's attention was focused on Nian Nian and the elder, so no one noticed her actions. The elder of Shengshan sect wore a grim expression, his voice laced with anger. "Are you causing trouble at the gates of Shengshan sect?" As a powerful master of the Tianling realm, he raised his hand, ready to suppress Erko. At this critical moment, Nian Nian felt the item Grandpa Dashan had given her suddenly become scorching hot in her pocket, as if it were ready to unleash a powerful force to protect her. However, a deafening voice interrupted the tense situation. "Everyone stop." Sect leader Sheng Hong appeared before the crowd, his face dark. His gaze swept over Nian Nian before finally landing on the elder. His voice was calm yet filled with authority. "What's going on?" Su Linian, who had been arrogant moments ago, tried to speak but felt an invisible pressure that rendered her silent. Sheng Hong merely glanced at her, and her heart began to race. She realized that this man was a true master of the lesser god realm, capable of ending her life with a single gesture. This kind of pressure was far beyond the leniency shown by her mother, also a lesser god realm master. Su Linian wisely closed her mouth. The elder provided a detailed account of the events, ending with an angry finger pointed at Nian Nian. "It's all because of this girl, sect leader. You can't let her off." However, Sheng Hong did not immediately deal with Nian Nian as the elder had hoped. He frowned and looked at Nian Nian and her companions, asking to giants. Erko stepped forward, standing protectively in front of his companions, his voice loud and firm. "Yes, we are." Sheng Hong cursed inwardly. He should have anticipated that the old beggar's disciples would be nothing but trouble, constantly causing issues for him. To make matters worse, his precious daughter, who had been bullied the previous day, was now crying and refusing to go to the giants for training. This had resulted in 4 disciples from Shengshan sect still not departing as planned. "Let me see your identity token." Sheng Hong extended his hand, his tone calm but commanding. Nian Nian fearlessly tossed the token over, her eyes showing no trace of fear. However, her hand instinctively pressed against her pocket, where the burning heat suddenly subsided. Sheng Hong examined the token carefully, frowning slightly. "You don't look much like your brother." "Of course not, we're fraternal twins," Nian Nian replied composedly. "Men and women are worlds apart." "What is it, sect master? Do you want my heart's blood?" The surrounding crowd gasped and whispered among themselves. Someone murmured, "How could that be? Only Su Linian would say something so foolish. Taking heart's blood would ruin her talent and destroy her future." "Yes, sect master, take her heart's blood," Su Linian shouted excitedly, drawing astonished stares from the onlookers. "Sect master, silence." Sheng Hong's face darkened as he barked, "I'm here, the elders are here. Who gave you the right to speak?" Su Linian's face turned pale instantly. She had become overly arrogant due to the recent attention from Shengshan sect. Sheng Hong also realized that this disciple had been overly flattered. If Su Linian had a dual divine beast, he would have given her high importance. But with just a single divine beast, although she could stand on par with Xian Xian, she wasn't the unparalleled genius of the 5 continents. We don't need your heart's blood, Xinghong exhaled slowly. But since everyone has doubts, it's better to clarify. Right. Just a drop of your blood, and I can tell if you have demonic elements in you. If I don't, will you make your precious disciple apologize to me? Nian Nian raised an eyebrow. That would be up to her, Xinghong narrowed his eyes. You can also choose to leave now. If you don't join Shengshan's sect, I won't trouble you. But if you do that, the entire 5 continents will investigate Nian Nian secretly. Erku looked at Nian Nian with concern. Junior sister, if you don't want to, we don't have to go in. No need, senior brother. What do I have to fear? Nian Nian steadied herself and focused inwardly. The 2 beads in her lower abdomen trembled. The white spiritual bead received her command and pressed against the black bead. Although the black bead resisted, it was suppressed by the white bead. The demonic elements in her blood were instantly covered by spiritual power. Nian Nian bit her finger, and a drop of blood formed and fell into Shenghong's hand. Shenghong closed his eyes to sense it, and everyone held their breath. A moment later, Shenghong opened his eyes and said calmly, "Welcome to Shengshan sect." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Su Linyan covered her mouth in disbelief, muttering, "Impossible. You're clearly that bastard. You can't be Zhuang Xian's sister. Could there really be someone who looks exactly the same?" "Princess," Zhuang Xian rebuked sharply. "I don't know what grudge you have against someone who looks like my sister, but calling her a bastard is inappropriate, isn't it? Is this the upbringing of a princess?" The crowd echoed his sentiment, criticizing Su Linyan's crude behavior. Only then did Su Linyan realize her loss of composure, failing to maintain her lofty, ethereal image. "Hey," Meng Xiaoqi raised her massive meteor hammer, her voice cold. "Shouldn't you apologize to our Nian Nian? She hasn't done anything to you, yet you keep making things difficult." Su Linyan bit her lip, thinking, how can a princess apologize? Where would that leave her dignity? The disciples of Shengshan's sect also started defending Su Linyan, with Baishidi's voice the loudest. "Who knows if your identity token is fake? If it's just a coincidence that you look alike, why be so aggressive?" Shenhong remained silent, unwilling to make his sect's disciples bow and apologize. Nian Nian let out a cold laugh, her gaze as sharp as a knife fixed on Su Linyan. Supported by the disciples, Su Linyan straightened her back and arrogantly said, "What are you looking at? There's no way I would apologize to someone as foolish as a woman like you." She felt utterly uncomfortable at the mere thought of not being able to call these people fools. But this wasn't the Beast Kingdom anymore. Nian Nian stared at her coldly, a mixture of resentment and fury flickering in her eyes. She wasn't going to let this slide easily. Her fingers clenched involuntarily as she prepared to step forward and speak. Just then, a clear voice rang out, "Do you dare to face me in a beast duel?" Baibian stepped forward fearlessly, pointing her slender finger at the so-called dragon beast perched on Su Linyan's shoulder. "Beast against beast, human against human. As long as both sides agree, a beast duel can commence," Baibian explained, her tone dripping with provocation. "Once you're in the arena, the fight continues until someone admits defeat. As long as you're not dead, you can keep fighting, even if it means being left crippled." No sooner had she finished speaking than the spirit beast on Su Linyan's shoulder roared ferociously, its divine beast bloodline clearly unable to tolerate such a challenge. It lunged at Baibian, claws gleaming menacingly. "Bring it on." Baibian chuckled lightly, slamming her hand onto the ground. Instantly, a massive light array appeared, enveloping both beasts. Su Linyan watched in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. The seemingly weak spirit beast had transformed into a human form. This was something only a divine beast could achieve. Even her prized golden dragon, a divine beast, couldn't do that. Despite her shock, Su Linyan remained confident in her divine beast. She smiled complacently and commanded, "Golden dragon, tear it apart." The surrounding crowd was also taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Someone murmured, "Could that also be a divine beast?" But Su Linyan's divine beast didn't turn into a human form. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the golden dragon's body rapidly expanded to a staggering size. In contrast, Baibian remained unchanged, not even revealing a physical form. The golden dragon let out a deafening roar and lunged at Baibian, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty gleam, as if determined to swallow this audacious opponent whole. "She's done for," someone muttered, frowning and breaking into a cold sweat for Baibian. "That girl is too impulsive. Even if her spirit beast can transform into a human, it can't stand up to a divine beast." However, in the next moment, everyone held their breath. Baibian's seemingly fragile hand had firmly stopped the charging golden dragon by its head. Her eyes glowed with golden light, unleashing the power of her bloodline. With a thunderous crash, the golden dragon was slammed to the ground by Baibian. But she didn't stop there. She grabbed the dragon's tail and swung it like an unruly vine, repeatedly smashing it against the ground. Each impact was accompanied by a deafening boom, shaking the very earth. Outside the array, there was dead silence. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Su Linian's eyes trembled violently. Her once proud divine beast was utterly powerless. Bibian pinned the golden dragon's head down, lifting her eyes slowly amidst the bloodshed. The dragon convulsed, blood gushing from its mouth. Bibian turned to Su Linian, her voice icy and resolute. If you don't want me to cripple your spirit beast, you will apologize. Apologize to my beloved master, who endured 18 years of your torment. Apologize to my fellow spirit, the bird you despise but who still protects you. Bibian's words were like heavy blows, each one striking Su Linian's heart. She was being forced to lower her despised head and pay the price. What? How is that possible? The crowd erupted in shock, their exclamations like thunderclaps. The seemingly ordinary child was actually a legendary divine beast. Onlookers were wide-eyed and slack-jawed, as if their eyeballs might fall out. Ergo was no exception. Ever since Bibian had taken his stance, Ergo had worn a look of utter disbelief. It wasn't until he saw Bibian pinning the golden dragon to the ground and beating it senseless that he snapped out of his daze and scratched his head sheepishly. I thought these kids were our junior sister's children. Meng Xiaoqi rolled her eyes at this and snapped. Junior sister is just a kid herself. How should I know how old she is? Ergo replied innocently. Then, brandishing his hammer-like fists, he roared with excitement. Bibian, go for it. Prove your manhood. He pounded his chest like a wild beast, embodying sheer brute force. Meng Xiaoqi shook her head in exasperation, thinking this big lug was hopeless. Meanwhile, the disciples of Shangshan's sect wore a spectrum of reactions, their faces like a painter's palette splattered with colors. They were dumbfounded, unable to believe the absurd scene unfolding before them. Don't you dare. Su Linian screamed hysterically, drenched in cold sweat. She couldn't accept that the divine beast she had painstakingly hatched was being beaten senseless by an ordinary-looking boy. The golden dragon is far stronger than this, she argued desperately, then turned her ire toward Nian Nian. It must be you. You used some underhanded trick to weaken my golden dragon. My golden dragon is a divine beast. How could it lose? Humph, Bibian sneered, his young eyes filled with scorn. And you call this a divine beast? At these words, the elders of Shangshan's sect turned pale, including the sect master. Bibian continued mercilessly. Not all divine beasts are equal. This creature can't even take human form, has horns on its head and legs under its belly at best. It's a low-grade jiao. How dare you call it a dragon? Bibian's voice boomed across the field. A dragon is born a dragon. Even a true dragon would bow to me. What's a little jiao like this? With that, he delivered another heavy kick to the golden jiao's head. The golden jiao let out a pained wail and was about to surrender when Bibian pressed its head down and knocked it out cold. Oh, fainted already? Bibian's sinister smile sent chills down everyone's spine as he glared at Su Linian. If your spirit beast refuses to surrender, I can keep beating it. It'll shatter its beast core and break its bones. He punctuated his threat with another punch to the golden jiao's tail, sending blood splattering. Su Linian trembled, her face as white as a sheet. Bibian's eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he gritted out, I'll ask you one last time. Will you surrender? Will you apologize? Seeing Su Linian on the verge of collapse, Shang Hong was about to intervene when Nian Nian stepped forward, looking coldly at the sect master. Sect master Shang Hong, didn't you say that unless they're of the same level, they have no right to negotiate? Now that the beasts are equal and Su Linian and I are on par, your interference seems inappropriate. Shang Hong was rendered speechless by Nian Nian's words and could only snort in frustration. So, are you saying your master is shameless? Exactly. Meng Xiaoqi and Ergo shouted in unison. Our master is shameless. Can you compete with that? If you're shameless, it's others who suffer. Shen Hong's face twitched. He prided himself on his dignity and couldn't stoop to the old beggar's level of shamelessness. Su Linian. Shang Hong took a deep breath and shouted angrily, if your spirit beast is crippled, you will no longer be a disciple of Shangshan sect. Apologize now. Humiliated and enraged, Su Linian felt the stares of everyone like daggers. But if the golden jiao was crippled, all her and her mother's efforts would be in vain. Trembling, Su Linian forced out, I'm sorry. No sooner had she spoken than Bibian stomped on the golden jiao's tail, breaking its bones with a loud crack. Face my master. Bibian sneered. What kind of apology is that? No bowing? No kneeling? Last chance to apologize properly, or it'll crush its spine so it can never stand again. Su Linian felt as if she had fallen into an ice pit. Desperately looking around for help, she found that the Shangshan sect disciples were frozen in awe of Bibian's power. Out of options, Su Linian swallowed her pride, turned to Nian Nian, and bowed deeply. Nian Nian, holding Lala's hand, looked at her with an expression of utter disdain, as if she were a worm in the gutter. Su Linian bent lower, trembling all over, her voice barely audible. No one deserved to hear those words more than Nian Nian. Unexpectedly, Nian Nian didn't respond immediately but waited for a long moment before walking over to Su Linyan. Nian Nian gently helped her up and smiled warmly. It's okay. The onlookers sighed in relief, thinking the ordeal was finally over. The disciples of Shangshan sect also seemed more at ease. Sheng Hong rubbed his temples, eager to end the farce. Alright, everyone inside. Today has been a disgrace for Shangshan sect. In a moment unnoticed by others, Nian Nian whispered into Su Linyan's ear, I'll never forgive you. Ever. The words pierced Su Linyan's heart like a dagger. Her eyes widened in horror, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. Junior sister Linyan? Sister. The disciples of Shangshan sect snapped out of their stupor and rushed to help her. A disciple named Bai glared at Nian Nian with hatred. Satisfied now, making her cough up blood? You're a cruel woman. Ever since Nian Nian had saved that child yesterday, these disciples had harbored resentment toward her. But Nian Nian remained unfazed, flashing a bright smile. Yes, I'm satisfied. Little sister, let's go in and ignore them, Meng Xiaoqi said, wrapping her arm around Nian Nian's shoulder and leading her past the disciples who were glaring at them with hatred in their eyes, straight into the gates of Shangshan sect. As soon as Nian Nian stepped through the gate, she felt an invisible wave sweep over her body. She nodded subtly, acknowledging the power of the artifact. However, as Lala had pointed out, it could only block cultivators below the human spirit realm, making it somewhat superficial. Outside the gate, a small boy slipped out of the crowd and hid around the corner, peeking out. He stared at the gates of Shangshan sect, his eyes filled with hesitation and longing. Those two by her side are too strong. They definitely won't let me follow, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I've got it. If I transform into my original form, I can sneak in. The boy quickly darted into a nearby alley, ensuring no one was around. His body twisted and transformed, and in the blink of an eye, a purple-shelled snail, about the size of a fist, appeared on the ground. Its shell was adorned with intricate golden patterns, giving it an extraordinary appearance. The unusual snail wiggled its antennae, silently encouraging itself. Come on, snail. You can win Nian Nian over and become her contract beast. It knew that it could sense a special attraction from Nian Nian, a trait only gifted spirit beasts possessed. However, as it crawled forward with determination, it barely moved a hair's breadth. This fatal flaw left it feeling somewhat disheartened. Meanwhile, inside Shangshan sect, Nian Nian was facing a disciple's uniform laid out in front of her. She raised an eyebrow and asked, What is this supposed to mean? The elder in charge of reception replied impatiently, When you enter Shangshan sect, you must wear our disciple uniform. Nian Nian glanced at the plain outfit and then at her own beautiful dress, meticulously crafted by the great demons of Demon Ravine. She refused outright. I'm not one of your disciples, so I won't wear it. Erko chimed in, Yeah, how can we train our muscles in that? This outfit looks too frilly even on a man. The elder's face darkened, and he was about to lose his temper when Sheng Hong waved him off. Fine, let them be. It's better if they don't wear it, saves us the trouble if they mess up and tarnish Shangshan sect's reputation. Meng Xiaoqi sneered under her breath, as if Shangshan sect had any reputation to begin with. The disciples of Shangshan sect kept their distance from Nian Nian and her group, their faces full of disdain. However, some were whispering while eyeing Lala and Baibian. Who knew this woman was also a beast tamer? Could that little girl be a divine beast too? No way. I've never heard of a beast tamer having two divine beasts. Sister Yenner was born with dual bones, but her original phoenix was a true divine beast. I wonder if she can ever get it back. If you ask me, beast tamers are nothing compared to us spirit cultivators. Without their beasts, we could crush them with a single punch. These words stirred hostility among the disciples. One of them suggested, Why don't we challenge her to a formation battle? If she agrees, we can beat her up. If she refuses, we can mock her. However, knowing there were rank restrictions on formation battles, the disciples quickly turned to the elder. Elder, if she has spiritual power, it means she's cultivating both spirit and beast, right? How can we let her into Shangshan sect without testing her strength? Exactly, test her. We must test her, they all echoed. The elder looked at Nian Nian and said, You see, this is the rule of Shangshan sect. You have spiritual power, don't you? But people from the myriad beast kingdom, even if they cultivate both spirit and beast, generally have poor talent. For example, Feng Sun was born with a ninefold spirit body, and his future is limitless. However, crossing from the spirit body to the human spirit realm is incredibly difficult. Many people take 2 or 3 years to make the transition, but once they do, their progress in the human spirit realm is rapid. Nian Nian smiled and replied calmly, I do have a bit. A bit? Even the most arrogant people wouldn't dare to speak so confidently. Bai Shidi, originally named Bai Chen, sneered with a contemptuous smile plastered on his face. His expression seemed to say, Now that it's time to test your spiritual power, are you getting cold feet? The surrounding disciples' eyes sparkled with jealousy. The fact that Nian Nian possessed a divine beast made them burn with envy. Her constant showing off was even more unbearable. In their eyes, Nian Nian was already a recognized enemy. How many times had Shengshan Sect's disciples been bullied by this woman? They silently vowed to crush her arrogance today. The elder slowly took out the spirit-testing monument, his voice steady as he said, "Come over here. Strike it with all your might, and your spiritual power level will be revealed." Everyone assumed that Nian Nian's strength was merely at the spiritual level. After all, even young geniuses like Feng Sun from the Feng family and Zhou Xiaoyu from the Zhou family had yet to break through the barrier of the human spirit realm. Hence, the elder took out the lowest grade monument for the test. "Go ahead and test," the elder said, raising an eyebrow, his tone laced with a hint of provocation. Behind Nian Nian, Lala hugged her small arms, a cold smile playing on her lips. These fools, how could they measure her master by ordinary standards? Nian Nian gently rotated her wrist, and the white pearl of spiritual power in her abdomen trembled with excitement. Finally, it was its turn to shine. As a beast tamer, Nian Nian usually let her beasts take the lead, rarely needing to act herself. Today, the white pearl finally had its chance to perform. Nian Nian intended to use only a tenth of her spiritual power, just to make a point. However, the white pearl was too excited, and its power spread out like a wild horse. Unable to control it, Nian Nian's foot landed heavily on the monument. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The monument was shattered by her kick, fragments flying everywhere and landing at the feet of the surrounding disciples. How is this possible? The Shengshan sect elder sprang to his feet, his old face twitching violently in disbelief. Human spirit realm? Meanwhile, in the Red Ghost Valley of Tianwu Continent, an urgent situation was unfolding. The Grand Elder burst into Yuan Xinsui's training room, panting heavily as he reported, "Young Master, we found the person." In Tianyi Continent, reportedly clashing with Shengshan sect. Yuan Xinsui opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as starlight cutting through the night, and stared directly at the Grand Elder. His silent demeanor only enhanced his godlike beauty and nobility. "Shengshan sect?" Yuan Xinsui asked softly, his eyes gleaming. The Grand Elder met his gaze and felt an overwhelming pressure in his bloodline, almost compelling him to kneel. He marveled at how the young master's aura seemed even more formidable than before. "Yes, in Tianyi Continent." "When shall we depart, young master?" the Grand Elder asked respectfully. Yuan Xinsui stood up, his movements swift as the wind. "Right now," he said, striding towards the door to activate the spatial array. Meanwhile, within the Shengshan sect, Nian Nian looked at the shattered stone tablet she had just kicked and sighed slightly. "How many spirit crystals for the tablet?" she asked indifferently, thinking about the spirit crystals she had taken from the old witch's private stash. The elder's face darkened and he snapped. "What do you mean by that? Do you think the Shengshan sect lacks a stone tablet? Why didn't you say you were at the human spirit realm earlier? You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Erku immediately got angry and retorted, "Hey, it's not our fault you underestimated my junior sister and gave her the lowest grade stone tablet. It broke easily, and she offered to compensate. Why scold her? Besides, you didn't ask her. If you had just asked, why make her test it in front of you?" The elder's face turned livid, and he gritted his teeth. "Are we testing or not?" Nian Nian frowned. "If not, just show us to our quarters." She was eager to see what Grandpa Dashan had given her. "We're testing," the elder said, suppressing his anger, determined to see if she was truly at the human spirit realm. Soon, a better stone tablet was brought in. Everyone watched Nian Nian intently. Even Sheng Hong, who was hiding inside, couldn't help but peek out, shocked. Nian Nian punched the new stone tablet, and the white bead trembled with excitement. Erku exclaimed, "Junior sister's physical strength rivals that of our giant clan." A star slowly appeared on the stone tablet, confirming Nian Nian was at the one-star human spirit realm. Just as the elder was about to accept it, a disciple shouted, "There's more." Indeed, a second star was forming and growing brighter, indicating Nian Nian had reached the peak of the two-star human spirit realm, just a step away from three-star. Two-star human spirit realm. Bai Qian muttered in disbelief. Sheng Hong closed his eyes slowly, feeling a mix of emotions. He lamented that such a talent had become the disciple of an old beggar, while his own disciple, Su Linyan, though gifted with dual bones, had lost a divine beast, and the remaining one had downgraded from a golden dragon to a golden flood dragon. Compared to Nian Nian, Su Linyan seemed like a cheap knockoff. "Is that enough?" Nian Nian asked, glancing around with a slight smile. "Satisfied, everyone?" The disciples gritted their teeth, especially the new ones who were green with envy. The elder, barely containing his displeasure, ordered the others to test as well. Zhuang Xian summoned a sacred qilin, causing quite a stir among the disciples. Meng Xiaoqi demonstrated her 5-star Earth Spirit Realm prowess, while Erku remained unimpressed, his peak Earth Spirit Realm strength well known. The elder, impatient, waved his hand. "All right, take them to their quarters." A young female disciple reluctantly led the way, informing them they could eat for free at the main hall. Meng Xiaoqi sneered, reminding her that members of Shengshan sect would also be visiting the giant clan and should not act so condescendingly. As they passed by Sheng Xianxian's room, they heard her shouting, "I'm not going. I won't go to the giant clan. I want to catch that woman who bullied me. Father, you must punish her for me." With a creak, the door was flung open, and Nian Nian found herself face to face with Sheng Xianxian, who was wearing a hat. Sheng Xianxian's expression changed rapidly from anger to fear, finally contorting into a crumpled look resembling a wrinkled bun. She let out a shriek, instinctively covering her head as she backed away. "Father! Father, she's here. Oh, father, the woman who pulled out my hair is here to get me." Sheng Xianxian's voice was filled with terror. Meng Xiaoqi frowned deeply. She had initially thought that Sheng Hong, the sect leader's daughter, would go to the giant tribe. Unexpectedly, she encountered her here. However, she was prepared and wasn't afraid of any confrontation. Sheng Hong emerged upon hearing the commotion, and at the sight of Nian Nian, his mouth twitched. "Her again," he muttered under his breath. But seeing his beloved daughter so frightened, he immediately cast a cold gaze at Nian Nian. "Did you really pull out my daughter's hair?" Nian Nian met his gaze fearlessly. "Yes, and so what?" She turned to Sheng Xianxian and explained, "Your daughter kept pestering me without any reason and nearly let a few demonic cultivators escape. When I tried to leave, your Shengshan sect people blocked me, and she nearly hit me with a sword strike. That angered my clan elders, and they stepped in to teach her a lesson." "Nearly hit you with a sword strike?" Sheng Hong squinted, his tone full of skepticism. "You're at the second star human spirit realm. How could she possibly hurt you? And you dare to retaliate and harm her?" Nian Nian sneered. "What? According to you, sect leader, should I just stand there and take the hit? Your daughter said I deserve to die, and I should tolerate that? Should my clan elders tolerate that? She couldn't hurt me, and you, despite your talent, lack any grace." Sheng Hong's gaze darkened, and just as Meng Xiaoqi was about to speak, he suddenly waved his hand, releasing immense pressure that bore down directly on Nian Nian and her companions. Nian Nian felt her chest churn, a metallic taste of blood rising in her throat. "I'm not here to listen to your explanations," Sheng Hong said coldly. "Little girl, I know you're talented and have a powerful master and family backing you, so you're arrogant. But my Shengshan sect isn't afraid of you." He raised his hand, his icy gaze fixed on Nian Nian. "Don't worry, I won't take your life. You can still stay in my Shengshan sect to learn, but you'll have to endure some hardship to appease my daughter's anger." "You dare." Urka's eyes turned red with rage, but he was powerless against a small divine realm expert. "My master won't let you get away with this. Let your master fight me for 3 days and nights then. Do you think my Shengshan sect is afraid?" Sheng Hong's expression remained unchanged, his voice booming. As he spoke, his hand suddenly descended towards Nian Nian. Nian Nian stared intently at Sheng Hong, her desire for power roaring like a beast inside her. She deeply felt her own weakness, so weak that others could bully her at will. At this moment, even the words, "I won't kill you," felt like a form of mercy. "Quite a fierce look," Sheng Hong sneered. "Remember this lesson. Some people are not to be provoked." His hand finally landed on Nian Nian's head, just as a loud explosion sounded from above. The crimson clouds that had enveloped the sky shattered and dispersed in all directions. Blinding light filled the space, and a massive light array appeared out of nowhere above Shengshan sect. A fierce wind arose, uprooting several large trees around Nian Nian and shattering the tiles of Shengshan sect's tallest buildings, sending them flying skyward. A spatial array? Sheng Hong's face changed dramatically. How could the spatial array of the Red Ghost Valley appear here? Red Ghost Valley? Nian Nian instinctively looked up. "What's that?" Urku, though struggling under the pressure, managed to ask. A figure gradually emerged from the light array. Seeing that familiar silhouette, Nian Nian couldn't help but exclaim, "Yuan Shinzei," before she could finish. The turbulent energy within her caused her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Oddly enough, after coughing up the blood, Nian Nian felt somewhat relieved. She looked at the bloodstains on the ground in surprise, puzzled. At this moment, the item Grandpa Dashin had given her began to heat up in her pocket. Could it be that the item was at work? Yuan Shinsui had already noticed the suppressed Nian Nian. Seeing her cough up blood, his expression darkened instantly. Just as Sheng Hong was about to speak, the handsome man suddenly set up countless arrays around him. The arrays instantly took shape, and in the next moment, beams of spiritual energy shot towards Sheng Hong like frenzied arrows, each one aiming to kill. "Sect leader!" The elders below cried out in unison, rushing forward. Sheng Hong dodged clumsily. Yuan Shinsui's speed and intensity in setting up arrays completely overturned their understanding of array masters. Sheng Hong was hit in the shoulder and leg, the searing pain igniting a fury within him. As he looked up, he suddenly noticed a dozen terrifyingly powerful arrays forming above him. His scalp tingled and alarm bells went off in his mind. Though he wasn't afraid of getting hurt, given his considerable strength, the unexpected attack had caught him off guard. The most fearsome aspect of an array master was their indiscriminate attacks. If those arrays descended, the entire Shengshan sect would likely be reduced to rubble. With no other choice, Sheng Hong suppressed his anger and shouted, "I have no quarrel with you. Why are you oppressing Shengshan sect?" Before he could finish his words, he saw Yuan Xinsa land gracefully, effortlessly dispelling Sheng Hong's spiritual pressure with a wave of his hand. The tense bodies of Nian Nian and the others immediately relaxed, feeling a sense of relief. Yuan Xinsue's face was grim, his eyes flashing with cold light. He gently wiped the blood from Nian Nian's lips, his voice low and filled with killing intent. "Nian Nian, you're bleeding." Seeing a familiar face for the first time since arriving in the 5 continents, Nian Nian couldn't help but feel a surge of grievance. She wanted to speak but found herself trembling with anger. Though she remained silent and refused to yield, the feeling of being oppressed was hard to shake off. Yuan Xinse immediately bent down and held her in his arms, softly comforting her. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Nian Nian, I'll help you." His tone was gentle and patient, a stark contrast to his earlier ferocity. Seeing this, Sheng Hong realized that Yuan was here for Nian Nian and that he cherished her deeply. His scalp tingled once more as he hastily explained, "That was all a misunderstanding, I didn't mean to kill." Before he could finish, Yuan Xinzue lifted his head, his expression cold and ruthless. He tilted his head and interrupted icily, "Who wants to hear your explanation?" In the next instant, the arrays unleashed their full might, all targeting Sheng Hong alone. The disciples had already been evacuated to the main gate by the elders. Bai Qian stood there, staring blankly at the fierce battle in the sky, feeling a chill run through his body. At that moment, the distant cries of spirit beasts echoed through the air. Bai Qian instinctively turned his head and saw the Bai family's heavenly horses flying desperately towards them, their nostrils flaring with excitement. Bai Qian shouted excitedly, "It's the Bai family. The heavenly horses are here. I knew the Bai family would come to aid Shengshan sect." He ran joyfully towards the heavenly horses. As the horses flew closer and began to descend, unexpectedly, one of them kicked Bai Qian square in the face and then let out a loud fart right in his shocked expression. The heavenly horses neighed in displeasure. "Damn. Whose idiot is blocking the way? So clueless." Ugh. Bai Qian's mouth was right next to the Pegasus's rear end. His face turned pale instantly, and he bent over, vomiting violently, his fingers constantly digging at his throat. The Pegasi glanced at him haughtily, their eyes full of disdain. How could this human vomit in front of such beautiful creatures? The lead Pegasus rolled its eyes dramatically, clearly displeased with the child. The Pegasi shook their wings and turned their attention towards the interior of the Shengshan sect, suddenly becoming excited. They could sense their fragrant future master inside. However, with powerful beings engaged in fierce battles, these pampered, non-combative Pegasi decided to wait outside until it was safe to enter. Chigue Valley has gone too far. On several peaks of the Shengshan sect, the old monsters who had been in seclusion finally awakened. Countless terrifying auras surged towards Yuan Xian Sui, and under the combined force of several people, the great formation shattered with a roar. "We've broken your formation." Sheng Hong sneered. Yuan Xian Sui pulled Nian Nian behind him, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Naive," he chuckled softly. In the next moment, the shattered fragments of the light formation exploded in midair, blowing the buildings of the Shengshan sect to pieces. "Elders, assist me." Sheng Hong's eyes reddened, and his heart ached. This explosion had destroyed a significant portion of Shengshan sect's wealth. "Kill this man." He was furious, wishing he could tear Yuan Xian Sui to pieces immediately. At that moment, an old hand pressed on his shoulder. Sheng Hong, calm down. It was an elderly man with a wrinkled face and sparse hair, looking as if he was on the brink of death. All the disciples of the Shengshan sect gasped and bowed to the old man. "Greetings, old sect master." Everyone's faces lit up with joy. The old sect master was still alive, and he had been hiding within the Shengshan sect to protect them all this time. The old sect master must have reached the peak of the minor god realm by now. "Master." Sheng Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes red. "Why are you stopping me?" The old man did not respond, his gaze steadily fixed on Yuan Xian Sui opposite him. Yuan Xian Sui met his stare expressionlessly. "You there, young friend?" The old man said slowly, "Since you've brought quite a few people with you, why don't you all come out? And that giant hiding in the shadows, show yourself too. I'm too old to go looking for each one of you." "Haha. The old sect master is indeed more reliable than that brat Sheng Hong." A hearty laugh echoed as the Grand Elder appeared with a group of minor god realm experts from Chigue Valley. A rough count showed there were about 15 of them. "Ha, you old codger, still alive?" Another familiar voice sounded as the old beggar emerged, scratching the grime on his neck. "If you'd come out earlier, none of this would have happened." The old sect master's murky eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, If I hadn't come out, you would have joined forces with Chigue Valley to wreak havoc in my Shengshan sect, wouldn't you? Of course not. The old beggar brushed the dirt off his hands, grinning cheekily. I'm such a peaceful and reasonable person. Why would I resort to violence? Nian Nian's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the old beggar master. The old beggar grinned like a chrysanthemum. Don't be afraid, my dear disciple. Master has been following you the whole way. I'll avenge you and smash them to bits. The faces of the Shengshan sect members turned extremely grim upon hearing this. The old sect master glanced at the old beggar, before turning to Sheng Hong. I've just woken up. Sheng Hong, explain what has happened. Sheng Hong suppressed his anger and pushed his daughter forward. Xianxian, tell your master. But Sheng Xianxian, never having faced such a scene, trembled. Under the old sect master's stare, she was on the verge of collapse. She bullied me. Sheng Xianxian stammered, her face pale. She just bullied me. Master, you have to avenge me. The old sect master looked impatiently at Sheng Hong, who also appeared embarrassed. This all started because of a grudge between me and this young lady. Let me explain. Nian Nian stepped forward, composed and unafraid of the peak minor god realm expert before her. She calmly recounted the events. After Nian Nian finished, the old sect master looked at Sheng Xianxian. Is this true? Not only did you almost let an evil cultivator escape, but you also nearly harmed others. Under the gaze of such a top-tier expert, Sheng Xianxian could no longer hold back. But they pulled out my hair, and she fought back. The next moment, the old sect master raised his hand. Sheng Xianxian was suddenly thrown against the wall with a heavy thud. Master. Sheng Hong's face changed dramatically as he rushed to his daughter's side to help her up. The surrounding disciples were stunned, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. The old sect leader was actually siding with outsiders against his own people? The old sect leader spoke slowly, his voice steady and powerful. Sheng Xianxian, you acted impulsively and without discernment. You are to be confined within the sect for 1 month. No. Sheng Xianxian trembled all over, her eyes filled with resentment. Grandmaster, you are favoring outsiders. Before she could say more, Sheng Hong quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might utter more disrespectful words. The old sect leader remained calm, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. He had long understood the ways of the world and would not argue with a junior. He considered the bigger picture, not momentary impulses. Turning to Nian Nian, the old sect leader lowered his eyes and asked, Young lady, are you satisfied now? Nian Nian pressed her lips together, calculating in her heart. She didn't want to completely fall out with the Shengshan sect, as she still wanted to access their library. So she smiled and said, Yes, I'm satisfied. The elder is just and wise. How could I have any complaints? Hearing this, the old sect leader also smiled. Suddenly, his once cloudy eyes became clear and sharp, scanning Lala and Baibian before finally settling on Nian Nian. Lala and Baibian felt as if they were seen through, and couldn't help but tense up. Excellent talent and exceptional character. The old sect leader's wrinkled face showed a look of appreciation. If you weren't already backed by 2 forces, I would stop at nothing to bring you into Shengshan sect. Hey, old man, are you looking for a fight? The old beggar immediately stepped forward angrily. Yuan Xinsui's eyes glimmered, ready to act at any moment. Seeing this, Nian Nian quickly grabbed his hand and softly persuaded, Don't fight anymore. It's already gone too far today. We can't keep fighting. She knew that if it came to a bloody battle, Yuan Xinsui's side would also suffer casualties. Yuan Xinsui looked down at Nian Nian, his gaze softening. He turned his hand to hold hers, gently ruffling her hair with a smile. All right, whatever you say. Secretly, he nodded to himself, thinking her hair looked better when he helped her with it. After calming Yuan Xinsui, Nian Nian looked up at the old sect leader and said firmly, I have no ties with Shengshan sect. I am unworthy. The old master raised an eyebrow, sensing the discontent in the young girl's heart. He sighed softly and spoke in a gentler tone. All right, you can stay here at Shengshan sect and continue your studies. Our agreement with the giant tribe still stands. He clenched his fist lightly, his gaze soft as he looked at Nian Nian. Seeing the old master's friendly demeanor, Nian Nian's expression relaxed, and she nodded calmly. At the same time, her desire for power grew even stronger. She thought to herself, only those with strength can stabilize a situation with just a few words. If she had the old master's power, killing that mother and daughter pair in public wouldn't be an issue. The old master turned to Sheng Hong, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Sheng Hong, I entrusted Shengshan sect to you because I trust you. Don't let our disciples be all brawn and no brain. Understand? Sheng Hong bowed deeply and respectfully replied, Yes, master. I understand. The old master glanced around, his eyes landing on Yuan Xinsui and the old beggar. His expression darkened, and an overwhelming pressure poured out as his voice resonated throughout the sect. Now that this matter is resolved, Shengshan sect forbids outsiders. Leave. After handling the situation, true anger finally showed on the old master's face. The old beggar raised an eyebrow and looked at Nian Nian, saying, "Little disciple, master will head back first. If you find it uncomfortable here, come home." Nian Nian nodded. The old beggar then glanced at Yuan, teasing, "So this is your little sweetheart? He's got decent talent and looks, and he's willing to protect you. I'll give him a passing grade." Yuan Shinsui curiously asked, "Sweetheart? What does that mean?" He completely ignored the old master's furious expression and politely looked at the old beggar. The old beggar made a gesture with his fingers and explained, "It means someone you're fond of." Seeing the confusion in Yuan Shinsui's eyes, he frowned and said, "Are you a man or not? You rushed in here, don't tell me you don't like our Nian Nian." Yuan Shinsui's face darkened, and he firmly said, "I do like Nian Nian." But, he thought to himself, "This old man is so annoying. Should I kill him?" Unaware of Yuan Shinsui's thoughts, the old beggar saw the sincerity in his eyes and further explained, "It means someone you'll always be with. A little sweetheart is like that, got it?" Yuan Shinsui suddenly understood and smiled faintly, "Then I am Nian Nian's little sweetheart." Nian Nian looked helplessly at the old beggar. "Master, stop teaching him nonsense. He doesn't understand much yet." The old beggar was displeased. "I am not talking nonsense. A sweetheart is someone who chats with you, eats with you, and keeps you warm at night." Yuan Shinsui turned to Nian Nian, displeased. "I'm the one who keeps you warm. I've done it many times." Nian Nian hurriedly explained, "That's different." Yuan Shinsui frowned, his face darkening. "How is it different? You asked me to undress, and I did." Nian Nian was too shocked to speak, thinking, "When did he learn that you need to undress to sleep?" The old beggar impatiently waved his hand. All right, enough. Who wants to hear you two talk about this? I'm leaving." With that, he left swiftly like the wind. Yuan Shinsui frowned and tugged on Nian Nian's sleeve. "Nian Nian, come with me." Nian Nian immediately refused. "No, I need to stay here." Yuan Shinsui looked at her in disbelief, a hint of hurt in his eyes. "Why? You won't come with me?" He glanced around, a real killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Do you like this place so much?" The elder shuddered and quickly intervened. "Young master, let's discuss this outside." He signaled to Nian Nian, "Miss Yin, please escort our young master out." Nian Nian nodded. "All right." She turned to Meng Xiaoqi and said, "Senior sister, you go to the place where we're staying first. I'll join you after a quick word with him." She then pulled Yuan Shinsui outside. Lala and Baibian immediately followed, glaring at Yuan Shinsui. They thought, "This annoying man keeps grabbing and hugging our master. So irritating." As they walked, they sensed the presence of many spirit beasts outside. Lala and Baibian exchanged a glance, and Lala whispered, "Could it be the little third beast is here?" Baibian's expression darkened. The two little beasts ran ahead of Nian Nian and Yuan Shinsui, thinking, "Trying to seduce their master? Not without our approval." Nian Nian didn't bother with the two mischievous creatures, only feeling that her little ones were full of energy. Yuan Shinsui silently let himself be pulled along. As they passed through the sect, the disciples of Shengshan sect quickly stepped aside, as if seeing a ghost. They were terrified. This is someone who can fight the sect master to a standstill. One wrong move, and they might lose their lives. Upon seeing the two leave, Sheng Hong looked at the old master with reluctance, his brow furrowed. "Master, are we really going to let this go so easily?" His voice carried a clear note of dissatisfaction. The old master's gaze remained fixed in the direction Nian Nian had departed, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Such a good child, but unfortunately not a member of Shengshan sect. He sighed softly, then turned to Sheng Hong, his expression stern. "Sheng Hong, as the leader of our sect, you must be rational, reasonable, and magnanimous. You are right that our Shengshan sect should not be easily bullied." A quick flash of disappointment crossed the old master's eyes, and his voice turned somber. "But for so many years, you seem to have misunderstood something. If others cannot bully us, does that mean we can bully others? If you only have this kind of attitude, Shengshan sect will eventually fall, and you will lead all our disciples astray." The old master's face suddenly turned cold, his tone severe. "From now on, I won't rush into seclusion again. I want to personally see how Shengshan sect has developed over these years. Prepare for the disciples tournament. I need to thoroughly assess their current abilities." Sheng Hong's heart sank, but he forced himself to remain calm as he replied, "Understood, master." He secretly wondered if the master intended to strip him of his position as the sect leader. The development of Shengshan sect to this day was inseparable from the old master. Once he stepped in, Shengshan sect would follow his lead. The present elders of the sect nodded in agreement. One elder asked, "So, what should the reward be for this year's tournament?" The old master frowned in thought for a moment, then slowly said, "The final winner will be granted 2 days of access to the library pavilion." Upon hearing this, the disciples' eyes widened instantly, and joy surged in their hearts. The library pavilion? The old master is truly formidable. The pavilion housed countless cultivation techniques and various training manuals. In an instant, A fiery determination ignited in each disciple's eyes. I must win. They resolved silently. Nian Nian pulled Yuan Shinsui aside to a secluded spot and whispered, I didn't stay here because I like it. I want to get into the library pavilion to find something very important. Yuan Shinsui raised an eyebrow. His lips pressed tightly together, a hint of a strange red anger flickering at the corners of his eyes, mingling arrogance with a bit of nonchalance, making him even more intriguing. Nian Nian continued to explain, besides, I have my own matters to attend to. I can't always be with you. She decided to be frank. I really appreciate you saving me today, Yuan Sui. I will definitely repay you in the future. I've already considered you a friend. Yuan Shinsui frowned and shook off Nian Nian's hand. He said coldly, you're my puppet. Who wants to be your friend? He turned slightly, his dark hair cascading over his shoulder, and his voice suddenly became captivating. I want to be your little lord. Don't listen to my master rambling. Nian Nian shook her head helplessly, her brows slightly furrowed. The Grand Elder broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Seizing the moment of Yuan Shinsui's silence, he cautiously interjected. Young master, Miss Nian indeed has important matters to attend to at Shengshan sect. How about this, we stay nearby for now, and I can show you around Tiani continent. Once Miss Nian finishes her business, we can discuss our plans further. What do you think? Yuan Shinsui shot a cold glance at the Grand Elder, who quickly lowered his head to avoid his gaze. Though Yuan Shinsui didn't nod, he didn't oppose the idea either, which was considered tacit approval. Nian Nian breathed a sigh of relief and led the two out. Yuan Shinsui, if you have things to handle, you can go ahead, Nian Nian suggested as they walked. You don't have Toa? Before she could finish, a Pegasus suddenly charged from behind, nearly causing her to lose her balance. She turned around and almost lost her composure. At that moment, Lala and Baibian came running over. The Pegasus immediately showed a terrified expression, its large teeth chattering. Lala grabbed the Pegasus by the neck while Baibian clutched its hind legs. The two small figures somehow managed to lift the Pegasus together. Don't worry, master, Lala said, punching the Pegasus's head, making it calm down instantly. We will make sure to educate this little horse properly. Nian Nian looked at the scene helplessly and asked, what are you two trying to do? Baibian, expressionless, replied, we want to form a contract with master, but these creatures are of such poor quality that they can't even be considered sacred beasts. How can they form a contract with master? Nian Nian rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on from dealing with these two little troublemakers, let alone a whole herd of horses. Aren't these horses from the Bai family? She asked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of schadenfreude. Have the Bai family lost their minds? Just then, Bai Qian came running over, looking distraught and shouting, Pegasus. Pegasus, what are you doing? Bai Qian emitted a strange smell, making Nian Nian wrinkle her nose and wonder if he had fallen into a manure pit. Bai Qian still bore the marks of a Pegasus kick and angrily pointed at Nian Nian. Zhuang Nian Nian, you shameless scoundrel. What did you do to my family's Pegasus? Before he could finish, Lala and Baibian appeared in front of him in an instant, slapping him hard across the face. I see you haven't learned your lesson. Lala said furiously. Who's the scoundrel now? Is it your family's horse? Take it away quickly. Our master doesn't accept just anything. Bai Qian, clutching his face, retorted shrilly. My family's Pegasus is proud by nature. How could it possibly be fawning over your master? But when he looked up, he saw the large Pegasus, once freed, run straight to Nian Nian, nuzzling her hand affectionately and wagging its tail like an eager pet dog. Bai Qian was dumbfounded. Soon, the other Pegasi, intimidated by Lala and Baibian, couldn't hold back any longer and swarmed toward Nian Nian. Bai Qian, devastated, muttered to himself, This can't be. These aren't the Bai family's Pegasi. The Pegasi snorted collectively. They hadn't formed a contract with the Bai family. That place was merely a free food and lodging spot. The Bai family provided them with good food and drink, and occasionally they served the Bai family, but the Bai family also took their blood for medicine, which they detested. This time, they finally found an opportunity to kick the Bai family to the curb. They only wanted to be the cherished pets of their new, wonderful master. Baibian snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with golden light. Get out of here. The terrifying pressure of his bloodline made the Pegasi tremble. Lala also put her hands on her hips and shouted, Get lost. Our master doesn't want you. The Pegasi looked at Nian Nian pitifully. Nian Nian raised her hand helplessly. I have Lala and Baibian, that's enough. You should go back. She really had no place to accommodate so many Pegasi. The Pegasi collectively shook their heads, their hooves stamping the ground to show their determination to follow her. The large Pegasus even plopped down at the Shengshan sect gate, adopting an obstinate posture. If you don't take me in, I won't leave. The Grand Elder sighed sincerely. Miss Nian, your compatibility with spirit beasts is truly remarkable. I've never seen such high compatibility that even high-level spirit beasts would cling to you. Nian Nian smiled wryly. This is a first for me too. Yuan Shinsui looked at Yin Nian and asked, "Do you not want them? If you do, you can take them all." Upon hearing this, Bai Qian seemed to waver, looking as if he might faint at any moment. "What do you mean by take it all?" Bai Qian's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't dare utter another word. The man's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and any misstep could cost him his life. Bai Qian turned and ran, with only one thought in his mind. He must inform the Bai family elders as soon as possible. The Bai family had roots in the 5 continents, and there might still be a chance. Meanwhile, the Pegasus were already stationed at the gate. Baibian and Lala stood with their hands on their hips, looking quite serious as they directed them to line up, preparing to give them a talking to. "Master, go have fun." The 2 little ones waved their tiny hands, pretending to be mature. "Leave this to us." Yin Nian helplessly reminded them, "Don't bully them. Just persuade them to leave. No fighting. Anyone who fights won't get dinner tonight." The 2 little ones nodded vigorously in agreement. Yin Nian took Yuan Shinsui by the hand and left, but noticed Yuan Shinsui glancing back at the Pegasus with a look that seemed to be weighing whether to slaughter them for meat. The Grand Elder was very efficient and quickly found a large courtyard near Shengshan sect for them to stay in. Yin Nian said, "All right then, once you're settled, I'll be off. I'll come find you to hang out when I have time tomorrow." Her tone was like coaxing a child. Yuan Shinsui frowned and was about to speak, but the Grand Elder immediately interrupted. "Young master, we also have a branch in Tiani continent with some matters that need your attention. Should we handle those first?" Yin Nian smiled and said, "Yuan Sui, you're the valley master now, so do your job well. I'm heading back." As Yin Nian left, the joy in Yuan Shinsui's eyes melted away like ice, leaving only coldness. The Grand Elder wiped the sweat from his forehead and called out, "Bring them in." A few trembling men were brought in, and as soon as they entered, they knelt and kowtowed, shaking as they said, "Grand Elder, we were really out of our minds. We never meant to betray the Red Ghost Valley. It was those other forces with their sweet talk, they—" Before they could finish, several flashes of light swept past, and blood splattered everywhere. Their bodies were instantly cut into several pieces. The Grand Elder exclaimed, "Young master, although these men had contact with other forces, they have been with me for a long time." Yuan Shinsui glanced at him and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. "Old hands, huh?" With a wave of his hand, the corpses were shredded even further. Without Yin Nian around, he seemed like a different person. Amidst the blood, he looked up with a smile and said, "Since they are old hands and harbored disloyal thoughts, they deserve an even worse death." The Grand Elder stood frozen before the scattered remnants of flesh and blood. As an elder of the Xian clan, known for their pure and kind nature, his first instinct was to strip those people of their powers but spare their lives. After all, they had served him for many years, albeit without great merit. "Young master, there's no need for execution." The Grand Elder couldn't help but sigh. After all these years of loyalty? Before he could finish, an overwhelming pressure suddenly bore down on him. His spine involuntarily curved, forcing him to kneel heavily on the blood-soaked ground. Yuan Shinsa glared at him coldly, veins bulging at his neck, blood surging, an invisible force pressing directly onto the Grand Elder, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Do you know how our clan was destroyed?" Yuan Shinsui asked, his voice icy. "Although I was young at the time, I knew there was a traitor who colluded with those villains, breaking our clan's protective array. That's what led to everything that followed." The blood on the ground slowly spread, staining Yuan Shinsui's shoes. He stood up, stepping on the blood-stained surface, and continued. "Those people skinned our clan members alive, took their hearts, even sparing not the infants. Do you know why they needed the Xian clan? Because we possess unparalleled fortune. When the spiritual energy of the 5 continents was about to run dry, they needed to activate a heaven-defying array to draw in new spiritual energy, which required a massive amount of our blood and hearts. They left no one alive, fearing any survivor would seek revenge." The Grand Elder's pupils trembled violently. He had known his clan was destroyed, but not the reasons behind it, as he wasn't present at the time. Did they succeed? Yuan Shinsui's voice was soft but carried a chilling edge. "Of course they did. Look at every bit of spiritual energy floating in the 5 continents now. It's our clan's blood and sorrow. And you still talk about mercy? Sparing the traitors." Yuan Shinsui laughed quietly, tilting his head to stare at the Grand Elder. "If you show such mercy again, are you planning to die with them? Just because I sometimes listen to your advice doesn't mean you can command me. Understand?" A dark emptiness filled Yuan Shinsui's eyes. At that moment, the Grand Elder truly felt Yuan Shinsui's coldness and cruelty. He genuinely loathed everyone in the 5 continents except for Yin Nian. His occasional smiles in front of Yin Nian didn't mean he was a kind person. "Yes, young master," the Grand Elder replied, trembling. It was the first time he had heard such a detailed account of their clan's destruction. He couldn't decide whether his hatred for those villains or his fear of Yuan Shinsui was greater. "But, young master, where are the masterminds now? the Grand Elder cautiously asked. Over the years, we've identified some of them. The Feng, Shangguan, Shuntu, and Wu families from the 5 major clans were all involved. Yuan Shinsui looked down at him. It's not just those families. Tell me, what is the most revered power in the 5 continents? Naturally, it's the floating god tower, which stands above all major forces in the 5 continents, overseeing everything. They are highly revered for their great contributions during the 5 continents crisis. As he spoke, the Grand Elder's face gradually darkened. Great contributions? What contributions? Oh, so that's how it is. The Grand Elder trembled with rage as the pieces fell into place. No wonder they were so silent about their great deeds back then. Everyone just knew that the spiritual energy, which was supposed to be exhausted, had suddenly returned, and they all thanked the floating god tower. It turned out their great deed was exterminating the Xian clan. Good that you've figured it out, Yuan Shinsui said, sitting back down. We'll take them down one by one, no rush. Find a way to break the seal at Whitehead Mountain without alerting them. The Grand Elder barely managed to calm himself. Yuan Shinsui continued, the ones I just dealt with, which forces were behind their betrayal of Red Ghost Valley? The Grand Elder immediately took out a list from his robe. It's all here. They are significant forces trying to steal our formation diagrams from Red Ghost Valley. Our valley has the most usable formation diagrams in the 5 continents, so it's no wonder they covet them. Yuan Shinsui glanced at the list and smiled. After a moment, he got up and walked out. Since Nian Nian isn't here, I'm quite bored. Let's go check out those forces. Meanwhile, Nian Nian emerged from the small courtyard, swiftly heading towards Xingshan sect. She ran so fast that she didn't notice a small snail at a corner, its antennae tangled together, excitedly watching her. Wowo was ecstatic. It had finally found the woman. With all its might, it compressed its fist-sized body down to the size of a fingertip and transformed into a small round ball. It rolled rapidly towards Nian Nian's feet, so fast that it got dizzy. Upon reaching its target, Wowo immediately clung to the hem of Nian Nian's skirt, hiding its tiny shell and suppressing its spiritual beast aura to the minimum. Nian Nian was completely unaware of the little creature now attached to her, and she continued walking back to Xingshan sect. However, when she arrived at the sect's entrance, Nian Nian was stunned. She had thought the celestial horses had been driven away by Lala and the others, but the scene before her left her astonished. A dozen or so short, chubby foals, each about the size of a puppy, were standing at the gate. Didn't you tell them to leave? Nian Nian asked in surprise. Lala, cheeks puffed out, replied, we did, but they wouldn't go. The master won't let us hit them either. They even said they can shrink down and won't take up much space. Lala was clearly exasperated. Nian Nian felt a headache coming on. The foals looked up at her, their tiny wings fluttering like fishtails slapping against the ground. They nuzzled her feet, whimpering as if reluctant to leave. The cold wind blew, and all the foals shivered in unison. Stop pretending to be pitiful, Nian Nian said helplessly. Baibian grabbed Nian Nian's hand and explained, Lala and I discussed it. Master, you don't have to sign a contract with them. They can carry you when you go out. The foals nodded repeatedly, indicating that they would stay put if Nian Nian didn't want them. Nian Nian took a deep breath and conceded, fine, come in with me for now. If you stay outside, some powerful cultivator might forcefully take you and make a contract. The foals happily followed her, and Wowo, still clinging to her skirt, secretly rejoiced. Nian Nian led this unexpected group of followers through several twists and turns to the room assigned to her as a disciple. However, the moment she opened the door, her face darkened. Everything in the room, whether food or personal items, had been maliciously slashed to pieces. Who did this? Lala, with her fiery temper, looked around the chaotic room in frustration. She was about to storm out and question the neighbors when Nian Nian grabbed her. It's pointless to ask, Nian Nian said coldly, surveying the mess. We don't have any allies around here. Lala paused, looking around and realizing that Meng Xiaoqi and the others' rooms were arranged far away. Just then the door next door opened, and a female disciple stepped out, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Oh, what happened here? She asked mockingly. Did your spirit beast ruin all the carefully prepared items from Xingshan sect? Before she finished speaking, a male disciple joined in. Other beastmasters' spirit beasts are well behaved, but hers are always causing trouble. No discipline at all. Lala was infuriated by their words, and flames began to flicker around her. The 2 disciples were startled but quickly regained their arrogant demeanor. This kid must be a spirit beast too, the female disciple sneered maliciously. Judging by its power fluctuations, it's just a basic spirit beast. A basic spirit beast that can take human form. Is it a divine beast? What? Are you going to fight us? She taunted. Let me tell you, your master is staying in Xingshan sect and must follow our rules. Fighting is forbidden here, and anyone who breaks the rule will be expelled, no matter who they are. More and more Xingshan sect disciples gathered around, confident that Nian Nian wouldn't dare act rashly. Their faces were full of ridicule and glee. Get lost. Shengshan sect doesn't welcome you. Go away. Ha ha ha, you wanna know who did this? We won't tell you, so what? Who broke her stuff? Wasn't it her own unruly spirit beasts? They laughed carelessly, their faces smug. The little Pegasi were so angry they wanted to charge out and bite them. Even the small snail hiding under Nian Nian's skirt was furiously rubbing its antennae together, planning to visit these nasty people at night. Bibian held Nian Nian's hand tightly and whispered, "Master, let's report this to the Grand Elder." "No need," Nian Nian suddenly smiled coldly. "I have another way." She slammed the door shut. The laughter outside grew even more raucous. "Coward. Scared like a mouse. I knew it. This woman is all talk. Without those men protecting her, she's useless. Does she think a bit of talent will make us respect her? Who would like a woman with such a vile character?" Inside, Lala's face turned red with anger. She was about to rush out, but Bibian stopped her, waiting for Nian Nian's instructions. Nian Nian ignored the commotion outside and pulled out an item given to her by Grandpa Dashan, a red wooden flute. Her eyes lit up, realizing it was a group attack artifact. Why do formation masters make people of the same level fear them? Nian Nian muttered to herself. It's because they can target multiple areas at once with their attacks, while others can only target one. Group attack artifacts work the same way. She carefully examined the accompanying sheet music, which was not an ordinary score, but a guide on how to channel spiritual energy into the instrument and control the attack's intensity. Nian Nian quickly skimmed through it and put it away, thinking she could practice it later. Besides the flute, there was a large seed resembling a pinecone. Though it looked ordinary and lacked spiritual energy, Nian Nian vaguely remembered it heating up before, and her wounds inflicted by Sheng Hong had healed significantly afterward. Grandpa Dashan's gifts are always useful, she thought, carefully storing the seed. Meanwhile, the disciples outside were still jeering. "Hey, Nian Nian, are you going to tattle? We can take you to complain. Just don't hide in your room and cry. Haha." Suddenly, the tightly closed door swung open. The disciples' laughter stopped abruptly as they saw the Pegasi return to their normal size, each carrying the damaged items on their backs and moving them out. "Pfft," the female disciple mocked. "Oh, are you throwing things away? Let me tell you, you can't throw these away. Shengshan sect gave them to you. If you don't use this shabby blanket, you'll be sleeping naked. No shop in Tianyi Prefecture will sell to you. Just accept it and use the blanket." Nian Nian's gaze swept coldly over them, and she suddenly smiled chillingly. "You're all new disciples, right? I don't think any of you have even reached the 9th spiritual body stage. So what?" they retorted arrogantly. "What? Are you thinking of fighting us?" Nian Nian's eyes turned icy as she turned to Lala and Bibian. "Let's go to the disciple combat ranking board." The new disciples were puzzled, not understanding her intention. Nian Nian scanned the ranking board from the bottom up, quickly locking onto the list of 2-star human spiritual realm disciples. She took a deep breath and shouted, "Shengshan sect, 2-star human spiritual realm disciple Zhang Mang, Nian Nian challenges you to a formation duel. Do you accept? No fighting allowed in the sect?" Then she would challenge them to a formation duel. These weaklings couldn't match her strength? No problem, there were always their senior brothers and sisters. The sound imbued with spiritual energy echoed throughout the Shengshan sect on this silent night. The faces of the new disciples gradually lit up with a mix of surprise and curiosity. Swish, swish, swish. Several second-tier disciples training in nearby rooms emerged, their expressions vigilant. A tall and burly disciple with a square face was the first to rush to the scene. He stood tall and spoke in a booming voice. "I am Zhang Mang. Do you challenge me?" Behind him, many other second-tier disciples at the human spirit level also arrived, forming a circle around the area. In the hierarchical Shengshan sect, there are 3 levels. New disciples who haven't reached the human spirit level are 3rd-tier disciples, those who have reached the human spirit level are 2nd-tier disciples, and those at the earth spirit level are 1st-tier disciples. As for the heaven spirit level, they are no longer considered disciples, but are directly promoted to elders of the Shengshan sect. Nian Nian waved her arm lightly, and the heavenly horses behind her immediately understood, throwing the slashed items in front of the crowd. The 3rd-tier disciples showed disdain on their faces, clearly thinking that this woman couldn't possibly get the support of the senior brothers. As expected, Zhang Mang and the others merely glanced at the damaged items without any surprise. Zhang Mang's face, which should have been righteous, now looked exceptionally mean. He sneered. "What proof do you have that our people did this? Who knows if you did it yourself to frame them?" Other second-tier disciples echoed. "Exactly. Without seeing it with our own eyes, nothing can be proven." They looked at Nian Nian with mocking eyes, clearly in cahoots with the perpetrators and likely having planned this behind her back. Nian Nian let out a light laugh, a trace of mockery in her eyes. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already acting guilty. Don't worry, I don't have the time to catch every culprit." Saying this, she pulled out a long whip called Pan Shi, her most handy weapon. With a gentle flick, the end of Pan Shi stiffened and transformed into a pitch-black longsword. Holding the sword, Nian Nian pointed it at Zhang Mang. It doesn't matter if none of you admit it. I just ask, do you dare to face me in battle? The second-tier disciples exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming. Someone whispered to Zhang Mang, don't worry, you go first. We'll take turns challenging her, wearing her down. Hearing this, Zhang Mang straightened his back, his expression arrogant. Bring it on. I accept your challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, Nian Nian waved her hand, and their spiritual energies surged like tides, forming a light array that enveloped the two of them. Zhang Mang roared, and a huge axe that matched his imposing figure appeared in his hands out of thin air. Prepare to die, he shouted, charging at Nian Nian. However, Nian Nian's next move surprised everyone. She simply sat down cross-legged in a corner of the light array, her expression calm. Damn it! I forgot she's a beast master. A disciple cursed under his breath and then warned, Zhang Mang, watch out for that male beast. Before he could finish, everyone was startled to see that the beast, by Bian, also sat down beside Nian Nian, showing no intention of attacking. A fierce look flashed in Zhang Mang's eyes as he cursed, you're courting death. Don't blame me when you die. His massive axe whistled through the air, aiming for Nian Nian's head. In that critical moment, a small, delicate hand suddenly appeared, effortlessly catching the mighty axe. Hee hee, a childish voice giggled. Zhang Mang looked down to see Lala's excited face. Finally, it's my turn. Huh. Lala shouted, and countless blood flames erupted from her, forming a gigantic fist that smashed into Zhang Mang's head. Bang! 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 The terrifying sound of impact and Zhang Mang's screams echoed throughout the battleground. Lala yelled, you and these disciples used despicable means to bully my master. Today, I'm going to burn off all your hair. Nian Nian chuckled at Lala's words, thinking that Lala had been holding back her anger for a while, especially after the incident with Sheng Xianxian. It seemed Lala had developed a particular fondness for plucking hair. The blood flames ravaged Zhang Mang's body, burning his hair, clothes, and even his armpit hair. In no time, Zhang Mang was left naked, covered in wounds, and completely hairless. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock, staring wide-eyed at the scene. With a fierce charge, Lala kicked Zhang Mang in the chest, then another kick to his mouth, shouting die. Zhang Mang spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth shattered. The Blood Phoenix clan not only possessed flames capable of incinerating everything, but also had strength far superior to other spirit beasts. Zhang Mang lay on the ground like a beaten dog, vomiting blood mixed with broken teeth. His eyes were swollen like walnuts, making it hard to see anything. Zhang Mang tried to raise his hand to surrender, but Lala wasn't about to let him off. She had been holding back her anger all night. She continued to punch him relentlessly, the sound of her fists hitting his flesh echoing endlessly. Even though Zhang Mang had already passed out, Lala showed no signs of stopping. The weakest of the new disciples collectively swallowed hard, fear flickering in their eyes. They thought to themselves, this match might just turn deadly. At that moment, Nian Nian, who had been resting quietly on the side, slowly stood up, her gaze as sharp as a knife sweeping across the new disciples present. With a cold chuckle and an undeniable authority in her voice, she said, I'll ask you one more time, who cut up my belongings? If none of you speak up, I'll keep challenging you all. Nian Nian added with a light laugh, don't worry, I won't go tattling. We'll handle this among ourselves, right? Her tone suddenly turned icy. You started this fire, and your senior brothers and sisters knew and covered for you. Do you think I'll let this slide easily? I can't hit you, but I can certainly teach those good senior brothers of yours a lesson. The new disciples gritted their teeth, not daring to make a sound. On the stage, Zhang Mang was already beaten to the brink of death. Who would dare to make a move now? Good. Nian Nian's gaze grew even colder, her voice seemingly able to freeze the air. Cowards of Shengshan sect. This remark enraged the second-class disciples, prompting someone to shout, what are you so arrogant about? If you have the guts, fight us and let Zhang Mang go. Nian Nian's eyes flashed with anger as she commanded, Lala, throw him out. Simultaneously, she turned to the second-class disciples who were shouting, her gaze fierce. What are you yelling about? Do you think I'll let you accomplices off the hook? Line up and wait your turn. The barely recognizable Zhang Mang was unceremoniously thrown out of the formation. Nian Nian calmly continued to look at the disciple ranking list. Above Zhang Mang is Xia Xia, right? Her voice rang out again, this time like a death knell, causing the disciples present to tremble with fear. Xia Xia, second-class disciple of Shengshan sect, Nian Nian challenges you to a formation duel. Do you accept? Her voice echoed throughout the entire Shengshan sect. The new disciples looked at the imposing Nian Nian, shivering uncontrollably, some even showing signs of regret. Someone muttered quietly, crazy woman. It was just a torn item, is it worth making such a fuss? Nian Nian waited for a while, but Xia Xia did not appear. She let out a cold laugh and spoke again. Xia Xia, second-class disciple of Shengshan sect, Beastmaster Nian challenges you to a formation duel without using any beasts. Do you accept? The scene remained silent. Those who had previously clamored for a round-robin fight now didn't dare to lift their heads. Seeing Zhang Meng's condition, bedridden for at least 2 months, and Nian still full of energy, who would dare to be the next Zhang Meng? They just wanted to hang back and pick up the pieces later. Still don't dare, huh? Nian taunted, her eyes cold. Fine. I'm a 2-star and she's a 2-star, so it's me bullying her. Looks like I overestimated the courage of Shangshan sect disciples. Her gaze skipped over the 2-star disciples, even the 3-star ones, finally landing on the 5-star disciples. Among the 5-star human realm disciples, the best one is, let me see. Nian smiled lightly. In the next moment, her voice echoed even louder than before. Wang Xing, 5-star human realm disciple of Shangshan sect. Nian, 2-star human realm beastmaster, challenges you to a formation duel without using any beasts. Do you accept? 2-star challenging a 5-star? And a beastmaster without their spirit beast. Nian's challenge caused an uproar. The disciples of Shangshan sect exchanged uneasy glances, whispering among themselves, speculating if she had lost her mind due to possessing a powerful spirit beast. Nian's eyes swept coldly over the crowd, a mocking smile playing on her lips. What? Even like this, none of you dare to respond? Is this the so-called mighty Shangshan sect? Before she finished speaking, a sudden whoosh cut through the air. A tall, stern-faced man appeared beside Nian, looking down at her from above. Are you courting death? He asked coldly. It was Wang Xing, a disciple of Shangshan sect. You're challenging me without your spirit beast? If you die, it's not on me. Nian pretended to ponder his words. Is that so? Then I'll bring my spirit beast. Let's make it fair. Wang Sheng's expression twisted at her words. Despite being only primary spirit beasts, Nian's 2 beasts were divine beasts, their strength comparable to 5-star human spirit masters. If she brought them into the fight, it would be his end. The disciples of Shangshan sect saw Wang Sheng's faltering expression, their faces reflecting a mix of shame and fear. Haha, forget it. Nian suddenly laughed, her snake sword transforming into a whip with a sharp crack against the ground. I'll give you a handicap. Let's fight like this. Haha, 2-star giving a 5-star a handicap. Shameless. Lala laughed heartily from the sidelines, retreating with Bai Bian. They believed their master would never do something she was not confident about. As the light array slowly rose, Wang Sheng's expression changed from twitching to confident. He also wielded a long sword, like most disciples of Shangshan sect. You brought this on yourself, Wang Sheng sneered, his 5-star spirit power forming armor around him, leaving only his eyes to glare menacingly. A mere 2-star dares to challenge me? Today, I'll break your limbs. The surge of spirit power made Nian's face sting. Her whip moved like a living creature while she slowly closed her eyes. A layer of spirit armor began to cover her body, and, unnoticed by anyone, a layer of black demonic armor also appeared on her skin, perfectly encasing her. Brother Wang Sheng, don't let her off, the Shangshan sect disciples shouted. Show her the might of our sect. She injured our brother Zhang Meng before. Break her limbs and slap her face. Make sure she never acts arrogant again. As Wang Sheng's sword was about to pierce Nian, everyone held their breath. With a pfft, the sword went straight through Nian's body. An afterimage? Wang Sheng's pupils shrank in disbelief. You've actually mastered a speed-boosting technique? At that moment, Meng Xiaoqi and the others arrived. Seeing Nian's fleeting figure, Meng Xiaoqi cheered loudly. Junior sister. Use the shadow step master taught you and break this bastard's shell. A 5-star only dares to fight a 2-star? Shangshan sect is full of cowards. Meng Xiaoqi's curses grew louder and more vigorous. Though Er Ku remained silent, the disdain in his eyes mirrored Meng Xiaoqi's sentiments. Nian used the shadow step for the first time, feeling the energy flowing through her meridians. Petty tricks. Wang Sheng roared in frustration, his sword creating hundreds of shadows in the air. I refuse to believe you can dodge this. This time, Nian didn't dodge. Her whip split into hundreds of snake shadows, each one precisely intercepting a sword tip. A mid-level artifact? The Shangshan sect disciples gasped. In their sect, only Sheng Xianxian possessed such a weapon. Nian's other hand produced a red wooden flute, a gift from Grandpa Dashan. The flute was twisted like a coiling tree, its roots intertwined, and it trembled slightly in her hand. Another mid-level artifact? The Shangshan sect disciples stood up in disbelief, staring at the young woman holding 2 mid-level artifacts. Ignoring their astonishment, Nian focused on the snake shadows clashing with the sword. The white pearl in her abdomen trembled violently, pouring out spirit power, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Ha! Wang Xing sneered. You dare compete with my 5-star spirit power? You must have a death wish. He increased his spirit power output, and the sword light began to tear through the snake shadows. Nian sneered back. Not necessarily. She poured her spirit power into the flute, only to find it greedily absorbing her energy, causing the white pearl to ache. She coughed up blood, feeling as if her organs were being torn apart. Die! Wang Xing lunged at her viciously. However, a sharp flute sound enveloped them in a tangible light ring. Wang Sheng's dashing attack slowed to a crawl, his speed reduced by tenfold. Everyone watched in shock as Wang Sheng moved sluggishly forward, his fierce expression, slowly reaching hand, and lifting foot all appeared like a slow-motion film. Even his words became slow and comical, wielding. The entire Shengshan sect stared in disbelief, including Meng Xiaoqi and Air Ku, who gaped. They could even see a green scallion stuck between Wang Sheng's teeth, emitting a nauseating smell. Meng Xiaoqi couldn't help but rat chug. Lala and Baibian stood dumbfounded, staring at the scene before them. The master's magical artifact was incredibly powerful, capable of slowing down the opponent's movements to such an extent. At that moment, Nian Nian moved. With the enhancement of her swift steps, her speed not only remained unaffected but nearly doubled. While the enemy was sluggish, she moved like lightning, shocking everyone present. Someone stammered. What kind of monstrous artifact is this? Nian Nian darted forward and delivered a fierce kick to Wang Xing's chest. He tried to raise his hand to block, but he moved as slowly as a child trying to fend off an adult's attack. Her foot landed heavily on him. This strike nearly drained all of Nian Nian's spiritual energy. Blood trickled from her mouth, and the white pearl she held dimmed. She knew the delay effect would only last for a few breaths, and had to seize the opportunity. Ignoring everything, Nian Nian punched Wang Xing repeatedly, each blow landing heavily on his armor with muffled thuds. The surrounding disciples were stunned, unable to believe she thought brute force could break through the armor of a 5-star human spirit realm warrior. The white pearl was exhausted of its spiritual energy, but Nian Nian's attacks didn't falter. Even though Wang Sheng was spitting blood, he sneered, "Once the delay is over, I'll easily kill you." Nian Nian was covered in wounds, her clothes soaked in blood, looking worse off than Wang Xing. But her eyes remained as steely as ever. 18 years of hardship had made her accustomed to pain. In her mind, the old witch's haunting words echoed, "Why should you be stronger than others?" Cultivation is about constantly surpassing yourself, fighting with your life on the line. When others can't hold on, you push through, you keep fighting, and you'll break through. Treat every battle as a life or death struggle, with no way out. If you don't die, you keep fighting. An astonishing light erupted in Nian Nian's eyes. Though her spiritual energy was dwindling, her momentum kept rising. She roared, "Break." The pearl trembled violently, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged, swirling around her like a hurricane. The disciples of Shengshan sect were truly shocked this time. Someone stammered, "BR breakthrough?" She broke through in the middle of a fight. Several disciples nearby were so overwhelmed by her fierce aura that their legs gave way, and they collapsed to the ground. A massive vortex of spiritual energy formed in the air, resembling a gigantic tornado. Taking advantage of the spiritual whirlwind's cover, Nian Nian seized the moment. The demonic pearl erupted, and her spiritual energy, mixed with demonic elements, blasted towards Wang Xing. Her fists rained down, each punch splattering blood. "You want to break my hand?" Nian Nian's eyes were red as she punched Wang Sheng's hand bone. "You want to break my leg?" She kicked his leg bone fiercely. She wiped the blood from her mouth, but it only spread, painting her face with a sinister red. Her smile terrified Wang Sheng. The excruciating pain from his limbs made him scream in agony. Even though the delay effect had worn off, he couldn't stand up anymore. "What? You thought your 5-star status ensured my death?" Nian Nian's smile was eerie. "Well, let me tell you, killing you is a piece of cake. Wang Xing, you make a perfect stepping stone." Nian Nian looked at the overwhelming spiritual energy in her hands, feeling ecstatic. She aimed to surpass her limits by challenging stronger opponents. Her path to cultivation was to keep fighting, carving a bloody path to the top. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged towards her as she kicked the unconscious Wang Sheng out of the battle circle. The surrounding disciples didn't dare to approach. At that moment, a small vortex of spiritual energy appeared in the western corner. The disciples of Shengshan sect exclaimed, "Isn't that Su Linyan's room? That fluctuation, did she break through to the human spirit realm?" Su Linyan broke through to the human spirit realm. Nian Nian's face darkened as she looked in that direction. Indeed, Su Linyan had broken through. She carried the spiritual blood essence condensed by the Empress's heart blood. With the Bai family's ancestral hall destroyed, they couldn't obtain the accelerated cultivation liquid. The Empress, worried about her daughter being bullied, sacrificed her heart blood to forcibly enhance Su Linyan's spiritual power. Stimulated by Nian Nian, Su Linyan directly consumed the remaining heart blood, instantly reaching the 1-star human spirit realm. "I did it! I did it!" Su Linyan felt a sense of overwhelming pride as she looked at the small spiritual vortex. She laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha ha! Nian Nian, I'm not inferior to you at all. I, Su Linyan, will never lose to you. I will surpass you step by step, and then, her laughter abruptly stopped, and her eyes widened. Beside her small spiritual vortex, a massive spiritual tornado, 3 times larger, was roaring towards her. And the master of that tornado was Nian? No. Su Linyan's eyes instantly filled with blood, turning completely red. She had been expecting to bask in the admiration of others, but now she was left speechless by the sight before her. Not only was Nian breaking through, but her tornado was much larger than Su Linyan's. What did you take? Su Linyan demanded harshly, her voice laced with jealousy and resentment. You must have consumed some rare treasure to forcibly enhance your power. Nian stood at a distance, her hands clasped behind her back, calmly watching Su Linyan. There was a hint of pity in her eyes, as if she were witnessing a ridiculous farce. Su Linyan, Nian began slowly, a slight smile playing on her lips. You are truly pathetic. Those simple 3 words struck Su Linyan like a heavy hammer, shattering her last shred of dignity. She trembled all over, her expression twisted and contorted. The disciples of Shengshan's sect lowered their heads in shame. With her overwhelming power, Nian had completely crushed the confidence of Shengshan's sect's new disciples. She had exposed their vile hearts for all to see, pulling them out of their chests and laying them bare under the sun. At the same time, she proved to Su Linyan that a fake will always remain a fake. The tornado above Nian seemed to sense the challenge from the smaller one. The white spiritual orbs within her tornado suddenly doubled in size, causing the entire tornado to grow larger. But this was just the beginning. Suddenly, some of Nian's spiritual orbs broke away from the main tornado, like a well-trained army, speeding towards Su Linyan's smaller tornado. They seemed to declare, there should be only one tornado here, and that's us. Charge, brothers! Take her down! The spiritual orbs seemed to cheer, emitting excited humming sounds as they collided with Su Linyan's spiritual orbs. Su Linyan screamed. She watched helplessly as her painstakingly gathered tornado was shattered to pieces, leaving nothing behind. Su Linyan's eyes were bloodshot, and she noticed that Nian seemed to be injured, with no spirit beast by her side. She gripped her magical weapon tightly, a crazy idea forming in her mind. If she attacked Nian now, she could definitely hurt her. Nian had just advanced, but that didn't mean her injuries would heal immediately. In fact, her internal organs were bleeding extensively. For an ordinary cultivator, such injuries, while not fatal, would require bed rest. However, Nian acted as if nothing was wrong. To her, these were merely minor injuries. Su Linyan clutched the only mid-grade magical weapon she had, a voice in her head screaming, "Kill her. Take this chance while she's alone. Kill her at any cost." She charged at Nian, her spiritual treasure emitting a frightening wave of energy, about to explode. "I'll kill you." Su Linyan screamed, "Even if I can't kill you, I'll leave you half dead." Nian frowned, ready to counterattack. Just then Wawa, which had been hiding under her skirt, slowly poked its head out. This was the moment for the once mighty snail god to prove its strength to Nian. With a gentle twitch of its antennae, Wawa unleashed an invisible mental attack directly at Su Linyan's consciousness. Nian watched in astonishment as Su Linyan suddenly stopped in her tracks, as if struck by a fit of madness. Her eyes glazed over, completely under Wawa's control. She yanked open her clothes and stuffed the soon-to-explode spiritual treasure into her own chest. Then, like a fool, Su Linyan clapped for herself, drool dripping from the corner of her mouth, laughing foolishly. Su Linyan is the best. I'll blow myself up. Nian watched everything unfold with a cold gaze. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the talisman on Su Linyan's chest, shocking everyone present. The disciples of Shengshan's sect reacted instantly, rushing forward to stop the madness, but it was too late. In that critical moment, a severely injured golden dragon burst out from Su Linyan's chest, wrapping around the talisman and shooting outward. However, it was already too late to reverse the situation. With a deafening explosion, the talisman detonated in midair. The golden dragon was torn apart, its injured tail severed, and it fell lifelessly to the ground. Although the explosion's shockwave had weakened, it still affected Su Linyan. Her body was riddled with injuries, and her mask was blown off, revealing a disfigured face. The empty eye socket where one eye used to be was a black hole, terrifying the female disciples who had rushed to help. "No. How is this possible?" One female disciple muttered in disbelief, clutching her chest. Wasn't the princess supposed to be incredibly beautiful and talented? How could she look like this? The male disciples were equally stunned into silence. Some of the jealous female disciples couldn't help but sneer. "We never judged people by their looks, but her face is indeed ruined. In the 5 continents, strength is what matters. What's the use of hiding behind a facade?" "Enough," a second-tier disciple shouted sternly, "saving her is the priority." Despite their calm exterior, they were deeply unsettled. What had just happened? Was Nian Nian involved? How had a seemingly stable person suddenly gone mad? At that moment, Nian Nian spoke, startling the second-tier disciples. Second-tier disciples cannot leave, she said with a cold smile. I'm not done with my challenge. Didn't you want a series of battles? I'll give you what you want. Bibian and Lala quickly joined Nian Nian, their spirits high as they flashed sinister smiles at the Shengshan sect disciples. Come on, let's keep fighting. A second-tier disciple gritted his teeth and said, Can't this end here? You've already defeated so many. Isn't that enough? Must you humiliate everyone? Nian Nian snapped her whip, the crack echoing in everyone's hearts. This isn't over until I say so. Wanna move on, she scoffed. Dream on. If I don't teach you a thorough lesson now, there'll be more trouble later. Who's next? Lala flexed her hands, a sinister grin appearing on her cute face. Come on, step up. We're waiting for your series of battles. The Shengshan sect disciples exchanged worried glances, realizing the tables had completely turned. Who could have thought these three would be so relentless? With one resting while the other two fought, who could withstand such a strategy? Who's next? Nian Nian turned to check the ranking board. The second-tier disciples who hadn't fought yet panicked, venting their anger on the new disciples by kicking them. Useless bunch. Whoever caused this mess, step up. Don't expect us to clean up after you. The new disciples looked at each other, at a loss. Nian Nian felt a twisted satisfaction. If she couldn't be at peace, neither would they. She wanted to see them turn on each other while she investigated the truth. Just then, a brave senior sister had an idea and angrily said, Could it be Sheng Xianxian's doing? She's the sect leader's daughter, but do we all have to pay for her mistakes? Nian Nian watched the new disciples' terrified expressions with a cold smile. What? Is it really Sheng Xianxian? At that moment, Sheng Xianxian was kneeling on a cushion, guarded, facing the ancestors of Shengshan sect. You can't leave the sect's grounds during this period, miss, the elder sighed. Sheng Xianxian widened her eyes and protested. Who's making things difficult for you? You've all got your talismans pointed at me. How dare I step out? She sneezed, shivering as if drenched in dirty water. She touched her bald head, thinking of Nian Nian with gritted teeth, her heart burning with the desire for revenge. She would find a way to get back at Nian Nian. However, her newly ignited resolve was quickly extinguished by a stern look from the elders. Outside the sect, the new disciples blushed and whispered, No, it wasn't Sheng Xianxian. We're sorry, it was us. Nian Nian pretended not to hear, chuckling softly. So, all of you were involved? The new disciples remained silent. Meng Xiaoqi sneered. Impressive, Shengshan sect. All your new disciples are like this. Even the senior disciples were stunned. So many people had conspired just to tear someone's bedding? It was beyond hopeless. Nian Nian's calm gaze swept over the regretful new disciples, then she turned to the void behind her and said, Had enough of the show, old sect leader? Time to step in. Aren't you going to discipline your own disciples? What? The old sect leader is here. Everyone was startled, turning to see the old sect leader emerging from the void, his face stern. Good, very good, the old sect leader said, his eyes scanning the new disciples with disappointment. I've been in seclusion for years, and I never thought the disciples of Shengshan sect would fall to such a level. Nian Nian hadn't noticed the arrival of the old sect leader. It was only when the demonic orb inside her suddenly tightened that she realized he might be here. Given the commotion, it was impossible for the old sect leader not to be aware. With a strained smile, the old sect leader looked at Nian Nian and said, despite his displeasure, Don't worry, I'll arrange a new disciple room for you. You can rest easy. He then turned to the group of new disciples and said calmly, As for you lot, don't bother sleeping tonight. Keep this old man company outside and wake up those decaying bones of yours. A bunch of useless cowards. Without hesitation, Nian Nian turned and thought to herself that only the old sect leader had any sense in Shengshan sect. She told her fellow senior brothers and sisters, Leave it to the old sect leader. Let's go back. Just as she took 2 steps, the old sect leader called out, Nian Nian, are you participating in the Shengshan sect's disciple tournament? The new disciples gasped in unison. Old sect leader. She's an outsider. How can she participate? Before they could finish, the old sect leader waved his hand and sent them flying. The remaining disciples instantly quieted down, as if doused with cold water. The old sect leader's face darkened as he shouted, Since when do disciples question the sect leader's decisions? How has Shenghong been disciplining you? The disciples trembled, especially the second-tier ones, cursing the new disciples' audacity in their hearts. Nian Nian smiled mischievously. A disciple tournament? What's in it for me? I don't do things without benefits. The old sect leader raised an eyebrow. Benefits. Nian Nian chuckled softly. Yes, in the disciple tournament. It's not just a matter of 3 stars but fighting against all the disciples in the spiritual realm, right? You want me to be the whetstone for your disciples. But what do I get in return? The old sect leader replied, If you win, you can access Shengshan sect's library. Nian Nian's heart skipped a beat, but she remained composed. Not enough. The old sect leader narrowed his eyes, seemingly annoyed. But Nian Nian, undeterred, continued. Right now, in the target of all your disciples. To defeat me, they will definitely change their lazy ways and work hard. This is greatly beneficial to Shengshan sect. And for me, the library isn't of much use. A sly look flashed in her eyes. Is there something more practical? That way, I can fight for you, right? Fight your foolish disciples. Provoke their anger to improve their training, right? After all, it's tough for me too. The new disciples were stunned, watching Nian Nian haggle with the old sect leader. They silently cursed her shamelessness, hoping the old sect leader would punish her. But the old sect leader suddenly laughed heartily. Huh, you're quite the shrewd one. Fine. I'll arrange 3 separate training rooms for you and your spirit beasts in Shengshan sect. How about that? The disciples were heartbroken. Those training rooms were highly sought after. Nian Nian beamed deal. Upon arriving at the newly arranged disciple room, Nian Nian closed the door. Instantly, the smiles of Lala and Baibian disappeared. Both struck out at the hem of Nian Nian's skirt. A chubby little boy rolled out from her skirt, whimpering, "Don't hit me." He rolled on the ground and transformed into a boy the same size as Baibian and Lala. Nian Nian asked in surprise, "Are you a divine beast?" Lala snorted, "Not a divine beast, just a small mutant. I could crush your shell with one slap." Baibian explained, "A mutant beast, and a very unique one at that. Was it you who caused that trouble with Su Linyan?" Wowo nodded, glancing timidly at Nian Nian. "She wanted to bully my master." Lala, displeased, said, "Who's your master? Don't talk nonsense." Baibian stopped Lala, looking at Wowo inquisitively. "Your true form is weak, but how did you manage to control Su Linyan?" Wowo explained its innate skill mental control, along with its various applications and limitations. Though Baibian was displeased, he acknowledged the usefulness of this ability. He asked for Nian Nian's opinion, reminding her that she might face opponents at the peak of the spiritual realm in the disciple tournament. Nian Nian looked at Wowo. "Do you want to follow me?" Wowo nodded excitedly. Yes. "If I follow you, you'll be a distinguished guest of my clan. Take me in, you won't regret it. My father is the chief of the Wobeast clan. Though the other was might be weaker, our information is accurate. We're spread across all 5 continents." Wowo was just an unremarkable second-generation Wobeast. Nian Nian looked at the little snail in front of her, who was enthusiastically recommending itself. Despite its small size, this spirit beast, calling itself a member of the snail tribe, had an impressive talent for mental power. After weighing the pros and cons, Nian Nian extended her hand. "All right." The little snail was overjoyed and immediately jumped into the large array Nian Nian had drawn. Nian Nian retrieved the necessary items for the contract from her space, prepared for any potential resistance from the spirit beast. However, the snail's eagerness far exceeded her expectations. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle, master. Make me your beast already." The snail's impatience left Nian Nian momentarily speechless. Nearby, Lala and Baibian exchanged a glance. Lala snorted and gave Baibian a nudge. "Why did you even bother trying to persuade the master? She would have accepted it without your input." Baibian kicked back, his face darkening. "Do you think just because the master cares for us, we can influence her decisions?" Lala pouted, knowing Baibian was right. Despite Nian Nian's extreme kindness towards them, she was a person of firm principles and was not easily swayed by others. The contract was successfully completed. The white phoenix energy behind Nian Nian emitted a warm glow, enveloping the snail. A thin beam of light connected the two, then vanished. The snail immediately felt its spiritual power flow increase by at least 3 times, spinning around in excitement. Outside, the little colts stomped their hooves in frustration upon seeing this. They silently vowed to train hard and shed their reputation as weak beauty Pegasi, striving to become Nian Nian's spirit beasts. At that moment, Nian Nian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 3 spirit beasts panicked instantly. The snail used its mental power to scan Nian Nian's body, and was shocked to find severe internal bleeding. "Master, why didn't you tell us anything?" Lala asked, touching Nian Nian's arm with concern. "You've been enduring this pain? How much must it hurt?" Nian Nian tried to suppress the pain, using her spiritual power to heal her organs. "It's nothing." But as soon as she spoke, she coughed up more blood. As the 3 spirit beasts fretted around her, a seed in Nian Nian's pocket began to glow and heat up. A gentle green light spread throughout her body, healing much of her internal injuries. Nian Nian, surprised, took out the seed, which was pulsating like a heartbeat and emitting a verdant glow. Suddenly, a small green leaf sprouted from the seed, followed by a tiny plant with 2 large leaves appearing before her. "Ouch, that hurt." A childish female voice came from the little plant. Nian Nian was taken aback. "Is this a demon grass beast?" The little plant shook its leaves proudly. "Of course not. I am the demon emperor grass, far from being an ordinary demon grass beast." Nian extended a finger and gently poked the self-proclaimed mighty little creature, flipping it over onto the ground. To her surprise, the little guy bounced 3 times but couldn't get up. It furiously shouted, "You impudent brat! How dare you be so disrespectful to the Yao Emperor grass? Just wait until I get up, you'll see." Nian couldn't help but chuckle and teased, "Why don't you try getting up first?" The little sprout finally steadied itself, angrily raised a leaf, and gave Nian's hand what it thought was a fierce slap. With a soft slap sound, a warm green current flowed into Nian's body, speeding up her recovery. The little sprout proudly asked, "How about that? Scared now?" Nian thought to herself, "Did Grandpa Dashin give me this thing because it's too silly?" Lala, who was beside her, couldn't hold back her laughter. "This sprout is really dumb." Bibian grabbed the little sprout and coldly said, "Hold it down to heal the master." Then, realizing her expression was inappropriate, she turned shyly to Nian and asked, "Master, what do you think?" Nian's mouth twitched. She remembered when Bibian had just hatched. She was this shy, cuddly creature clinging to her shoulder. But ever since Lala arrived, Bibian's true nature had started to show. Nian thought, "Bibian, do you think he'll believe you're still that shy?" Nian cleared her throat and said, "Just put the little thing down for now." Then she turned to the sprout and asked, "What is Yao Emperor grass?" The little sprout puffed up and replied, "It's the most powerful among the Yao grass beasts." Nian summarized, "So you're still a Yao grass beast. What's your relationship with Grandpa Dashin?" The sprout explained, "He's my guardian. But he's old, and when I wasn't sure if I could grow, he decided to find me a new guardian." The sprout's leaves wobbled as it continued. "It's really just about finding a long-term meal ticket. Girl, you should feel honored that I, the little sprout, have chosen you. I need to absorb the earliest morning sunlight, the midnight dew, the cleanest soil, and the purest spiritual energy every day to grow quickly. If you serve me well, I might even—" Nian interrupted it and told Lala, "Throw this little thing out for me." Lala immediately flashed her signature mischievous grin. "Got it." The sprout's leaves shrank together in fear as it cried out, "No, no. You can't do this to me, I'll die out there." Nian gave it a cold glance. "Still not telling the truth? If you don't, I'll send you back to Grandpa Dashin." The sprout finally caved in and confessed, "Actually, I saw your potential and told Grandpa Dashin I wanted to follow you. I'm a healing type, I have no offensive power, so I need to stick with a strong person to survive." Its leaves drooped. "If you throw me out now, I'll die. Grandpa Dashin is strong, but he's too old to stay with me for long. I just wanted you to value me a bit more because you have so many beasts around. Who knew you wouldn't play by the rules?" Nian thought, a healing type Yao grass beast. Even if it calls itself Yao Emperor grass, it doesn't matter. She chooses her beasts based on their abilities. The sprout cried and asked, "So, will you take me or not? I'm so hungry, I haven't had a meal since I was born." It curled up in a corner of the table, crying and using its leaves to catch the white dew it was secreting. "This is good stuff, I need to catch it." Nian and the 3 little beasts couldn't help but find the scene amusing. As the sprout kept crying, its leaves started to dry out. Worried it might cry itself dry, Nian poured it a cup of tea. It immediately dipped its roots in and started drinking noisily. Nian asked, "What do you eat?" thinking perhaps she had been too harsh earlier, considering it had helped heal her wounds. The sprout burped and replied, "Soil mixed with spiritual energy." Nian had Lala fetch some soil from outside and mixed in some of her spiritual energy. "Like this?" The sprout nodded and buried itself in the soil, feasting eagerly. Nian looked at Lala and the others. "You must be hungry too. Let's cook something." She pulled out a high-grade magical pot that would make Meng Xiaoqi furious if she saw it, and took out some wild spirit beast meat and various vegetables and fruits from her storage space, tossing them all into the pot to stew. "We're running low on supplies in the storage space. Tomorrow morning, let's head to the nearest forest to hunt some wild spirit beasts," Nian said as she stirred the pot. The 3 little beasts all nodded. This bit of meat wasn't enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. The room was warm and cozy as everyone gathered around the table. Each of the 3 little beasts took their chopsticks, and though the scene seemed harmonious, the moment the meat was cooked, it turned into a fierce competition, almost like they were about to start a fight. For people eagerly extended their chopsticks, as if pouring all their energy into grabbing just one more piece of meat. Just as Nian's chopsticks were about to grasp the last piece, a puzzled voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Why are you all fighting over it?" Startled, Nian's hand trembled, nearly dropping her chopsticks. She quickly turned her head and met Yuan Xinsui's confused face. With wide eyes, she asked in surprise, "How did you get in here?" Yuan Xinsui tilted his head and answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, "I just came in because I wanted to." Nian steadied herself and then noticed the strong smell of blood clinging to Yuan Xinsui. Instinctively, she reached out and touched his clothes, relieved to find them dry. She had initially thought his clothes were soaked in blood to carry such a strong scent. "The old sect leader didn't notice you?" Nian pressed. Yuan Shinsui let out a disdainful chuckle. That old man is busy slaughtering pigs right now. He repeated his question. Why are you all scrambling to eat? Nian Nian touched her lips and smiled as she explained. Food tastes better when you have to fight for it. Here, try some. She picked up the last piece of meat and offered it to him. Yuan Shinsui took a bite, and Nian Nian raised an eyebrow asking, how is it? Doesn't it taste better when you snatch it from me? Yuan Shinsui looked directly into her eyes, his lips moving as he chewed, revealing his white teeth. He swallowed the meat, licked his crimson lips with the tip of his tongue, and then gave a captivating smile, softly saying. Nian Nian was almost mesmerized by his smile and quickly changed the subject. But what did you mean by slaughtering pigs? Does Shengshan sect raise pigs? Yes, they do. A whole bunch of them, Yuan Shinsui said, wrapping an arm around Nian Nian's shoulder. Let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, a light array at their feet suddenly illuminated. In an instant, Nian Nian found herself on the rooftop. She looked down at the open space below and finally understood what Yuan Shinsui meant by slaughtering pigs. The disciples who had previously tried to confront her were each carrying a massive stone, struggling to lift it above their heads. The old sect leader stood before them, his gaze cold and stern, shouting, "Squat!" The disciples squatted in unison, the weight of the stones eliciting groans of pain. The old sect leader continued to scold, each and every one of you, slacking off in your training, thinking about nothing but underhanded tricks. Stand up. The disciples stood up again in unison, repeating the action over and over, clearly as a harsh lesson from the old sect leader. Pointing at the group, Yuan Shinsui explained, see? It's like raising a bunch of pigs. When you slaughter pigs, they squeal. Nian Nian pressed her lips together and turned to Yuan Shi, saying, don't wander around and imitate everything you see. She silently wondered if he had snuck out to watch someone slaughter pigs. Nian Nian looked back at the old sect leader, worried about whether the disciples could endure the punishment. Just then, the old sect leader's voice rang out again, each and every one of you, lazing around Shengshan sect, flaunting false authority. Tell me, what's your goal? The disciples exchanged glances and, as if by mutual understanding, suddenly roared in unison, our goal. To defeat Nian Nian. Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips. She had become their target? Interesting. She instinctively clenched her fist, feeling the power surging through her palm. Yuan Shinsui's cold gaze swept over the crowd below before turning to Nian Nian, offering a pure smile. Need my help? Nian Nian stared into his eyes and couldn't help but shiver. No need. She held back the restless Yuan Shinsui. Let them chase. Isn't that what a target is for? Her eyes burned with fierce determination. I will always be a goal they can never reach. Yuan Shinsui glanced at her and then back at the busy crowd below. What are they doing with those stones? Training their physical strength, Nian Nian patiently explained. It improves their defense and speeds up the absorption of spiritual energy. Normally, absorbing spiritual energy requires long periods of meditation, but when the body is tense to a certain extent, it starts absorbing energy on its own, and the speed. Before she could finish, several orbs of spiritual energy appeared out of nowhere, eagerly rushing towards Yuan Shi. He disdainfully waved them away. Not now. The orbs shattered into a broken heart, seemingly protesting in silence. Nian Nian was at a loss for words. Yuan Shinsui turned to her, sincerely asking, why did you stop, Nian Nian? I don't feel like talking anymore, my mouth is tired. Nian Nian turned her face away, expressionless. Meanwhile, the disciples in the square were shocked to find themselves shouting the same goal in unison. A surge of passion filled their hearts as they chanted, defeat Nian Nian. Avenge us. At that moment, they felt an unprecedented unity, as if their spirits and bodies were one. Victory to Shengshan sect. Their rousing chants echoed through the sky. The old sect master twitched his mouth, about to scold them when several rows of moving boulders appeared in the square. These stones were similar in size to those the disciples were carrying, but each set was stacked with 3 stones. The disciples, enduring their sore muscles, looked up and were astonished to find that it wasn't humans but celestial horses. The horses' strong forelegs carried the boulders steadily, their hind legs deeply embedded in the ground without budging. Their beautiful eyes looked down at the disciples with disdain. The disciples' faces changed dramatically. Weren't these the celestial horses that followed Nian Nian? The celestial horses lined up neatly and began running around the square. Not only were they carrying more stones than the disciples, but they were also running effortlessly, which deeply shook the disciples. Several dull thuds sounded as some disciples, unable to bear the blow, dropped their stones, which landed on them, causing them to cry out in pain. If they weren't somewhat strong, they might have been crushed to death on the spot. We can't even compare to a horse? The disciples were greatly agitated and shouted, more training. We need more training. Everyone grit your teeth, someone roared. How dare we be looked down upon by a horse? The old sect master had been twitching his mouth since the beginning, feeling conflicted. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? On the one hand, They only saw Nian Nian as a target, which was somewhat frustrating. On the other hand, their fighting spirit was ignited, much better than the cowardly tactics they used before. After thinking for a moment, the old sect master shrugged. Well, having a target is better than none. These brats were too idle before, needing more training. Indeed, the more they suffer physically, the less likely they'll have mental issues. Nian Nian also looked speechlessly at the bustling square. The new disciples seemed stimulated, and even the second-tier disciples were giving their all. The once crowded training rooms were now packed to the brim, and even the usually deserted sparring grounds were filled with people. Old Wang, wanna spar? Brotherly, let's finish our last fight. Are we going to be outdone by new disciples? Everyone, give it your all. We must keep the human spirit realm championship within our sect. If Nian Nian takes it, where will our honor be? For a moment, the entire Shengshan sect's training atmosphere reached an unprecedented height. All the disciples seemed to have unlocked their potential, filled with fighting spirit and unstoppable momentum. The shame of defeat felt like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of the Shengshan sect disciples. They longed for their master to stand up for them, only to be met with a sigh. Resorting to underhanded tactics? That would only bring further disgrace and lead to being beaten senseless by Nian Nian. The disciples exchanged uneasy glances, slowly realizing that to turn the tide, they had to rely on themselves. When Shen Hong emerged from his seclusion chamber, the sight before him left him speechless. The usually quiet Shengshan sect was now bustling with activity, filled with disciples training vigorously. The long-neglected dueling platform was now crowded with figures engaged in intense sparring. Is this really my Shengshan sect? Sheng Hong murmured to himself, eyes wide with disbelief. He quickly sought out the old sect master, his voice tinged with confusion. Master, is this your doing? The old sect master stroked his graying beard and calmly replied, it started with my orders, but now they are doing it on their own. Sheng Hong's eyes widened further as he took in the scene. The old sect master sighed and spoke earnestly. Sheng Hong, do you know why our disciples have become so timid? It's because you have coddled them too much. It's fine to love and protect them, but you must not lose your principles. The old sect master's words struck Sheng Hong like a wake-up call. He lowered his head, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions. After a long pause, he finally nodded, seemingly understanding his mistake. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Nian Nian turned and spoke with a hint of indifference. Yuanchita, you go back first. I'm going to take a walk in the mountains. With that, her figure disappeared into the night. The beasts in the mountains were fierce and far stronger than her, but Nian Nian was undeterred. If the disciples of Shengshan sect could fight with all their might, how could she lag behind? She silently vowed to herself. This time, she would give it her all. Outside the Shengshan sect, the towering Wangtian mountain range rises majestically. The mountains are filled with powerful auras, and wild spirit beasts roam freely. It is rumored that even great cultivators reside in seclusion here. On most days, few dare to venture alone. They usually travel with hired mercenaries. However, at this moment, the base of the mountains echoed with the wails of a beast. Roar. A massive black panther lay bleeding profusely from its abdomen, its golden eyes fixed on Nian Nian. As its life ebbed away, the killing intent in those eyes gradually faded, eventually solidifying into a cloudy white. Master, you need to rest, said Lala and Baibian, standing worriedly by her side. This is the third spirit beast at the initial Yuan stage you fought today. Nian Nian was covered in blood, her right hand twisted at a bizarre angle, with bones shattered completely. The Black Panther had been a formidable opponent, and she had battled it for an entire day and night before finally exploiting its weakness, draining its life force with her spiritual power and dark elements. I'm fine, Lala Baibian, said Xiao Miao, emerging from Nian Nian's pocket with a cheerful tone. I'll heal Nian Nian. Lala stomped her foot in distress. Ever since Xiao Miao had joined them, Nian Nian had become even more reckless in battle, fighting as if her life meant nothing, a ferocity that was terrifying to witness. If it weren't for the cold sweat soaking through her clothes, they might have thought she was unscathed. Gentle healing energy flowed continuously into Nian Nian's body, and her severely injured hand slowly began to mend. Nian Nian, you can't keep going, Xiao Miao said, exhausted after the final healing session. I've used up all my energy for today. You need to rest, or your hand will be permanently damaged. I understand, Nian Nian nodded, turning to Baibian and Lala, grabbing the panther's tail. These 3 spirit beasts we dealt with today will make a good feast tonight. Just as she was about to take a step, her body shuddered. The dark elements in the air rapidly gathered, forming tiny black beads that eagerly entered her body. Nian Nian felt like she was about to burst. She's about to break through. Xiao Miao exclaimed, excitedly circling around Nian Nian. I knew it. Nian Nian has dark elements that make me feel so close to her. A perfect blend of divine and demonic elements. Really found a treasure. Wowo looked at Xiao Miao with curiosity. What do you mean by being close to dark elements? Xiao Miao proudly explained, "You don't know this, but our Yao Grass Beast clan was allied with the Demon clan in ancient times. The Demon clan was powerful and straightforward, getting along very well with us. Isn't the Demon clan supposed to be cruel and tyrannical?" Wowo asked in surprise. "They say their return would bring disaster." "That's all slander." "Lies." Xiao Miao retorted passionately. "Our inherited memories don't lie. Those days of eating and drinking heartily are vividly imprinted in our minds. It was because the Demon clan was too strong and humanity was weak at the time that they spread those rumors to tarnish the Demon clan's name. I despise those self-righteous people." Enough talking, Bibian reminded them in time. Master is about to succeed in her breakthrough. Be on guard for any spirit beast attacks. Everyone immediately became vigilant, forming a protective circle around Nian Nian. The dark elements, finding their home, surged into Nian Nian's body. Finally, she shuddered, furrowing her brow and letting out a low groan. A much more powerful aura than before swept out from her. Yet, the dark elements continued to rush into her body. Nian Nian finally experienced the troubles of Yuan Xian Sui. She pushed the crowded dark elements away, coughing lightly, and said, "Enough, I don't need any more." The dark elements reluctantly withdrew, glancing back repeatedly like children unwilling to leave. It was indeed a bittersweet problem to have. Nian Nian surveyed her newly enhanced powers, a wave of joy surging within her. Indeed, battles on the brink of life and death are what truly unlock one's potential. The dark elements she had only dared to practice in secret now matched the speed of her spiritual energy cultivation. "I need to find a way to break the seal on the demon abyss quickly," Nian Nian muttered to herself. "Only when the old demons are released, and we have the power to counterbalance the 5 continents, can I freely cultivate the dark elements." With decisive authority, she ordered, "Let's go back." With a single wave of her hand, the 3 of them vanished from the mountain range. Not long after, the space where Nian Nian had stood began to warp. A figure in a gray robe appeared out of thin air, emitting a unique, fishy scent despite the absence of any spiritual energy. The gray-robed figure extended his hand, and the residual aura in the air was drawn into his nostrils. "It is indeed a demon," his raspy voice echoed. "So, the remnants of the demon clan have come to Tian-E continent. How interesting." He smiled an eerie smile. Within Shengshan sect, the disciples were abuzz with speculation. Nian Nian had not been seen for days, prompting some to wonder aloud, "Where has Nian Nian gone? Could she be scared seeing how hard we've been training?" We weren't even trying hard. If we were serious, Nian Nian wouldn't stand a chance," boasted some of the Shengshan sect disciples, feeling overconfident from their recent intense training. Their smugness, however, was short-lived. Nian Nian suddenly returned after her extended absence. She entered through the main gate, leaving the 2 gatekeepers stunned. Her appearance was like a hammer blow, shattering the smiles on the disciples' faces. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and although one of her hands had been treated, it was still grotesquely mangled. Most shocking of all, she was dragging the massive corpse of a Black Panther beast, its overwhelming spiritual energy a testament to its ferocity in life. Nian Nian walked step by step towards her quarters, leaving a lonely trail of bloody footprints. Blood dripped steadily from her clothes. Her presence was both extraordinary and terrifying. "And Nian Nian," someone stammered, "where have you been?" Nian Nian glanced at the questioner indifferently and replied in a calm tone, "Nothing much, just the usual training like you all." Nian Nian dragged the Black Panther beast away, leaving the disciples of Shengshan sect in a state of shock. They exchanged bewildered glances and whispered among themselves about this reckless cultivator. Nian Nian's scarred hands became the focus of their attention, the sight of her injuries sending chills down their spines. The old sect master, who had been secretly observing the disciples' training, also noticed this scene. With his keen senses, he clearly understood the severity of Nian Nian's injuries. What surprised him even more was the presence of a healing-type demon grass beast. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the small seedling on Nian Nian's shoulder, which occasionally unfurled its leaves, feeling a sense of astonishment. "Is this why she risks her life to cultivate?" the old sect master muttered to himself. "It's like someone who, knowing a broken bone can heal stronger, keeps breaking and healing it repeatedly because they have the medicine." He couldn't help but admire Nian Nian's determination and resilience, coupled with her unique talent, making the old sect master envious. He regretted that if he were younger, he would go to great lengths to recruit such talent. "Character is more important than talent," he sighed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Sheng Hong also noticed Nian Nian. His brows furrowed, and a mix of worry and malice filled his eyes. He realized that if Nian Nian continued to train so relentlessly, she might win the upcoming disciple competition. Although Nian Nian was only at the 3-star human spirit realm, she had 2 spirit beasts. According to the Beast Master's competition rules, both the master and the beasts could participate simultaneously. Clenching his fists, Sheng Hong's robe billowed in the wind. He resolved that he couldn't allow this woman to continue her arrogance in Shengshan sect. Upon returning to her room, Nian Nian immediately began processing the Black Panther beast's carcass. "Wow, I'm so hungry," she exclaimed. The three little beasts quickly gathered around, each taking on a task. Lala started the fire, Bibian prepared the meat, and Wowo washed the vegetables. The small seedling, Meow Meow, dragged out a large jar of dew from under the bed, suggesting it be used for cooking the meat. "You can drink meat soup?" Nian Nian asked in surprise. Meow Meow replied, "If it's cooked with dew, I can drink it. I'm a little fairy seedling that can only drink dew." "All right," Nian Nian said, patting Meow Meow, though she wondered if the seedling itself could be cooked, as it felt quite tender to the touch. Meow Meow, delighted by the patting, had no idea what Nian Nian was thinking. Soon, the aroma of the primary beast meat filled the entire room. The disciples next door, smelling the fragrance, suddenly found their three-course meal unappetizing. Despite being a large primary beast, it wasn't enough for one person, three beasts, and a seedling. The soup was consumed to the last drop, with even the broth being absorbed by Meow Meow. "Master, I'm about to break through to mid-tier," Lala said, puffing her cheeks. "Me too," Bibian echoed. "I'm also about to reach mid-tier." Wowo scratched its head, as it was already a mid-tier primary beast. If any Shengshan sect disciple heard this conversation, they would be dumbfounded. The fact that Lala and Bibian, who could rival 5-star human spirit realm cultivators, were only low-tier primary beasts, highlighted the immense power of their bloodlines. "Then let's go hunt some more in the Wangtian mountain range," Nian Nian suggested. Having eaten her fill and with her injuries somewhat healed, she was eager to move again. Lala and Bibian, itching for a fight, naturally agreed. "Rest up first. I'll go buy some new clothes," Nian Nian said, glancing at her tattered outfit. "Once I get back, we'll head to Wangtian mountain again." The three little beasts, their bellies round, lay on the bed, wiggling their little feet in agreement. Nian Nian left with Meow Meow, carrying a blood pouch with her. Meow Meow liked to nestle against Nian Nian, absorbing the excess spiritual energy to nourish itself. Refreshed from the primary beast meat, Nian Nian walked towards the market under the night sky. The night market was bustling as ever, with cultivators active around the clock. Nian Nian wandered around, looking for an armor shop. She wasn't in search of ordinary clothes but defensive armor. The better the armor, the more expensive it was, but she still had plenty of spirit crystals left. After circling around twice, Nian Nian unexpectedly spotted Yuan Shinsui in front of a small shop. Today, he was dressed unusually in white, with a light golden robe over it. The simple colors softened his usually sharp features. His lowered eyelashes gave him a rare, obedient look. Passers-by couldn't help but be drawn to him, their gazes lingering on his figure. Yuan Shinsui stood in front of an ice shop. The shop owner was an average ice element spirit cultivator with minimal attack power, but enough skill to make a living. Especially in the scorching summer, a bowl of crushed ice drizzled with sweet syrup or spirit fruit sauce could earn a bit of money. At that moment, Yuan Shinsui was staring intently at the shop owner. Perhaps feeling the heat of his gaze, the shop owner's hand shook, causing the crushed ice to explode. Countless ice blue flakes spun down, landing on Yuan Shinsui's eyelashes and melting into glistening droplets. He blinked gently, and the droplets slid down, stopping right at the corner of his lips, creating a breathtakingly beautiful sight. Nian Nian was so stunned that she forgot to call out to him. To her, Yuan Shinsui was undoubtedly the most beautiful person she had ever seen, regardless of gender. "I'm so sorry, sir. Are you all right?" the shop owner asked nervously. The pressure emanating from Yuan Shinsui made him realize this was not someone he could afford to offend. "Sir, please accept this as an apology." He shakily presented a large bowl of shaved ice covered in fruit syrup, looking particularly enticing. Yuan Shinsui didn't take it. Instead, his gaze shifted to a chubby little boy, the shop owner's son, who was enjoying his own bowl of shaved ice nearby. After a long moment, Yuan Shinsui picked up a spoon, carefully avoiding the edges that had been eaten from, and took a bite from the boy's bowl. Immediately, Yuan Shinsui frowned and muttered softly, "It doesn't taste good." Nian Nian was wrong. Stolen food isn't any better. This sudden action and comment left the chubby boy momentarily stunned before he burst into loud sobs. "Wah, you're a mean brother. You took my food." The chubby boy cried, tears streaming down his cheeks. Nian Nian frowned at the scene. Yuan Shinsui disdainfully put down his spoon and said coldly, "What you're eating doesn't taste good." The child cried even louder. The shopkeeper broke into a sweat and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, sir. I'll get you a new one. My son's taste is a bit peculiar. You might not like it." "No need," Yuan Shinsui frowned. "Food taken from someone else never tastes good, and taking it yourself won't make it any better." He caught the shopkeeper's bewildered look and added, "Nian Nian said that." Hearing this, Nian Nian couldn't help but walk over. Yuan Shinsui turned at the sound of her voice, a fleeting smile appearing on his face. "Nian Nian, what are you doing?" Nian Nian pulled Yuan Shinsui aside and explained to the shopkeeper, "My friend here has a peculiar personality, please don't mind him." She took out a spirit crystal. This is for you. The shopkeeper waved his hands quickly. That's too much, really. There's no need for so much. But the chubby boy, quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed it and, still wiping his tears, smiled at Nian Nian. Thank you, pretty sister. You're so beautiful. Yuan Xinshui wanted to say something, but Nian Nian pulled him away. The shopkeeper sighed in relief and advised his son, we can't just take spirit crystals. We should only accept fragment crystals. We shouldn't take advantage of others. 100 fragment crystals are worth just 1 spirit crystal. The shopkeeper grabbed a handful of fragment crystals from the drawer and chased after them, but they were already gone. His son hung his head in disappointment. But Dad, we owe so much debt. That sister wanted to give it to us. I didn't steal or snatch it. With this spirit crystal, no one will hurt you anymore. The man was taken aback and then rubbed his face. No, we still need to return it. He sat down on a stool to wait. They'll definitely pass by here again. I'll give it back then. On another street, Nian Nian stopped, pulling Yuan Xinshui with her, looking serious. What I said before didn't mean that. I didn't mean for you to take things from others. It's just, food tastes better when shared, understand? Yuan Xinshui frowned. That's not important. He didn't want to dwell on the matter anymore. Nian Nian continued to remind him, and you need to pay for food, got it? Do you have money? Yes. Yuan Xinshui took out a spatial bag. Do you want it? I'll give it to you. I don't want it. Nian Nian told him to keep it. Don't take things from others again, okay? If you weren't at the small god realm, you'd definitely get beaten for this. Yuan Xinshui smiled, seemingly not agreeing with her last statement. But he didn't argue, just nodded, and food that's not taken tastes better. Food from Nian Nian tastes the best. His eyes sparkled as he smiled. Only what you give me is delicious. Seeing his expression, Nian Nian almost couldn't resist pinching Yuan Xinshui's cheeks. She cleared her throat and changed the subject. Do you know where I can buy armor around here? Armor. Yuan Xinshui frowned but quickly replied, I'll take you. They arrived at a shop named Zhenlu. As soon as Nian Nian stepped inside, she saw a crowd of people. A man in red stood at the counter shouting, don't push. Don't push. Human spirit realm armor on the 2nd floor, earth spirit realm on the 3rd, and heaven spirit realm on the 4th. Please line up properly. Nian Nian pulled the slightly irritated Yuan Xinshui into line. Suddenly, a discussion broke out in the adjacent queue. Have you heard? The Jin family of Liqing, Xiangtian sect, and several other forces were completely wiped out last night. One man whispered, making a throat-slitting gesture. Their leaders and elders are all gone. So ruthless? Who did it? Someone nearby asked in shock. You wouldn't believe it. It was Red Ghost Valley. The man continued. I heard they turned some Red Ghost Valley people to get their rare formations. Everyone gasped. Someone wondered aloud. The Grand Elder of Red Ghost Valley is usually so kind. Why the sudden change? Grand Elder? No, it was the Valley Master himself. The man shook his head knowingly. What? There's really a Valley Master? The crowd was incredulous. Yes. The Valley Master has a face like no other in the mortal world, can draw formations effortlessly, and the most amazing thing is, they can absorb spiritual energy with just a wave of their hand. Countless spiritual energies just flow in. Using that move, they rendered those forces helpless. You're exaggerating. Everyone laughed until they saw a few spiritual energy beads materialize in front of them. The beads bounced around excitedly before rushing into a man's body. The man, leaning against a poorly dressed woman, suddenly turned and looked at the crowd with a stunning face. Yuan Xinshui's eyes were dark. These people are so noisy. The crowd fell silent, all eyes on Yuan Xinshui. At that moment, a man cloaked in gray quietly slipped in through the main entrance. The man in the gray robe was thoroughly covered, his face hidden in the shadows. His sharp gaze swept across the room, silently relieved that Nian Nian had left early, avoiding certain recognition. He was the one who had captured traces of Nian Nian's demonic energy on Wangtian Mountain. A faint sneer tugged at his cracked lips, disdain filling his heart. Just a bunch of useless fools. However, when his eyes landed on Nian Nian and Yuan Xinshui, he paused. Especially upon seeing the constant flow of spiritual energy towards Yuan Xinshui, his pupils constricted sharply. Only the notorious master of Chigue Valley could possess such power. What bad luck, he muttered under his breath, quietly moving towards the corner. With a slight shrug of his shoulders, his already inconspicuous aura became even more subdued, blending into the crowd as the least noticeable presence. Nian Nian glanced at the armor on the counter, curling her lip in disdain. These are for those with spiritual bodies. They're not worth my attention. We need to check the 2nd floor. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd at the stairway to the 2nd floor parted, creating a path. Nian Nian smirked inwardly, amused that following Yuan Xinshui had yielded such benefits. She led Yuan Xinshui up the stairs without hesitation, the surrounding people retreating further. Whispers circulated. That's the master of Chigue Valley, who wiped out several factions in one night. Ruthless and decisive. Better not anger him, or we could be next with a snap of his fingers. At that moment, several powerful auras leaked from the top floor of the building, one comparable to a minor deity, possibly even half a major deity. Some speculated it was the building's owner asserting dominance. The crowd felt slightly reassured, knowing incidents here could deter future business. Nian Nian and Yuan Shinsui ignored the commotion, heading straight to the second floor. Yuan Shinsui was even more dismissive, thinking these people couldn't even properly conceal their auras and should start training anew from age 3. The second floor was furnished with numerous seats, lacking a counter, with armor pieces brought out for auction one by one. The man in the gray robe followed them up, choosing the most secluded spot and silently cursing his luck. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. A burly man, laden with muscle, carried a heavy box, each step producing a dull thud. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but everyone present instinctively straightened their backs. A regular customer couldn't help but ask, "How many pieces of armor today?" The man placed the box on the table with a resounding thud. "How many?" Wiping his sweat, he answered, "One." "What? Just one?" The crowd buzzed, calculating their spirit crystals. Someone cautiously asked, "What grade is it?" The man broke into a mysterious smile, slowly enunciating, "Supreme." The word was like a thunderclap, shocking everyone. Some fell off their chairs, others hurriedly sent people home for more money, while some regretted not bringing enough spirit crystals. The second floor descended into chaos. In many large families, the elders go to great lengths to obtain a top-tier piece of armor for their talented descendants. Their complaints echo constantly, worried that the weaker members of the family might meet an untimely end. A man listened to these concerns, snorted coldly, and interrupted the discussions. He spoke mysteriously. "The blacksmith has said that for today's top-tier piece, it's not about spirit crystals but 2 words." Everyone perked up and held their breath. The man slowly held up 2 fingers and uttered, "By fate." The crowd looked at each other, confused. The man continued, "The blacksmith said that this exceptional armor has a spirit of its own and will choose its owner." He pointed to the deep pit he had just created with his foot, with a touch of pride in his voice. "See this? If the armor doesn't recognize someone, it feels like 1,000 pounds even just holding it, let alone wearing it in battle." The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. The man added, "Of course, if the armor chooses someone, it will be as light as a feather to wear and as solid as a rock in battle." At these words, the eyes of everyone present gleamed green with envy. This is a top-tier piece with a spirit," someone exclaimed. The man continued, "Today, if anyone is chosen by the armor, the blacksmith said there would be no charge, not even a single spirit crystal. They can take it away, as it's all about fate. But if no one is chosen, it will remain here, waiting day after day." He paused and looked around. "So, do you understand why there's no advertisement for this? Because it's not necessary. After all, it's all about fate." The onlookers' eyes grew even greener as they whispered among themselves, "Is there really such a good fortune? Who will be the lucky one?" Each person was secretly calculating, convinced they were the chosen one. Nian Nian looked thoughtfully at the box, pondering, a blacksmith with a strange temper and an armor with a strange temper. If it were her, there's no way she wouldn't charge a spirit crystal. Letting someone get away with such a bargain? Not a chance. Unbeknownst to Nian Nian, at the top of Jianlu, the master of Jianlu was sitting with a man dressed in white, with ink-black hair. Although the man was middle-aged, he still had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding handsome grace. The master of Jianlu smiled and said, "Master Yi, you're very generous today. It's not easy to craft a top-tier piece with a spirit. Who's going to benefit from such a big gift?" Master Yi sat cross-legged, eyes closed. Hearing the master's words, he didn't open his eyes but a slight smile appeared on his lips. "You're mistaken. The one who benefits is not the person who takes the armor. It's me." The host squinted his eyes with interest, looking at Yian. "What do you mean by that?" But Yian remained silent, unwilling to say more. Seeing this, the host chuckled softly. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, who can pry open the mouth of Master Yian?" He poured Yi in a cup of tea. "Let's just continue drinking tea. But if you don't spread the word today, you won't attract the people you want." Yian smiled faintly, still maintaining his calm demeanor. His voice was steady but carried an undeniable firmness. "No problem, I can wait as long as it takes." Downstairs, the place was bustling with noise. Nian Nian watched the people scrambling to be the first to try, unconsciously rubbing her nose. Yuan Sui noticed her action and asked softly, "Nian Nian, aren't you going? Don't you want it?" His voice was soft, but it was like a pebble creating ripples in a pond. The surrounding people fell silent upon hearing the little god realm Azura speak. They suddenly remembered that inside the room sat a fearsome Azura who had come to collect armor with his female companion. Yes, compared to Yuan Sui, the seemingly fragile Nian Nian was viewed as his female pet by the crowd. Her extraordinary beauty, a blend of cold elegance and pure charm, was striking cold as frost when not smiling, yet eclipsing the flowers when she did. Nian yawned sleepily. Me? I'll wait until they're done. This kind of thing is all about fate. There's no rushing it. Though her body wasn't tired, having stayed awake for several days and nights, relying only on cultivation, she couldn't help but feel sleepy. The little seedling in her pocket had already curled up and fallen into a deep sleep. Yuan Xian Sui leaned back in his chair. Just don't get upset if someone else takes it. But if you do get upset, I have my ways. Yin Yan was instantly wide awake, staring at Yuan Xian Sui in fear that he might go on a rampage if she didn't get the armor. I won't be upset, she hurriedly said. I'll be very happy if you stay calm. Yuan Xian Sui gave her a meaningful smile. All right, I'll stay calm. The onlookers felt like they were on an emotional roller coaster. Seeing that Yuan Xian Sui wouldn't make a move, they breathed a sigh of relief. But their eyes still showed disdain for Yin Yan. To them, a woman who relied on her looks could never be chosen by the top-tier armor. Who wants to go first? The auctioneer asked, looking around. Me. 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 A crowd surged forward. The first person, full of anticipation, placed his hand on the box and pulled hard. The box didn't budge, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. How could this be? He was deeply disappointed and wanted to try again but was shoved aside by the auctioneer. Next. The people behind him continued to try, but all met with failure. As more people failed, those who believed they were the chosen ones began to calm down. They realized they were just ordinary people. Why would the top-tier armor choose them? Some lowered their heads in disappointment but stayed to see if everyone would fail. Anyone else? Before they knew it, everyone on the second floor had tried. The auctioneer was about to put away the box when a figure in a gray robe slowly stood up from the corner. I haven't tried yet. His voice was hoarse, and it wasn't until he stood up that people noticed him. The gray-robed man glanced at Yuan Xian Sui. Yuan Xian Sui was focused on Yin Yan, helping her tidy her hair. Yin Yan had fallen asleep on his lap, the exhaustion of the past days catching up with her. Come forward, the auctioneer beckoned the gray-robed man. He walked to the box, secretly delighted. If he could get this top-tier armor, it would make the perfect birthday gift for his beloved disciple. His hand fell on the box, and with a light pull, he lifted it effortlessly, as if it were just a small stone. Upstairs, Yian's eyes snapped open, a flash of excitement in his gaze. The host also widened his eyes, finding the scene unbelievable. Everyone present was stunned. How could this be? Their eyes burned with jealousy. The gray-robed man feigned nonchalance. Haha, it seems I am the chosen one. He made a move to leave with the box, thinking that even if his disciple couldn't use it, he would never let anyone else have it. If his disciple has no use for such a treasure, it might as well be destroyed. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The box suddenly emitted a buzzing sound, gave a violent shake, and completed a 360-degree spin in midair. It kicked the man away forcefully and then landed heavily back on the table with a thud. The box even scooted away from the gray-robed man, and though it remained silent, its actions were full of disdain. Yian closed his eyes again upon seeing this. The host burst into laughter. Yian, with your intelligence, you should understand that anyone with strength above the earth spirit realm could easily handle this object. I was waiting for you to suffer a loss, but I didn't expect this extraordinary item to recognize its master like this. Yian frowned but remained silent, secretly disappointed. It seemed that finding the person he was looking for on the first day was indeed impossible. The auctioneer shook his head and sighed. All right, if no one else wants to try, I'll take this item back. He was already imagining the bustling scene at Zhenlu tomorrow, and couldn't help but smile a little. Then, as if remembering something, he added, by the way, everyone, Zhenlu has been entrusted by Shengshan sect to inform you that the Shengshan sect disciple tournament will be held in 3 days, personally hosted by the old sect master. Please make sure to attend if you have the time. In Tianyi Prefecture, no one spread news faster than Zhenlu. The host had a close relationship with the old sect master, so naturally, he would help with the promotion. The more people, the more it would motivate the disciples. Having said that, the auctioneer, ignoring the various reactions of the crowd, took a deep breath and prepared to pick up the box and leave. However, the box started shaking violently again. It turned out that the box had known from the beginning who it was supposed to find. It wanted to follow its master Yian's instructions, but the person had called it a strange box, which made it very displeased, so it decided to ignore her for a while. It waited and waited, but the person was still asleep. The box's patience finally wore thin, and it showed signs of agitation. After a moment of silence, it seemed to make a decision. It suddenly broke free from the man's grip and flew straight towards Yin Yan. If you don't come, the box will come to you. The box suddenly flew towards him. Yuan Xinsui furrowed his eyebrows and, with a swift motion, slapped it away. The box landed on the ground, spinning in protest. Yuan Xinsui's face darkened as he thought to himself, if this thing had hit Nian Nian's face, it would have woken her up. However, Nian Nian was already awakened by the noise. She sat up abruptly, just in time to see the box nudging her leg. Startled, she instinctively kicked it away, thinking, what on earth is this? The box was kicked again, this time sticking to the wall. The people around were stunned, and someone even asked, did you just kick it away like that? Yeah, what else was I supposed to do? Nian Nian replied, finally realizing it was a box containing a top-grade armor. She looked up at the auctioneer. Didn't you say it was heavy? She rotated her ankle. It's not heavy at all. Quite light, actually. The auctioneer was speechless. Those who initially looked down on Nian Nian stared in disbelief at this woman, once considered lowly, who turned out to be the chosen one for the prized item. Some even collapsed onto their seats, unable to accept that they had lost to a woman they deemed inferior. Upstairs, Yian opened his eyes again, this time standing up to look through the layers of barriers at the scene below. The master of the building put down his teacup in surprise. Found it on the first day? Such fate. He turned to see Yian, who was usually expressionless, showing signs of tension. The master couldn't help but ask, Oldie, she's just a young girl. Why are you so nervous? Yian did not answer, his gaze fixed on Nian Nian's face. The master was startled, looking at Nian Nian's beautiful face, then at his old friend known for his indifference to women, and began to speculate. Is it love? Or does he want to take her as a disciple? Nian Nian walked to the box under everyone's astonished gaze. The box seemed angry, moving a few inches away. Nian Nian dragged it back and easily lifted it. She looked at the man and asked, so, can I take this? The man replied stiffly, don't ask me, ask it. Just as Nian Nian was about to frown, the box opened on its own. The armor inside floated out and landed obediently in her hands. Nian Nian examined the piece curiously, thinking, is this the top-grade armor? How do I wear it? As if understanding her question, the skin-like material floated up and adhered to her body. Instantly, her fiery red dress turned into a jet-black one with golden edges, looking imposing. The durability of the outfit also increased tenfold. Yuan Shinsui sat nearby, sipping tea, and after scrutinizing Nian Nian, he nodded approvingly. The outfit looks good. As for its durability, he believed he could tear it apart with ease. Nian Nian was delighted, feeling incredibly fortunate. She confirmed again, so this is mine? I can wear it out. The auctioneer, still expressionless, glanced upstairs. Seeing no objection from the masters, he nodded mechanically. Yes, you can wear it out. The surrounding people gasped, still unable to accept the reality. But the fact remained, the armor had chosen Nian Nian. What's the name of this armor? Nian Nian asked. A top-grade item should have a name, right? Nirvana. The auctioneer sighed. This is the way its creator wanted it to find its master. Use it well, don't tarnish its name. Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, thinking, Nirvana? Could it be related to her Phoenix Yuan? Can I meet the creator of Nirvana? She asked cautiously. Master Yian never meets strangers, the man shook his head. The crowd erupted once more. So this was the work of the #1 blacksmith in the 5 continents. Yian? The cold-faced Yian? Everyone felt a sense of immense loss. Master Yian now only crafted based on his mood, even refusing to meet the head of the Zhou family, who pleaded for an armor for his grandson. Nian Nian was a bit disappointed but understood. Let's go, she said to Yuan Shinsei. Thank Master Yian for me. I'll make good use of Nirvana. She deliberately spoke loudly, unsure if the master was present. Upstairs, Yian clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Nian Nian, his lips tight, and his expression filled with excitement. The building master couldn't help but ask, are you going down to meet her? Yian finally glanced at him, no rush. So, you plan to meet her? The master looked at him meaningfully. Nian Nian and Yuan Shinsui walked out of the building together. After a few steps, Yuan Shinsui remembered something and went back to place a spirit crystal in front of the man. Here for you. Yuan Shinsui glanced at Nian Nian and smiled. Didn't Nian Nian say? You should pay for what you take. The auctioneer looked at the lone spirit crystal, his hands trembling with suppressed anger. He roared inwardly. Is this an insult to Master Yian's armor? Nian Nian couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. She quickly took back the spirit crystal and explained, sorry, he was just joking with you. With that, she hurriedly pulled Yuan Shinsui away. She thought to herself, luckily Yuan Shinsui is a minor deity, otherwise behaving like this outside would definitely get him beaten up. After walking some distance, Nian Nian still felt that what had just happened was unreal. She absent-mindedly touched the edge of her black dress, the golden patterns flowing under her fingers like living things, incredibly beautiful. Yuan Shinsui lightly tugged at her dress and whispered, the dress looks nice on you. Nian Nian pondered, realizing that wearing the Nirvana dress felt no different from ordinary clothes. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. I owe Yian a favor for this. Although she is still very weak now, I must repay this kindness when I become strong enough. The night was deep, and the streets were sparsely populated. Nian Nian and Yuan Shinsui walked back leisurely. Suddenly, Nian Nian looked at Yuan Shinsui and asked a question that had been on her mind. Yuan Shinzue, who gave you your name? It sounds a bit strange. My mother. Yuan Shinzue replied expressionlessly. Nian Nian nodded, hesitating whether to continue probing. She remembered that the Nian in her name was given by an old witch. Some said it was chosen randomly, but the oldest demon told her it was derived from heartfelt thoughts, full of blessings. Yuan Shinzue calmly explained, I was weak and near death when I was born. My father fought a demon dragon in the Eastern Sea for days to retrieve a dragon pearl to save me, but he was bitten by the dragon and couldn't survive the poison. My father wanted to name me Yuan Sui, meaning to break evil and misfortune. After he died, my mother added Xan in the middle. I was too young to ask why. Later, my mother also passed away, and I will never know her intention. Yuan Shinzue looked at Nian Nian and gave a faint smile, which made Nian Nian's heart ache. Actually, it doesn't matter what I'm called. They're both gone anyway. The long years couldn't erase the faces of his enemies, but blurred the images of his kin and mother. The warmth of the past was buried deep, leaving only bone-deep hatred on the surface, tormenting him in every nightmare. I actually prefer it when you call my name. Yuan Shinzue's eyes reflected the surrounding lights, shining slightly. Nian Nian, call me more often. Nian Nian clenched her fist and, after a moment, smiled. The past can't be chased. These things don't matter anymore. As long as you're fine in the future, that's all that matters. Nian Nian cleared her throat, wanting to change the topic. She instinctively touched her hair and was surprised to find her neat bun had turned into a messy braid. What's going on? I braided it for you. Does it look good? Yuan Shinzue immediately asked with a smile. It looks good, Nian Nian replied. Yuan Shinzue's smile became even brighter, so radiant that even the night couldn't hide his vibrant face. Nian Nian was about to express her feelings when she suddenly heard sinister laughter and the sharp cries of a child ahead. Turn that kid's face over for me, pry his eyes open, and make him see what happens when you don't pay up. Let's play ball. The child's heart-wrenching cries echoed around, mixed with sporadic laughter. Nian Nian looked around and found the alley deserted. Let's go check it out, she said, heading towards the source of the sound. Turning a corner, Nian Nian was met with a horrifying scene. In front of an ice shop, two men were kicking something. With a loud thud, the object was kicked into the air, blood splattering. It was then that Nian Nian realized in horror that they were kicking a bloody, mangled human head. Another man, looking even more vicious, was directing his subordinates to hold a child, prying his eyes open. The man pointed at the flying head, grinning wickedly at the child. Look. See how happily your father is flying. The boys are playing ball. Why don't you count how many kicks they've done? A man roughly pressed his hand on a child's head, a sinister smile spreading across his face. He threatened, you better count accurately, or I'll twist your head off. The child continued to cry heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down like broken pearls. Nian Nian recognized the child as the little one who had just taken a spirit crystal from her hand with a sweet smile, calling her sister. This little brat's crying is driving me crazy. The man's eyes turned cold as he was about to order the child's disposal when he suddenly noticed an extra shadow by his feet. The shadow, cast by the moonlight, extended eerily towards him. The man slowly looked up and met Nian Nian's gaze from a short distance away. Well, he said, releasing the child and letting his greedy eyes roam over Nian Nian's face. Where did this little beauty come from? He reached out towards her, signaling to the others around him. In an instant, Nian Nian was surrounded. The man's eyes gleamed with lechery. This woman is perfect. We'll have our fun and then kill her. What luck today, he sneered, completely oblivious to the aura of power emanating from Nian Nian and Yuan Shinzue, mistaking them for easy prey. Don't be scared, he said with false kindness, malice clear in his eyes. We're just playing a game. He owes us money, and debts must be paid with life. It's only right. His filthy hand was about to touch Nian Nian's face. At that critical moment, Nian Nian's face turned cold as she drew her long sword. Fueled by rage, she couldn't fully control the dark energy within her. Some of it, wrapped in her spiritual power, combined with the power of her weapon, unleashing a devastating strike. The speed was blinding. The man saw a flash of light, and the next moment, his extended hand was severed at the base, falling heavily to the ground with blood splattering everywhere. Nian Nian wiped the blood from her face with an expressionless look and said coldly, if a dog blocks the way, I kill the dog. It's only right. The man screamed in agony as blood gushed from his severed hand. Kill her. Kill that bitch, he shouted hysterically. Xiao Miao suddenly emerged from Nian Nian's clothes, yelling, kill who? Have you asked Miao Miao's permission? Beat these bad guys to death. Nian Nian remained unfazed. Yuan Shinzue looked at her and asked, leave them to you for practice? They seem pretty weak. Nian Nian nodded in agreement. However, Yuan Shinzue abruptly turned around, looking into the dark alley behind them. The one who's been following us, come out. Stop hiding. He had sensed a turbulent aura behind him the moment Nian Nian was almost touched. As soon as he finished speaking, Yian, dressed in white, slowly emerged from the corner of the alley. Nian glanced at Yian, her brow furrowing slightly. Yuan Shinsei immediately stepped in front of her and whispered, "Leave this one to me. You go and practice." Yian raised his hands, his tone calm. "I mean no harm. Just keep her safe." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people could no longer hold back. They couldn't tolerate Nian and her companions being friendly to this sudden stranger. For cultivators at the second star human spirit realm, armed with magical artifacts, charged at Nian. Nian, already at the third star realm, was unfazed. Moreover, she had Nirvana to assist her. Meow meow, sitting on her shoulder, excitedly waved her tiny fists, shouting, "A fight! A fight! Get them, Nian Nian!" The little one mimicked combat moves with enthusiasm. The leader of the attackers swallowed a blood-staunching and pain-relieving elixir while swinging his magical artifact towards Nian. Their clash lasted only a moment, but Nian frowned deeply. This person's spiritual energy was unusually strong, far surpassing that of a typical second-star human spirit realm cultivator. The man was sent flying by Nian's strike, utterly shocked. Before he could recover, Nian had already pulled out her wooden flute and began to play. The melody flowed smoothly, causing all four attackers to momentarily freeze, their movements becoming sluggish. Wasting no time, Nian's sword aimed straight for the leader's throat. His pupils contracted as he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, shouting, "Boundless monument." A massive shield covered in spikes materialized out of thin air. With a clang, Nian's sword struck the shield but didn't leave a mark. Simultaneously, a strong stench filled the air. Yian and Nian's faces changed drastically. "A dark cultivator?" Nian muttered with disgust. Such people, like the scum from the Bai family, gained power by torturing others. As the flute's effect waned, the man laughed maniacally. "Little girl, is this your trump card? Today I'll show you what it means to wish for death." At that moment, Yian suddenly tossed a red umbrella towards Nian. The umbrella had two large eyes that blinked at her before hopping towards her. Surprised, Nian looked at Yian but didn't reach out to grab it. Yian hurriedly said, "I'm the master of Nirvana. Use my artifact as you wish." "I know, Inu. I won't harm you." The mention of Inu startled Nian. The injured man also cried out, "You're a remnant of the demon clan. Die." He charged at Nian, but the red umbrella automatically opened up in front of her, blocking the attack. The umbrella top revealed a sword tip crackling with lightning, ready for both defense and offense. Seeing Yuan Shinsui nod, Nian finally grabbed the umbrella handle. As she infused it with spiritual energy, the umbrella's eyes blinked joyfully. "You're courting death, little girl." The man charged again. "Since you're a demon clan remnant and know my identity, I can't let you live." Just as Nian was about to open the umbrella, the man suddenly turned and fled. Yuan Shinsui frowned, setting up a formation to trap the other three, and snapped his fingers. 3 explosions followed, filling the air with a foul stench. Yian asked, "Where's the last one?" Yuan Shinsui glanced at him impatiently, about to speak when Nian, riding a Pegasus that had appeared out of nowhere, streaked away in a flash of light. 3 breaths later, Nian returned, holding the man's severed head. She patted the Pegasus's head, praising, "Well done." However, her clothes were now stained with the foul-smelling blood. A child stood nearby, hugging his father's corpse in a daze. Nian took some clothes from her storage space and draped them over the child, asking softly, "Where are your family members?" "Only my father." The child trembled, still bearing many wounds. "Sister, my father is dead. These people are bad." "Yes, they were bad people," Nian said, her lips pressed together, "but the bad people are dead now." After a long silence, the child trembled as he took out a handful of broken crystals from his pocket, sobbing, "Sister, my father said to give these back to you." Nian stared at the blood-stained crystal shard, momentarily stunned. This small spirit crystal meant nothing to her, yet in this critical moment, the child still held onto it. It was clear that the child's father had been worried about returning the extra money, even until his last breath. "Why were they after your father? Do you know who these people are?" Nian asked softly, her brows furrowed. The child bit his lip, tears streaming down his face. "They are dark sorcerers. They disguise themselves as ordinary people and strike quietly. My father owed them money, but I don't know where it came from." Nian turned to Yuan Shinsui, wanting to ask how to take care of the child, but realized he might not know either. Just then, Yian stepped forward, her voice gentle yet firm. "Tianyi State has places that take in children like him. I'll go with you to take him there." Nian hesitated, wanting to ask about Inu, but Yian glanced at the child and whispered, "We'll talk after we take care of him. I'll answer all your questions." The 3 of them first helped the child bury his father, and then headed to the shelter. Along the way, Yian patiently explained the Children's Academy to a Nian institution spread across the 5 regions, cultivating many who harbored a desire for revenge. Jian Bao, the suddenly grown-up child, asked reluctantly, "Sister, can I come back to visit my father?" "Of course you can," Nian Nian replied softly, feeling especially compassionate towards Jian Bao as she remembered losing her own mother. "I live at Shengshan sect, and my name is Nian Nian. If anyone bullies you, come find me." Only then did Jian Bao feel reassured and followed the teacher from the children's academy, looking back frequently. Yin whispered to Nian Nian, "You can come visit this place too in the future." Not long after they left, an old man in a gray robe hurried to the spot. His whole body trembled, and the jade token in his hand shattered, indicating his beloved disciple had been killed. Seeing the fresh bloodstains on the ground, he spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling blood in agony. "Disciple," he roared, "who killed you? I will make her suffer 1,000 cuts." The old man bit his finger and used a secret technique called soul retrieval to see his disciple's last memories. Yin Yan's cold face appeared before him, followed by a single sword strike. "So it was her." The old man's eyes turned blood red. "I will kill you to avenge my disciple." His furious roar echoed through the alley. Yin suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with disdain. "A place like Shengshan sect doesn't have many people with real guts. It won't be of much help to you. Atungan, there are a few tough ones on your level, but they keep a low profile and don't care about rankings, so they're not as well known as those so-called prodigies." He paused, "But we'll talk about that later." Yin Yan's gaze shifted to the man, and the tenderness in her eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of wariness. She asked directly, "How do you know my mother?" The man's face changed drastically, his eyes bloodshot, and his voice trembling. "Mother? What do you mean by that?" He was so agitated that his whole body shook, his breath unsteady. "You're saying she's your mother?" Yuan Shinsui grabbed Yin Yan, glaring coldly at the man, his voice like ice. "Are you looking to die?" The man's shoulders suddenly slumped, and an expression of extreme pain appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, his voice filled with despair. "So, she's already found someone in the demon abyss? Then I..." Yin Yan observed the man's reaction and seemed to understand something. She calmly said, "Godmother." The man's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked up at Yin Yan, his gaze intense. "Recognized? You're not her biological daughter." Before Yin Yan could respond, Yin burst into loud laughter, doubling over in mirth. Yuan Shinsui frowned and whispered to Yin Yan, "Nian Nian, stay away from him. Who knows if his madness is contagious?" However, Yin didn't seem to care about the other's reactions. After laughing, a rare blush appeared on his usually cold face. He stammered to Yin Yan, "Well, since she's your godmother, you could, call me godfather too." Yin Yan was stunned, unsure how to respond to this sudden twist. Yin Yan froze on the spot, cautiously taking 3 steps back with Yuan Fexan. She thought to herself, is there really someone nowadays eager to be recognized as a parent? What puzzled her even more was that this person seemed to be interested in the old witch. Seeing the alarm and fear on Yin Yan's face, Yin quickly waved his hands to explain, "Don't be afraid. I really do know your mother. If you don't believe me, we can go to the demon abyss right now and ask her through the seal." Yin Yan squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Yin closely, and questioned, "Are you a demon or a human?" With a smile, Yin replied, "Of course I'm a demon. But I'm the first spirit-demon hybrid. Even in the 5 continents, as long as I hide well, no one can discover me, even though my demon body is stronger than my spirit power." Hearing this, Yin Yan's pupils contracted sharply. She suddenly realized, no wonder the old witch had previously identified her special physique as a spirit-demon hybrid right after she fell into the demon abyss and was reborn in Feng'an. Those peculiar things the old witch and the old demons made her eat were precisely targeting this physique. At the time, her mind was consumed by hatred and the desire to become stronger, so she never questioned how they knew what to feed her to make her stronger. The old witch claimed she was experimenting on her, but now, thinking back, none of those things were wrong. Each one was tailored for her physique. Yin continued, "You're a spirit-demon hybrid too, right? When the Beast Nation reported the presence of demon remnants, I set out to find you. Unfortunately, I couldn't locate you, so I had to judge your strength based on witness descriptions, placing you in the human-demon realm. I then returned to the demon abyss and learned from the shadow beast that your name is Nian Nian, and that you are also a spirit-demon hybrid. I didn't dare to openly search for you using your name, fearing it might bring you trouble and that people from the Floating God Tower might remember your name." He explained that the Floating God Tower had sent many people to capture demon remnants, but Yin Yan had hidden well and hadn't been discovered. His actions, however, would draw attention. Later, he guessed that Yin Yan might have come to the 5 continents, but it was too vast to search. So he took out the only piece of top-quality armor he had forged, which only a spirit-demon hybrid could use, and spread the word to lure Yin Yan to retrieve it. After listening, Yin Yan immediately grasped the key point. Shadow Beast? If you saw the Shadow Beast, why didn't you go find my mother? And how come the entire demon clan is sealed, but you're the only one who isn't? Last time I used the 1,000-mile sound mirror, my mother didn't mention you at all." Yian's face turned red instantly. I was actually expelled from the demon clan. It was Inu who kicked me out, so when the demon clan got into trouble, I wasn't sealed inside. Inu also refuses to see me and won't let me near the demon abyss. I can only ask the shadow beasts that sneak out. Why? Nian pressed. Yian's face turned even redder. Just, something happened between Inu and me. You don't need to know the details as a kid. Nian's face darkened immediately. She thought, this guy must like the old witch and did something that made her so angry that he got kicked out, conveniently avoiding the seal. Yian candidly said, if you don't trust me, you can send someone you trust to the demon abyss to ask about me. Just ask Inu if I would harm you. Nian believed him a little, but she would confirm the rest with the people in the demon abyss later. She was about to say she needed to return the red umbrella and Nirvana when Yian suddenly flicked his sleeve, and in a flash of white light, he was gone, leaving behind only his voice. Keep them. I have plenty more. I've been searching for ways to break the seal all these years. If you need anything, just ask. I'll definitely come to watch the disciple competition. Nian awkwardly stood in midair, holding the red umbrella. The two big eyes on the umbrella stared at her, and she stared back. The big eyes blinked and then curved into a smile, as if trying to flatter her. When it smiled, the entire umbrella glowed even redder, resembling a large red lantern in the night. Seeing this, Xiao Miao was furious and jumped onto the umbrella, slapping it with a leaf and scolding. No smiling. Who are you smiling at? The red umbrella seemed to understand and immediately showed a sad expression with its eyes. With a swoosh, the umbrella surface drooped down. Nian watched in astonishment as the red surface of the umbrella suddenly turned pitch black. Curious, she waved the umbrella, but accidentally lost control of her spiritual power, sending an attack straight toward Miao Miao. Watch out! Nian hurriedly retracted her power, but Miao Miao was still grazed slightly. Although uninjured, Nian breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, she saw Miao Miao collapse, curling up in a ball, looking incredibly despondent. I'm just a useless seedling now, boo. Miao Miao suddenly started to mope inexplicably. Yuan Xinsui examined the umbrella, surprised. This artifact is quite impressive. The attack it released can influence others based on the umbrella spirit's mood. This might be an artifact even more extraordinary than a Nirvana grade one. Nian watched as the umbrella's surface slowly turned red again, marveling. Top-tier artifacts are truly incomparable to ordinary ones. Yeah, you should ask him how to better use this ugly umbrella when you get the chance, Yuan Xinsui nodded. Upon hearing this, the umbrella turned black again. Nian tucked the dejected Miao Miao into her pocket and turned to Yuan Xinsui. Setting up a formation will take you a long time, right? Especially in the demon abyss. Well, considering the distance, it will take a while. By myself, I'm pretty fast. But bringing you along will take longer, and we might miss your disciples' competition, Yuan Xinsui replied. Nian really wanted to go back and see them, but the disciples' competition couldn't be missed. Finding a way to break the seal was more important than anything. Should I go back and ask for you? Yuan Xinsui calculated the time. By myself, I can be quite quick. Really? Nian didn't want to keep troubling Yuan Xinsui, but she didn't dare tell anyone else about the matters concerning the demon clan. I wish I could use formations too. You can, Yuan Xinsui continued. I can teach you how to learn formations. Nian couldn't help but laugh. You're kidding, right? Aren't formation masters supposed to value talent the most? They say it requires spiritual power. I don't feel any spiritual power in me. No sooner had she finished speaking, Yuan Xinsui pulled her close, their foreheads touching. Yuan Xinsui's voice sounded in her ear. You have it. He rubbed his forehead against hers. The spiritual power is right in there. Nian's expression changed suddenly. The mysterious power of spiritual energy was something even the great demons of the demon abyss couldn't accurately measure. She had never considered herself to possess any special talent in this area, and always assumed she lacked it. Typically, only cultivators who had reached the minor god realm had strong spiritual energy, which was usually limited to sensing their surroundings, not nearly enough to set up formations. Yuan Xinsui, how did you discover I have spiritual energy? Nian asked, touching her forehead as if searching for clues. Yuan Xinsui gently pulled her hand away, his fingertips brushing her brow before landing on the central spot at the back of her head. If there's a gap here, that's where your spiritual energy is stored. He ruffled her hair lightly. I noticed it when I was helping you with your hair. With my expertise in formations, I can easily sense if someone has the potential for spiritual energy. Nian eagerly asked, so, how do I use it? She longed to become stronger, knowing that only strength could help her seek revenge and protect her loved ones. Yuan Xinsui frowned thoughtfully. His own cultivation had always been effortless, and his spiritual energy had inexplicably awakened after a night's sleep. His clan had called him exceptionally gifted, but he couldn't explain the specific process. Just get some sleep. He rummaged through his spatial artifact for a while before finally pulling out a half-burnt, damp-looking piece of purple incense. Light this when you go to bed, then sleep. That's simple. Nian Nian took it excitedly. Thank you. I need to return to the demon abyss. Do you have any messages for them? Yuan Shinsue reminded her of his earlier promise. Nian Nian carefully put away the purple incense, her expression serious. Please tell them I will find a way to rescue them. Yuan Shinsue nodded in agreement. By then, daylight had fully broken. Nian Nian hurried back to Shengshan sect, where she found the disciples training with even greater intensity. Determination was written all over their faces. The old sect leader watched approvingly, nodding with satisfaction. Girl, tomorrow is the disciple competition. Are you confident? The old sect leader stopped Nian Nian to ask. The surrounding disciples perked up their ears, feeling a pang of jealousy. The old sect leader's favoritism towards Nian Nian was obvious. If she truly became a disciple of Shengshan sect, what then? Nian Nian straightened up and replied confidently, I'm more confident than before. I wouldn't have agreed to compete if I wasn't sure. She had reasons that left no room for failure. Although the old sect leader commented, quite the bold statement, little girl. His eyes were full of approval. Nian Nian admired him as well, feeling he was better suited to lead a sect than her own master. Returning to her room, Nian Nian found her 3 small beasts fast asleep. She gently nudged them to the side of the bed, lit the purple incense, and lay down to sleep as Yuan Shinsei had instructed. The news quickly spread among the second-tier disciples, leaving them deeply puzzled. Some speculated it might be Nian Nian's scheme, thinking it was better to rest and face tomorrow's competition in peak condition rather than continue practicing. They all stopped their training and went back to their rooms to rest. The old sect leader watched the dispersing disciples with a look of helplessness. He could only console himself that resting for one night wouldn't make much difference. Meanwhile, Yuan Shinsui, who was preparing to leave for the demon abyss, was stopped by the great elder. Young master, you just gave the purple incense to Miss Nian and said she could awaken her spiritual energy by sleeping? Yuan Shinsui frowned and asked, is there something wrong with that? Of course there is. The great elder held his head in despair. Young master, you're a unseen millennium genius of our Xian clan. Ordinary people need to guide the incense into their bodies. How could she possibly awaken her spiritual energy just by sleeping? Do you think Miss Nian is as exceptionally gifted as you? Young master, what should we do? The grand elder was sweating profusely, like an ant on a hot pan. We need to find Miss Nian quickly. If not, her spiritual power will be ruined for tomorrow's disciples' competition. Yuan Shinsui remained composed, his hand moving gracefully as he drew an array. She'll be fine, he said calmly. My Nian Nian is no ordinary person. The grand elder was stunned, as if struck by lightning. Did the young master believe that only those who could make rapid progress without sleep were truly exceptional? If that were the case, then weren't they, the older generation, hopeless? I need to go to the demon abyss, Yuan Shinsui said, a large glowing array forming beneath his feet. If I can't make it back by tomorrow, you must take people to watch the competition. Understood, young master, the grand elder replied respectfully. Meanwhile, turmoil was brewing in the Zhou household of Tianyi continent. Why didn't you tell me Sheng Xianxian was bullying you? Zhou Xiaoyu frowned at his sister. Zhou Sher, who does she think she is, daring to bully my sister? Zhou Sheru pouted, brother, aren't you and Sheng Xianxian equally matched? Even if you went to help me, you might not win. That girl is much better. She's beautiful and powerful. She helped me get back at Sheng Xianxian in no time. Zhou Xiaoyu's heart ached. Equally matched. He scoffed, his spiritual energy surging, now 10 times stronger than before. Zhou Sheru suddenly realized, brother, you've broken through to the spiritual body stage? You've reached the human spirit realm? Zhou Xiaoyu smiled proudly. Do you still think your brother can't handle Sheng Xianxian now? Amazing. Zhou Sheru praised. But brother, you still might not be a match for that girl. She's incredible. She didn't even move her feet and had people yielding to her. Even though the great mountain intervened later, she managed to tame that strange creature. How could such a woman be simple? It's a pity we might not get to see her again. Zhou Sheru sighed, holding her face. She's breathtakingly beautiful. Zhou Xiaoyu sneered, if I ever meet her, I must challenge her to see if she's as formidable as you say. Brother, you definitely won't beat her. Zhou Sheru's tone shifted. By the way, isn't the Sheng Mountain Sect's disciples competition tomorrow? Why is it so quiet over there today? The siblings stood on the rooftop, gazing at Sheng Mountain Sect. In previous years, the place would be brightly lit with disciples cramming in last-minute preparations. But tonight, it was dark and silent. As they wondered, a furious shout came from below. You two brats, get down here. The roof of the ancestral hall is not for you to stand on. It's almost dawn, stop sleeping and come train with me. Zhou Xiaoyu and Zhou Shiru exchanged worried glances, thinking, we're doomed. Dad's going to use us as punching bags again. Meanwhile, the normally bustling Sheng Mountain Sect was unusually serene. The elders were enjoying the rare tranquility, sipping tea and reclining in their chairs. Since the old sect master returned, our Sheng Mountain sect has really changed, one elder remarked. Indeed, these young ones are like they're possessed, another agreed. It's all because of that Nian Nian, an elder shook his head. Just a mere 3-star, what's she striving for? It's obviously a lost cause. As they sipped tea and chatted, they continued, not to mention, our disciples aren't the only ones in the sect. With just her and 2 spirit beasts, what waves can she make? Does she think our disciples' competition is a straightforward unknown match? Even if it were, she wouldn't stand a chance. A beast tamer in a duel isn't without hope. And, a white-beard elder cut in, we have outstanding beast tamers among our second-tier disciples too. She probably knows she has no chance and has given up, opting to rest instead. They laughed, feeling no urgency. However, at that moment, Nian Nian, whom they had completely disregarded, was in intense pain. Agony washed over her like a tide, as if splitting her head open. She struggled to wake but couldn't open her eyes. The room was filled with smoke from the burning purple incense. If the Grand Elder of the Red Ghost Valley were here, he would be shocked. Spiritual power, like spiritual energy, relied on innate talent but was even rarer. Array masters, fewer than beast tamers, required immense effort to draw a wisp of purple incense to impact the heavenly acupoint storage for spiritual power unique to array masters. What was happening to Nian Nian? It was as if the heavens were feeding her. Why hasn't the master woken up yet? She looks in pain, Lala and Bibian worried. If not for Wowo assuring them that the purple incense was beneficial, they would have rushed to extinguish it. This really helps. Wowo insisted, absorbing the incense to nourish its own spiritual power, shivering with each inhale. This benefits spiritual power. The master must be trying to awaken her spiritual power. Lala and Bibian reluctantly held back their anxious paws. Nian Nian was drenched in sweat, struggling. Though her eyes were closed, her dark vision gradually cleared. She saw a milky white vortex, or perhaps a bottomless pit. Enduring the pain, Nian Nian thought, so this is the heavenly acupoint of an array master? As the thought formed, the excruciating pain vanished. The sound of rushing water filled her mind, and blue water began to swirl in the milky pit. Spiritual power? Nian Nian pondered, surprised that it appeared as water. But she was certain this was her spiritual power stored in the heavenly acupoint. Even with her eyes closed, she could see everything within 100 meters. Drenched in sweat, Nian Nian smiled and gathered her spiritual power, giving Lala a gentle push. Ouch. Lala fell on its rear, looking around but seeing no one. Lala, looking fierce, turned and slapped Bibian. Lala, why did you hit me? Nian Nian couldn't hold back, opening her eyes and laughing. As she laughed, a thunderous boom erupted from the sky. A bolt of lightning pierced through her roof, striking directly at her. Nian Nian suddenly jumped out of bed as a bolt of purple lightning struck right next to her feet, narrowly missing her. Her eyes widened in shock and suspicion. I'm awakening my mental power and I get struck by lightning? Is someone from Shengshan sect trying to harm me? Meanwhile, the members of Shengshan sect were just waking up from their dreams when they noticed dark clouds gathering over Nian Nian's rooftop, changing the color of the sky. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they exchanged puzzled glances. Why is it only her patch of sky that's changing? Is the heavens specifically targeting her with lightning today? They were baffled and began to speculate whether Nian Nian had committed some heinous act. A group of disheveled and poorly dressed people started to gloat. However, among them, a disciple who had awakened his mental power wore a grim expression. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop laughing." The smiles froze on their faces as the disciple, hands trembling and breathing heavily, explained, "Purple lightning signifies the awakening of mental power. This means she has extraordinary, unparalleled talent." Before he could finish, another bolt of purple lightning struck. Nian Nian dodged frantically, running from east to west. With a loud crash, the roof of the main dining hall was blown off. The disciples were dumbfounded and dared not laugh anymore. The lightning seemed to narrowly miss Nian Nian each time, but it struck Shengshan sect's buildings precisely. At that moment, representatives from various factions began arriving for the disciple competition. The head of Zhenlu was the first to arrive and, seeing Nian Nian, smiled warmly. "This little one is here too? That means Yin is sure to come today." Other factions' representatives, eyes full of envy, congratulated the old sect master as they watched the purple lightning. The old sect master felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart but forced a smile. As he painstakingly explained that Nian Nian was not a disciple of Shengshan sect, the crowd was even more astonished. Suddenly, a commotion arose. Master Yin had arrived. He anxiously pushed through the crowd and shouted to Nian Nian, who was being chased by lightning, "Nian Nian, come here. Daddy will shield you from the lightning." Nian Nian nearly stumbled at his words, and the crowd was equally stunned. The head of Zhenlu was flabbergasted and stammered, "Oh, illegitimate daughter? So she's Master Ye's beloved daughter." At that moment, Nian Nian's furious shout echoed through the air. "Who do you think you are, claiming to be my father? A furious voice suddenly broke the silence. Stop spouting nonsense and tarnishing my mother's reputation. She still belongs to the Zhuang family in name. The unexpected accusation left everyone stunned. Someone frowned and whispered, "What the heck is going on here?" As people exchanged puzzled glances, the arrival of the Zhou family caused a new wave of commotion. Zhou Shiru, ignoring all decorum, pushed through the crowd and enthusiastically waved at Nian Nian. "Hey, pretty sister, look at me." This scene drew everyone's attention to the head of the Zhou family. Someone cautiously asked, "Is she from your family?" The Zhou family head laughed heartily and waved his hand in denial. "No way. If someone with this kind of talent were in my family, we'd protect her well, not send her to Shengshan sect." His words only deepened the mystery surrounding Nian Nian's identity. People couldn't help but wonder, why do all these influential figures seem to know her? Just as the crowd was lost in speculation, a massive array of light appeared in the sky. The great elder hurriedly arrived with a group of people, only to see Nian Nian being chased by bolts of lightning. In a flash, the great elder recalled Yuan Xinshui's words, "What's the big deal? It's just a matter of taking a nap." Snapping back to reality, the great elder quickly commanded, "Form the array. Deflect the lightning." He knew the consequences would be dire if the lightning struck Nian Nian. Everyone was astonished to see the usually aloof array masters now working diligently, quickly surrounding Nian Nian. A grand array formed above her, absorbing each bolt of lightning that struck down. Seeing this, someone finally understood. Oh, she's from the Red Ghost Valley. No wonder, they specialize in mental prowess. But then another person questioned, "But why are people from Red Ghost Valley at Shengshan sect?" The old sect master had been silent, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, a familiar loud laugh echoed. "Ha, disciple. Master is here." The old sect master's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, of course, that scruffy guy couldn't miss such a big event. Everyone turned to see a towering giant striding towards them, waving and shouting, "Disciple. My dear disciple. Look at your master." This series of events left everyone utterly bewildered. They exchanged confused looks, all thinking the same thing. So, which family does Nian Nian belong to? Nian Nian stood atop the grand formation, her eyes scanning her surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, she noticed the old beggar rushing towards her, and her eyes lit up. The representatives of the surrounding factions also took note of the scene and began to murmur among themselves. "Old sect master, what's going on?" someone couldn't help but ask. "Is that girl from the giant tribe?" another person exclaimed in surprise. "I've heard the giant tribe still exists, but I never thought it was true." The old sect master nodded grimly and briefly explained, "Our Shengshan sect exchanged a few disciples with the giant tribe for mutual learning." The crowd immediately showed envious expressions. "I didn't expect you, old sect master, to have such a good relationship with the giant tribe's leader," someone exclaimed. "The giant tribe's fighting techniques have been formidable since ancient times. Their strength is undeniable." The old sect master's face turned even more sour at these words, as if he had swallowed a fly. Just then, the old beggar arrived at Shengshan sect, his body returning to normal size. He looked up at the sky, where bolts of lightning were striking towards Nian Nian, only to be blocked by the formation. "Huh, disciple, what did you do to get chased by lightning?" The old beggar laughed heartily. Nian Nian thought to herself, "This must be a fake master." As the thunderstorm gradually subsided, the old sect master, unwilling to let the attention remain on Nian Nian, immediately waved his arm to give orders. The elders quickly took their positions, and the disciples gathered with mixed emotions. "Too cunning. Nian Nian is too cunning," one disciple said indignantly. "She misled us into sleeping while secretly awakening her mental powers. How shameless. Little junior sister, over here." Erku and the others were clearly also preparing to compete. Zhuang Xian pulled Nian Nian aside and glanced at Yan, asking, "Is that man really your father?" Nian Nian quickly shook her head. "No way, he's just making it up." Only then did Zhuang Xian feel relieved, as Nian Nian still used the Zhuang family's identity token. As Nian Nian awaited the old sect master's instructions, she felt a gaze filled with hatred. Following the gaze, she met the eyes of Su Linyan, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Su Linyan, wearing a mask, stood alone in a corner, glaring venomously at Nian Nian. "Wow." Nian Nian suddenly smiled. "Long time no see, Su Linyan." "Nian Nian, that person is staring at you," Zhuang Xian said, feeling a shiver run down his spine from Su Linyan's gaze. "Aren't you scared?" "Scared?" Nian Nian raised an eyebrow, holding Lala in her left hand and Baibian in her right, her voice brimming with excitement. "Why would I be? Seeing her so full of life, I'm thrilled." Zhuang Xian couldn't help but shiver at Nian Nian's smile. In the observation area to the west, the Bai family was also watching Nian Nian. "Is that the woman Bai Qian said seduced our Tianma?" the Bai family's elder asked wearily. Since the death of Bai Lu, the family's most talented member, the elders had been dispirited, and their relationship with the empress had completely soured. "Yes, elder," someone replied. but she doesn't seem to have contracted our Tianma. She already has 2 spirit beasts with her, and they both appear to be divine beasts. Outrageous. The elder gritted his teeth. We must settle the score with this woman for what happened to Tianma. Did you give Bai Qian the item? It's already been given, the second elder replied with a smile. As long as Bai Qian uses it well, he will make her pay a heavy price. At that moment, numerous elders exerted their power, and the 3 massive gates at the entrance of Shangshan slowly opened. From deep within the forest came the roars of beasts, mingling with the scent of blood and the damp, salty air. The old sect master spoke, his voice resonant. The preliminary round of the Shangshan sect disciples competition will take place on our highest mountain, Shangshan. We've tied many passage tokens to the trees on Shangshan. Each person must collect at least 10 passage tokens to pass the preliminary round. His voice grew stern and weighty. I don't care if you fight alone, use your strength to break through, or gather trusted allies to act as a team. Whether you use brute force or cunning, there must be no fatalities. The old sect master's gaze swept over the disciples, and his pressure descended upon them. If anyone causes a fatality, the perpetrator will be personally punished by me. As soon as his words fell, an immense pressure weighed down on everyone present. Many new disciples, lacking strength, fell to their knees. Even second-ranked disciples blushed with effort, while only a few experts above the 5-star human spirit realm remained unaffected. Among them, Nian Nian appeared the most at ease. The people from various factions also focused their attention on Nian Nian, who was undoubtedly the most eye-catching today. Zhou Shiru excitedly patted her brother's arm. Did you see that? Did you see? I told you she was strong. Zhou Xiaoyu stared at Nian Nian's face, which was about the same age as his, and his eyes burned with fierce determination. The thought, I really want to fight her. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter, flashed through someone's mind, but Nian Nian was unaware. When the overwhelming pressure descended, Nian Nian was surprised to find that the mental power in her Tinchue formed an invisible protective shield around her, effortlessly neutralizing all the pressure. Mental power is indeed formidable, she thought with delight, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of her mouth. She was no longer the weakling who could be easily crushed by a powerful presence. The old sect leader noticed Nian Nian's transformation and sighed inwardly. He then raised his head and announced, the 3 great gates correspond to the 3 peaks of Sheng Mountain. Those with spiritual body strength enter the first gate, those at the human spirit realm enter the second gate, and those at the earth spirit realm enter the third gate. Upon hearing this, Nian Nian furrowed her brows, the thought of a mass brawl flashing through her mind. She quickly turned to Zhuangxian, and Erku and Meng Xiaoqi also gave her concerned looks. Zhuangxian, are you okay entering the first gate alone? Nian Nian asked worriedly. Erku and Meng Xiaoqi were competitors for the third gate and could look after each other. But Zhuangxian would be alone, potentially becoming an easy target. Zhuangxian smiled reassuringly. I'll be fine. Just take care of yourselves, senior brother and sister. I'll be extra cautious. Still uneasy, Nian Nian urged. If you can't hold on, just forfeit. There must be rescue arrangements in place. Zhuangxian nodded solemnly. When the time comes, I won't push myself too hard. I know my limits. The surrounding disciples began to prepare, wrapping their legs with spiritual energy for a boost. The second-tier disciples even encircled Nian Nian entirely. Standing next to Nian Nian, Bai Qian loudly declared, Nian Nian, don't even think about getting a head start. Even if we don't pass, we'll make sure to keep an eye on you. He then turned to the powerful second-tier disciples ahead and shouted, senior brothers and sisters, let's keep a close watch on Nian Nian. The tokens depend on you. Got it. Thousands of voices responded in unison, creating a tremendous momentum that caused the surrounding spectators to shudder. The head of the Zhou family frowned in thought. When did the disciples of Sheng Mountain sect become so united? Nian Nian found herself surrounded by a massive army, like a lone boat tossed in a stormy sea. Her opponents eyed her like hungry wolves, ready to tear her apart at a single command. This scene was nothing short of a grand spectacle, 1,000 against 1. Zhou Xiaora's face turned red with anger as she shouted, despicable. Shameless. How dare they gang up on her? Zhou Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was thrilled, secretly cheering. Only the mediocre are not envied. Well done. At this moment, a representative from a small faction fawningly asked the old beggar, leader of the giants, may I ask your esteemed name? The old beggar, without taking his eyes off his disciples, casually replied, just call me Deng Qi. Suddenly, he shouted at the old sect leader, hey old man, are you blatantly giving Shangshan sect disciples an unfair advantage? The old sect leader chuckled softly and retorted, our Shangshan sect's competitions have always been this way. What, are you feeling insecure? Rubbish. Deng Qi spat, look at our Nian Nian's expression. Does she look insecure to you? The old sect leader snorted, waved his hand, and the elders of Shangshan sect instantly transformed into streaks of light, rushing to their respective guarding positions. Master, Lala gripped Nian Nian's hand tightly and whispered, "Hold on to me later." The surrounding disciples of Shangshan sect mocked in unison. "Huh, does this little thing think she can break through our defenses? Dream on." Nian Nian smirked coldly. "Oh really? Then you better guard well." At this critical moment, the old sect leader's voice thundered. "The preliminary round of the disciples' grand competition begins now." Bai Qian shouted, "Stop Nian Nian." In an instant, countless spiritual energies shot forth like thousands of arrows, weaving a giant net aimed straight at Nian Nian. "Watch out!" Zhou Sharu exclaimed. Just then Lala, who had been ignored by everyone, suddenly spread a pair of blood-red wings, each feather ablaze with golden flames. Lala laughed heartily. "A mere net, and you think you can trap me?" With that, she flapped her wings and shot through the gaps in the spiritual net, soaring into the sky like a bolt of lightning. "Damn it!" the second-tier disciples exclaimed. "She has a flying spirit beast." Su Linyan trembled as she looked at the wings. Could it be her blood phoenix? Was it Lala? Damn it! Su Linyan gritted her teeth and rushed toward the second gate. "Huh, my little junior sister is amazing." Erku shouted excitedly, his body swelling. "Shaoqi, let's go." In the next second, he charged toward the third gate like an unstoppable war chariot. "The giants truly have formidable physical strength," the Zhou family had praised. "Impressive. A real man should stand his ground against all odds." Zhuangxian took a deep breath and shouted, "Holy Qilin." A massive Qilin beast appeared instantly, carrying him like an arrow toward the first gate. "Holy beast," the crowd exclaimed again. The old sect leader clasped his hands together, and spiritual mirrors appeared out of thin air, capturing every corner of the examination area. The clearance tokens were scattered everywhere, some already destroyed by wild spirit beasts. "There are so few clearance tokens," someone couldn't help but mutter. "How can 1,000 people pass with this number?" The Zhou family had suddenly frowned and questioned the old sect leader. "Why are there only these disciples? Where are the others?" The old sect leader smiled mysteriously. "I don't understand what you mean. Don't play dumb with me." The Zhou family had sneered. "Where are the truly powerful disciples of Shangshan sect? Don't tell me these half-baked ones are all you've got. It's embarrassing. Ganging up to fight a woman? A real man should fight Onion." The old sect leader stroked his chin and explained, "Those kids have been in seclusion for a long time and took on some mercenary tasks after coming out. For them, this competition is a minor matter. If they make it back in time, they can skip the preliminary round. If not, it doesn't matter." The Zhou family had snorted. "If they don't make it back and that woman Nian Nian takes first place, Shangshan sect will lose all its face." Just then, a shout interrupted their conversation. "Look, Nian Nian is surrounded." Bai Qian and Su Linyan, with hundreds of disciples, had encircled Nian Nian. Lala and Bai Bian sneered disdainfully. "Oh, so many people have come." Bai Qian clutched a smooth pill and shouted confidently, "So what if you can fly? We have plenty of bows and magical artifacts here." Nian Nian ignored Bai Qian and turned to Su Linyan, telling Lala and Bai Bian, "Didn't you say you were close to a breakthrough? Today, you can fight to your heart's content." Su Linyan stared at Lala, her eyes almost bulging out, trembling as she asked, "Lala? Is it really you, Lala?" Nian Nian sneered, "What? Are you going to call me a demon clan remnant again? Put away your dirty hands and foolish eyes. Staring at my spirit beast like that makes me very annoyed." Su Linyan suddenly realized that even if she exposed Nian Nian for stealing the divine beast, Shangshan sect wouldn't stand up for her. Among the present factions, Jigui Valley, Yian and the Giants, who wasn't there to back Nian Nian? Nian Nian took out a red umbrella, infusing it with spiritual energy. The umbrella surface instantly turned a furious purple gold, with a ring of blazing fire burning along its edge. "Lala, Bai Bian," Nian Nian stepped closer to Su Linyan, a mocking smile on her face. "Can you hold them off for half a cup of tea's time? I want to see just how extraordinary this natural phoenix bloodline really is." Su Linyan involuntarily took a step back, a flash of fear in her eyes. She tried to maintain her composure and retorted, "You think you can stop everyone with just 2 spirit beasts? You're dreaming." Nian Nian stared at her coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade, making Su Linyan's scalp tingle. Bai Bian didn't say another word, but shouted, "Lala, you take the right, I'll take the left." Understanding the command, Lala's wings spread wide behind her, creating a wall of fire that blocked everyone approaching from the right. The disciples had nowhere to escape, feeling a wave of heat surging towards them. Outside, the heads of various families watching the battle frowned. The head of the Zhou family, his eyes gleaming with astonishment, exclaimed, "2 divine beasts. That child has 2 divine beasts. Such a thing has never happened in the 5 continents." All eyes were fixed on the spiritual mirror where Nian Nian stood, as if trying to see through it. Sensing the unfavorable situation, Su Linyan immediately summoned a golden dragon. The dragon roared towards the sky, its previously severed tail now fully healed. Nian Nian thought to herself, "It seems Su Linyan has some healing treasures." Nian Nian's red umbrella suddenly exploded with spikes, releasing a wave of powerful spiritual energy. She shouted, "Bai Bian. Leave it to me." Bai Bian responded, his eyes glowing with golden light as a massive black mist erupted. The onlookers held their breath, anticipating the appearance of the divine beast's true form. But when the mist cleared, what appeared before them was a gigantic black worm. Its body gleamed like a gemstone, each segment covered in hard armor, and numerous sharp poisonous spikes extended menacingly like fangs. Bai Bian let out a thunderous roar, a mix of dragon's roar and bull's bellow, accompanied by the cries of myriad beasts. The divine beast's blood boiled within him, yearning for a fierce battle. With a tremendous crash, the giant worm lunged towards the remaining people on the left, causing the entire mountain to tremble. The spectators outside were dumbfounded. Someone dryly asked, "Is that a worm? Can a worm beast also be a divine beast?" The old patriarch solemnly explained, "Extreme situations produce extreme results. Every species has its peak. Although I don't recognize this worm beast, it likely has ancient bloodlines." In an instant, no one was left by Su Linian's side. The golden dragon coiled around her, surrounded by the dust stirred up by Bai Bian's attack, making it impossible for her to see anything. At that moment, an elder hurriedly reported, "Old patriarch, the Empress of the Beast Kingdom has arrived." A giant phoenix carried the Empress down slowly. Upon seeing the old patriarch, she was momentarily taken aback but then respectfully greeted. Junior pays respects to the old patriarch. "Today is my Yenner's first time participating in the disciples competition, and as her mother, I wanted to come and see. Has my Yenner caused any trouble for the sect?" The Empress's gaze swept over the spiritual mirror and quickly locked onto Su Linian, who was entangled by the golden dragon. She smiled. "This child, why has she summoned the golden dragon at this time? Isn't it unfair to the other disciples?" The surrounding family heads looked at the Empress in surprise, thinking to themselves, "Does she even know her daughter's current situation? And that's clearly a golden dragon, not a golden dragon." Suddenly, a flash of purple gold light appeared in front of the spiritual mirror, and a sharp magical weapon pierced into the golden dragon's body. Blood splattered, and the dragon let out a painful howl. "Damn, a supreme magical weapon," someone exclaimed. Everyone turned to look at Yian, knowing that this must be something he had prepared for Nian Nian. The golden dragon, in pain, turned to bite at Nian Nian. However, Nian Nian didn't dodge but merely tilted her head slightly. The dragon bit down on her shoulder. "Nian Nian." The old beggar's face changed dramatically. Others were equally shocked, shaking their heads at Nian Nian's apparent carelessness. But in the next moment, they saw Nian Nian raise her red umbrella, its surface turning pitch black. She gave a cold smile and thrust the umbrella tip into the dragon's eye. Her shoulder was miraculously unharmed. "A supreme, protective garment," someone pointed out with a trembling voice. Yian looked at Nian Nian in the spiritual mirror and smiled calmly. How could a mere young golden dragon possibly break through the nirvana garment he had given Nian Nian? The golden dragon writhed in agony, its fighting spirit completely broken. Su Linian, her legs trembling with fear, screamed, "Golden dragon, get up!" When the dragon didn't respond, she turned to flee. Nian Nian wouldn't give her the chance. She put away her umbrella, used her swift movement technique, and instantly appeared in front of Su Linian. She delivered a powerful kick to Su Linian's head. Su Linian spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily to the ground. "Yenner." The Empress, watching from outside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. Nian Nian coldly looked at Su Linian lying on the ground, placing a foot on her spine and grinding it hard. She asked icily, "Is this it? Your innate phoenix essence. Does it hurt, Su Linian?" Su Linian was about to speak when Nian Nian, with an emotionless face, lifted her foot and stomped hard on Su Linian's spine. A piercing scream cut through the air as blood spurted from Su Linian's mouth and nose. With her back to the spiritual realm, Nian Nian's cold voice echoed across the scene. "How curious. A beast tamer abandoning their spirit beast to save themselves? Your Highness, were you planning to leave your golden dragon behind and escape?" Her foot lifted again and came down heavily. Again and again, Su Linian's screams echoed through the spiritual realm, sending chills down the spines of those present. The Empress's face contorted with rage as she tried to rush into the spiritual realm to drag Nian Nian out. "Linian," she roared. The old sect leader frowned and commanded, "Stop her." The Empress, furious, demanded, "Can't you see my daughter is being killed by that woman?" The old sect leader's gaze was icy as he replied, "As long as the injuries are not fatal, we won't intervene. Today, even if it were my daughter being beaten, I wouldn't step in." Su Linian's screams grew weaker. Nian Nian slowly squatted down, grabbing Su Linian's hair and lifting her face off the ground. Leaning close to her ear, Nian Nian's voice was low and mocking. "Su Linian, how does it feel to experience what you did to me all those years ago?" "Devil, remnant." Su Linian whispered weakly. Nian Nian sneered, "What nonsense. There's not a trace of demonic energy in me. But do you dare admit you stole my phoenix essence?" Do you dare admit you took my beast egg? Half of Su Linian's face was swollen, her mask shattered. As Yin Nian's fingers slowly traced down her spine, Su Linian's trembling intensified. Remember, Su Linian, all the glory you wear now isn't yours, Yin Nian declared, looking around at the gathered Shengshan sect disciples before throwing Su Linian aside and stomping on her phoenix essence. What doesn't belong to you will eventually be taken back. Until then, keep your head down. Don't show yourself before me again. Every time you do, my killing intent rises, and my restraint lessens. If one day I lose control and kill you, the loss is yours, understand? Yin Yan pressed harder with her foot, and a cracking sound came from Su Linian's spine. She passed out from the pain, only to wake up again, nodding with her face covered in blood. The Empress trembled, as if her own spine had been broken. At that moment, sensing something, Yin Yan slowly turned, her gaze piercing through the void to meet the Empress's eyes, a cold smile playing on her lips. Bastard! The Empress screamed, her fury spilling out uncontrollably. That bastard! It's her! Her words caused many to react in shock. The Grand Elder of the Red Ghost Valley opened his eyes, his overwhelming presence pressing down on the Empress. Ignorant fool! The Empress's knees buckled under the Grand Elder's murderous glare. Yin glanced at her coldly. Who are you to call our Miss Nian anything? The old beggar seemed ready to teach the Empress a lesson. The old sect leader warned, any grievances can be settled after the competition. If you cause trouble now, you and your daughter will be expelled from Shengshan sect. Seeing everyone siding with Yin Yan, the Empress was both furious and shocked. That bastard was still alive? What had happened? Torn between wanting to kill Yin Yan and fearing the revelation of her theft of the Phoenix Essence, she decided to hold back for now. On the battlefield, a loud crash from Baibian's side indicated they couldn't hold on much longer. Yin Yan made a quick decision. Baibian, let's go. Without hesitation, she rushed towards Lala. Baibian shrank instantly, attaching itself to Lala. Lala soared into the air, breaking free from the encirclement in an instant. Damn it! Bai Qian shouted, where are the archers? Before he could finish, a second-class disciple kicked him hard from behind. A one-star human spiritual realm acting all high and mighty? Get lost. Bai Qian fell face first, glaring venomously at the second-class disciples. A bunch of ungrateful fools. He clenched the pill in his hand, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. He had intended to share the glory of defeating Yin Yan with everyone, but now it seemed he'd have to find an opportunity to confront Yin Yan alone. The archers simultaneously drew their bows and aimed at Lala, releasing arrows infused with spiritual energy. The arrows rained down densely, covering the entire sky and leaving no place to hide. Master, be careful. Xiao Miao, who was hiding in Yin Yan's pocket, poked its head out, its voice full of worry. Lala, keep flying and don't look back. Yin Yan commanded sternly, closing her eyes slowly. In an instant, the spiritual energy in her Tianxue began to surge violently, and a transparent spiritual barrier enveloped them completely. The arrows whistled through the air, but halted upon touching the barrier, unable to penetrate even an inch. Is this spiritual energy? The disciples below exchanged uneasy glances. She can already wield spiritual energy on her first day? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed, training in spiritual energy is especially difficult. On the first day, being able to summon it is impressive enough, let alone using it. Yeah, senior brother, considering that lightning strike earlier, it's not Sir Pao. The disciple was cut off mid-sentence by a sharp smack to the head, crying out in pain. Serves you right, getting smacked. The other disciples mocked. That's what you get for boosting others' morale and undermining your own. So what do we do now? Where's Yin Yan? She must be hiding. Let's find the clearance tokens first. One disciple glanced at the unconscious Su Linian and asked, what about her? Leave her. The elders will come to take her out, don't worry. The strongest disciple immediately gave orders. Let's go. Bai Qian, you take some people to find Yin Yan. We can't let her get the clearance token. The rest of the 5-star and above spiritual realm disciples, come with me to get the token. Bai Qian gritted his teeth. He also wanted to pass the initial trial, but dealing with Yin Yan was more urgent now. Let's go. Those below 5-star, follow me to find Yin Yan. I refuse to believe she can find the tree's clearance token with us chasing her down. At this moment, Yin Yan was hiding in a cave with Lala and Baibian. Inside, a weak primordial beast was sobbing, clutching its furry body. Its cave had been taken over. Master, what do we do next? Lala asked worriedly. The disciples have almost collected all the tokens from the trees. Yin Yan sat on the ground, took a deep breath, and a cold smile curled her lips. It's fine if they're collected. We'll just take them from others. A cunning glint appeared in her eyes. Surround me, huh? Then no one will have it easy. Stealing from others? Xiao Miao hopped out of Yin Yan's pocket. Despite being weak, he got excited at the mention of a fight. What's it to you? Lala pushed him back in forcefully. Fighting is our business. Stop arguing. Nian Nian raised her hand and pushed Lala back into the pocket too. She then turned to the small spirit beast cowering in the corner, crying. Stop crying. I'm not going to kill you, she said helplessly. The small spirit beast slowly turned its head. It was a furry groundhog beast with a strength comparable to a third-tier spirit cultivator. Its round body had sharp claws and a pointed snout, making it look utterly non-threatening. Nian Nian waved with a smile. Come here, little spirit beast. I have some questions for you. The groundhog beast remained huddled in the corner, trembling. Bien glanced at it, and with a flash of golden light, the little groundhog's round belly contracted sharply, making it shiver even more. Come here. Lala shouted impatiently. Our master is calling you. Stop pretending to be pitiful, you little trickster. Nian Nian's gentle words hadn't worked, but Lala's scolding made the groundhog immediately roll over to her, trembling and kowtowing, terrified that Nian Nian might kill and eat it. Just as the groundhog was about to hurt itself from kowtowing, a hand gently stopped its head, stroking its smooth fur on the back of its neck. Don't worry, I won't kill you, Nian Nian said softly. Despite being a wild spirit beast, groundhogs were neither bloodthirsty nor aggressive. They were generally gentle and kind. Nian Nian pulled a spirit crystal from her pocket. Here, take this. The little groundhog sniffed the crystal happily, its fear of Nian Nian dissipating somewhat, though it still didn't dare come too close. Whenever Lala or Bien glared at it, it looked like it might wet itself. Seeing this, Nian Nian smiled and handed it 10 more spirit crystals. The groundhog was so delighted it began hopping around, struggling to hold all the crystals in its tiny paws. Master, what are you doing? Lala wasn't the only one puzzled. Even Moa couldn't help but ask, why give it spirit crystals? This wild spirit beast is too weak to fight. Nian Nian didn't answer but turned to the groundhog and said, I have plenty of spirit crystals. Where are your brothers and sisters? Call them over. Tell them that if they help me, they can get lots of little spirit crystals, a whole mountain of them. The groundhog's eyes widened with excitement. It puffed out its belly, nodded at Nian Nian, and tapped its head, signaling her to wait. Then its fur stiffened, claws extended, and it began furiously digging into another tunnel. Master, what are you up to? Wawa and Xiao Miao asked from Nian Nian's pocket, confused. What if it runs away and doesn't come back? These little groundhogs have no combat power. Leaning against the dirt wall to rest, Nian Nian replied calmly, I don't need their combat power. Even if they don't come back, it's just 10 spirit crystals. As soon as she finished speaking, the dirt pile she was leaning against broke open. Countless little groundhogs jumped over her back, squeaking. They stared at Nian Nian with eager eyes, extending their tiny paws. Spirit crystals, we want them. Nian Nian's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, outside the enchanted ravine, Yuan Shinsui was entangled with the demons. Yuan Shinsui, tell us what Nian Nian did. Don't go. Yuan Shinsui turned around, frowning. I'm just here to ask a question. I need to go watch Nian Nian's match. Can we trust that Yian? I'll pass the message. A light circle appeared under his feet, and he said to the demons, if you want to know what she's done, wouldn't it be better to see for yourselves once the seal is broken? The demons were taken aback. Yuan Shinsui gave a meaningful smile. She's fighting desperately to save you. Whether inside or outside the spirit realm, everyone had the same question. Where did Nian Nian go? How could she just disappear? Bai Qian had completely given up searching for the passage tokens, as they had already been taken by other Shingshan sect disciples. For the first time, the disciples of Shingshan sect didn't start fighting as soon as they entered. Instead, they grabbed every passage token they could see, handing them over to the strongest second-tier disciple, a male disciple named Sumu, to prevent any infighting. Senior brother, Sumu. All the disciples have gathered around Sumu, and Bai Qian urgently asked, when will we get the passage tokens? Sumu, a formidable expert at the peak of the human spirit realm, had a trace of disdain in his eyes. Beside him were 3 other cultivators of the same strength, guarding the passage tokens, making it the safest decision. What's the rush? Sumu looked at Bai Qian coldly, his eyes full of contempt. We'll distribute them after eliminating Nian Nian. Then, you can claim them based on your own abilities. But where is Nian Nian? Someone asked in confusion. Sumu pondered for a moment before ordering, form groups of 10 and spread out to search. Each group should have 2 archers. Pay special attention to the sky. Nian Nian has a flying spirit beast, and if she uses aerial tactics, will be at a disadvantage. Understood, senior brother, the disciples responded in unison. Sumu's icy gaze swept over the crowd, his voice low and threatening. In this year's disciple competition, understand who your greatest enemy is. If anyone fails to prioritize correctly, don't blame me for settling scores later. Yes, senior brother. The disciples responded hastily, not daring to slack off. Meanwhile, outside the spirit realm, others were anxiously scanning for any sign of Nian Nian. Zhou Sheiru was especially glued to the edge, her eyes fixed on the situation inside. The old sect leader sighed as he saw everyone focused on Nian Nian. Thousands of disciples, yet everyone only pays attention to the brightest one, he murmured to himself. Suddenly, someone pointed at a spirit crystal within the realm and shouted, "Hey look, clan leader Deng Qi, isn't that one of your giant clan's children? He's being attacked." The old beggar's face darkened. He had already noticed Zhuang Xian's predicament and was deeply worried. While Nian Nian had many tricks up her sleeve and couldn't be easily bullied, Zhuang Xian was different. He was alone, and his sacred qilin was not a combat-oriented spirit beast. At that moment, Zhuang Xian was covered in blood, surrounded by disciples from Shengshan sect. Their faces bore cruel smiles, and their eyes glinted with malice. "Don't blame us," one disciple sneered. "It's your fault for being Nian Nian's brother. We're just settling her scores with you." The sacred qilin sheltered Zhuang Xian under its belly, protecting the boy who had already collected 9 pass tokens. Just one more and Zhuang Xian would pass the initial trial. Determination and frustration burned within him. Surrounding attacks fell like a torrential storm on the sacred qilin, tearing its already combat-inept body into a bloody mess. Even as a holy beast, it struggled to fend off the onslaught of hundreds of disciples. The qilin's healing abilities seemed insignificant at that moment. "Qilin, go back." Zhuang Xian pressed his hand against the qilin's belly with difficulty. His right hand was already broken, yet the qilin continued to release holy light to heal him. As the formation activated, the qilin let out a reluctant roar, refusing to abandon its master. The attacking disciples sneered. "How touching," one of them whispered to a companion. "Make sure to gag Zhuang Xian later so he can't surrender. We have plans for him." As soon as the words were spoken, countless attacks rained down on the sacred qilin. Its flesh was torn, but it remained silent, holding Zhuang Xian even tighter beneath it. Outside the spiritual realm, the onlookers fell silent. They realized that in group battles, the strongest would inevitably become the target, but they hadn't expected the child of the giant clan to be treated this way. It revealed the narrow-mindedness of Shengshan sect's disciples, but on reflection, it seemed inevitable they were outsiders after all. The crowd watched Zhuang Xian with complex emotions, their hearts filled with sympathy. The old beggar's face was grim. He had anticipated this outcome but hadn't expected Zhuang Xian's resilience to surpass his imagination. The boy had his pride and wouldn't concede until the very last moment. He refused to lose without dignity. The sect leader's face was equally dark. Such a victory, while achievable, lacked any honor. Force Shengshan sect's disciples to need a mass attack to win? If it were 4 or 5 against a giant clan member, he could understand. In a life-and-death battle, such tactics were justifiable. But in a simple disciple competition, he never expected an all-out suppression by hundreds. What meaning did such a victory hold? Even if they won, could they truly feel at ease? The sect leader's face turned livid as he was about to leave in a huff. "Master," Sheng Hong hurriedly followed, puzzled. "We're about to win. Why are you unhappy? The disciples have worked hard." "Hard work." The sect leader was furious, turning to question Zhou Xiaoyu of the Zhou family. "Zhou Xiaoyu, if your family faced Nian Nian and couldn't defeat her, what would you do?" Zhou Xiaoyu, engrossed in the scene, instinctively replied, "If we couldn't win, we'd still try. Winning without arrogance, losing without disgrace, and trying again next time. Would you have your entire family attack one person?" "Depends on the situation," Zhou Xiaoyu thought seriously. "In a life-and-death battle, survival is paramount. But in this kind of competition, honestly, I wouldn't do that. What's the point of winning that way? I'd rather have 2 people distract her spirit beast and fight her onion on myself. If I lose, I'll train harder and fight again next time. But I don't think your disciples are entirely wrong. It's within the rules, and Nian Nian doesn't seem to mind. If they come in groups, then fight them in groups." The sect leader turned to Sheng Hong, his voice cold. "Do you understand now? Do you see why I'm angry?" Sheng Hong, however, argued with a composed face. The disciples did nothing wrong. If Nian Nian wins, what face would Shengshan sect have left? Their choice was correct. Choice. The sect leader narrowed his eyes, questioning in a low voice. "I found it strange from the beginning. How could so many disciples be so organized and coordinated in targeting Nian Nian and the others? Sheng Hong, was it your idea?" A flicker of panic crossed Sheng Hong's face, but he quickly clenched his fists and met his master's gaze. "I did it for Shengshan sect. We cannot lose face in front of so many forces." The sect leader, enraged, kicked him and cursed. "Good. Very good." The competition has already started. Sheng Hong braced himself, refusing to back down. "If you want to settle this with me, do it after the match. Bone and pride don't feed us. We need to win. And team battles are within the rules. Winners make the rules. Shengshan sect disciples must not lose." The sect leader, red-faced with anger, was about to kick him again when they heard exclamations from the distant viewing platform. "How did those people get down there?" "I don't know. They just disappeared. Nothing's showing up in the spiritual realm." The old sect master focused intently on the spiritual realm, his pupils suddenly contracting. Several peak-level experts of Shengshan sect were abruptly pulled underground by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace. Sumu was stunned, staring in disbelief as the ground returned to its original state in an instant. In that fleeting moment, Sumu seemed to catch a glimpse of countless furry figures and a sneaky, mischievous wild spirit beast baring its teeth at him. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was hallucinating. Before he could gather his thoughts, the ground beneath him gave way. The last thing he saw was the terrified faces of his junior brothers and sisters, their sharp cries of "Senior brother" echoing in his ears as the damp soil enveloped him. In the darkness, Sumu felt something step on his face, emitting a squeaky sound. He struggled to move but found himself trapped in the soil. Suddenly, a few small ground mice grabbed his feet and dragged him to the surface. As Sumu hit the ground, he was taken aback. In front of him was a network of tunnels teeming with scurrying ground mice. They all reached out their tiny paws toward Nian Nian, who tossed a handful of spiritual crystals at them. The mice scrambled to snatch them, squeaking wildly. Nearby, many disciples of Shengshan sect lay unconscious, having been individually pulled down. The ground mice sat leisurely on their faces, as if enjoying soft cushions. The scene resembled a bizarre, frenzied celebration. "Hey there, big brother." A hand suddenly touched Sumu's neck. Lala and Baibian appeared behind him, grinning mischievously. "Come play with us." Sumu instinctively turned his head, giving Nian Nian the perfect opportunity to launch a mental attack. Caught off guard, Sumu was hit directly, blood streaming from his nose, his head feeling like it was about to split open. Truly at the peak of the human spiritual realm. Sumu muttered with difficulty. "Lala Baibian. Don't worry, master, watch me." Lala's fists rained down like a storm. Unable to hold on, Sumu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to his knees. "Nian Nian, if you have the guts, face me, Anianon," he shouted. "What kind of courage is it to rely on help and hide behind divine beasts?" Nian Nian wiped away the blood, looked at him coldly, then chuckled after a moment of thought. "Well, let's just say I lack the guts." Sumu was so furious he spat blood again. Nian Nian patted his head. "All right, hand over all your clearance tokens. Your junior brothers couldn't take the beating and have already given them up." Sumu trembled all over, about to speak when a voice suddenly penetrated the ground, reaching Nian Nian's ears. "Nian Nian, if you don't come out now, your brother Zhuangxian on the neighboring hill will suffer for you. For every moment you delay, we'll break one of his fingers. Snap his legs." Nian Nian lifted her head, the noise outside still continuing, accompanied by an unpleasant, arrogant laughter. "Zhuangxian." She softly uttered the name, her previously gentle expression turning deadly in an instant. Without hesitation, she stomped on Sumu's neck, a crimson glint appearing in her eyes. "If this is how you want to play, then I won't be so gentle." "Right." Nian Nian's voice was soft, but it sent shivers down Sumu's spine. She leaned in closer, her voice cold. "The underground passage. If I kill you, do you think the elders can save you in time? Can they even see you?" Sumu met Nian Nian's gaze and realized she was dead serious. The pain from the mental attack still echoed in his mind, and in a panic, he stammered, You can't kill me." "Can't kill you? Or you just don't want to die?" Nian Nian pressed the tip of her red umbrella sword against his throat, coldly commanding, "Hand over all your clearance tokens." Meanwhile, on the neighboring hill, Zhuangxian was in a similarly dire situation. He was tightly bound, his mouth gagged, and he was suspended in the air. Despite this, he forcefully retracted the holy qilin, unwilling to let it suffer alongside him. The disciples surrounding him laughed and said, "Don't worry, we won't kill you. Blame your sister for being so arrogant on someone else's turf. Doesn't she know you can't provoke the local big shots?" Zhuangxian responded with a disdainful look, which only infuriated them further. One of them raised a fist and punched him hard in the stomach, roaring, "Still acting tough? Who gave you the guts?" They continued to mock him, thinking of running to your master? Isn't he always the one to stick up for you guys? Can't win, so you call for backup, huh? But guess what, Zhuangxian? We're doing everything by the rules here. Someone suggested, "I've heard qilin meat can bring the dead back to life. How about this? Give each of us a piece of qilin meat, and we'll let you go. Those beasts don't die, right? The meat will grow back." Zhuangxian hung his head, his mind dizzy, blood continuously flowing down his face. Seeing him about to pass out, the leader of the group panicked. If he fainted, it would count as losing the fight, essentially forfeiting. "Quick, break one of his fingers to wake him up," someone urgently suggested. However, some of the disciples watching hesitated. "Don't. We're trying to lure Nian Nian out, aren't we? Do we really need to go this far?" "Shut up." The one speaking was immediately kicked away. Seeing this, the other disciples, though unhappy, didn't dare to object further. The leader grabbed Zhuangxian's hand with a sinister grin. "Pull his hand out for me." Despite his mouth being gagged, Zhuang Xian's eyes showed no fear. He believed Nian Nian would come to his rescue, but he was frustrated with his own weakness, which only caused trouble for his benefactor. At that critical moment, a loud explosion interrupted the impending violence. Boom! The sound of the explosion was followed by gasps of shock. Look. What is that? Everyone's eyes were drawn to the neighboring hill. Countless clearance tokens floated in the sky, with Nian Nian being lifted high by Lala. Her mental power controlled the tokens, causing a turbulent clash within her mind, blood flowing from her nose and ears as if countless needles were piercing her brain. Nian Nian wiped the blood from her face, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Her voice echoed across the 3 hills, disciples of Shengshan sect, listen up. Even Meng Xiaoqi and Ko, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, couldn't help but look up in shock. Little junior sister? What is that? Are those all the clearance tokens? Nian Nian's voice grew even more menacing. If you dare touch Zhuang Xian, I'll make sure your Shengshan sect pays 10-fold, 100-fold. As soon as she finished speaking, Lala spewed countless flames, burning away half of the clearance tokens. The disciples below turned pale and roared in anger. Nian Nian, how dare you? Without these tokens, Nian Nian will win this realm directly. Lala's childish yet threatening voice rang out. Archers, let's see if your arrows are faster or my fire. The archers immediately dared not act rashly. The flames were dangerously close to the remaining tokens, and the situation was on the brink of erupting. Nian Nian let out a light laugh, looking down at the crowd below. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Why wouldn't I dare? Am I not playing by the rules? Which rule of the disciples' competition says I can't destroy these tokens? As soon as she finished speaking, an old beggar watching from the sidelines burst into loud laughter. Ah, well said. That's my disciple for you. His laughter echoed through the arena, making the elders of Shengshan sect look even more pale. They trembled with anger but were helpless. Yi An slightly curved his lips, thinking to himself, Nian Nian truly lives up to her reputation from the demon abyss. Her words and actions are very much in line with the demonic clan style. Now it's Shengshan sect's turn to panic. He turned to the master of Jianlu beside him, a hint of pride in his voice. I told you, our Nian Nian would never let herself be at a disadvantage, nor would she let anyone take the blame for her. She will find a way to protect him. That's just the kind of person she is. The master of Jianlu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, if someone didn't know better, they'd think that big daughter was your own. She doesn't even acknowledge you, so what's there to be so proud of? Sure enough, those holding Zhuang Xian hostage started to panic. The leading new disciple shouted up at Nian Nian in the sky, we'll release Zhuang Xian if you give the tokens to my senior brothers and sisters. Nian Nian sneered, raising her hand in a signal. Lala immediately manipulated the flames, which in the blink of an eye swallowed the remaining 10% of the tokens. Nian Nian. The disciple's eyes flashed red, his sword pointing directly at Zhuang Xian's wrist, his voice trembling as he threatened, do you really not care about your brother's safety? As long as he's not dead, we can still fight. Believe it or not, I'll cut off his hand right in front of you. Zhuang Xian slowly raised his eyes, filled with a fierce determination. He stared intently at Nian Nian in the sky, his gaze clearly conveying one message. Burn all the tokens. Don't worry about my hand. It can be reattached. Although his body was frail, Zhuang Xian's heart had never been weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have awakened the sacred beast. Nian Nian's expression remained unchanged, her voice carrying a bone-chilling coldness. Cut off his hand? She let out a light laugh, a hint of mockery in her eyes. You clearly haven't grasped the situation. The new disciple was stunned, staring at Nian Nian in disbelief as if looking at a madwoman. Nian Nian, have you lost your mind? His voice trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, Nian Nian only laughed, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. What makes you think I'm using these tokens to negotiate with you? Her voice was chillingly cold. As soon as she finished speaking, Nian Nian blew a sharp whistle. A thunderous rumble followed as the ground shook violently. Then, a uniform chorus of eerie squeaks filled the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound was as unsettling as a military chant. Suddenly, countless small moles burst from the ground, quickly piling up to form a living mountain of rodents. Most astonishingly, several giant mole kings appeared, holding hundreds of tightly bound second-class disciples. These disciples were suspended high in the air, their bodies crawling with small moles, mouths wide open, ready to gnaw at their hands, feet, and shoulders. Nian Nian looked coldly at the new disciple, her voice carrying an undeniable threat. See these senior brothers and sisters? If you so much as touch Zhuang Xian, I'll have them gnaw off 100 fingers. If you harm one of Zhuang Xian's hands, I'll make sure 100 people lose both their hands. She sneered. Don't think I'm negotiating. This is a command. Release Zhuang Xian immediately. The disciple turned pale, stammering, but the clearance tokens. Nian Nian scoffed. Is this really the time to worry about the tokens? I have the lives of hundreds of people here. Besides, Zhuang Xian has the protection of the sacred Qilin. Even if you cut off his limbs, the Qilin can restore him. Can your senior brothers and sisters say the same? You dare. The disciples shouted hoarsely, Shishan sect will never let this go. Nian Nian and the old beggar outside spoke in unison. Why wouldn't we dare? The old beggar added excitedly, we've followed Shengshan's sect's rules. But if you continue to harbor such behavior, the giants will go to war with you. Sheng Hong's face darkened as the elders exchanged uneasy glances. The old sect master had already left, feeling that this competition was an utter disgrace. The other factions didn't dare to make a sound, thinking that Shengshan sect had finally met its match after years of arrogance under Sheng Hong's leadership. At that moment, a chillingly calm voice came from behind the crowd. If the giants go to war, the Red Ghost Valley will join them. Everyone turned to see Yuan Xinshui, who had just returned. His gaze was as calm as dead water, yet it sent shivers down their spines. He stared directly at Sheng Hong and asked indifferently, Shengshan sect, do you want to go to war with us? The atmosphere became tense. The head of the Zhou family couldn't help but look at Yuan Xinshui, thinking that although the master of Red Ghost Valley and the old beggar seemed casual, they were not to be trifled with. Yi timely interjected, if there's a war, my Yi family can supply all the magical artifacts and armor for Red Ghost Valley and the giants. Although the Yi family wasn't a combat faction, as a mobile arsenal, they were not to be underestimated. The disciples on the hillside were already highly tense. Su Mu, feeling the Mole King's saliva drip on his face, broke down and shouted, let him go. Didn't you hear what senior brother said? He trembled in fear, unable to imagine the consequences of losing his limbs. Under immense pressure, the leading new disciple finally waved his hand in defeat, released Zhuang Xian. Zhuang Xian was let down, and Nian Nian immediately waved her hand. Hundreds of captured disciples were roughly thrown to the ground by the small moles. The moles strutted arrogantly, squeaking, get lost, you little wimps. They knew they would be leaving Shengshan soon, so they were unrestrained. Nian Nian waved her hand, and countless spirit crystals rained down like a shower of light. The moles scrambled to grab them, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. Nian Nian softly commanded, all of you leave. The moles quickly burrowed back underground, scattering towards the mountains outside Shengshan, fearing retribution. Finally, Nian Nian unhesitatingly burned all the remaining clearance tokens, keeping only her 10. The second-class disciples were left gaping in astonishment, unable to believe she wouldn't leave any for them. Nian Nian glanced around with a light smile, her eyes gleaming with victory. So it seems I'm the only one who advanced, right? Her voice carried a hint of smugness. Looks like there's no need for further competition. Thanks to your brilliant strategy of gathering all the clearance tokens. Now that I've burned them, it's quite convenient. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere around her seemed to freeze. The elders stationed at various spots looked ashen-faced, and the disciples appeared on the verge of collapse, their faces pale. Especially Su Mu, who found it hard to accept the outcome. Bai Qian stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his heart churning with resentment. He glanced down at the pill in his hand, and his eyes suddenly turned fierce. Under the guise of scratching his nose, he swiftly swallowed the pill. In an instant, Bai Qian's aura surged, reaching the peak of the human spirit realm. His body swelled dramatically as he grabbed a nearby magical bow and arrow. Without hesitation, he released an arrow aimed straight at Nian Nian's heart, weakened from overusing her mental energy. Despicable! Zhou Shiru roared in fury at the sight. You coward! How shameless to launch a sneak attack after the competition has ended. Nian Nian. Yuan Xinsui's face turned pale, master, he shouted anxiously. Though Bian Bian and La La were some distance away, they immediately rushed over, their faces filled with terror. The snail hiding in Nian Nian's embrace had already prepared a mental energy shield to block the fatal blow. At that critical moment, a flash of cold light streaked across the sky. Another arrow, carrying an unstoppable force, precisely struck Bai Qian's arrow, deflecting it away. Bai Qian coughed up a mouthful of blood. The pill's effect, which had come swiftly, dissipated just as quickly, leaving him weak and aged by 5 years in an instant. He muttered in disbelief. That arrow was as strong as the peak of the human spirit realm, maybe even the early stages of the earth spirit realm. How could this be? Nian Nian looked up at the sky to see thousands of eagle beasts at the initial origin realm circling overhead. Leading them was a woman in red, holding a longbow, her gaze cold as she looked down at Bai Qian and Nian Nian. It was evident that the astonishing arrow had come from her. Su Mu's face suddenly lit up with joy. They're back. The inner sect disciples are back. He shouted at the woman in red, Senior Sister Yuanjia. Senior brothers from the inner sect. Then, pointing at Nian Nian with anger in his voice, he exclaimed, this Nian Nian is arrogant and has humiliated our Shengshan sect. Suma's voice was filled with despair as it echoed across the open space. Senior Sister Yuanjia. Senior Sister Yuanjia. His cries drew the attention of everyone around. The air was filled with the sound of beating wings as an eagle-like beast circled above, creating gusts of wind that slapped against everyone's faces. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "An inner disciple?" An inner disciple returning at this moment. Members of other factions immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they anticipated the unfolding drama. Yuanjia, the top disciple in the spirit realm among the inner disciples, was the first to land. She looked at Sumu's tearful face with an expressionless gaze and then cast a cold glance at Nian Nian. Lala and Baibian immediately stepped in front of Nian Nian, watching Yuanjia warily. Sumu continued his tirade. "Senior sister, you must punish her. This woman has no idea of her place." Before he could finish, a sharp slap echoed through the air. Everyone was stunned to see Yuanjia strike Sumu across the face. His teeth, mixed with blood, flew out as he spun in the air 3 times before crashing heavily to the ground, his head swelling with bruises. The disciples were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend why their senior sister would act this way. Yuanjia shook her wrist and looked coldly at Sumu lying on the ground like a beaten dog. "Your name is Sumu, right? Don't utter another word. If you say one more thing, I'll feel like you're disgracing Shingshan sect." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of rushing wind filled the air. Several figures landed in front of Nian Nian, all wearing the battle-ready uniforms of Shingshan sect's inner disciples. They carried a heavy scent of blood, and some even had the foul blood of demonic cultivators on their clothes. Yuanjia kicked Sumu aside and turned to the outer disciples, her eyes filled with ice and disappointment. "You all are something else. While I've been out with the inner disciples fighting demonic cultivators to bring honor to Shingshan sect, risking our lives and rarely coming back, you've been slacking off, dabbling in petty schemes and dragging us down." She continued her scolding. "Do you know how many guests came to today's disciple tournament? The sect master invited so many people not to watch a 1,000-to-1 fight, and you couldn't even win that." Yuanjia's gaze swept over everyone present. "The old sect master praised you for making progress recently, so he spread the word and invited all the influential factions from Tiani continent, giving you face. We didn't expect you to fight perfectly, but at least lose with some dignity. And what did you do? You've brought the greatest shame to Shingshan sect in a century." Bai Qian couldn't help but step forward to argue, but that's because Nian Nian she. Before he could finish, Yuanji's eyes flashed, and she was instantly in front of Bai Qian. Unlike with Sumu, this time she used her spiritual power, kicking Bai Qian hard in the stomach, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yuanjia coldly said, "When I'm talking, who gave you the right to interrupt? And who allowed you to launch a sneak attack after the match? Who gave you the guts to take forbidden drugs that boost your strength during the competition?" This accusation was like a bolt from the blue, stunning everyone. Bai Qian frantically defended himself. "What are you talking about? I didn't take any forbidden drugs. Don't think you can slander me just because you're an inner disciple." Yuanjia waved her hand dismissively. "We'll see if it's slander after the elders investigate. Take him away. If it's confirmed he took forbidden drugs, hand him over to the old sect master. Such a person doesn't belong in Shingshan sect." As Bai Qian was dragged away, he kept shouting, "No. You can't do this to me. I'm from the Bai family of the 5 continents. His words were cut off by a punch that knocked him out. An inner disciple sneered. "If you had this much energy, wouldn't it be better to kill a few more demonic cultivators? All this whining is annoying." He looked around at everyone, and remember, the disgrace isn't Nian Nian. This disgrace is all on you. The outer disciples trembled, finally understanding the saying, inner disciples and outer disciples are worlds apart. The inner disciples truly looked down on them and had the power and confidence to deal with them as they saw fit. Yuanjia's black hair danced in the wind, exuding a heroic aura. She turned to Nian Nian, a hint of interest in her smile. "So you're Nian Nian? Come, let's have a duel. This isn't part of the disciple tournament. I just find you interesting. Show me everything you've got. If you impress me, you'll be my friend." Nian Nian held on with the last bit of her strength, but once the situation was resolved, she could no longer sustain herself. Her spiritual energy was depleted, her head throbbed with pain, and her internal energy was exhausted. As Yuanjia's words became a distant murmur, her vision darkened, and she collapsed straight to the ground. "Master, disciple, daughter," the crowd exclaimed, but Yuan Xinsui reacted the fastest. He broke through the formation in an instant, lightning quick, and caught Nian Nian steadily in his arms. "Nian Nian," he called softly, his forehead gently resting against hers. At that moment, the spiritual energy in the air suddenly became turbulent. Countless orbs of spiritual energy rushed towards Nian Nian without needing any guidance, carefully entering her body as if afraid to disturb her. This scene left the surrounding cultivators dumbfounded and deeply envious. The spiritual energy, which usually avoided them, was now flocking to Nian Nian with such docility. Zhou Xiaoyu watched in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. But that wasn't all. A massive light array appeared beneath Yuan Xinsui's feet, beginning to nourish Nian Nian's depleted spiritual core. Her spiritual energy rapidly recovered, and her core became even deeper than before. In an inconspicuous corner, a black element orb stirred, wanting to join the feast. However, it was immediately blocked by two white spiritual orbs. They sternly reprimanded the dark element. No, you mustn't go. She'll be in trouble if you do. You can't go without being called. The dark element retreated, feeling aggrieved. Yuan Jia smiled thoughtfully. I knew it. No matter how meticulously she managed her spiritual and mental energy, a competition of the scale would be too much. I thought she didn't feel any pain at all, seeing how she didn't even flinch. Though her words carried a hint of sarcasm, her eyes gleamed with admiration. As a woman striving in the cultivation world, Yuan Jia was well aware of the biases female cultivators faced. She had always proven that women were not inferior to men through her strength. Seeing Nian Nian endure such immense pain, she couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. Yuan Jia turned to Yuan Xinsui and suggested, you should take her to our inner sanctum to rest. We have specialized healing rooms that can help with her current state of complete depletion. Otherwise, it might damage her foundation. Yuan Xinsui nodded expressionlessly and said briefly, lead the way. Along the way, Yuan Jia couldn't help but steal glances at Yuan Xinsui. This man was really... Her gaze caught Yuan Xinsui's attention. He glanced at her coldly, and even the battle-hardened Yuan Jia shivered under his gaze. She quickly averted her eyes, not daring to look again. When Yuan Jia sneaked another look at Yuan Xinsui, she saw that his attention was entirely focused on the unconscious Nian Nian in his arms. Nian Nian's brows were furrowed in pain, her forehead burning Hoda typical symptom of spiritual exhaustion. Despite this, she showed remarkable endurance. Even in such unbearable pain, she merely curled up like a small animal in Yuan Xinsui's embrace, occasionally letting out faint whimpers. It was as if she feared that even the slightest sound would invite another beating. That fear had seeped into her very bones. As long as her enemy lived, the shadow would remain. Yuan Xinsui's heart ached at the sight. He gently pressed his forehead against Nian Nian's and softly blew on it, whispering, Nian Nian, it will be better soon. This tender gesture reminded him of his childhood when the elders in his clan would blow on his wounds in the same way. Pointing ahead, Yuan Xinsui said, this is the infirmary. Before he could finish, he had already pushed the door open and led Nian Nian inside, quickly closing the door behind them. Nian Nian curled up painfully in a corner, her whole body shrinking away. The heavy door of the infirmary shut out all prying eyes from the outside world. Yuan Xinsui swiftly set up a barrier within the room to block any detection of their presence. He gently tapped Nian Nian's forehead and softly said, Nian Nian, absorb whatever you need, even if it's dark energy. His lips were almost touching her ear, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze, I'm here. In her dazed state, Nian Nian heard his words. The intense competition had pushed her body to its limits, leaving her utterly depleted. She finally relaxed her suppression of the dark energy within her. Suddenly, a rush of wind filled the room, accompanied by a surge of dark energy that flooded into Nian Nian like a swarm of jubilant spirits. She absorbed everything around her like an insatiable sponge, greedily taking in all the energy. Spiritual power and dark energy competed to enter her body, as if they had found their perfect vessel. Inside her, two orbs, one black and one white, also began to absorb energy furiously, competing with each other, neither willing to be outdone. Under this powerful influx of energy, Nian Nian's aura began to rise. She was on the verge of a breakthrough. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain far from Shengshan sect, countless people in various colored robes knelt in unison before a figure in a gray robe, respectfully chanting, Greetings, ancestor. The gray-robed figure lazily lifted his eyelids, revealing a half-disfigured face filled with deep-seated hatred. His raspy voice rang out, I have found the one who harmed my disciple. It is Nian Nian from Shengshan sect. His voice grew louder, filled with barely controlled rage. It's not just Nian Nian. Our sect of dark cultivators is being hunted down by all the clans and sects, and we've been pushed to the brink. His voice turned sharp, almost like a baby's wail mixed with it. It's time we made Tianyi continent lively again. Nian Nian slept for 3 days and nights straight. Lala and Baibian stood guard at the door like loyal sentinels, while Yuan Xinsui stayed by her side the entire time. Eventually, it was the gentle touch of Xiao Miao's paw that woke her up. Nian Nian slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though she was wrapped in countless layers of warm cotton, so comfortable that she didn't want to wake up. She sighed deeply before fully coming to her senses. Suddenly, she was astonished to find that the spiritual energy in her Tianxue point, which had been depleted, was now surging and seemed more abundant than before. She raised her hand and looked at her palm in disbelief. Not only that, but she also realized she had advanced to the 4-star human spirit realm and the 4-star human demon realm. Nian Nian instinctively patted her cheek to confirm this wasn't a dream. At that moment, she noticed she wasn't alone. Yuan Xinsui was quietly lying on her stomach. Nian Nian immediately pushed him away. Where are you sleeping? Yuan Shinsue rolled to the ground and sat up cross-legged, groggy. His eyes, which were a beautiful mix between peach blossom and phoenix eyes, looked particularly dazed. A fleeting murderous intent disappeared the moment he saw Nian Nian, replaced by a thin layer of mist. Nian Nian. Yuan Shinsue's voice was hoarse and filled with sleepiness. What are you doing? Nian Nian touched her stomach, puzzled. Why were you sleeping on me? I always sleep on you, Yuan Shinsue replied calmly, shaking off the spiritual energy beads from his body. We've always been like this. Nian Nian couldn't help but twitch her mouth, realizing he might be referring to the time when she was a corpse. She quickly changed the subject. What's going on with my spiritual energy? And the spiritual power and demonic elements? Did you help me? Yes, Yuan Shinsue smiled at her, speaking in the most ordinary tone. Sleeping can heal everything, as long as I'm by your side. Nian Nian took a sharp breath, thinking that Yuan Shinsue's words would probably drive many hardworking cultivators to despair. Suddenly, she remembered something important. By the way, did I win? Yes, Yuan Shinsue yawned, his eyes glistening with tears. You can enter the library now. Just as Nian Nian was about to celebrate, an angry shout came from outside. Nian Nian, get out here. Yuan Shinsue's face darkened, and he was about to head out when Nian Nian stopped him. Wait, I know whose voice this is. It's an old acquaintance of mine. I'll handle it myself. Nian Nian walked out the door and, sure enough, saw Empress Bai Ling shouting. Bai Ling was about to start cursing when she saw Yuan Shinsue following Nian Nian and immediately held her tongue. Bai Ling, Nian Nian addressed her directly. What do you want? Bai Ling lowered her voice, glaring venomously at Nian Nian. Don't think I don't know who you are. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. Her gaze shifted to Lala, who stood beside Nian Nian. That is my daughter's blood phoenix. Bai Ling lunged to grab Lala, but Yuan Shinsue struck her, sending her flying back 100 meters before she stopped, her chest heaving with rage as she glared at Nian Nian. This is my spirit beast, Nian Nian sneered. Even if you check the contract, it's still my spirit beast. Are you trying to steal someone else's spirit beast now? At that moment, Yian and the old beggar arrived at the scene. Bai Ling felt immense pressure and nearly ground her teeth to dust. My Yenner has been unconscious since she was injured last time, she glared at Nian Nian. You are more seriously injured than Yenner, so how did you wake up? Why do you need to know that? Nian Nian sneered. Naturally, to have you save my Yenner, Bai Ling said as if it were obvious. Nian Nian found it laughable and turned to the people behind her. Master, Yuan Sui, wait for me outside for a bit. I need to have a private chat with this esteemed empress. Amid the group's concern, Nian Nian led Bai Ling into a nearby training room. Once the door was closed, Bai Ling immediately revealed her true colors. You are that wretched child, aren't you? You actually survived. I should have ground your bones to dust back then instead of throwing you into the demon abyss. Bai Ling shrieked. A remnant of the demon clan dares to roam the 5 continents? Nian Nian responded calmly. I can't bear the title of demon clan remnant. Shengshan Sex Shang Hong personally investigated. You can't pin that on me. But there is one thing you got right. I am indeed the child you tortured for 18 years. She continued with a cold smile. Bai Ling, you must have forgotten. Everything your daughter has now was stolen from me. It's truly laughable. A thief steals from the owner and, over time, believes it rightfully belongs to her. How about I go out there and announce that I am another princess of the Beast Nation, and that your daughter, Su Linyan, is nothing but a worthless piece of trash. She and Bai Ling shared a delicate balance. Bai Ling feared she would reveal her daughter's true identity, leading to ridicule from people across the 5 continents. After all, royal blood could be verified using the special artifacts of the Beast Kingdom, designed to prevent imposters. On the other hand, she didn't want to expose her own secret of having fallen into the demon abyss because of this mother and daughter. If this were to be disclosed, the floating god tower would surely send someone to investigate, and she couldn't withstand such scrutiny. The two of them were like standing on opposite ends of a seesaw, maintaining an eerie equilibrium, with an abyss below them. You finally admit it. Bai Ling sneered, her eyes gleaming with malice. Nian Nian returned a cold smile. Thanks for the compliment. Bai Ling, if you were smart, you'd disappear with your daughter completely. She squinted, her tone threatening. Otherwise, I'm afraid one day I might lose control and kill her. Would you dare? Bai Ling also narrowed her eyes, her tone filled with provocation. You deny being a remnant of the demon clan, but I know better. You should be living in silence. Who gave you the right to talk back to me, you lowly thing? Before she finished speaking, a tiny demon element silently attached itself to Bai Ling's body. It was so small that an enraged Bai Ling didn't notice it. Nian Nian watched as the demon element opened its mouth and bit down on Bai Ling's ear. Bai Ling screamed, her ear instantly bitten with a small notch, blood flowing freely. Nian Nian was slightly startled, suddenly realizing that demon elements could be used this way. A single demon element was almost undetectable, and with Yuan Shinsue's concealment array, its presence was minimized. Moreover, demon elements were more aggressive than spiritual power, especially when her precious demon heritage was being bullied. Madwoman, what did you do to me? The demon element dissipated quickly, and Bai Ling didn't notice anything, only seeing a piece of her ear missing. Nian Nian laughed heartily. It suits you. After all, as the Empress, you never listen to the people's grievances. Bai Ling wanted to slap Nian Nian to death, but feared Yuan Shinsui waiting outside. So why bother Bai Ling? Nian Nian chuckled softly. Do you still think I'm the helpless orphan I used to be? Take your daughter and get out of my sight. This is my final warning to you. Her voice was terrifyingly calm, making people feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. What Nian Nian didn't say was that once the demon clan emerged, even if they no longer bothered her, she would still make them pay in blood. The Empress left, gritting her teeth. Yin glanced at her, cautiously moving closer to Nian Nian. Nian Nian, it's not hard to deal with her. It's not hard, but it would expose my identity as someone who has been to the demon abyss, Nian Nian said softly. If she were to die, she wouldn't let me live peacefully. No rush for now, we're both on the seesaw. But once I find a way to break the seal in the library pavilion, the balance will be broken, and I will kick her into the abyss. Right, the library pavilion. Nian Nian clapped her hands suddenly and hurriedly ran out. Lala bien bien, let's go to the library pavilion. No time to lose. She waved at the three of them as she ran. You guys carry on, I'm fine here. Yuan Shinsui's eyes darkened, and he exchanged a glance with Yin, their eyes cold. He turned and walked away. Yin also sneered, coveting his goddaughter, that brat. Ugh. The old beggar chuckled. Anyway, once a teacher, always a father. His relationship with Nian Nian is the closest. He's not afraid, hee. After rushing out of the house, Nian Nian found that Shengshan sect had changed dramatically. Now, those moving around in the sect were all inner disciples based on their attire. Where did the outer disciples go? Oh, you're awake? A voice called out. Yuan Jia, who had just finished a formation battle, approached, covered in wounds but full of energy. I thought you'd be bedridden for a long time. No, I recover quickly, thanks to the Phoenix Essence, Nian Nian said. When can I go to the library pavilion? Anytime. Yuan Jia put away her magical artifact and took out a white silk cloth to wipe the blood off her body, as casually as wiping sweat. Going now. Yes. Great, follow me. Yuan Jia immediately led the way. Along the way, they encountered a few outer disciples who were diligently training. Supervising them were the inner disciples. Two inner disciples wielding long staffs sternly scolded the practicing disciples. Hurry up. If you don't want to be kicked out of Shengshan sect, you'd better practice like your life depends on it. You're all a disgrace. With your skills, you'd be nothing but fodder against the demonic cultivators. Nian Nian observed the scene quietly. Yuan Jia noticed her gaze and smiled as she explained. We inner disciples have returned under the Grandmaster's orders to assist in reorganizing the entire sect. She paused and added, Sheng Hong has already been punished by the Grandmaster and is currently kneeling in the ancestral hall with Sheng Xianxian. Yuan Jia's tone betrayed her disdain for Sheng Hong, despite his strength. As they walked, she whispered, Shengshan sect was founded by the Grandmaster, his mentor, and successive leaders. We cannot let it be ruined by Sheng Hong. Turning to Nian Nian, she sincerely said, I'm really sorry about everything that's happened. Ever since you arrived, the outer disciples have been giving you a hard time. Nian Nian raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, a hard time? Not really. It only counts as a hard time if it actually troubles me. Their efforts don't even come close. Surprisingly, Yuan Jia didn't get angry, but instead burst into laughter, slapping Nian Nian on the back with enthusiasm. Well said. Exactly. They're not even worth it. A bunch of weaklings. She added excitedly, you're just my type. If I didn't have to stay and help out at Shengshan sect, I'd definitely take you to the front lines. You'd grow so quickly there. The front lines? Nian Nian was taken aback. What front lines? I've never heard of that. Yuan Jia's face suddenly stiffened, and she clammed up, no, nothing. You must have misheard. Nian Nian narrowed her eyes. She was certain she hadn't misheard. What exactly were these elite inner disciples fighting against? It was clearly something more than demonic cultivators, or they wouldn't be so secretive. As she pondered, Yuan Jia stopped. Here we are at the library. Nian Nian looked up and was stunned. The library was grand and imposing, encased in a massive light barrier. But what caught her eye the most was a pair of black demon wings hanging prominently above the entrance. Those wings were identical to the ones on Nian's back. Nian Nian pressed her lips together, her gaze fixated on the mysterious wings hanging high above. She turned to Yuan Jia, curiosity lacing her voice. What's the deal with those wings? Following her line of sight, Yuan Jia smiled. Oh, that. Those were left by the first leader of Shengshan sect. Are those the wings of a spirit beast? Nian Nian's voice trembled slightly. No, Yuan Jia shook her head, they're demon wings. It said they belong to the first demon king, but the exact origins are unknown. All we know is that they've been hanging there since the first leader founded the library, and no one is allowed to touch them. Maybe our leader defeated the Demon King and kept them as a trophy. Relieved that the wings didn't belong to an old witch, Nian Nian still felt a surge of anger at the thought they might be the remains of her kin. She lowered her head, carefully concealing her emotions. Yuan Jia seemed oblivious to Nian Nian's distress and continued, "There's no special meaning to having them here. The demons are sealed away anyway." She beckoned Nian Nian, "You have 2 days to study here. With spiritual arts, it's better to master one than to learn many superficially. Don't be greedy, or you might end up learning nothing." Yuan Jia then patiently explained the categories and characteristics of the spiritual arts. Nian Nian forced herself to shift her focus from the wings and listen attentively. "Why are you telling me all this?" Nian Nian asked, frowning. Yuan Jia patted her shoulder and laughed heartily. "Didn't I say? I just like you. Making friends is about gut feeling. I don't care if you're from Shengshan's sect or not. As long as you're not an evil cultivator, I'm willing to hang out with you." Nian Nian thanked her and stepped into the library. As she passed through the transparent barrier, the black wings above gave a barely noticeable tremor before settling again. Inside the library, 2 elderly men, who appeared to be dozing off, guarded the entrance. Though they emitted no discernible aura, Nian Nian could sense their strength rivaled that of Sheng Hong. One of the elders glanced at her and said indifferently, "You must be Nian Nian. Go ahead." Nian Nian nodded in acknowledgement and walked between them. Yuan Jia respectfully bowed to the guardians before leaving. The interior of the library was a vast, spiraling space, with shelves stretching endlessly, filled with books on spiritual arts, ancient tales, historical records, and encyclopedias of spirit beasts. Nian Nian's 4 small companions Lala, Baibian, Wowo, and Xiao Mao emerged from her pocket, eager to help find books. However, they quickly realized they couldn't read. Nian Nian immersed herself in the sea of knowledge, searching diligently for a way to break the seal. Meanwhile, the 2 guardians quietly opened their eyes and began to converse in hushed tones. They discussed Nian Nian's identity and recent events in Shengshan sect. Finally, the left guardian thoughtfully mentioned, "Speaking of which, there's a secret technique left by our founder that no disciple has ever managed to obtain." The right guardian mocked. How could that thing be left to an outsider? The relic of the first sect leader Yuri being too naive. The left guardian pondered for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I was mistaken. That child is quite unusual, and it threw me off for a moment." The right guardian firmly stated, "No matter how unusual, they can't take anything from our sect. Not even the successive leaders have been acknowledged by the first." Just then, a sharp, female voice erupted from outside. The right guardian frowned and asked, "What's going on? Who's causing such a commotion? Do they think our Shengshan sect is a marketplace?" The left guardian explained, "The old sect leader recently implemented a last-place elimination system. Several weak disciples have been expelled. I didn't expect there would still be trouble today." It turned out that the ones causing the disturbance were Empress Bailing and elders from the Bai family. The old sect leader had just announced that Bai Qian and Princess Su Linyan were to be expelled from Shengshan sect. Bai Ling, with a bleeding wound on her ear, was furious upon hearing the news. "Why should my daughter be expelled? If anyone should leave, it should be those outsiders like Nian Nian." Bai Ling shouted through gritted teeth. "My daughter is exceptionally talented, and many factions are vying for her. You're ruining her future." The Bai family members looked at Sheng Hong with dark expressions. Over the years, Sheng Hong had accepted many of their benefits. Upon hearing the news, Sheng Hong forcibly rushed out from the ancestral hall. "Master, you can't expel Su Linyan. She has great talent, and with proper training, she can," Sheng Hong said urgently. The old sect leader interrupted him. "Enough. You only see her talent, but not her character?" As a beast tamer, she abandoned her spirit beast in a competition and repeatedly caused trouble in the sect. The old sect leader looked at Bai Ling and her daughter with disdain. "This is my sect. I only let you manage it temporarily. Do you think you can call the shots?" Sheng Hong, sweating profusely, thought of the benefits from the Bai family and said stubbornly, "But these 2 children have great talent." "Shut up." The old sect leader kicked him aside. Bai Qian used forbidden drugs and attacked others after the competition. That's reason enough to expel him 100 times over. As for Su Linyan, he turned to Bai Ling. "Out of respect for the myriad beast nation, you can quietly take her away, and from now on have no further ties with Shengshan sect." Su Linyan, who had just woken up, stood stunned upon hearing this. Her eyes filled with hatred, convinced that the old sect leader was bewitched by Nian Nian and was expelling her to appease other factions. "I have the phoenix bloodline. My golden dragon is a divine beast. I'm also the fiancé of Feng's son from the Feng family of the 5 continents." Su Linyan shouted hysterically. "Are you challenging the Feng family?" The old sect leader sneered. "If the Feng family wants to stand up for you, let them come to me." Bai Ling, intimidated by the old sect leader's aura, gritted her teeth and said, "You'll regret this. Nian Nian, let's go." Su Linyan, full of humiliation, was dragged away by her mother. Bai Ling shot a venomous glance at the old sect leader, silently vowing to make him regret his decision. The old sect leader watched them leave, feeling a sense of relief as if the sect had been rid of two tumors. He turned to Sheng Hong and sighed. From today on, you are no longer in charge of the sect's affairs. I will find a more suitable person. Sheng Hong felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit and said urgently, Master, you can't do this. I've given everything for the sect. The old sect leader didn't want to listen further, only worried about how to explain it to the past sect leaders if the sect were to be ruined by Sheng Hong. At this moment, he even felt grateful to Nian Nian. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't have realized the state the sect had fallen into. However, the old sect leader didn't see the intense hatred in Sheng Hong's eyes behind him. At that moment, Nian Nian was unaware that she had earned the old sect leader's gratitude. She was frantically searching through documents, trying to find information about seals amidst a sea of books within 2 days, like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just as Nian Nian forced herself to calm down and continue her search, she felt something in her spatial artifact pulsating intensely, as if trying to break free. Puzzled, she took out the dark object from her space and realized it was the feather she had bitten off from the old witch's wing. Is this feather going crazy? Nian Nian looked at the trembling feather in surprise. The moment the feather left the space, the wings hanging outside started to tremble violently. No, the entire library pavilion began to shake. The left and right guardians suddenly opened their eyes and looked at each other in shock. Is this the aura of the first leader? That's the aura of the founding master. The two guardians instantly straightened up, their old eyes glowing with excitement. They recalled the person who had just entered the library and suddenly froze. The left guardian slapped his forehead and exclaimed, It's Nian Nian. Their hands trembled, and the left guardian quickly dashed outside shouting, I'll fetch the old master. However, the old master had already sensed the anomaly and stood expressionless at the door. Did someone just go in? The old master asked seriously, yet with a hopeful glint in his eyes. Which disciple was it? Since the founding of the sect, no disciple had ever gained the favor of the founding master. No one knew what would trigger the opportunity left by the founder, nor what the disciple inside had done. The old master smiled broadly and asked, What do you think our founder will give that disciple? The left and right guardians looked at the old master's foolish grin and almost couldn't breathe. The left guardian, with trembling fingers, said, Only one person went in today. The old master nodded excitedly. Who is it? That person is Nian Nian. The old master's expression froze instantly, shifting from confusion to terror and finally to despair. He couldn't believe it and asked again, Who did you say? It's Nian Nian. The one you allowed to compete, who won the contest, and you promised she could come to the library. The left guardian clutched his dry white hair in frustration. The old master felt a tightness in his chest, the shock almost causing him to faint. The right guardian quickly comforted him. Perhaps the founder won't give her anything. After all, she isn't a disciple of Shengshan sect. This gave the old master a glimmer of hope. Grasping the right guardian's hand tightly, the old master said with determination, Yes, the founder wouldn't be so foolish. He had complete faith in the founding master. Meanwhile, Nian Nian, who had once again stirred up Shengshan sect, was experiencing an indescribable dizziness. The surroundings twisted and distorted, with only a feather radiating intense heat. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed, and Nian Nian found herself in a vast void. None of her companions had been brought in. She was alone. Above her, a pair of black wings hung in the space, their feathers as pure and shiny as obsidian, like a perfect piece of art. As Nian Nian stared in awe, a deep, pleasant laugh sounded from behind her. Do you like what you see? Startled, Nian Nian turned around to face a pair of slightly menacing phoenix eyes. In front of her stood a defiant and handsome middle-aged man, his hair wild and loose, his face pale but exuding an aura of unrivaled dominance. With a wave of his hand, the black wings landed in his grasp. He gently stroked the feathers, his eyes filled with such affection that it sent chills down Nian Nian's spine. Who are you? This is Shengshan sect's library. Nian Nian narrowed her eyes at the wings and asked, What connection do you have with the demon clan? Without lifting his head, the man replied flatly, Talking about the demon clan, aren't you one of them yourself? Nian Nian was shocked. This was her deepest secret. Stop hiding. Show me what you have in your hand. If you didn't possess the Demon King's token, you wouldn't have been able to enter this space or see the last remnant of my soul. The man finally looked up, his eyes fixed on Nian Nian with a hint of amusement. Remnant soul. Nian Nian knew that ancient gods could leave behind remnants of their souls after death, often to guide later generations or leave messages. A demon girl without any demonic aura, the man said, his gaze sweeping over Nian Nian. Though he was just a remnant soul, his former godly power made Nian Nian feel completely seen through. As expected, the man looked surprised. A fusion of spirit and demon? Quite a promising one. He genuinely praised her. Nian Nian pursed her lips, then respectfully bowed. Senior, may I ask what your relationship with the demon clan is? Quickly analyzing in her mind, she realized that since this man's remnant soul appeared in Shengshan sect, he must have been a powerful figure in the sect's past. He knew she was from the demon clan but showed no hostility. In fact, the trigger for his remnant was the Demon King's token. Boldly, Nian Nian guessed that this man might not harbor ill will toward her or the demon clan. Pride swelled in the man's eyes as he spoke. I had a very close relationship with the Demon King of your clan. To put it simply, my connection with the demon clan is also very intimate. Nian Nian couldn't help but twitch her lips at his demeanor. Are you kidding me? Don't believe me? The man's eyes narrowed dangerously, looking at Nian Nian with displeasure. Do you think I'm lying? The space around them began to distort. Nian Nian felt the void beneath her feet churning and struggled to steady her breathing. She looked the man straight in the eye and said, I don't believe it. If you were truly that close, why would you keep the Demon King's wings as a trophy in the library? The man froze, and the space stabilized. In the next moment, his eyes widened with anger. Who said I cut them off? These wings were a token of our affection. Don't you demons know that the Demon King changes their wings every 100 years? He seemed exasperated, shouting, how could I possibly cut off her wings? They were replaced, understand? Replaced. Just like how you might lose hair, she changes her wings every 100 years. Nian Nian awkwardly twitched her face but still looked solemnly at this lover of the first Demon King, arguing seriously, Senior, I don't lose hair. Only older people like you do. I'm only 18. The man was stunned. Hearing Nian Nian's words, a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. You're the one losing hair. I was once the most beautiful person in all 5 continents. His voice rose as he faced Nian Nian's clear and unwavering gaze, his anger intensifying. Nian Nian squinted her eyes. Out of respect for her predecessor, and considering his status as the first Demon King's lover, she didn't voice her doubts. But her expression clearly conveyed one thought. Really? She had seen the true beauty of the 5 continents, Yuan Shui Shui. Though this man was handsome, he was nowhere near Yuan Xian Sui's level. The man noticed the blatant skepticism on Nian Nian's face. Despite being just a remnant soul, he was so infuriated it felt like his heart might seize up. You insolent girl, he couldn't help but curse. You're absolutely insufferable. Nian Nian laughed inwardly but maintained an innocent facade. Look, he's getting mad. Elder, since you've left behind a remnant soul, there must be a reason, right? She widened her sparkling eyes and asked, is there something you want to give me? As she spoke, she eagerly extended her hands. The man's anger only grew at her actions, and he haughtily replied, no. The sparkle in Nian Nian's eyes disappeared instantly, her face reverting to its initial expressionless state. Oh, then can you now dissipate into the world? I can only stay here for 2 days, and I have things to find. I'm quite busy. She secretly grumbled. What kind of taste did the first Demon King of her family have, even giving his wings to this man? Actually, it wasn't the Demon King who gave them. He must have stolen them, right? The man's form began to waver with anger. But Nian Nian had already turned around, ready to break out of this void. She had only taken a couple of steps when 2 objects hit her head, causing her to stumble forward. 2 books lay at her feet. One was titled Circle Force, and the other Corpse Transformation, both growth-oriented spiritual techniques. Nian Nian looked at the man in surprise. You're giving me these? She frowned. You might not know, but I'm not a disciple of Shengshan sect. The man, exasperated, stamped his foot. Do I look stupid to you? Of course, I know you're not a Shengshan sect disciple. Nian Nian thought. It's not that you look stupid, you actually are stupid, right? The man, though wanting to fiercely reprimand Nian Nian to prove he wasn't losing hair, realized time was short and quickly explained. This was my promise to her. If one day a descendant from the Demon Clan visits Shengshan sect with the current Demon King's approval, the first to obtain the token can come and take my ultimate techniques. Even though Nian Nian had been trapped in that small palace for 18 years, she had heard from the great demons in the demon abyss that whether demon or human, ancient or modern, one's most prized techniques were never shared. For example, the giant clan's divine step wasn't something just anyone could learn. Both of these, for me? Nian Nian picked up the 2 books. Although her mind was screaming, never miss out on a good deal, she remembered the old sect leader's kindness towards her and frowned. Do I need to share these with the disciples of Shengshan sect? Are you brainless? The man scolded. I said they're ultimate techniques. Do you know what that means? It means they're only for you, not for others, and they're only enough for you to read once. He snorted. I have left things for Shengshan sect, but the sect is the sect and I am myself. This is my personal promise to her. He mentioned the promise again. Nian Nian didn't know what kind of relationship this man had with the Demon Clan back then, or what kind of charm the Demon Clan had used on him. Passing ultimate techniques to a demon descendant rather than his own sect? Seeing Nian Nian's confused look, the man didn't want to explain further. With the little time left, he sat down cross-legged, holding his beloved wings, and looked at Nian Nian. What's your name, girl? Having received 2 ultimate techniques from him, Nian Nian couldn't be ungrateful. She smiled warmly and replied, Nian Nian. The man froze. Nian Nian. He abruptly looked at her and asked, who is your mother? What's her name? My biological mother is deceased. The one who named me is Yinv, the current king of the demon clan. Nian Nian took out a feather she had hidden in her hand. This was given to me by my mother. It was her cherished feather, and it allowed me to come here. The man's lips tightened, his eyes showing a deep shock. He impatiently reached out, and the feather flew into his hand. It was identical to the feathers of the wings he was holding. His face began to twitch, and his expression rapidly turned pale. His mind was a whirl. After the demon clan and the 5 continents became hostile, she had abandoned him. That desolate smile when she decided to break off with him still lingered in his mind. Tears welled up in her eyes as she smiled and said, I have one last request. Her voice was soft yet resolute. Even if the demons and the 5 continents sever ties, if someday a child from the demon clan comes holding my token, you must open the door for her. You have to pass on the ultimate skill to her, and only to her. She paused, then continued. Hang the wings I gave you in the library. They will sense the token. Consider this my final request. The man listened, his eyes gradually reddening, his face contorting with a look of madness. Memories flashed through his mind. During their most passionate times, he had once asked her with a smile, do you like children? She, always carefree and casual, had laughed lightly and said, I don't like them. Children are noisy. But if you like them, I wouldn't mind having one. Back then, he was still young and had replied without hesitation, if it's a boy, he will take my surname and be named Nian Nian. If it's a girl, she will be Inu. He could still vividly recall the look of disdain and animation on her face. She had scolded Nian Nian, can't you read a bit more? Inu, what kind of names are those? Inu. The man, the first patriarch of Shangshan sect, Nian Nian, suddenly clutched his chest. A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Had she already been pregnant with their child when she left him? The token. There was no token, of course. But she had known back then that their child would undoubtedly have the same beautiful wings as hers. Why hang her wings in the library? That was their daughter Inu's pass. I shouldn't have gone to that battlefield. I should have looked for you. The man trembled all over, his breathing becoming unstable, his voice choked with heavy sobs. He had intended, upon returning from the battlefield, to hand over the management of Shangshan sect to someone else. To hell with the 5 continents. Damn the 5 continents. He wanted to find his wife, even if it meant joining the demon clan. But he hadn't returned from the battlefield. He had perished. All that remained was a fragment of his soul, sealed in the library, waiting for the token to trigger his reawakening. His crazed and regretful appearance startled Nian Nian. This man, he was crying. I didn't know. We had a daughter, he laughed and cried, his voice filled with disbelief and wild joy. We have a daughter. Nian Nian hesitated for a moment before softly asking, are you okay? The man suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing as he stared at her. Nian, are you alright? Nian Nian squinted, her mind filled with questions. This man had been talking about daughters earlier, and now he was asking about an old witch? She cautiously asked, what is your relationship with Nian? Instead of answering, the man pressed on, you're not Nian's biological daughter? You said your birth mother is dead, so you're her adopted daughter. Nian Nian noticed a change in the man's gaze. It became less distant and more naturally affectionate. After weighing her options, she replied, I'm not her biological daughter. She saved my life, gave me a name, and a new beginning. Figured as much, the man said, his gaze lingering on her face with a hint of disdain. You don't resemble her at all. If you were her biological daughter, you'd have some of her features. The man fell into deep thought, his eyes turning a shade of red. He suddenly asked, what's the current state of the demon clan? Nian Nian pressed her lips together and slowly said, the demon clan was sealed away by the united forces of the 5 continents and hasn't appeared for a very long time. The man closed his eyes slowly, his voice heavy. So it's true? They couldn't tolerate a powerful race rising, so they wanted them dead. If not dead, then vanished, right? A sarcastic smile appeared on his lips. A bunch of cowards. The humans of the 5 continents were once brimming with talent and strength, never fearing any other race. Listening to the man's words, Nian Nian could almost see the grandeur of ancient times. She nodded in agreement. Just like those outer disciples of Shangshan sect. If this continues, they'll be useless. The man suddenly looked at Nian Nian, his tone becoming serious. I am someone who has been dead for thousands of years. My bones rotted into the earth. I shouldn't be concerned with the affairs of the 5 continents today. But there's one thing I can't ignore. The person I cared about was sealed away by those people. His voice carried pain. His daughter, the child he fathered with the woman he loved. He never knew her, never held her once. And now she's sealed in a dark place? He wouldn't allow it, nor can he tolerate it. The man looked at Nian Nian calmly, speculating, little girl, you probably didn't know I was here. Maybe because I was sealed, Or maybe she died in battle before she could tell you everything, but it all seems predestined. Let me guess why you're here. Our Shengshan Sect's library has been a repository of rare books since ancient times. You're here to find a way to break the seal, aren't you? Nian Nian's eyes widened as she urgently asked, do you know how to break it? The man smiled sadly. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding void shattered. Nian Nian found herself back in the library, surrounded by her companions. Lala was on the verge of tears. Master, where did you go? I was so worried. Bian Bian looked warily at the sudden apparition. Who are you? The man glanced disdainfully at the little creatures. A bunch of immature brats. He gestured upward, and a golden book flew to Nian Nian. If you were to search on your own, you wouldn't find this in 2 days, or even 20 years. This book can break any seal. Nian Nian looked up sharply. The seal on Whitehead Mountain? The seal on the Demon Clan? The man continued, but don't get too excited. While it can break any seal, it's nearly impossible to achieve. It requires countless rare treasures, some of which have vanished from the 5 continents and only exist in legends. You might spend your whole life searching and never find them. So, are you still willing to try? Nian Nian smiled. Legends always have traces to follow. As long as there's a way to break it, I won't give up. If I were the type to give up, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come to this library. The man looked at Nian Nian seriously, as if seeing his daughter's spirit in her. Nian Nian hesitantly asked, are you my mother's father? The man glanced at her. You catch on quickly. He continued, if we had more time, I'd like you to learn these 2 spiritual techniques from me. Is my daughter a demon or a spirit? Demon, Nian Nian answered honestly. The man was initially disappointed but then became pleased. A demon, huh? Like her, she must be strong. Then start learning, the man urged. Hurry, I'm about to dissipate, but I can still teach you before I go. Nian Nian couldn't help but ask, can't you stay?